The 5 heroes who once protected the world have now been frozen into ice sculptures. They stand in the museum for visitors to admire. But an accident occurred at today's exhibition. One of the ice sculptures shattered in front of everyone. The hero who had slept for 100 years finally awakened. The man's name was Jianji. 100 years ago, he and his teammates set out to defeat the Frost Queen. But upon reaching the entrance, they discovered only one person could enter. The other 4 could only wait outside for death. Faced with a life or death decision, the teammates didn't hesitate. They gave the only chance to Jianji. Among us, you're undoubtedly the strongest, so you're the best choice to challenge the Frost Queen. Hearing this, Phantom fell silent. Giving the chance to me, won't you regret it? But the 4 of them simply smiled. If you're defeated by the Frost Queen, then we might actually regret it. 5 years of teamwork needed no further words. With his teammates' hopes on his shoulders, Phantom stepped into the dungeon. But as the final boss, the Frost Queen's mere presence sent chills down his spine. As the strongest of the 5 players, Phantom went all out from the start. No matter what skills the Frost Queen used, he deflected them with ease. Suddenly, the Frost Queen gathered magic in her hand. The next second, a surge of energy burst forth from her palm. But it was this very attack that gave Phantom an opening. With one strike, he knocked the Frost Queen to the ground. So this so-called final boss isn't so tough after all. But just as he moved in for the finishing blow, an accident happened. As his sword pierced the Frost Queen's chest, a surge of magic rushed into Phantom's body, absorbing the Frost Heart. Before fully absorbing the Frost Heart, your body will enter a frozen state. And so, the world's strongest player was completely frozen. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 25 years passed. The 5-man squad had become 5 ice sculptures for future generations to admire. While the lecturer spoke of the team's heroic deeds, one of the ice sculpture's fingers suddenly moved. A child noticed and shouted loudly. But no one believed that a statue frozen for 25 years could come back to life. Yet, in the very next second, the ice sculpture behind the instructor began to crack. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the ice. The ice heart has been fully absorbed. You have acquired a new frost skill. News of Phantom's awakening spread wildly across the internet. The world rejoiced at the return of this legendary hero. At that moment, Phantom looked out the hospital window and couldn't help but sigh at how much the world had changed. Perhaps this is the peaceful world I always wished for. With that thought, he removed the mask from his face. Looks like I can finally show my true face to the world. But this action left the doctor nearby utterly stunned. After all, no one had seen his real face for years. Yet Phantom looked at the others with a sense of relief. Now that it's an era of peace, this mask no longer has any purpose. As the hospital room descended into chaos, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. Phantom instantly recognized the man. It was his old friend, Dehang. It had been 25 years. Dehang was now the president of the Player Association. Looking at the balding Dehang, Phantom couldn't help but burst out laughing. After all these years, have they still not invented anti-hair loss potions? Faced with Phantom's teasing, Dehang didn't take it to heart. Instead, he solemnly pulled over a chair and sat down. The world is not actually at peace right now. In fact, the crisis is even more severe than before. And it all began with your defeat of the Frost Queen back then. It turns out that 25 years ago, news of a 5-person team clearing the Queen's cave spread worldwide. Everyone celebrated this historic moment together. But the joy lasted less than a minute. The next piece of news left everyone completely stunned. It turned out the Queen's cave was only the first floor. A dimensional elevator appeared, allowing players to reach the second floor. However, when the human task force reached the border region, they discovered the elevator panel showed a total of 10 floors. When Yin Phantom fell into deep thought. Back then, it took the 5-person team 5 years to defeat the Frost Queen. At that pace, humanity should have reached at least the 7th floor in 25 years. Even accounting for lower player levels back then, they should have at least reached the 5th floor. But in reality, after 25 years of tireless effort, they've only just cleared the 2nd floor. When Yin Phantom collapsed onto the hospital bed in disbelief. It's been 25 whole years, and they've only cleared the 2nd floor? That's just too embarrassing. But Dehang explained that there was a reason for all this. Because the 3rd level was filled with lava, only players who could resist the heat could move freely. And to fundamentally solve the problem, they had to place the Frost Heart on the altar. But even after humans turned the Queen's lair upside down, they still couldn't find any trace of the Frost Heart. Hearing this, Phantom froze in shock, because he had long since absorbed the Frost Heart completely. But the real issue now was how to explain that he had absorbed the Frost Heart himself. Thinking of this, he patted Dehang on the shoulder. You can't blame yourself entirely. After all, everyone has moments of bad luck. So, brother, it's better to think positively. Moved by Phantom's comfort, Dehang was deeply touched. As expected, my good brother understands me best. But this only made Phantom more awkward. Now he truly didn't know how to tell him the truth. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Through Dehang's connection, Phantom entered the exhibition hall. Looking at his teammates who had fought alongside him for years, a pang of bitterness rose in his heart. Back then, their shared wish was peace for the world. But now, true peace had yet to be realized. And of the 5-man team, only he remained. At this moment, he filled his glass, telling his teammates about the changes in the world. But he accidentally noticed dust covering the ice sculptures' heads. Seeing this, Phantom couldn't help but blame the staff for their carelessness. These were heroes who once saved the world, after all. How could they be left so neglected? But as he placed his hand on the ice sculpture's head, the frost heart inside him suddenly activated, confirming frost ability detected. Insufficient mana. Seal release failed. In other words, he discovered that all his abilities had been reset after unsealing, and to restore his mana, he had to level up. But then, a special title on his panel caught his attention. It was the title he had earned from slaying the Frost Queen. Players with this title gained 30 points to all abilities with each level cleared. That meant as long as he kept leveling up, he could eventually fully claim the Frost Queen's power. Then, he could use that power to unseal his teammates. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, Phantom summoned Jin to the ward and expressed his determination to act. Upon hearing this, Dehang immediately objected. First, what you need most right now is proper rest. And don't forget, those demonic beings have always had their eyes on you. They're the kind of people who, for selfish desires, would slaughter innocents and destroy society. Since the second floor of the Demon Tower opened, all monitoring systems and satellites have ceased functioning, so the countries of the world can no longer control them. And now that word of your awakening is out, the demon faction is constantly plotting revenge against you. So if you truly want to return to action, you must abandon the Phantom alias. From now on, act under your real name, Su Juanhao. Wenyin Phantom agreed without hesitation, because to him, those things didn't matter. As long as he could give it his all, he could clear the 10th floor. Wenyin Dehang was instantly shocked. He immediately asked him how he planned to do it, but Phantom remained calm. Then he casually put down the spoon in his hand. I ate it. Wenyin Dehang looked puzzled. Ate what? The rice bowl in your hand. No, the ice heart. Wenyin Dehang exploded in disbelief. Something humanity has searched 25 years, and you just ate it? Dehang felt his blood pressure shoot through the roof. Oh my god, how am I even friends with you? But what's done is done. The priority now was helping him get a player certification. Over the past 25 years, the Player Guild has gradually surpassed the Player Association in power. Many major guilds are now involved in the certification process. So even as president of the association, he couldn't help Phantom obtain the license directly. That said, he wasn't completely out of options. If he used his status as president to act as a recommender, Phantom could easily qualify for the certification exam. And if he performed well in the assessment, both the guild and association would surely fight to bring him into their ranks. Wenyin Phantom had no choice but to agree. After all, this was the only way to get certified now. 2.5 months quickly passed. The annual certification exam. Holding ticket number 75, Phantom sat idly on a bench in the hall. On the screen before him was the assessment footage of candidate number 1. Everyone was drawn in by this candidate's bold and powerful moves. This person is seriously strong. It looked like he would easily earn his qualification. However, Phantom had a different view. The spear's greatest advantage is keeping distance from the enemy, but he attacked from such close range, giving his opponent an opportunity. Sure enough, less than a minute later, candidate number 1 was knocked down by the test monster, after a long wait. The broadcasting room finally called out candidate number 75, with Phantom stepping into the arena. The examiners were all visibly shocked. Phantom carried a long sword and a curved bow, with a giant 2.5-meter broadsword slung over his shoulder. Even examiners with over a decade of experience had never seen anything like it. As Phantom nodded to signal his readiness, the assessment officially began. Suddenly, a dozen goblins appeared in the arena. Without hesitation, they charged at Phantom. Seeing this, Phantom grinned. This really reminds me of the old days. With a swing of his broadsword, several goblins were instantly cut in half. Realizing the danger, the remaining goblins scattered to attack from multiple angles. But such basic tactics couldn't fool the battle-hardened Phantom. He drew the throwing knives strapped to his leg and flung them behind him. 5 goblins were instantly skewered. But that wasn't the end. Phantom then grabbed his curved bow, and with precise aim, took down 4 more goblins. When it came to swordsmanship, he was supremely confident. After all, his master was Tristan, famed for never missing a shot. Seeing their tactics fail against Phantom, the remaining goblins had no choice but to fight desperately. Phantom smiled faintly at the sight. Well then, let's finish this with my longsword. With flashes of blades and swords, all the goblins were swiftly eliminated. The examiners were very satisfied with his performance. They all praised how he mastered various weapons beyond ordinary understanding. But when they opened his profile, they found he only had the weakest Earth-grade skill. This meant as he leveled up, he would face increasing challenges. Though the examiners admired his combat skills, no one wanted to take in such a troublesome candidate. But Dehang, on the other hand, leisurely sipped his coffee, because this was all part of his design. This way, he could naturally recommend Phantom to the Player Association. Although forging documents isn't exactly right, he only omitted a few things. The next day arrived. Dehang delivered a pile of dungeon information at Phantom's request, but what puzzled him was, why would Phantom want to learn about these uncleared dungeons? Could it be he was planning to challenge them? You should know the reason these dungeons remain uncleared is because they're full of deadly traps. Even teams of players often meet their end there. Not to mention, in his current condition, entering those places would be risking his life. But Phantom simply told him not to worry too much. After all these years, don't you know how strong I am? Although these dungeons haven't been cleared yet, the longer they remain uncleared, the more EXP and rewards they give. For someone like him who wants to level up quickly, it was the perfect choice. Besides, since he chose to return as a player, it's inevitable that he'll run into the demon organization again. Before facing those guys, he had to recover his former strength. Seeing the determination in Phantom's eyes, Dehang knew he wouldn't be able to stop him. He could only help Phantom search for available dungeons. Soon, the search returned a result. This dungeon was called Curse of Dawn. Since it appeared, it had claimed the lives of 142 players. Because it only allowed level 1 players to enter, players referred to it as the newbie graveyard. Although he couldn't stop Phantom, he still didn't want his lifelong friend to die inside. So he brought out rare armor he had been collecting for years. Phantom was thrilled at the sight of the gear. He didn't expect the old guy to be hiding such treasures. Soon, 10 days had passed. Fully prepared, Phantom stood before the dungeon entrance. It was time for the Phantom of the past to return to this world. As he walked into the teleportation gate, what greeted him was a scene of deathly silence. And the dungeon's only objective was to survive until dawn. This made him doubt the dungeon's actual difficulty. Soon, nightfall arrived. Phantom leisurely leaned against a tree, reading a novel. But then, a strange aura began to fill the surroundings. Sensing something wrong, Phantom quickly got up to check, only to find that he had already been surrounded by zombies. These zombies didn't feel pain at all. If you didn't kill them in one blow, they would keep attacking endlessly. Maybe this is why it's called the graveyard for beginners. After battling fiercely for 2.5 hours, he finally wiped out all the surrounding zombies. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a man's cry for help suddenly came from behind him. Following the sound, Phantom quickly arrived at a coffin, but he was puzzled as to why the man was inside a coffin. The man explained that his companions had all been killed by zombies, and he only survived by hiding inside the coffin. Hearing this, Phantom's expression turned serious. He suddenly pulled out his gun and fired several shots at the coffin. Sure enough, a giant deceiver monster burst out the next second. As expected, I was wondering how a beginner dungeon could claim over 100 lives. Turns out it was all because of you. Without another word, Phantom swung his blade down. The deceiver was instantly cleaved in two by his fierce strike. With the final monster, Phantom successfully cleared the dungeon. Not only did he level up to level 5, but he also gained a new skill, Confession of the Undead. Though he didn't yet know what the skill did, it was a new ability acquired by him as the players Suju and Hao. For him, it was undoubtedly a great start. Soon after, news of the dungeon morning curse being cleared spread in the papers. Media outlets speculated about the identity of the player who cleared it. Dehang was puzzled by this. If Phantom revealed his identity, his value would skyrocket several times over. But Phantom said there was no rush to figure out who cleared morning curse. The media would surely watch the other uncleared dungeons. When the time came, he could simply walk out of a dungeon openly, naturally becoming the most low-profile hero in the... Hearing this, Dehang was speechless. Low profile. This is clearly just teasing people's curiosity. In the days that followed, Phantom continued training to regain his abilities. His next target was the dungeon called Vertical Flower Garden. This dungeon had been discovered 9 years ago and remained uncleared. But uncleared dungeons generally had a common trait. If left alone too long, the monsters inside would escape and harm humans. To prevent this, the Player Association offered a huge bounty. Players flocked to take on the challenge. But the result was defeat after defeat. 124 fights, 124 losses. In the end, the association had no choice but to seek help from overseas players. They paid a high price to hire a rising star from another country to take on the challenge. This superstar rookie had terrifying strength. His archery skills were even comparable to Trist, the bowmaster of the 5-person team. Yet even such a genius youth couldn't make it out of the Vertical Gold Garden alive. So this time, Phantom had to be fully prepared. Otherwise, he might end up like the others, buried in the dungeon. Thanks to his prior training, all of his stats had increased by 30%. He had also mastered the use of the Ice Heart's power. So next, he would personally head to this place that had claimed the lives of countless geniuses. But when he arrived at the Vertical Gold Garden, what greeted his eyes was an incredibly beautiful scene. A sea of flowers soothing to the soul. A vibrant maze of spring greenery. Was this really the nightmare dungeon that had wiped out so many players? But thanks to his experience in the last dungeon, Phantom wasn't too eager. Instead, he quietly waited in a pavilion for nightfall. Sure enough, as dusk settled, strange tree buds began sprouting from the peaceful flower fields. The next second, 2 withered tree spirits suddenly rose from the ground. Only 2 of them. That's too few. Without hesitation, Phantom raised his spear and charged at the tree spirits. Then, with the spear's tip striking the ground, he leapt upward using the force from the pole. At the same time, he infused the entire spear with Ice Heart's magic. Then, with a powerful swing, the spear slammed into the ground. In an instant, the 2 tree spirits were blown to pieces by the forceful energy. But before he could even catch his breath, 4 more tree spirits appeared behind him. Seeing this, Phantom raised his spear and attacked again. His elegant spear techniques flowed like water through the tree spirit pack. In the blink of an eye, all four were slain. But then he heard another sound behind him. He turned quickly, only to see the number of tree spirits had doubled again. Oh no, if the monsters keep increasing like this, when will it ever end? Phantom grumbled in his mind, but his hands stayed busy. He lifted his spear, but then came 16 of them, then 32, then 64. The endless wave of monsters soon drained all his stamina. Exhausted, Phantom could only fight while retreating. And so, the battle raged on for 2.5 hours. With the last monster of the 7th wave defeated, the system finally announced the dungeon had been cleared. But the news of victory didn't bring Phantom any joy. Instead, he felt a sudden sense of puzzlement, since he alone could handle so many. How did Thatcher's four-man team fall here back then? Could there have been some hidden secret in this place? With this question in mind, Phantom quickly reached the labyrinth entrance. Traces of battle were scattered everywhere. As he ventured deeper into the maze, corpses of adventurers came into view. Seeing this, Phantom couldn't help but feel regret. They could have contributed so much more to the world, but instead, they perished here. Just then, he turned his gaze and noticed a particular body in the corner. Because in that person's hand was the legendary Storm Bow, known for its top-tier stats, and the Storm Bow had only one owner. The world's #1 prodigy archer, Thatcher. Phantom clasped his hands together, silently praying for the hero who once saved the world. But beneath Thatcher's palm, he accidentally spotted a notebook. Opening the notebook, the long-hidden secrets of the Thornwood Garden dungeon were revealed. It turned out that 9 years ago, Thatcher suddenly received an invitation from the H Country Player Association. The target of the challenge was the Thornwood Garden, which had already claimed 124 players. Thatcher was thrilled by the invitation. For a rising star like him, it was the perfect chance to prove himself. When Thatcher's wife heard about the invitation, she immediately offered to accompany him to H Country. As the world's top prodigy archer herself, Gaia was also an extraordinarily skilled player. She had cleared many difficult dungeons alongside Thatcher, so by going with him this time, she could help share some of the risks. Meanwhile, in another home, a father was happily playing with his daughter. "Daddy, be sure to stay healthy. When you come back, take me to the zoo." The man pressed his face to his daughter's, reluctant to part. "As long as you listen to Grandma, Daddy will promise anything." At that moment, by the door, Thatcher had been waiting for some time. As lifelong comrades in arms, Uncle couldn't just watch Thatcher go on an adventure alone. Besides, with such a great dungeon to challenge, Uncle naturally didn't want to miss a chance to make a name for himself. Soon, the two arrived at the airport. There, waiting with Jaya, was another figure. The man was Lon, a longtime friend of Jaya. This time he came at Jaya's invitation to help Thatcher in clearing the dungeon. Soon, the four of them arrived at the legendary Thornwood Garden. But unlike Phantom's encounter, they faced 8 tree spirits in the very first wave. However, thanks to their teamwork, they quickly wiped them out. But as the monsters kept multiplying, by the third wave there were already 32 tree spirits on the field. At this point, the group finally realized how terrifying this dungeon was. But now that they were deep in danger, there was no way out. Very soon, an exhausted uncle was pierced through the chest by a tree spirit. Sensing the dire situation, Thatcher quickly ordered Jaya and Lon to carry Uncle into the maze. He stayed behind to cover their retreat. They barely made it to dawn, but Uncle had already died from blood loss. Watching his comrade in arms die before his eyes, Thatcher felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. All he could do was pray at dusk that no more lives would be lost. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. They survived the 5th wave of monsters. But this time, Thatcher's wife Jaya lost her life in the battle. Cradling his deceased beloved, Thatcher fell into unprecedented despair. They had promised to clear the dungeon together, but now, without her, what was the point of it all? But just as she was drowning in sorrow, a familiar figure approached from behind. Without a word, the figure launched a sudden attack. Thatcher couldn't react in time and was slashed on the arm. When she got up to check, she was shocked to find the attacker was her own teammate. And when she saw the red gleam in Lan's eyes, Thatcher realized Lon was a demon spy planted beside her, and the reason for it all was to obtain the divine weapon in Thatcher's hands, the Storm Bow. At that moment, Fonlon looked at Thatcher with a sinister smile, saying that if she handed over the Storm Bow obediently, he might consider giving her a quick death. But if she dared resist, he would kill her first, then torment her wife afterward. Hearing this, Thatcher was filled with grief and anger. But days of fighting monsters had already drained her strength. Just as she was falling into despair, a scene before her made her heart tremble. Countless monsters had unknowingly surrounded Fonlon. Seeing this, Thatcher immediately turned and ran off into the distance. At that moment, Fonlon finally noticed the danger behind him, but it was already too late. He could only let the monsters tear his body apart. Meanwhile, the severely wounded Thatcher had reached the depths of the labyrinth. The poison on the blade was slowly eroding her body. She realized her life was nearing its end. Damn those demons. If the gods can hear my prayer, please cast those wicked demons into hell. But by now, all she could hope for was that someone would find her notebook after clearing Thornwood Garden. Seeing this, Phantom finally understood the mystery. He clasped his hands together and once again bowed deeply to the fallen heroes. Rest assured, I will destroy the demon organization and avenge you all. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, Dehang personally delivered Phantom's notebook to Thatcher's home. Foreign leaders even personally thanked Phantom for what he had done, but Dehang felt some regret. Thatcher's storm bow had gone missing. That bow was a priceless artifact, but Phantom remained calm. She then pulled a shining weapon from under the blanket. Who said it was lost? Isn't it right here with me? How could you just hide it like that? Phantom replied, unfazed, that there was no need to overreact. She would personally return it to the foreign country after using it. Besides, she had her own reasons for doing this. Don't forget, the demon organization is also tracking the storm bow. They're a bunch of lunatics who value equipment more than life itself. If they learn the storm bow is with me, then the next time I enter a dungeon, they'll definitely send their assassins after me. Then I can easily track down the demon organization. Hearing this, Dehang no longer objected, but he still worried that Phantom, once targeted by the demon organization, would be in danger. After all, they were ruthless. Phantom assured him there was no need to worry. I won't let the tragedy from 25 years ago happen again. At that moment, Dehang's watch suddenly received a message. Reporters had found out Phantom cleared Thornwood Garden. They completely surrounded the Player Association building. Fortunately, the security at the entrance reacted quickly, preventing the scene from descending into chaos. Just as Dehang was about to go out and dismiss the reporters, Phantom suddenly called out to him from behind. He then expressed his willingness to accept the interview. Since the battle against the demons was now inevitable, he figured he might as well take this opportunity to announce his next plan. This way, it would also make it easier for the demon faction to find him. On the other side, the press conference venue was quickly prepared. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was marveling at the rise of H-Nation's superstar rookie. But when Phantom entered the room, the crowd was stunned in disbelief. He wore flip-flops and shorts, his hair messy like a bird's nest, occasionally scratching it with his hand. No one could believe that this disheveled young man was the genius player who had cleared 2 previously unbeaten dungeons. But Phantom didn't mind at all. After all, he used to be the world's strongest player. Scenes like this. When the reporters began, Phantom directly revealed his next move. He would challenge H-Nation's last unbeaten dungeon, the East Sea Dungeon. The moment he said it, the room erupted into chaos. That dungeon was a hell-level raid that terrified rookies around the world. It was said that even the weakest monster there would be considered a boss in any other dungeon. No one believed this greenhorn could come out of there alive. But Phantom didn't care about their doubts. Rest assured, everyone, I will defeat all the final bosses. Very soon, news of Phantom challenging the East Sea Dungeon spread across the internet. In no time, he became a household name in H-Nation. Looking at the pile of contracts on the table, Dehang couldn't hide his excitement, but choosing the right one among them wasn't easy. He had to consider the difficulty and rewards of each dungeon, and the payment offered by the client. After all, Phantom's first job would set his future market value. After 2.5 hours of careful selection, Dehang finally found a suitable mission for him. It was a commission from the chairman of the Mingho Corporation. The request stated that his daughter had an incurable disease, and the only possible cure required a specific ingredient, the core of a fire fox. So if Phantom wanted to accept this mission, he would have to enter the hard-level dungeon, Scorching Dunes. This is a dungeon that appeared just 3 months ago, yet in such a short time, 7 teams have already perished inside. But for Phantom, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Since his return, he hadn't seen any impressive players. It was a good chance to see what others were capable of. The day of the dungeon opening soon arrived. Media outlets had gathered early at the dungeon entrance. Seeing Phantom arrive, reporters immediately swarmed over. They all wanted a statement from the hottest young man in H country. At that moment, a young man in red suddenly interrupted the interview. Since everyone is here, let's get moving right away. With that, he led the players straight toward the portal. As they entered the dungeon, they were greeted by a barren desert. Although the soft sand would affect their combat abilities, everyone still trudged forward in hopes of claiming the fire essence pill for their guild. But just as they had taken a few steps, the young man in red spoke again, stopping them all. Ignoring their looks, he began to introduce himself. His name was Manhwa, from the Qinghai Guild, ranked 13th in H country. His goal, like everyone else's here, was to defeat the final boss and claim the fire essence pill. But in a dungeon of this scale, individual power alone wasn't enough. So, he proposed that everyone temporarily join the Qinghai Guild. If they helped secure the fire essence pill, the Qinghai Guild would pay each player a bonus of 600,000. Hearing this, everyone looked reluctant, but there really was no better strategy at the moment. Besides, without the Qinghai Guild support, they risked dying in the dungeon. Thinking this through, they hesitated no more, raising their hands to join. But at that moment, one figure had already separated from the crowd and walked into the distance. Seeing this, Manhwa quickly called out to him, "Su Juanhao, aren't you going to join us? If you join, I'll ask the guild to double your reward." But Phantom flatly refused. He preferred fighting solo, over relying on a group for safety. With that, he turned and headed deeper into the dungeon. However, just after Phantom had left. An unexpected incident broke out on the player alliance's side. The sand in front of them suddenly bulged. The next moment, dozens of ferocious fire foxes burst out. Seeing this, Minyu immediately told everyone not to act rashly. As long as they followed his plan, he could guarantee everyone's safety. Just as the foxes were about to pounce on them, two of Minyu's subordinates triggered the hidden traps. 4 high-voltage devices popped up from the ground. The electric arcs from the devices instantly killed over a dozen monsters. After eliminating most of the enemies, the players unleashed their signature skills. They quickly finished off the rest of the monsters. But just as they thought the battle was over, a shadow suddenly cast over the sky. Looking up, a massive 9-tailed firefox appeared at the top of the sand dune. Everyone froze on the spot. No one expected the dungeon's final boss to appear so soon. Looking at the fallen foxes below, the firefox's eyes burned with fury. Its angry roar seemed ready to devour everyone present. But Minyu looked thrilled, because if he could defeat the 9-tailed firefox, he would surpass Phantom, who once defeated a 6-tailed one, and become the strongest player in the world. Besides, for this battle, he had prepared the world's most advanced high-tech traps. But to his shock, after just one exchange with the firefox, his carefully planned strategy was completely destroyed. Other players were also killed or severely injured. Minyu collapsed to his knees in despair. It looked like he was going to die here today. At that moment, the firefox gathered another fireball in its mouth. The next second, it launched the fireball straight at Minyu. But just in the nick of time, Phantom suddenly appeared in front of Minyu. He drew his sword and split the fireball in two. Minyu was stunned on the spot, wondering what kind of monster this guy was. Phantom then turned and looked at the shocked Minyu. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get the others out of here." Startled, Minyu finally snapped out of it. He quickly ordered his men to begin rescuing the injured. After the survivors evacuated the battlefield, a meaningful smile appeared on Phantom's face. "It's been a long time since I had a real fight. You'll do just fine to help me stretch my muscles." With that thought, Phantom rose to his feet, charging straight toward the firefox. Facing the firefox's relentless attacks, Phantom deftly dodged them with his agile movements. But just as he was about to close in on the firefox, the enraged firefox let out a furious roar. Suddenly, a massive fireball formed in the sky. In the next moment, it shot straight toward Phantom. As soon as the fireball hit the ground, it exploded with immense force. As the smoke slowly cleared, Li Rue's firefox seemed to catch a scent of something. Its expression changed instantly as it slammed a paw into the ground. At that moment, Phantom leaped out from the smoke and landed squarely on the firefox's face. But before he could adjust his position, the firefox unleashed a blast of scorching flames at him. The intense heat wave hurled him high into the sky. Yet it was precisely this attack that gave Phantom an opening. He immediately channeled his frost power into his longsword. Then, with incredible speed, he dived toward the ground. "Since your strength depends on the number of tails you have, if I cut off your tails, your power should drop significantly." With that thought, Phantom swung his sword down, severing 3 of the firefox's tails in one strike. Seeing the firefox in agony, Phantom grinned wickedly. "No one had managed to tame you before, so you slaughtered players as you pleased. But now it's your turn to know what it feels like to be hunted." With those words, Phantom raised his sword and attacked the firefox again. But Phantom stabbed it directly in the eye. However, the enraged firefox refused to give up, summoning raging flames for one final assault. Seeing this, Phantom gathered all his frost power into his palm. Then, with a firm grip, he formed an ice spike and drove it straight into the firefox. As the notification of the firefox's defeat sounded, the exhausted Phantom could no longer hold himself up, collapsing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon portal, a large number of reporters were still waiting. They prayed for the players still fighting inside, while also hoping to get the latest news the moment the dungeon was cleared. At that moment, the originally red portal suddenly turned green. Then, Zhang Mingyu emerged from the portal carrying Phantom. Seeing this, a crowd of reporters rushed over. "Player Zhang Mingyu, we heard that it was under your leadership that the dungeon was cleared. Can you tell us how you're feeling right now?" Hearing this, Zhang Mingyu stood there in stunned silence. So this is what it feels like to be a hero. Ever since elementary school, he had dreamed of becoming a hero like Phantom. But now reality was becoming clearer to him. Being a hero admired by all was far from easy. At that thought, he looked up at the reporters before him. The one who cleared the dungeon wasn't me. It was player Su Juanhao, who's now lying in that ambulance. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, Phantom followed his assistant to the client's residence. Upon seeing Phantom arrive, Zhu Pingho, chairman of the Mingho Corporation, came out to greet him in person. After explaining his daughter's condition, Zhu Pingho led Phantom to the door of her room. But the moment Phantom stepped inside, his brow furrowed deeply at what he saw. The girl's illness was far worse than he had imagined. Without urgent treatment, her life could end at any moment. Just as he took out the Firefox core from his inventory, a system prompt suddenly appeared over the girl's body. "A moderate cold aura has been detected. You may use Frost skill to absorb the cold. Absorbing the cold will restore your mana." Phantom was surprised. He knew the Frost skill was versatile, but he never imagined it could be used this way. That being the case, if he used Ice Heart to absorb the cold aura, he could quickly restore enough mana to save his teammates too. After 2.5 long hours, Phantom finally stepped out of the room, drenched in sweat. Zhu Pingho immediately rushed up to ask about his daughter's condition, and upon hearing that she had recovered, the usually strong-willed father couldn't hold back his tears to thank Phantom for saving his daughter's life. Zhu Pingho offered to pay him 90 million as compensation, but Phantom refused without hesitation, saying he didn't save her for the money. If you really want to thank me, Mr. Zhu, then donate the money to the H5 Charity Association. I believe that way it can help even more people. Zhu Pingho immediately agreed. Besides that, no matter what difficulties Phantom might face in the future, he and the Mingho Corporation would fully support him. Phantom was deeply moved by this. After all, the influence of Mingho Corporation spanned all of H Nation, and its most famous affiliate was the Red Tower Guild, ranked 5th overall. If we gain their support, it'll give us extra security when fighting the demon organization in the future. With that thought, Phantom quickly nodded in agreement. Then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Zhu. Back at the Player Association, Phantom immediately shared his experience of absorbing frost energy with Dehang. He also asked Dehang to help him find some items rich in frost energy. If he could restore his powers quickly, it would be beneficial not only for himself, but also for the Player Association to surpass the Player Guild, and once again lead H country to dominance. Hearing this, Dehang fell silent. While it was a good opportunity, finding such rare items was no easy task. Even if I turn the association's armory upside down, I doubt I'll find anything with frost energy. If you're really set on this method to regain your power, I do know of a place worth trying. It's the underground black market beneath Abinia City. Legend says it's beyond the control of any nation, making it a haven for criminals on the run. For this reason, arms dealers and smugglers gather there in abundance, hoping to find rare items infused with frost energy. Phantom went straight to the black market to try his luck. Upon entering a weapons shop, Phantom directly stated what he was looking for. The shopkeeper simply pointed to a nearby shelf. Everything's over there. Feel free to browse. Phantom looked in the direction the shopkeeper indicated, and saw rows of dazzling rare items on display. Although these items contained traces of frost energy, they still fell far short of his needs. At that moment, Phantom turned to the shopkeeper. I heard you have a room specifically for top-tier gear. Why don't you show me? Hearing this, the shopkeeper panicked, quickly denying that such a room existed. Phantom didn't argue. He simply pulled a golden necklace from his pocket. Seeing this, the shopkeeper fell silent. After accepting the necklace, he entered a series of codes into the wall. As the door opened, a cabinet filled with rare items came into view. Phantom immediately selected the best piece of equipment, Wrath of the Frost Elf. Legend has it that this glove carries a powerful curse. If the wearer's strength isn't enough, they'll be frozen instantly. After checking the item's stats, Phantom felt quite satisfied. As long as he absorbed the cold aura from this equipment into his body, he was sure it would significantly boost his mana. He stepped out of the weapon shop. Phantom arrived at a bar once again. This was the only way back to the surface world. After learning that activating the teleport device would take 10 minutes, Phantom ordered a drink to sip on while waiting. But just then, 3 thug-like players appeared behind him. Isn't this the famous players Su Juanhao? We've heard plenty of stories about you. Phantom immediately saw they were looking for trouble, because in this world, fame was extremely important to players. The more famous you were, the higher commissions you could earn from quests. So, to boost their fame, many veteran players would pick on newcomers to make a name for themselves. But Phantom had no intention of getting entangled with them. He didn't want the media catching wind of his location over something trivial. But the next second, one of the thugs smashed his glass with a sword. Still playing deaf, huh? Without us veteran players paving the way, do you think you could have cleared so many dungeons? Hearing this, Phantom burst out laughing. A bunch of petty thugs, talking about paving the way? You're just bullies trying to get attention from the media. Using me to get famous? Let's see if you even have what it takes. With that, he pulled out a small fruit knife from his bag. I'm in a hurry. The 3 of you, come at me together. The fat thug immediately felt deeply insulted. He raised his long sword and charged at Phantom. But Phantom remained completely calm. With a quick grab, he caught the sword's hilt with ease. Then, with a sharp pull, he dragged the fat thug toward him. An elbow strike smashed deep into the thug's face. As the fat thug collapsed to the ground, the blonde captain beside him suddenly gathered magic energy. Hundreds of flying needles shot toward Phantom. Phantom quickly ducked to avoid them, but at that moment, the red-clothed thug blocked his path. Without a word, he launched an attack at Phantom. Seeing this, the blonde captain felt pleased. Newbie struggled to handle multiple enemies at once. He figured it wouldn't take long before Phantom was overwhelmed. But just as he started to gloat, the scene before him left him stunned. Phantom stepped onto the red-clothed thug's shoulder. Then, with a loud crack, the red-clothed thug's arm twisted back 180 degrees. Seeing this, Blondie panicked. He didn't expect this rookie to have such strength. But as the boss of Jiangnan Triangle, Blondie naturally wasn't going to admit defeat. He launched another wave of hundreds of flying needles at Phantom. Phantom immediately rose to meet the attack. With incredibly agile movement, he dodged the needles. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Blondie. To me, You're nothing but worthless trash. As soon as he said that, Phantom drove his blade through both of Blondie's hands, pinning them to the wall. Blondie's deafening screams filled the bar. The crowd inside suddenly erupted into cheers. Everyone applauded Phantom's display of strength. Su Juanhao, you're totally our idol. Yet Phantom was completely unmoved. He didn't know when it had started, but the world had become a strange place. People would take lives recklessly for personal gain. Even without knowing the full story, they would blindly cheer for whoever won. Is this really the world I once longed to save? Before long, the scene in the bar was turned into a video and uploaded online. Phantom suddenly became an idol chased by fans everywhere. He stood there with dull eyes, posing for fan photos. If this kept up, he probably wouldn't make it home for a week. But just then, a small figure suddenly appeared behind him. You must be Su Juanhao, right? Care to chat for a bit? He had come under the vice president's orders to recruit Phantom. As one of the world's top 6 guilds, Chi Mei Wang Liang could provide Phantom with personalized dungeon clearing plans. Their resources and salary offers were far beyond other associations. Joining them would undoubtedly benefit his future. But despite the tempting offer, Phantom firmly refused. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Joining Chi Mei Wang Liang would bring fame and fortune quickly, but it would also bind him to endless assigned tasks. In the long run, it would become a shackle. Seeing his determination, Gao Shuxia didn't press further. Before leaving, he warned Phantom to be careful in the coming days. The demon faction's activities had been increasing lately. If you get assassinated, it would truly be a pity. Hearing this, Phantom genuinely expressed his thanks. Meanwhile, a red-haired boy with withered arms appeared. He was watching the news of Phantom preparing to tackle the EC instance. It was none other than Demon Carl, stationed on the 2nd level. To seize the storm, he immediately dispatched the Shadow Brothers on an assassination mission. The next day, Phantom received news that players from their country would join the EC instance. This sudden change made him suspicious. He then asked Secretary Zhang to send over all the intel on the Shadow Brothers. Vincent and Edbar, as top players, had completed over 300 escort missions in just 2.5 years. As for their involvement in the EC instance, they even declared boldly in interviews that they intended to follow in Phantom's footsteps. After reading the report, Phantom revealed a knowing smile. These two might just prove useful. The day of the EC instance raid arrived swiftly. Under the flashes of countless cameras, Phantom entered the instance alongside the Shadow Brothers. The final boss here was the National Guardian Dragon, but all they saw was a solitary island. Seeing this, the Shadow Brothers let down their guard and admired the scenery. Only Phantom sensed the ominous aura in the air. The next second, a massive shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they saw the National Guardian Dragon towering in the sky. Its fiery eyes seemed ready to devour the 3 humans below. The Shadow Brothers quickly asked for a battle plan, only to realize that Phantom had already vanished. Just then, the dragon swooped back around. With a thunderous roar, lightning flashed like hellfire. The terrifying pressure made the very air tremble. The Shadow Brothers were already paralyzed with fear. As the attack came crashing down, they scrambled to dodge. Meanwhile, Phantom calmly observed the show from atop a tree. As long as they exposed their demonic identities, Phantom would eliminate them without hesitation. At the same time, Edbar realized they were wasting stamina, so he summoned a swarm of shadow warriors to counterattack. He then ordered Vincent to locate Phantom. Suddenly, shadow arrows rained toward the sky. The dragon's massive body couldn't fully dodge the barrage. Seizing the distraction, Vincent quickly slipped away. He weaved through the dense jungle, soon spotting Phantom's hiding spot. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and swung, but he found himself striking at thin air. He had clearly sensed Phantom's magic presence earlier, and fighting in the forest should have favored his shadow abilities. Yet this eerie feeling now sent chills down his spine. Just as he was about to explore deeper into the forest, a strange voice echoed softly by his ear. So you really... Hearing this, Vincent frantically tried to deny it, but he didn't realize that the demonkin's red pupil trait had already exposed him. Seeing his identity revealed, Vincent decided to come clean. In some dungeons, demons appear with a very low probability. If players drink their blood, they gain the power to control demonic energy, but also become violent and lose their human emotions. At this moment, Vincent had fully activated his demonic aura. He summoned shadow spikes and launched the first attack, but Phantom appeared behind him like a ghost in an instant. Meanwhile, Edelbar was locked in combat with the Nation Guardian Dragon. Suddenly, a terrified Vincent burst out from... He excitedly told Edelbar everything that had just happened, but Edelbar thought he was exaggerating. If he's really that powerful, why would he let you get away? We should focus on taking down the Nation Guardian Dragon first. After a brief discussion, they decided to attack the dragon's reverse scale. At that moment, the dragon gathered terrifying lightning energy. A single strike sent the Shadow Brothers flying several meters away. The summoned Shadow Warriors were obliterated in an instant. Edelbar suffered heavy backlash and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing his brother gravely wounded, Vincent flew into a rage. He swore to destroy the beast completely. The next moment, a shadow spear shot out like an arrow from a bowstring. It was so fast the Nation Guardian Dragon couldn't dodge in time. The spear struck its head directly, but its tough scales blocked all the damage. Realizing his attack had failed, Vincent channeled he shot into the sky like a ghostly figure. In the blink of an eye, he reached the dragon's back. Using all his strength, he tore off the reverse scale, only to find the exposed flesh hidden underneath pulsing with lightning energy. A deafening boom shook the heavens. Vincent, battered and bloody, fell to the ground, but the dragon had no intention of letting things end there. Countless bolts of lightning rained down. The Shadow Brothers scrambled in panic to stay alive. Seeing this, Phantom mocked the two of them as fools. Although the reverse scale is the dragon's weak point, ripping it off only drives it into an even greater frenzy. To deal with a furious dragon, ordinary gear won't do. Phantom pulled out the storm bow and got ready to fire. He shot an arrow that pierced directly into the dragon's eye, giving the Shadow Brothers a moment to catch their breath. But they tried to use this chance to lure the dragon toward Phantom instead. Meanwhile, the National Guardian Dragon's attacks came once again. The Shadow Brothers followed the plan and ran toward the woods. Seeing this, Phantom smirked mockingly. He instantly saw through their intentions. Too bad their hopes were in vain. He pulled the storm bow once more, dark energy swirling to form arrows. With a swift motion, he released them. He knocked another arrow, firing multiple shots in quick succession. After finishing his barrage, he put away the storm bow. The hunt was coming to an end. He appeared in front of the Shadow Brothers, mocking them for only knowing how to run. The two immediately snapped, asking why he was here, instead of providing ranged support from behind. But Phantom calmly told them to look at the sky. Suddenly, countless light streaks appeared in the sky, plunging down like meteors into the dragon's body. In an instant, it was pinned firmly to the ground. The two were in utter disbelief. That mighty National Guardian dragon was taken down so easily. Phantom drew the storm bow once again, praising it as an incredible weapon. No wonder Carl Sagona wanted it so badly. The two then realized Phantom had known everything all along, so they tried to flatter him, claiming they were just insignificant players. They offered Carl's intel in exchange for their lives, but Phantom coldly rejected them on the spot. After all, they knew too much. He couldn't leave any witnesses. Realizing they couldn't beg for mercy, Vincent charged at him in desperation. He lunged straight at Phantom, but Phantom's sword moved like lightning, instantly killing him on the spot. Watching his brother fall before his eyes, Edbar, filled with rage, charged at Phantom, but his attacks were easily deflected. As Phantom's blade pierced through him, his life came to a bitter end. Phantom said with disgust, "Trash like you is better off rotting in hell. Go on, hurry up to the afterlife." Just as he was about to finish off the dragon, it let out a pitiful plea. This made Phantom hesitate for a moment, but it couldn't stop the fall of his. Thus, the mighty National Guardian dragon fell at last. The East Sea instance was conquered. Dungeon clear reward: 200 kilograms of dragon bone. Along with it came a huge amount of experience points. Phantom's level rose rapidly, but he still had other things to do. He walked over to the Shadow Brothers, ready to use a certain skill. Confession of the Dead. He had acquired it after clearing the cursed city. Vincent's memories appeared before him like moving images. Phantom decided to start by checking his most recent memories. With a sudden swoosh, Phantom was transported to another scene. He saw the Shadow Brothers brutally slaughtering innocent civilians. Phantom cursed in anger. Letting them die this easily is too merciful. Next, he searched through memories related to the Demonkin. The Shadow Brothers entered a laundromat. Inside was a man in black. He ordered the brothers to accompany Phantom into the East Sea dungeon. Seeing this, Phantom guessed this was the Demonkin's hideout. As the memory deepened, he saw how the two became Demonkin. A man in a white suit had given them demonic powers. But just as Phantom tried to see more, a stabbing pain surged in his head. Skill level too low, unable to read full memory. For safety, forced termination initiated. Phantom wondered who that man was. Clearly, someone of higher rank than the Shadow Brothers. But if he wanted more useful intel, he would first need to level up the skill. Then a new idea popped into his head. This skill should also work on other creatures, right? The Divine Dragon is even stronger than the nine-tailed fox. It must have quite a background. So he decided to read the dragon's memories. He saw a monk referring to someone before him as Your Majesty. It turned out the dragon was once a king. When his end was near, he ordered his ashes to be scattered into the East Sea, giving up reincarnation to become the nation guardian dragon. After witnessing this, Phantom was deeply moved. He never imagined the Divine Dragon was once a human, a king who chose to become a dragon to protect his people. A sense of reverence surged within him. He knelt to offer a silent prayer for the dragon's soul. This land is now safe. You may rest in peace. In that moment, the scales on the dragon's body began to glow. Then its body turned into golden light and slowly faded away. Finally, a golden dragon silhouette formed in the sky. Young man, thank you for granting me peace. For clearing the hidden stage of the East Sea instance, you have obtained Wanboxity and earned the title of Dragon Guardian. There was even a hidden stage. This was beyond Phantom's expectations. No wonder he received such a rare piece of equipment. Scratching his head, Phantom sighed. I wish there were more hidden stages like this in the future. Soon, the press conference was ready. Everyone was shocked to learn the Shadow Brothers had died inside. Then, Phantom appeared at the press conference. He explained the cause of the Shadow Brothers' deaths. He claimed it was because he accidentally entered the maze, which caused them to be separated. By the time he finally got out, they had already fallen to the final boss. If only I had made it out sooner, I might have been able to change their fate. Phantom's heartfelt story deeply convinced the crowd. Little did they know, he was the true culprit. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Carl was closely watching the press conference. He was seething with rage at the news. Damn it, that guy is way too lucky. The deaths of the Shadow Brothers would jeopardize the reliability of their auction, so he decided to move the hounds from the second floor to the first, no matter the cost. The success of the key auction had to be ensured. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Phantom stared at the mountain of commission requests before him. He asked Shuren if they hadn't been sorted yet, wondering why there were so many. But Shuren, full of energy, explained that he had already sorted them. Perhaps it was because Phantom cleared the EC instance, which caused the surge in commissions. Then he suddenly noticed something. He stared at Phantom intently. You really need a makeover. You look completely worn out. He then pulled up profiles of popular players. Though none are as strong as you, at least they don't look so outdated. Hearing that he looked outdated, Phantom froze. Shuren handed him a business card, recommending a place to get his hair done. After all, it's for your own image. Phantom then told Shuren to go home early and rest. She must be exhausted after doing so much work. Hearing this, Shuren immediately lit up with joy. Her eyes sparkled like twinkling stars. She quickly shouted, "Thank you," then bolted out the door at lightning speed. She didn't forget to remind him to get a haircut. Later that night, Phantom hit the streets fully geared up. As the saying goes, fame draws trouble. Back when Phantom was 17, just taking off his mask was enough to get a haircut anywhere he wanted. But now, everything had changed. After returning to the Player Association, Phantom told Dehang that he was heading to Lombo. Wenyin Dehang looked confused, so Phantom explained that from the Shadow Brothers, he had obtained the Demon Folk's street location, so he had to go there in person. But Dehang seemed worried. He wasn't concerned about Phantom's safety. He was worried he'd kill the Demonkin outright. If that happened, they wouldn't get any intel. Phantom promised he would get the information, even if they were just lackeys. They had to know something. Hearing this, Dehang agreed to let him go, and told him to contact him anytime if needed. Phantom immediately said he already needed his help, then opened his inventory. A pile of bones clattered onto the table. These were the dragon bones he brought back from the East Sea dungeon. Half of them were for Dehang to use. The other half he wanted to give to Noya, to forge a sword for him. Dehang asked if he had any requirements for length or weight. Phantom said just base it off the sword he used before. Wenyin Dehang looked a bit helpless. That old man's nearly 100. How's he supposed to remember that? Phantom chuckled and replied, if he can't remember even that, it's time for him to retire. That night, Phantom collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. Then he asked Shuren for one more favor, to book a flight to the city for tomorrow. After that, he opened his inventory again, and took out the Wandwell flute. As the name implies, this flute calms the tides and brings peace. Its effect, the ability to use 3 skills. The King's Army, King's Space, King's Weapon. Although it can only be used 3 times, its power must be extraordinary. Phantom then checked his own status. Now, he had gained the title of Dragon's Redeemer. Although it's not as high as the Herald of Spring, it's still a great title. What pleased him most was that his magic power had finally increased. At this rate, he would soon be able to use Sword Steel. That's a skill that requires a certain level of magic power to use, and it requires mastering its profound meaning. Maybe this time, he could master it faster than Phantom 17. With his current level, the second floor shouldn't be a problem. If he could master Sword Steel and reach the 3rd floor, could he meet the 9 powerful warriors known as the 9 Heavens? Phantom was very curious. Just how powerful are the champions of this era? Also, are the demons still the same unruly mob? The next day, Phantom arrived in Liao City. This is a city where entertainment is available 24 hours a day. It's also known as the City of Sin. Right now, they were hosting an attribute equipment auction. Even famous figures from around the world would attend. But Phantom had no interest in the auction. His priority was to head to the demon's hideout, Jim's laundry. Meanwhile, inside the laundry, the demons were furious because the air conditioner was broken. Damn it, where's the repairman? But that wasn't their biggest headache. It was those lunatics, the hounds. The man beside him asked if he had seen the hounds. This reminded the man of a terrifying memory. They hadn't smelled blood for too long, so they killed my superior. At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open. Seeing who it was, cold sweat ran down his face. It was none other than the hounds, the very ones who terrified him. The female leader frowned as soon as she entered. Why is it so hot in here? Are you trying to roast us alive? Her words chilled them to the bone. They hurriedly bowed and apologized profusely. Then, they quickly handed over the orders from above. But after reading it, his pupils suddenly contracted. Through gritted teeth, he said the mission had been changed. Their chance to enter the second layer was cancelled. He then turned to the bald man behind him for input. Should we file a complaint to the higher-ups? Besides, Carl Sigma wants us to steal that item too. He's not even our direct superior. What right does he have to order us around? But the bald man remained emotionless, like still water, completely silent, without a trace of reaction. He simply took the order and after reading it, he suddenly unleashed flames and burned it to ash. Then, with a blank expression, he asked, "Is there any other order besides this one?" The man nervously replied, "No, that's all." After hearing that, The bald man turned and left immediately. As the door closed behind him, the man collapsed onto the floor in terror. The intense pressure from the hound had left him shaken. Another man rushed over to check on him, but he replied that while the first two were terrifying, that team captain actually seemed kind. Hearing this, the man exploded in anger. Are you out of your mind? That guy is the scariest of them all. In this world, the 9 strongest players are called the 9 heavens, symbolizing the 9th heaven, and the hound's captain, Alma, is one of the 9 heavens. He's also the disciple of Nezidhalru, a high-ranking member of the Demon Association. His name reminded the man of a chilling title, Alma the Bone Warlock. He was responsible for the massacre in the Kingdom of T 6 months ago. It said that the hound originally had 5 members, but Alma didn't like 2 of them, so he turned them into skeletons. But just then, the door opened once again. Standing in the doorway was a man dressed in white. It was Phantom, but the 2 mistook him for an air conditioner repairman. They grumbled, "It's so hot. What took you so long?" When Yin Phantom casually raised his hand and activated frost magic, instantly, cool ice crystals filled the room. But in no time, the entire room turned into a giant freezer. The 2 of them began to shiver uncontrollably. The guild staff quickly begged him to stop messing around. Hearing this, Phantom curled his lips into a smirk. "No way I'll stop, because I'm not joking. You bunch of foolish demons, just wait for your doom." Moments later, Phantom had already dealt with the 2 of them. He also read the information from their minds. They were just small fries responsible for delivering orders. But if the hounds showed up, that would be a different story. So he immediately called Dehang. As soon as the call connected, Dehang scolded him for being crazy. It was already 2:30 in the morning over there. Phantom apologized awkwardly. He had a favor to ask of him. He wanted to attend the auction in L City, but he didn't have an invitation. "Can you get me one?" Hearing this, Dehang was annoyed. "You're underestimating me. I'm the president of the Players Association, you know. A mere invitation is nothing. Just send me your hotel and room number." After receiving the invitation, Phantom arrived at the hotel a day early. There was not only the auction, but also a casino. However, Phantom had never been here before, so he thought he'd try it out. But the gate alarmed and blocked him. At the same time, several security guards arrived. The lead guard immediately recognized him. Turns out he was one of the people Phantom had met with Uncle Gao last time. He was Sharon Hao from the Chi Mei Wang Liang Guild. Phantom also remembered him now. A funny duo of lackey and princess, he thought. This time, their guild was in charge of security for the auction. Sharon Hao asked if Phantom wanted to enter the casino, then led him to another area. He explained that the casino had changed its rules. Because players used their abilities while gambling, the casino suffered heavy losses. So the hotel came up with a solution. They built a separate casino for players. Here, they could use their abilities freely. Even the dealers here were players. Hearing this, Phantom noted that high-level players must have a huge advantage. But Sharon Hao scratched his head awkwardly. "Not necessarily. Even our captain has never won." Uncle Gao was so angry he was nearly in tears. He seriously suspected they were scamming his money. Utterly frustrated, he slumped over the table and muttered, "This is impossible." Phantom was sweating a little watching this. He immediately saw through the game. Winning had nothing to do with mind games. It was purely about eyesight. He sat down next to Uncle Gao. "Is this game fun?" he asked. Hearing that, Uncle Gao trembled in frustration. "You're asking if it's fun? I've lost so much already. How could it possibly be fun?" But then he realized who was in front of him. His face lit up. "Oh, it's you, Chickenhead. Didn't expect to run into you here. Are you here to join me?" Phantom replied speechlessly, "Of course not." Uncle Gao chuckled. "Just kidding." "So what brings you here?" Phantom told him he was here for the auction, and just visiting the casino while he was at it. Hearing that, Uncle Gao proudly declared, "Well, I'm the head of security at this hotel now. If anything happens, just come to me." Seeing this, Phantom couldn't help but roast him inwardly. The head of security gambling during work hours? He then asked if the game was really that hard. At the mention of the game, Uncle Gao sighed in frustration. He said the dealer's hands were insanely fast. Rumor has it he came from the second layer. But since the dealers always wear masks, no one knows their identity or abilities. Phantom then went all in with his chips, shocking Uncle Gao. He warned Phantom that a newbie like him might not keep up, but Phantom's reply instantly crushed his ego. "So you're saying you're already experienced and still losing?" Uncle Gao turned away in shame. The game began. The dealer swiftly shuffled the 3 cups around. As the speed increased, after images started to appear. 2.5 minutes later, the motion stopped. Now it was time to guess where the silver bead. Uncle Gao stood up excitedly, shouting that this time he knew for sure. He saw it clearly this time. It's definitely the one on the left. His face full of confidence and pride, wondering if he should place another bet. But Phantom scoffed and told him to give it a rest. He really had no clue about this kind of thing. Then he casually pointed to the middle cup. "I'll choose the middle one." At this, the dealer's heart skipped a beat. Then he congratulated him and lifted the cup. Sure enough, there was the silver ball beneath. Seeing this, Uncle Gao shouted excitedly, "Is this the legendary beginner's luck? But I heard you only get lucky once, so you'd better stop while you're ahead." Then he sighed in frustration and said, "But me, I've never won even once. That's why I just can't stop." Phantom twitched at the corner of his mouth. Now that's a truly sad story. But just then, a voice came from beside Phantom. "Hey Bonehead, wanna play a round?" And the ones who arrived were 2 members of the Hounds, Phantom's target. Phantom never expected to run into them here of all. Truly, what a lucky coincidence. Found them without even trying. But there was a catch. As long as he couldn't prove they were demons, Phantom couldn't act against them openly, and they definitely wouldn't reveal their identity themselves. Thinking this, Phantom decided to set a trap. He turned to Uncle Gao and said, "This is pretty fun. I'll play a few more rounds." Seeing this, Uncle Gao shook his head repeatedly. Addiction really is terrifying, though he might have been talking more about himself. Seeing that there were 3 players this round, the dealer decided to use 5 cups. Soon, the 5 cups were spinning rapidly in his hands. Everyone watched without blinking. 2.5 minutes later, they stopped. The woman chose the cup in the middle first, but Phantom and the man both picked the cup on the far right. When the result was revealed, both Phantom and the man won. Phantom fixed his gaze on the man, observing him. This skinny guy, he thought, looks even tougher to deal with than the woman. Before long, with Phantom's string of wins, his pile of chips had grown into a mountain. This made Uncle Gao wonder if Phantom had some hidden talent for gambling. Otherwise, how could he be so good at it? To this, Phantom revealed the reason. A friend once taught him that, to see through illusions, don't look at the surface. You must look at the core. Whether you're stronger than your opponent doesn't matter. What matters is identifying the essence behind their technique. The dealer prepared to begin again. The cups in his hands blurred into afterimages, but Phantom didn't focus on the cups. Instead, he stared intently at the dealer using illusion skills. Phantom and the man once again chose the same cup, and unsurprisingly, they won again. Losing repeatedly, the dealer was on the verge of tears. He said he needed a break, that someone else would take over. During the pause, Phantom turned to Uncle Gao and said, "I've got a piece of gear I want to show you." Then he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a compass emitting an icy aura. If you inject magic into the compass, it can help locate a specific person, though the person I'm looking for probably isn't here. As he spoke, the compass began spinning rapidly. When the needle stopped, it unexpectedly pointed to the 2 people next to him. Phantom murmured, "How could that be? Is it broken?" Then he stood up and said he needed to use the restroom. At the same time, the man next to him also got up, saying he needed the restroom too. The woman chuckled and asked if he'd be long. The man glanced at her and replied calmly, "No, I'll be back in 5 minutes." After leaving the casino, Phantom broke into a run, quickly arriving at a dead-end alley. Man's figure soon appeared behind him. He said coldly, "This doesn't look like a restroom, does it?" He had guessed the compass was used to detect demons, and that Phantom must have figured them out and lured him here. But Phantom didn't respond. He simply smashed the compass on the ground. The man frowned. "Gear with properties shouldn't break that easily, so it's not actually enchanted gear. Did you lure me here on purpose?" Phantom pulled a long sword from his inventory. Smiling slightly, he said, "I noticed earlier that you're pretty sharp." Upon hearing that, the man also realized he had fallen right into Phantom's trap. Phantom grinned. "I just managed to learn about your plans for tomorrow." Hearing this, the man gripped his dagger tightly. Enough with the chatter. In the next instant, he burst forward, reaching Phantom in the blink of an eye. His dagger slashed out swiftly, causing Phantom to be secretly startled by the speed. He quickly leaped back to create distance. Surely this wasn't just raw physical ability alone. Could it be he also had a speed-boosting skill? But just then, the man's voice interrupted his thoughts. "I already know your general strength. Give up and stop struggling. You won't be able to dodge my next attack." He realized Phantom's eyes couldn't keep up with his speed, so he was relying solely on his senses. But that was fine. If he closed his eyes, his head became a weak spot. His only fatal points were the head and heart. I can pretend to attack his head, but aim directly for his heart. In the next moment, the man dashed up to Phantom, his dagger stabbing toward him rapidly. But the next instant, Phantom erupted with a burst of thick smoke, causing the man to falter. However, he quickly locked onto Phantom again. His dagger transformed into a blade of energy, slashing down. But the sight before him caused his pupils to shrink. His weapon-wielding arm had been frozen into solid ice, and Phantom's mocking voice rang in his ears. "You fell for it. If I can predict your attack path, what does a bit of speed matter? I already figured that. Given your nature, you definitely aim for my heart. A move so easy to read. What good is your speed then?" Phantom's mocking words infuriated the man. With his other hand, he drew another weapon and lunged. But Phantom caught him instantly, and his other arm was frozen into ice as well. At the same time, Phantom's sword came down, sealing the man's fate with his final strike. You see, being too cautious isn't always a good thing. Meanwhile, the woman realized her companion had met misfortune. After all, with his strength, he should have returned long before 2.5 hours passed. Alma asked which person would be suitable to accompany him. He then pulled up the player profiles currently in L4. His eyes quickly scanned the list, and suddenly stopped at one entry. He confidently declared, "This is the one." But when Alma saw who it was, he was puzzled. His subordinates shouldn't have lost to someone who'd only been active for 2.5 months. But upon checking Phantom's battle records, something felt off. He even had connections to the Shadow Brothers. At that moment, Alma understood everything. Phantom had approached them with a motive. Even the Shadow Brothers' deaths. He immediately marked Su Juanhao as a high-risk target, to be eliminated on sight. The next day, Phantom arrived at the auction dressed sharply in a suit. After showing his invitation, the guard's expression changed, and he respectfully escorted him to the VIP entrance. On the way in, He ran into Uncle Gao, who was buying iced tea. Upon seeing him, Uncle Gao instantly started scolding Phantom. You told me to wait for you last night, but I waited all night and never saw you. I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about what that compass was even for. Seeing this, Phantom could only apologize repeatedly and promised to treat him to a meal next time. Hearing that, Uncle Gao calmed down a little, huffing that it better be the most expensive meal. He then told Phantom to go on ahead into the auction hall. He still had to wait for his iced tea. A short while later, Uncle Gao entered the auction holding a whole box of iced tea. Due to security concerns, all the celebrities were seated in the front row, including the Queen of Country W and the Player Association President of Country F. Phantom soon found his assigned seat and greeted the person next to him as he sat down, only to be stunned the next second. It was none other than the recently separated Mr. Chickenhead. He thought Phantom had just taken the wrong seat, so he whispered that all the seats were assigned and not to sit randomly. But Phantom pulled out his invitation and said, "This is my seat." Seeing the official invitation, Mr. Gao was slightly surprised. This turned out to be a VIP ticket. Even with all his abilities, he could only get a lower-tier pass. Then he suddenly realized, don't tell me you spent all your winnings from the casino? But tickets to the VIP section aren't something money alone can buy. Where did you get this? Phantom told him that President Shin Dijin prepared it for him. Even the clothes and the hotel, too. Hearing this, Gao Shuxiao suddenly understood. So that's it. Looks like President Shun values you a lot. He's treating you like his successor. After all, this VIP invitation, only the top leaders of each country can get their hands on one. In other words, you're attending this auction as the acting president, aren't you? Phantom scratched his head helplessly. No wonder Dijin even sent me such a fancy outfit. Then Gao Shuxiao changed the topic and said seriously that he wasn't here just to have fun. First, he had to do his real job properly. Phantom secretly muttered to himself, does a guy who gambles during work hours have the right to say that? But at least one relief was that his seat was right here. Originally, Phantom planned to deal with the hounds alone, but after seeing that guy's memories yesterday, he changed his mind. Because right now, he alone wasn't enough to fight Alma. So once the battle began, he'd have no choice but to accept the help of the Qi Mei Wang Liang Guild. Besides, if the rumors about Gao Shuxiao were true, not only could he protect the breath of heaven, he could also ensure everyone here remained safe. Soon after, as a beam of light shone down, the auction officially began. The items up for bid were all extravagant elemental gear. One after another, items were quickly auctioned off. But so far, Phantom had only bid on one item. This made Gao Shuxiao think he wasn't interested in equipment. In fact, he was very interested. The issue was, the equipment here was still inferior to what he used to have. Soon after, another piece of equipment was presented. It was called the Sphere of Mystery. It was once a reward from a second-tier dungeon, but for over 20 years, no one had figured out its use. But just then, Phantom's mind suddenly buzzed. His strength and keen instinct skill activated on their own. This left Phantom quite puzzled. Could it have been triggered by that orb? Though he didn't understand why the skill activated on its own, Phantom still chose to trust it this time. He pressed the bidding button and claimed the item. At last, the final and most anticipated item of the auction, an exquisite magic box unearthed from the ancient domain on the second floor, called the Breath of Heaven. It contains extremely high magical energy. It said that its power alone could run an entire city, but its price was expected to be astronomical. In the end, it would depend on the bidding from the world leaders. Soon, with each round of bidding, the price soared higher, reaching 4.5 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion. But just then, a cry rang out. The ceiling above the host suddenly collapsed. Huge chunks of rubble came crashing down. As the dust settled, the scene was already in chaos. Yet the host was miraculously unharmed. Because Xia Renhao had shielded him, he had cast a barrier that protected everyone. Seeing this, Phantom couldn't help but admire him. To conjure such a large magic barrier in an instant. No wonder he was called the Guardian Knight. Skeleton soldiers began raining down from above, swarming toward the barrier in attack. Gao Shuxiao immediately suspected the demon folk. Only they would do something this insane. But who was the one summoning these skeletons? Phantom then stiffened slightly. Could it be the skeletal warlock who massacred T Country? After all, this wasn't just some normal spell. He said this to subtly hinting at what he knew without stating it outright. Gao Shuxiao then ordered the security team to evacuate the guests and then secure the auction items. He then told Xia Renhao to retrieve the Breath of Heaven, and after that, they'd hunt down the skeletal warlock. He turned to ask Phantom for help. But in that short moment, Phantom had already vanished. Meanwhile, the venue had erupted into total chaos. People scrambled to escape the place, stampeding toward the exits. But the small entrance couldn't handle the crowd at all. Seeing this scene, Gao Shuxiao clenched her fists, focusing her power into a single point. With immense force, she threw a punch. In an instant, she blasted a huge hole in the wall 2.5 meters away. Then she shouted for everyone to escape through it. But seeing this, Xia Renhao felt a headache. This building's walls are really expensive. To that, Gao Shuxiao snorted coldly. Saving lives is the priority now. We don't have time to fuss over minor things. Hearing this, Xia Renhao sighed helplessly. Then please don't rat me out in your report later. But just then, a spatial vortex appeared before him. A bullet flew out from it. hitting him in an instant before he could react. In Gao Shuxia's disbelieving eyes, a splash of blood erupted. He then collapsed backward helplessly. This instantly caused the barrier to shatter. A horde of skeleton warriors swarmed into the auction hall. Seeing this, Gao Shuxia readied herself for battle. Flames flickered in her palms. What a bunch of infuriating pests. She then charged straight at the skeleton army. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion echoed through the night. The skeleton horde was instantly engulfed by raging flames. Brilliant flames lit up the darkness. In their heat, the place turned into a sea of fire. Seeing this, the female hound hiding nearby was in disbelief. Can a human really do that? As expected of the woman who controls the S-rank skill, firework control, I absolutely can't face her head-on. I just need to do my job as a sniper. As she surveyed the scene, she quickly spotted the breath of heaven lying on the ground. Raising her hand, she summoned a spatial vortex. In the next moment, the breath of heaven appeared in her hand. She then called Alma, telling him the mission is complete. Alma instructed her to retreat immediately. After hanging up, she sighed with some regret. Too bad I didn't get to beat up that Su Juanhao brat. But just then, she unexpectedly spotted Phantom. Her eyes lit up with excitement. You bastard, you're dead. She immediately raised her sniper rifle and aimed at him. In an instant, she locked onto his head, and as the gunshot rang out, several spatial black holes suddenly appeared in front of him. Bullets pierced through the space and arrived right in front of Phantom. Yet, unbelievably, Phantom managed to dodge the ghostly bullets. The woman, she had used a teleportation skill for a long-distance snipe. How could she possibly miss? Unwilling to give up, she aimed at Phantom again. Spatial black holes reappeared around her, but Phantom remained calm and said flatly, "Let's play a little game of hide and seek." The next moment, he vanished like mist. The woman was stunned by what she saw. Even a master like Xiao Renhao couldn't dodge her bullets. How could a rookie possibly manage it? But just then, she sensed something was wrong. Phantom had been charging in her direction all along. Before she could react, frost energy had already freezing her in place in an instant. Phantom emerged like a ghost behind her, cold air swirling around him, his eyes frosty. He slowly approached with sword in hand. The woman shouted and demanded to know who he was. Phantom replied coldly and calmly, "What difference does it make if you know? After tonight, the hounds will disappear from this world." Meanwhile, under Gao Shuxia's command, skeletons piled like small hills beneath her feet. But suddenly, another wave of black skeletons wielding gear arrived. Their relentless assault caused her teammates to fall one after another. This puzzled Gao Shuxia. She had personally selected these capable teammates. Even if exhausted from long battles, they shouldn't be going down this easily. One teammate also noticed something strange. The equipment those black skeletons used looked familiar. It reminded her of the infamous missing player case 3 years ago. Back then, a group of players who entered the second floor vanished. And now the gear and combat style of these skeletons matched those missing players exactly. It's just that these black skeletons are actually the players who went missing. Meanwhile, Phantom has finished reading the woman's memory and has learned about the hound's operation plan. Alma ambushes the auction to distract Gao Shu, while he takes the opportunity to steal the breath of heaven. After the mission, they will meet at the Hunter Hotel in Zone B, and he must avoid the players marked as dangerous as much as possible. However, Phantom didn't see any information about the Demon Society in her memory. Could it be that the Hound's captain never shares intel with his subordinates? It seems he must read Alma's memory as well. According to the Hound's memories, the skeletons attacking the auction were all players killed by the Demon Society, and the one controlling those skeletons is his disciple, Alma. But Alma's hideout is far from the auction site, and it's surely filled with magic traps. If Phantom rushes in recklessly, he will surely die. So he must come up with a plan. Then he noticed the communication device in the woman's hand. A plan surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Alma received a message from his communicator, informing him that the mission was complete, and that they had also marked the hound's symbol nearby. Alma pondered for a moment. Could there be an unexpected force at play? Then he snapped his fingers lightly. His body gradually turned into black mist. Soon, he arrived at the location marked with the hound's symbol. At the same time, he sensed magic power from a nearby trash bin. When he opened it, inside was their target this time, the breath of heaven. But he felt it was and its magic power wasn't as high as expected. Before he could think more, cracks started to appear on the breath of heaven. With a snap, it exploded loudly, freezing his arm on the spot. Alma was in disbelief. It was actually a magic trap. But how did he know the hound's symbol? Right now, he needed to stay calm. The one who set the trap must be nearby. Tang Bo's magic power surged like a hurricane. Countless skeleton soldiers were summoned. In an instant, a dense army of skeletons stood guard by his side. However, a faint voice sounded behind him. Not bad at all. But unfortunately, you let your guard down while summoning them. Phantom had somehow appeared behind him. Alma's expression changed drastically as he turned swiftly. However, Phantom's longsword was faster and pierced his heart. Even in death, Alma couldn't figure out when Phantom slipped in. Could it be that he predicted from the start I'd summon skeletons? What a miscalculation. As Alma collapsed to the ground, the surrounding skeletons also vanished with the wind. In his final moments, he asked Phantom what his name was. But Phantom, expressionless, responded with a question. Until now, to those who died by your hand, did you answer all of their questions? Upon hearing that, Amma fell silent. Seeing this, Phantom raised his longsword. Or was it that he got slain instead? After Phantom used a trap to kill Amma, he leveled up twice in a row. The speed was even faster than he expected. Perhaps it was because Amma's level and skills were higher than his. Still, if Amma hadn't fallen into the trap, Phantom might have been the one to die. Then Phantom began reading Amma's memories. And in those memories, Amma was an orphan discovered by the demons. He had a rare summoning talent, so he was labeled as a special grade subject, and was selected by the demon Nezard to be captain of the hounds. Nezard told him the demon's ultimate goal was to rule the world, but the specifics would be revealed once he reached the second layer. At that moment, Phantom's skill was forcibly terminated due to his low level again. However, it seemed these memories were especially important, which is why Amma had them locked away. Still, even these brief glimpses were a significant gain for Phantom. At this moment, his hatred for the demons deepened. These cruel creatures actually raised orphans into demons. If an orphan couldn't handle the brutal training, they'd discard them without mercy. So before becoming demons, they were nothing more than abused subjects. But now that he knew about this evil, he wouldn't stand by idly. He had to put a stop to this before more monsters like Amma emerged. He had to bring an end to it. At that moment, Phantom thought of Nezard. Could he be the one from the Shadow Brothers' memory? But Phantom still wasn't familiar with the demon hierarchy, so he couldn't be certain yet. Phantom made up his mind. Just wait and see. I will uproot all of you and send you straight to hell. The next day, Gao Shuxiao listened to his subordinate's report with a worried look. Even though they turned the place upside down, they couldn't find the breath of heaven. Could it be that the skeleton sorcerer took it away? The thought filled him with anxiety. But at that moment, Xiao Renhao told him someone had sent him a gift, and what was inside left him astonished. It was none other than the breath of heaven he had been desperately searching for. Seeing this, he burst out laughing, saying this replica looks exactly like the genuine one he saw before. However, Xiao Renhao told him it was real. He had already had it appraised. Terrified, he hurriedly closed the box with care. Additionally, there was a note written in a foreign language inside the box. The sender claimed to be his fan, and had already taken care of the skeleton sorcerer. The body was in an alley near a hotel. Seeing this, Gao Shuxiao was completely shocked. He never expected his fan would handle the matter for him. He hadn't done anything yet, but this also made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, thanks to this fan, he no longer had to pay a massive penalty fee. He really needed to thank him. Moreover, this fan was truly impressive. He hadn't left a single trace at the scene. Clearly, he was a high-level player. This made Gao Shuxiao even more curious about him. Just then, he saw Phantom walk in. He immediately stood up and shouted for him to stop. Phantom casually greeted him. "Good morning, Captain Gao." But seeing Phantom act like this, Gao Shuxiao's anger almost turned into something tangible. "You still have the nerve to greet me?" He furiously scolded him for fleeing in such a critical situation. Phantom scratched his head awkwardly, belatedly realizing he did look like he was running away yesterday. Gao Shuxiao kept ranting at Phantom. "You should know, even the legendary hero Phantom once said, players must use their power to protect the safety of civilians." Hearing this, Phantom helplessly rubbed his head. "Did I really say something like that?" This left Gao Shuxiao even more furious. "I was talking about Phantom, not you." Phantom had no memory of ever saying that, because before, he always followed a script during interviews. Gao Shuxiao taught Phantom not to think of running away at the first sign of trouble. He should contribute to the safety of the citizens. When Yin Phantom reluctantly agreed. Hearing that, Gao Shuxiao smiled in satisfaction. "You sure reflect quickly, huh?" Saying that, he pulled out the little note from earlier, and smugly said it was a grand gift from one of his fans. Not only did it wipe out all the skeletal warlocks, it also returned the breath of heaven. It must have been a high-level player. Even identity search turned up no clues about him. When Yin Phantom gave a mysterious smile, because he had learned how to erase magical traces from a former teammate long ago. Then he asked where the items he claimed yesterday had gone. Gao Shuxiao told him they were at the front desk, and before they parted, he invited Phantom once again. "Are you sure you don't want to join our collapse guild?" And once again, Phantom declined. But Gao Shuxiao wasn't surprised by the outcome. Their next meeting would probably be on the second layer. With that in mind, he extended his hand and made a promise to Phantom. "If you reach the second layer within 6 months, I'll give you a gift." Phantom chuckled lightly. "And if I don't? Then you'll grant me one wish." After that, Phantom received the gear he had claimed yesterday, a mysterious orb and a stamina regeneration necklace. But he still couldn't understand why the equipment triggered his sharp instincts. So he tried injecting it with magic power, but nothing happened, which left Phantom slightly disappointed. Still, since there was at least some reaction, Phantom figured he'd keep trying to inject mana from time to time. As long as he stayed patient, he'd get his answer someday. Then Phantom turned his attention to the necklace. It was a gift he had prepared for his nephew. Soon after, the necklace was delivered to the doorstep of a residence on the second layer's border. A young boy opened it. Inside was a small note. Phantom told him he would reach the second layer within 6 months. Seeing this, the boy fell into deep thought. "Are you going to take action now, Uncle?" After finishing his important task, Phantom returned to the player association. He even brought a bottle of fine wine as a gift for Dijin. However, Dijin regretfully said he had recently quit drinking. Phantom then asked about the special invitation Dijin had given him. Dijin proudly told him it was to let the whole world know how much he valued Phantom. That way, No one would dare to mess with him. Phantom asked Dijin to help him find an orphanage. He had already discovered the demon's secret. Moments later, Phantom shared what he had learned from Alma's memory. After hearing it, Dijin was furious. He cursed the demons for doing such heinous things. As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of Phantom's wine. He had to drink to calm his anger. Phantom thoughtfully added 2 ice cubes for him. Then Dijin told Phantom that Noah was looking for him. The sword orb he asked Noah to forge was ready. Noah wanted to hand it to him personally. After Phantom left, Dijin, looking solemn, made a silent decision. He should also do what he could. The next day, Phantom arrived at Noah's residence. It looked just the same as it had 25 years ago, but it was said that Noah's grandson had taken over the workshop. He wondered how that little brat from before had turned out. When Phantom pushed the door open, he was greeted by a pair of powerful arms. Standing before him was a burly, muscular man. Phantom was completely stunned. This was actually Noah's grandson. What on earth had happened in these 25 years? The man instantly recognized Phantom as Suju and Hal. The people from the association had already informed him. Then he led Phantom to meet Noah. Soon, Noah appeared behind him. He grumbled that it was really hard to get a meeting with him. Phantom chuckled and greeted him. Long time no see, Noah. Seeing this, the grandson looked confused. Weren't these two meeting for the first time today? Noah then told his grandson to make some Adelaide tea. Then he walked up and patted Phantom's shoulder with relief. You've been through a lot. Phantom replied, thank you, and I'm glad to see your body's still going strong. But then Noah suddenly asked Phantom why he decided to return. Speak clearly. So Phantom decided to show Noah something. He snapped his fingers lightly. In the next moment, a wave of icy cold swept over. A crystal flower of ice bloomed in his hand. Seeing this, Noah's face was filled with shock. Is this the ice heart? After showing Noah the ice heart, Phantom explained that it would be the key to saving his comrades, so he hoped Noah would help him. After all, the two of them had already agreed to cooperate. But Noah's reply hit Phantom hard. I made a deal with Phantom, not some rookie named Suju and Hal. That remark left Phantom momentarily speechless. Seeing Phantom's reaction, Noah burst out laughing. He told him he was just joking. He just wanted to see Phantom's silly shocked face. Phantom didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked if his sword was ready. Noah got up to retrieve the sword for him. Then he brought over the Dragonbone sword. Phantom unsheathed it and examined it carefully, feeling completely satisfied. He hadn't expected that after 25 years, Noah could still forge him such a perfect weapon. Noah said he even added a new material to the Dragonbone to enhance mana conductivity and durability. Then Phantom began checking the weapon stats. Rare gear, Black Dragon Fang. This sword is highly durable, resistant to dulling or rust. Wounds it inflicts are difficult to heal. As long as it's stained with blood, it can track the target's approximate location. Seeing this, Phantom smiled in satisfaction. This sword is leagues beyond anything in the association's armory. Even after all these years, your craftsmanship hasn't declined a bit. Phantom's comment made Noah a little grumpy. What do you mean by that? I've clearly improved a lot. Even my Go playing skills have leveled up. Oh really? But you never once beat me in Go before. Hearing that, Noah lunged angrily at Phantom. You think I'm still the same as before? I'm definitely better than you now. Just then, Noah's grandson brought over some tea. He specifically warned Phantom that it was extremely rare and valuable. Be careful not to spill it. But Phantom didn't care at all. He's had all kinds of tea before. But as soon as the tea went down his throat, he was shocked. Such a unique flavor, completely different from anything he'd had before. What kind of tea is this? But Noah decided to keep it a secret. He told Phantom to play a game of chess with him. If he won, he would tell him. Phantom chuckled at his words. Deal. No backing out now. A moment later, Noah slammed the chess piece on the board. Frustrated, he shouted, how could this happen? Phantom told him to calm down. He had even gone easy on him. Now that I've won, you can tell me, right? Noah sighed helplessly and sat back in his chair. He asked Phantom if he had heard of demi-humans. Those creatures that walk on 2 legs and look somewhat human? They used to be like that. But now, demi-humans possess intelligence to communicate with humans. These highly intelligent ones are known as the elves. And Adelaide tea is cultivated by the elves. So if I reach the 2nd level, can I buy this tea? Noah scoffed at that. If you're not fated with the elves, no amount of money will. Hearing this, Phantom said, what a pity. Then he took out the Sphere of the Lost from his inventory and asked if Noah recognized it. Noah examined it and said he didn't know what it was, but he could tell it was something from the elves. Phantom asked, surprised, how he could tell. That's because I've seen the elf elders before. They came down from the 2nd level to find me. Elves have a mysterious and unique aura about them. They feel like they're part of nature itself. And this sphere gives me the same feeling. If you want to know what this sphere is, you should visit places where elves gather. Some items made by elves react when they come into contact with the world tree. Maybe you'll find some clues. After hearing this, Phantom said he would go look up information about the elves. For now, he would take his leave. Noah simply replied, take care. Phantom smiled knowingly. He was still the same, cold on the outside but warm inside. Noah's grandson had already prepared a box to hand over to him. Please don't be upset. My grandpa just isn't good at expressing his emotions. He asked me to bring you this Akari tea. He's never given such precious tea to anyone before. Looks like he really does admire you. Phantom chuckled lightly. Then please thank Noah for me. On his way back to the association now, Phantom learned from Shuren about the elves. More specifically, the Dark Elves. They're fallen elves who betrayed the World Tree. They live in tribal communities, so any dungeon involving them tends to be harder to clear. Rumor has it, if you're lucky, you can find the legendary holy elven water in their villages. The dungeon where dark elves appear is the Wild Spirit Dungeon, and you can take a look at this. The Qinghai Guild plans to join the Wild Spirit raid. It's the same guild Phantom encountered at Fire Lake. Then Sharon continued, it's not just Qinghai Guild. Guilds from all over the world. The dungeon's clear condition is to kill the Dark Elf Chieftain. Only players between level the 20th and the 30th of May enter. And there's a 200-player limit. After hearing all this, Phantom's jaw dropped. That's one massive dungeon. Meanwhile, somewhere on the second layer, Carligna also received news of the Hound's complete annihilation. He was both shocked and deeply troubled. This is bad. Nezard was very fond of that disciple of his, and the Sword Saint has already been relentlessly chasing them. Now it's truly a disaster on top of disaster. Just then, there was a sound outside the door. When they saw who it was, Carl's pupils constricted. An old man stood at the entrance, emitting the aura of a saint. Carl immediately knelt down to greet him. His heart was filled with dread. He never expected that Nezard would come looking for him personally. In the next moment, a spell struck him instantly, tightening around his neck like a noose. Nezard's expression was cold. Are you sure it was someone named Su Juanhao who killed my disciple? Carl stammered that he didn't know for sure, but if given a chance, he would definitely capture Su Juanhao. At those words, Nezad's eyes lit up. He immediately let go of Carl's neck and coldly issued him a final ultimatum. I want to see him within 6 months. But Carl told him that to enter the second level, he had to reach at least level 30, but he's still a newbie. How could he reach that in 6 months? Nezad didn't care at all. He left Carl with just one sentence and vanished with the wind. Only if you bring him to me. Can you keep your life? Hearing this, Carl was at a loss. He immediately ordered his men to bring the teleporter. He planned to secretly use the dimensional elevator to avoid the player association and personally head down to the first level. Meanwhile, Phantom also arrived at Foreign Granton. He had arrived 3 days early, planning to warm up by clearing a few nearby small dungeons. After all, this dungeon wasn't going to be easy. After all, since dungeons and players appear, the system was also born. It's very fair. When setting difficulty, it never favors players or monsters. But this dungeon allowed 200 players to enter, which proves just how tough this dungeon is. Soon, 3 days had passed. The players preparing to raid the dungeon gathered at the entrance, ready to go, though they came from all over the world. Many of them were powerful players. Some of them even used advanced equipment that had never been seen in the country. Zhang Min from the Qinghai Guild kept looking around, searching for someone. His teammates instantly guessed. He was looking for Su Juanhao. His eagerness was written all over his face. Back during the Fire Lake dungeon raid, he had been deeply impressed by Phantom's display of strength. It made him see Phantom as his idol. This time, he wanted to show Phantom his best self. Just then, they spotted Phantom. They hurried over excitedly to greet him. Phantom immediately recognized them as members of the Qinghai Guild. Last time, after he fainted, they were the ones who helped him back. He sincerely thanked them. Zhang Minwen said it's really them who should be thanking him. Then he suddenly changed the topic. I'd like to discuss something with you. You haven't joined any guild yet, right? If that's the case, how about raiding this dungeon with us? Phantom fell into deep thought. That did sound like a good option. After all, going solo would definitely be inefficient. So Phantom accepted Zhang Minwen's invitation. By noon, the players were geared up and ready. They began entering the dungeon one after another. What unfolded before them was a dense, lush forest. But as soon as he entered, Phantom noticed something odd. Everyone immediately split up and took action. Aren't we supposed to have a meeting to plan the strategy first? Zhang Minwen explained to Phantom. Nowadays everyone uses terminal devices to communicate, so there's no need to gather for meetings once inside the dungeon. You just need a device that creates a magical communication network, and you can talk remotely. Hearing that, Phantom suddenly understood. Beside him, Su Weilai chuckled and teased Phantom. Are you from the past or something? You don't even know that? Zhang Minwen quickly scolded him for being rude, then introduced the members of Qinghai Guild to Phantom. This is Cui Jingbiao, our team's healer, and this is Su Weilai, also known as Big Head King. Saying that, Su Weilai leaned in close to Phantom, staring directly into his eyes. A faint red glow appeared in his pupils the next moment. Then he gasped in surprise. You're incredible. You actually killed 10 dark elves all by yourself. Hearing that, Phantom guessed what Su Weilai's ability was. Zhang Minwen immediately explained. Su Weilai has the power to foresee the future. Just by staring at someone, he can see what'll happen to them soon. But the skill has a long cooldown, and he has to tell the person what he saw. Otherwise, he'll be severely punished and injured. Hearing that, Phantom was deeply shaken. Even back when Phantom was level 17, this kind of skill was extremely rare. There were fewer than 10 players on the entire planet with precognition. At that moment, Su Weilai interrupted his thoughts. She explained that her skill could only see upcoming events, and it wasn't always accurate. After all, the future is full of variables. Then it was Zhang Minwen's turn to introduce himself. He specialized in enhancing physical strength. He had a feeling they would work well together. They decided to first find a place, to set up a base, and build a communication network. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Minwen finished setting up the communication equipment, and successfully established contact with other guilds. However, so far, the other guilds still hadn't found any traces of the dark elves. This made everyone suspect they might be hiding. Zhang Minwen told them to contact him if they found the dark elves, but the lack of progress for so long left them all a bit frustrated. Phantom suddenly remarked that something felt off. Given how big the dungeon was, there should be plenty of dark elves, but even with 200 players searching separately, they hadn't even seen a shadow of them. Wasn't that way too strange? Su Weilai wondered if they might be scared and hiding, but Phantom rejected this idea, because dark elves are very proud, and they have a strong sense of territory. Even if the tribe they wouldn't just stand by when outsiders invaded. So Phantom asked Su Weilai when exactly she saw the dark elves. Su Weilai recalled the scene. It was pitch dark all around, so it must have been at night. Phantom fell into thought. After a moment, he calmly said, "Interesting." Then, under the puzzled gazes of the others, he pulled out his bedding and laid it on the ground. He told everyone that the dark elves would attack at night, so searching now was pointless. Su Weilai worriedly asked, "Shouldn't we inform the other guilds about this?" But Phantom thought the other guilds probably wouldn't believe them, so it's up to you whether to tell them or not. He would get some sleep first, and then switch with someone later. After all, tonight would drain a lot of their energy. Night fell quickly. At the other guild's camp, the cold of the night made the men wonder if the dark elves would attack them. But his companion disagreed with that idea, because dark elves aren't that intelligent. They sought power by gnawing at the roots of the world tree. They're nothing but a greedy and fallen race. Lacking intellect, they can't even talk to each other. So how could they possibly carry out an ambush? But just as he finished speaking, a noise came from the jungle. Both of them immediately went on alert, staring into the dark depths. Then, a gray wolf stepped out of the forest. Behind it, glowing eyes flickered in the shadows. Seeing it was just a pack of wolves, the man sighed in relief, telling his companion not to worry. They're timid creatures. They're even afraid of fire, so they pose no real threat. But the man beside him nervously asked, "Are you sure they fear fire? If so, why are they still closing in on us?" Just then, the man ahead looked up. The next moment, his pupils constricted. His face changed dramatically as he shouted at his companion behind him. At the same time, Phantom seemed to sense something. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, scanning the surroundings. Su Weilai, seeing he was awake, told him nothing was wrong yet, and he could sleep a bit more. But Phantom asked about the status of the other guilds. Su Weilai replied that they check in every 30 minutes. They should have reported back by now. But then, something strange happened. The communication device went completely silent. He wondered if it had malfunctioned. But Phantom calmly said they could no longer reach them. They'd most likely been attacked by dark elves. Phantom immediately activated his skill, Night of the Archer. Under its power, the night became crystal clear. In the dark forest, dozens of dark elves lay in ambush. Seeing this, Phantom found it quite amusing. Dark elves with no intelligence had managed to tame wolves and ride them for a night raid. He then told Su Weilai to wake the others. But Su looked confused. He hadn't seen anything. "What's going on?" he asked. But in the next instant, a gray wolf's gaping jaws appeared above his head. As he turned to look behind him, those savage fangs were about to take his life. At that moment, a flash of sword light struck. It was Phantom who made the move. The dark elf, stripped of its gray wolf title, fell into the flames. Phantom snarked that these creatures sure looked terrifying. Using Noah's forged sword against them felt like overkill. Then, more dark elves charged toward Phantom. But their strength was no match for He effortlessly cut them down like chopping vegetables. Just then, a dark elf launched a sneak attack from behind. But in the next instant, a set of black armor covered Phantom. The dagger of the attacker stopped dead against it, unable to pierce through. Phantom swung his sword and finished him off. This black armor was crafted by Bameo from the Quen workshop. Dijin had commissioned it using dragon bones without Phantom's knowledge. After clearing this dungeon, Phantom planned to thank him properly. Phantom's overwhelming power at that moment struck fear into the dark elves. None dared to approach. Seeing this, Phantom came up with an idea. He pretended to spare one of them, driving them into the forest. That way, he could secretly use Confession of the Dead. He then taunted the dark elves. "One of you, come fight me one-on-one. I'll give you a swift end." Hearing this, one of them couldn't hold back. He leaped at Phantom to attack, and as expected, he died swiftly. Now, only the last one remained. "You can run now. Let's see if you can escape." Moments later, Phantom finished reading the dark elf's memory deep in the forest. He learned that the tribe leader was much stronger than these soldiers, because the dark elves had gained power by gnawing on the roots of the world tree, but had lost their intelligence as a result. Yet the tribe leader wasn't affected at all. Aside from the leader, the remaining 1,000 dark elves were still a threat to the other players. Not to mention, their reverence for the leader made the Dark Heaven Knights just as dangerous. Phantom then returned to the camp. His prediction had earned him everyone's admiration. Phantom asked about the other camp situations. Su Weilai worriedly said they still couldn't reach them. Either they were fighting or had been killed. Phantom said they'd better hurry up. "Let's go. We need to save them." Meanwhile, at another camp, the group was being pushed back by the sudden attack of the Dark Elves. Then, one man was tackled and pinned to the ground. He shouted for help from his teammates, but they were already struggling to survive themselves. Just as he was about to be killed, a spear flew through the air, landing beside him. The Dark Elf riding the Grey Wolf fell dead to the ground. In the next moment, Phantom's long blade appeared above the wolf's head, stabbing down and killing it instantly. The player on the ground immediately recognized it was Su Juanhao, Phantom. Before he could even catch his breath, his teammates arrived at his side. They said Phantom had saved them too. Hearing that, the man bowed deeply to Phantom in thanks. It was his own incompetence that led to the deaths of 5 comrades. He swore to avenge them no matter what. Then Phantom told them to handle the northern area, while he moved east. Most guilds are likely still in combat right now. We need to go help them quickly. There are likely around 500 dark elves left in the village. Half of them were involved in the night raid. If we make it through tonight, we have a chance. That's why we need to regroup all the scattered players. Only by fighting together can we survive this. You gather the scattered players in the north, then meet up with us. But the man hesitated after hearing that. Still, Phantom's words reignited his courage. I know losing your comrades makes it hard to keep going, but now you must endure. If we don't unite, they'll pick us off one by one. And before long, we'll all be wiped out, let alone avenging your fallen friends. Hearing this, the man's spirit reignited. He had to avenge his comrades. From now on, the Landwehr Guild will follow Su Juanhao of Country H to the death. After predicting the Dark Elves' night raid, Phantom saved player after player from ambushes and instructed them to regroup the others. Under his command, most players were saved. Everyone was incredibly grateful to Phantom. If he hadn't been here for this dungeon, they would have all been wiped out tonight. After a thrilling night passed, everyone finally overcame the crisis. Although there were losses during last night's raid, in the end, 150 players survived. As for the Dark Elves, they had already lost nearly half of their forces. Now, they didn't dare to leave their territory, and could only focus on defense. In this situation, they should have taken advantage and attacked. But the problem was, there were disagreements among the people on site. Some were eager to launch an attack immediately, because their teammate had been poisoned by addiction, and they needed to clear the stage quickly to get him to the hospital. However, other guild players weren't ready yet, and felt that a hasty attack would be too much to handle. They couldn't sacrifice everyone in the raid just for an injured teammate. Both sides argued fiercely, unwilling to back down, giving Phantom a headache. At this moment, Zhang Minwen asked Phantom whether they should attack immediately or prepare first. Hearing this, the two who had been arguing intensely also stopped and waited for Phantom's answer. Phantom thought briefly, and although both options have their pros and cons, I believe that attacking immediately is the best choice. However, this doesn't mean I agree with sacrificing others just to save an injured teammate. The reason I suggest attacking immediately is because the longer we delay, the worse our situation becomes. The reason is simple. Considering the unusual nature of last night's Dark Elf raid, they almost have no intelligence, yet acted with coordination, which means there is a leader commanding them behind the scenes, and such must possess exceptional intelligence or strength. At this point, someone mentioned that aside from 500 Dark Elves, their well-trained hounds were also hard to deal with, but Phantom told them not to worry. They no longer had hounds. When they rescued the last player, those hounds were no longer adults but puppies, which means the Dark Elves no longer had adult hounds, so they could only use the puppies for attacks. They shouldn't be able to launch a large-scale night raid now. Everyone was excited when they heard this, but Phantom told them not to celebrate too soon. Although they couldn't launch large-scale raids, after reorganizing themselves, they'll likely launch small-scale attacks, firing poisoned arrows at our camp repeatedly before retreating. Our food supplies are low and our bedding is crude, and we're outnumbered. The longer this drags on, the more exhausted we'll become. Dark Elves aren't afraid of a war of attrition. Once they think the time is right, they'll swarm us and wipe us out. After hearing Phantom's analysis, the man who had objected earlier quickly moved to the back, then apologized to the bearded man. The bearded man said it was all right. Seeing that, Phantom smiled in relief. At last, peace was restored. Then Phantom asked Su Weilai to come with him. Once they reached the forest, Phantom asked him to use his precognition skill on him to gather some intel. Su Weilai immediately activated the skill. He saw the group finding the Dark Elf village. Just like Phantom predicted, there were a lot of them. In it, Phantom immediately thought of the Elf Chief and the Dark Heaven Knight. But what disappointed him was that this wasn't the intel he wanted most. Phantom told Su Weilai to share the info with the others. After Su left, Phantom fell into deep thought. Would that tribal leader be even stronger than he expected? Would he need to use his ice skills against him? 2.5 hours later, the scouts brought back news. They had located the Dark Elf stronghold. Everyone quickly formed ranks and prepared to attack, excluding the wounded. There were 147 players ready for battle. Moments later, they arrived at the village of the Dark Elves. It lay underground, beneath a massive pit, cursed by the World Tree. They couldn't face the sunlight, so they lived in eternal darkness below the earth. Everyone then entered the underground cave. When they reached the end, they saw the Dark Elves had already arranged themselves in battle formation. A large-scale battle was about to begin. There were over 500 Dark Elves here, and at the very back sat the tribe's leader, radiating an oppressive aura like that of a saint. This sent chills down the players' spines. But Phantom, seeing this formation, actually liked it. I was worried they would surround us and put us at a disadvantage. Now we just need to engage them head-on. Phantom calmly encouraged everyone, aiming for each person to take down 4 enemies. The others around him broke into a cold sweat. That's easy for you to say, but then Phantom suddenly remembered something. If we defeat the tribe leader, we should get holy water, right? Hearing this, everyone was startled. They immediately started discussing it excitedly. You mean that elven miracle water that can bring people back to life? Phantom turned and smiled at everyone. If we really can get the holy water, let's distribute it based on each person's contribution. Thus, the great battle officially began. Everyone fought bravely. The dark elves fell one by one, and Phantom remained the brightest presence among the crowd. Relying on superb agility, he swept through the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone was in disbelief. Is he really someone who's only been a player for 2.5 months? They were already reaching their limits, struggling to keep up with his speed. Meanwhile, Zhang Minwen was caught in a siege. He blocked one attack with his shield, but another attack came swiftly from the side. Just then, a sword light flashed by. It was Phantom, coming to his aid. Phantom told Zhang Minwen to fall back. Things would only get more dangerous from here. Hearing this, Zhang Minwen asked if he was going to charge alone. That's way too reckless. But Phantom calmly said that he often did crazy things like this. Hearing this left Zhang Minwen dumbfounded. Looking at Phantom's imposing figure, Zhang Minwen felt unwilling. Fighting alongside him was truly a luxury. He still had a long way to go. But next time, I won't back down. As if sensing Zhang Minwen's resolve, Phantom couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He was already looking forward to meeting Zhang Minwen again. At that moment, a few figures appeared before him. They were the Dark Heaven Knights guarding the leader. Their extraordinary aura instantly alerted Phantom. Since that was the case, he decided to get serious. He then put away his longsword into his inventory. In the next moment, Black Dragon Fong flew like a dragon leaping into the sea. Guess I'll need a proper weapon to deal with you guys. Before their fall, they were knights who protected the king. They not only mastered traditional elven swordsmanship, but could also wield powerful fairy magic. By all logic, Phantom shouldn't be a match for them now. But the Dark Knights had already broken their contract with the fairies. If it's down to pure swordplay, he could defeat any number of them. After all, he's never met anyone better at swordsmanship than himself. Suddenly, a Dark Knight roared and charged at him. His powerful strike blasted a deep crater into the ground. Then he followed up with a fierce slash toward Phantom. Phantom swiftly dodged the attack. The devastating force sliced a stone pillar clean. Seeing this, Phantom was secretly alarmed. If that strike hit, it would shatter his body completely. He couldn't afford to get hit, or he'd be dead on the spot. But there wasn't a trace of fear on Phantom's face. Instead, he wore an exhilarated smile. It had been a long time since he'd felt such a thrilling battle. In the next second, the black dragon's sword danced wildly. Lightning fast, it slashed across the knight's arm. Before he could react, his arm had already been severed. The Dark Knight's expression changed drastically as he tried to flee. But Phantom was faster, crushing his foot under his heel, crushing his last hope of escape. With one thrust, he finished him off. Phantom's taunting voice rang in the ears of the remaining Dark Knights. Can't even dodge one swing? You guys are seriously disappointing. Better try a little harder, huh? But then, a scream nearby caught Phantom's attention. The players were being overwhelmed by the sheer number of dark elves. One after another, they started to fall. As the number of wounded grew, the healers could no longer keep up. The overwhelming enemy numbers sent shivers down everyone's spine. Fighting 1-on-4 is nothing compared to 100 versus 500. They had been rotating teams and had only taken down a little over 100 so far. At this rate, the players would be wiped out first. They had to maintain a constant offense, giving the Dark Elves no time to rotate. But just then, something unexpected happened on the field. The smug faces of the Dark Elves turned pale with panic. They began to panic and run in all directions. This scene left the players completely puzzled. Behind them, the Dark Knights were swinging their butcher blades wildly, mercilessly slaughtering anyone in their way. When the players looked closely, they realized it was Phantom's doing. He had lured the Dark Knights to the center of the battlefield, disrupting their formation to aid the players. Seeing this, everyone was deeply impressed. This wasn't just helping. He was practically handing them kills. Zhang Minwen immediately seized this golden opportunity created by Phantom, rallying everyone. The players then sounded the horn of counterattack. Seeing this, Phantom nodded silently. Although this method was troublesome, it should clear out all the minions. At the same time, the Dark Knight's longsword came down at him from behind, but Phantom blocked it without even turning his head. You've chased me long enough. Let's end this here. Meanwhile, the leader on the throne watched indifferently. His patience was wearing thin. They once possessed great beauty and wisdom, but now they had become ugly beasts, even being led around by these humans. In an instant, their former glory had become a fleeting memory. At that moment, Phantom killed the last Dark Knight. He had lost count of how many Dark Elves he had slain. It was the first time in his life he'd faced so many enemies. They were like cockroaches. The Dark Elf King spoke coldly. Don't mention those cursed creatures in front of me. This surprised Phantom. An elf who claims to be nature's guardian hates cockroaches. Or is it because the Dark Elves resemble cockroaches that you despise them so much? The Dark Elf King darkened his expression. He gripped his long sword and stepped toward Phantom. Enough nonsense. Pick up your sword, human. Seeing this, Phantom prepared for battle. He declared boldly, if that's the case, then you go first. The Dark Elf King let out a cold laugh. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? A chilling aura filled the battlefield. He slowly raised his long sword and took his stance. Seeing this, Phantom was slightly puzzled. That was clearly elven swordsmanship drawn from the power of nature. But But strangely, only elves who could wield fairy power were capable of using it. Yet the fallen dark elves had long been stripped of that power, so how could he still use it? In the next instant, the dark elf king vanished from sight. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Phantom. His speed left Phantom greatly shaken. Seeing Phantom block his strike, even the dark elf king looked surprised. He took a step back to create distance. At that moment, Phantom wasn't doing well. The sheer force made his arms tremble uncontrollably. So that was it. He had modified the original sword style based on his enhanced dark elf body, a sword technique made to match his build. Realizing this, Phantom let out a chuckle. Looks like you can predict my attack rhythm now. How interesting. The dark elf king didn't respond to Phantom's comment and launched another thunderous strike. Violent energy stirred up a storm of sword aura. In a flash, the two engaged in a fierce, rapid clash. Phantom gradually adapted to the king's offense, wielding Black Dragon Fong with fluid speed, slashing twice with the force of a falling meteor, wounding the dark elf king on the spot. The king quickly leapt back from Phantom, landing a blow. Phantom grew suspicious, because this dark elf king didn't seem as powerful as he remembered, though still fast and strong. The wounded king now gasped heavily for breath. His gaze turned to his clansmen being overrun one by one. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Dark elves kept falling to the ground. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. His people had followed him with unwavering trust, fighting to the very end, and he only wanted to reclaim the glory of their past with them, to correct all the wrongs that had been done. Because the moment he chose power, he stepped onto a path of no return. For that, he would fight 1,000 battles. Only victories were allowed, never defeat. That was the goal he'd pursued all his life. And so he must win. Suddenly, a dangerous aura burst out from within him. Sensing it, Phantom's pupil shrank in shock. The next moment, the dark elf king appeared in front of Phantom at an incredible... The terrifying pressure made Phantom shudder. A wave of spiritual power came crashing toward him. The immense force sent Phantom flying over 10 meters away, slamming hard into the wall. Taking that blow, Phantom immediately coughed up blood. Before he could catch his breath, that terrifying figure charged at him once more. Phantom barely managed to react and blocked. At this moment, clarity filled his mind. This was the powerful force he had seen in the dark elf memories. There was no time for further thought. The blade sliced through the air, coming at him again. Phantom swung Black Dragon Fong to meet the attack. In the next moment, the two of them unleashed their full strength in the clash. The overwhelming force shook the air like thunder. As their auras faded away, Phantom was already at a disadvantage. Although he could barely hold on with Black Dragon Fong, if he kept holding back his power, he would surely lose. But the problem now was, all the players' eyes were fixed on him. This meant he couldn't openly use many of his skills. As Phantom hesitated and slammed heavily into him, the overwhelming force smashed him into the wall, causing Phantom serious injuries. Even several of his ribs were broken. The Dark Elf King calmly walked toward him. At this point, Phantom could no longer lift his weapon. In a daze, he watched the Dark Elf King raise his longsword to strike him down. Phantom gritted his teeth, trying to stand up. But no matter how hard he tried, his body wouldn't move. Just as his life hung by a thread, several chains flew in and locked the longsword in place. The players swarmed in, tightly grabbing the Dark Elf King. Everyone moved to Phantom's side at that moment. They gave it their all to save Phantom. Seeing this, Phantom was deeply surprised. At the same time, a healer arrived to treat him. But his ribs would take 30 minutes to heal. At that moment, Choi Jinpyo spoke to Phantom. They had seen everything clearly from behind. He had wiped out all the Dark Knights like a monster, then fought the leader alone. Phantom's determination had ignited their fighting spirit. They hadn't expected that. As a newcomer of only 2.5 months, he could fight so bravely. It left them with no choice but to fight on. Now, only a little over 100 Dark Elves remained. As long as they defeated the leader, the raid would succeed. We'll win for sure. Phantom once again gripped Black Dragon Fong. Though his body was heavily wounded, his words were full of confidence. Give me 10 more minutes, just 10 minutes, and leave the rest to me. However, once the players engaged the Dark Elf King, they realized just how hard those 10 minutes would be. They now truly understood the horror of this monster. Even with everyone attacking together, they couldn't bring him down. Yet Phantom had fought him head-to-head just moments before, so they could only pin their hopes on Phantom. We only need to hold on for 10 minutes, but in the next moment, the Dark Elf King broke free from everyone's restraints, like a demon bursting out of its cage. How laughable. After all that effort, they only managed to restrain him for a few minutes. Seeing this, everyone made up their minds. Even if they died today, they'd fight for their dignity. They charged at the Dark Elf King with weapons in hand. The king frowned at the sight. These humans really are persistent. He swiftly launched 2 arrows forward, instantly taking out the 2 players in front. At the same time, a fireball flew at him from the side. He casually waved it away with ease, mocking them for resisting in vain. But that couldn't shake the players' unwavering resolve. They kept charging one after another. As time ticked away, the Dark Elf King grew increasingly anxious. A seed of fear began to sprout in his heart. He didn't even understand what exactly he feared. But when he saw Phantom's cold gaze from the crowd, he shivered involuntarily, clutching his sword tightly. Now, only 3 minutes remained until Phantom recovered. At that moment, the Dark Elf King's attacks grew more ferocious. Each swing of his sword took out several players. In just a few rounds, the players were heavily wounded one after another. A dark shadow loomed over their hearts. They had thought they were close to clearing the dungeon, but reality was worlds apart from their expectations. The Dark Elf King was a true final boss-level monster. He alone was equivalent to an entire army. If they couldn't defeat him, even if they wiped out every other Dark Elf, they would still face total defeat in the end. His overwhelming presence loomed like a mountain now, suffocating everyone in its weight. But just then, a calm voice reached his ears. "Have you finished showing off yet?" Fully recovered, Phantom stepped forward. "You've all done well. Now leave the rest to me." Hearing this, the others looked worried. Can you really handle it alone? They had just experienced the king's terrifying strength firsthand. But Phantom reassured them. "I've got this." At the same time, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. "If you follow me, I won't be able to fight at full strength." By now, the Dark Elf King had already lost his patience. He raised his longsword high, a surge of power gathering on the blade. "Foolish bunch, let me send you to your deaths." He slashed down, the sword carrying explosive force. A deafening roar erupted through the air. A raging force instantly swept across the battlefield. Such a powerful attack made everyone extremely nervous. As the dust settled, a massive energy sphere remained in the arena, trapping both the Dark Elf King and Phantom inside. Zhang Min anxiously pounded on the energy sphere, shouting to Phantom to see if he was okay. A faint voice came from inside. Phantom said he was trapped in here, and specifically pointed out that it was the Dark Elf King's doing. He himself couldn't use this kind of skill. Hearing this, Zhang Minwen immediately thought Phantom had fallen into a trap, and loudly assured him that they'd find a way to break it from outside. Hearing Zhang Minwen's words, Phantom let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they believed what he said. At this moment, even the Dark Elf King couldn't help but ask, "What is this barrier? Have you been hiding your true strength all along?" Phantom chuckled softly at this. "No need to be so surprised. The power I possess goes far beyond this." As he spoke, countless ice crystals began to fall from the sky. The power of frost erupted and spread from Phantom's body. Even the Dark Elf King couldn't withstand this extreme cold. His limbs were quickly covered in frost. In an instant, the entire space turned into a frozen wasteland. Even the dark energy around them was coated in frost, turning into sharp icicle-like spikes. At this moment, Phantom no longer hid his strength. Within this domain, he was the absolute ruler. Everything was under his control. "You're dying to curse at me now, aren't you? Then it's my turn." This battlefield of chains not only drains the opponent's stamina, but also prevents them from fighting at full strength. He could even use frost to cover his armor, enhancing his defense. Finally, he could use frost-based attacks on the enemy. His death-tier skill Dark Watcher lacked attack power, but once coated with frost, it can solidify energy flow, greatly boosting attack power. And after witnessing Phantom's might, the Dark Elf King grew interested. "So you're a magic swordsman after all. Then why were you hiding your strength earlier?" Phantom helplessly raised his hand, saying of course he had his reasons. Besides, weren't you hiding your power too? However, the Dark Elf King could only use his powers with help from the fallen fairy. He couldn't cast skills freely at will. But Phantom's abilities had no clear source, which made him realize just how dangerous Phantom truly was. Even so, he still had full confidence in winning the fight. Thus, power surged wildly through his sword, and a terrifying aura radiated from his body. His eyes locked tightly on Phantom, but none of that mattered. Either way, you won't escape death. Yet Phantom remained calm, gazing coldly at the Dark Elf King, then said something that startled him. 5 minutes. I only need 5 minutes. The Dark Elf King was clearly confused, but Phantom spoke seriously. "I mean it. 5 minutes is all I need to finish you." Hearing this, the Dark Elf King burst out laughing, as if he'd just heard the joke of the century. His grin widened. "Aren't you underestimating me?" But Phantom stayed dead serious. "Don't get me wrong. I'm already giving you too much credit. Even though I'm far weaker than before, 5 minutes is more than enough for you." Suddenly, shadow energy erupted from Phantom's body, his sword igniting like a blazing flame. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged from him. Seeing this, the Dark Elf King's pupil shrank, staring hard at the sword engulfed in fire. Could this be Sword Gang? But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the flames around true Sword Gang are far more intense. Or maybe, he just focused all his power into the sword. With Phantom's current magic, using Sword Gang should be impossible. Yet the sheer aura he gave off felt ominously similar. This sword's power didn't seem any weaker than Sword Gang at all. Unable to figure it out, he asked Phantom directly, "What kind of strange skill is this?" Phantom's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smile, and he began explaining the origin of the skill. 28 years ago, I encountered an ultimate monster called the Iron Armored Turtle. Its tough skin and shell couldn't be pierced by a sword. Just when my life was hanging by a thread, my desire to survive grew even stronger. But back then, I couldn't use sword steel. In desperation, I came up with this method. By colliding energy and inner force, I could enhance my weapon's power. Phantom's teammates were in awe after witnessing this move. They were utterly impressed. It was the best idea they had ever seen. Phantom even gave it a cool name. Ramatat. It was a skill born from surviving the brink of death, derived from Sword Steel's desperate breakthrough. The next moment, Black Dragon Fong sliced through the air. The space itself seemed frozen in time. Everything was swept away by its sharp edge. When the space returned to calm, Black Dragon Fong was already lodged in the Dark Elf King's chest. At this moment, he felt full of self-mockery. 5 minutes. You really overestimated me. Phantom asked if he had any last words. The Dark Elf King only begged for a swift end. Phantom agreed immediately, but in return, he wanted an answer to his question. Phantom took out the Orb of the Lost and asked what it was. Upon seeing it, the Dark Elf King exclaimed it was the fairy egg. As long as it's near the world tree, it can hatch into a fairy. As he spoke, he tore off the pendant from his chest and tossed it at Phantom's feet. He said it still contained the power of the world tree. As long as you infuse magic into the egg, the fairy will hatch. Hearing this, Phantom thanked him, then shamelessly asked if he had anything else to give him, like holy water, for example. The Dark Elf King was exasperated. He sighed to the heavens that he had lost to such a shameless man. Phantom then drew out Black Dragon Fang to finish the Dark Elf King. In his final moments, he prayed to the World Tree. "Oh World Tree, I offer you my life. Please forgive my useless subordinates." And with that, the Jedger dungeon was cleared successfully. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man was being savagely beaten. Carligna questioned him with murderous intent. "Speak. Where is the teleporter?" The once all-powerful Frost Queen had now fallen into a cute and fierce fairy. She even had to make a contract with the one who had slain her, all because Phantom had obtained the fairy's favor and gained the power of the World Tree from the Dark Elf King. If he could make a contract with the fairy, he could use powerful skills without consuming any mana. Back when Phantom had very little mana, he envied those who had fairies. Now that he could have one of his own, Phantom was overjoyed, but he had heard that fairies only bonded with compatible souls, so the one he hatched must be a dark fairy. Phantom couldn't help imagining how fierce and powerful his dark fairy might be. Without hesitation, he crushed the pendant containing World Tree power. A faint glow radiated from the remaining residue. It was weak, but he could still sense the presence of the World Tree. At the same time, players outside the Dark Barrier waited anxiously. They had already defeated all the Dark Elves, but Phantom still hadn't come out, and they couldn't go in to help either. They couldn't even see inside. All they could do was pray for Phantom's safety. But just then, they all received a notification. It was the system announcement. The Jag dungeon had been cleared. Everyone instantly burst into cheers. "We can finally go home. Thank you, player Su Juanhao. Who would have thought he'd defeat the boss solo? Thanks to Su Juanhao, we're going back alive." At that moment, the Dark Barrier dissipated. Phantom slowly emerged from within, but his face didn't look good. The players quickly surrounded him, asking if he was hurt. Phantom only replied softly, "I'm fine. Thank you, everyone." Without stopping, he continued walking into the distance, leaving Zhang Minwen and the others standing confused. Why did Phantom seem so drained? He didn't look seriously injured either. Did something happen to him? His battle with the tribe leader must have been intense. Otherwise, why would he have that expression? The scene shifts. Phantom boarded a plane and flew off somewhere. And of course, the MVP for clearing the Jag dungeon was rightfully awarded to him. Yet Phantom didn't feel happy at all. He looked utterly dejected. He sighed. What's the point of MVP? All of this is meaningless anyway. Was it so wrong to want a dark fairy? I never wanted the Frost Queen. Meanwhile, the mini Frost Queen looked on curiously, gazing at the world outside. Everything she'd never seen before left her in awe. In a cute, playful voice, she exclaimed, "Humans are amazing. They can fly without even using magic." Phantom replied with disdain, "Didn't I just tell you earlier? Don't talk to me until I sort out my thoughts." But the Frost Queen muttered softly, "I was just talking to myself. You're really hard to please." Hearing that, Phantom grew even more annoyed. He couldn't understand how the creature that once terrified the world and froze her own allies had become his fairy, and he had clearly killed her too. Then the Frost Queen whispered again, "It's been long enough. You've sorted your thoughts by now, right?" Still, Phantom told her to stop talking to him. She giggled mischievously. I was just talking to myself, and you still heard me." Phantom clutched his head in frustration. "That's why I was summoned. In other words, your most compatible element is ice." But Phantom thought that was total nonsense. He had been using his Dark Watcher skill for over 5 years now. He'd only been using ice magic for 3 months. The Frost Queen shrugged and said, "Well, facts are facts. You used a fairy egg, and I'm the one that hatched from it. So stop struggling pointlessly. Just sign a contract with me." But without hesitation, Phantom flatly refused. "Keep dreaming. Think about what you've done to humanity." The Frost Queen retorted, "What kind of unforgivable crimes have you committed?" Phantom narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "Don't tell me you're unaware yourself." The Frost Queen looked at Phantom silently, waiting to hear what terrible sins he would accuse her of committing. But just as Phantom opened his mouth, his mind went blank with a buzz. He couldn't recall at all what heinous crime she had committed. Then he remembered. She once froze the South Pacific. The Frost Queen replied with a sigh, "You're right. I do owe the people there an apology." Phantom followed up, "But it caused climate abnormalities too. It even helped slow global warming somewhat. Still, that credit doesn't belong to her. She also did something truly unforgivable. She froze her own comrades." But the Frost Queen raised her hand and said, "That wasn't me. Besides, I used my own power to undo the ice afterward." The Frost Queen then declared righteously, "This fairy has never done anything shameful. But you killed me and felt no guilt whatsoever." Her words left Phantom momentarily speechless. He could only cough awkwardly to hide it. "So noisy. Just go back to enjoying the scenery." Taking the chance while turning away, he secretly contacted Dehang. asking what wrongs the Frost Queen had committed. But Dehang's answer didn't help at all. Even Dehang couldn't think of anything beyond what Phantom had said. Just then, the Frost Queen's laughter rang beside him. This little gadget's pretty neat. You can get answers that fast? Phantom had no choice now, but to accept that the Frost Queen was innocent. He asked what he gained by making a contract with her. The Frost Queen grinned and patted her chest proudly. You'll get the full teachings of me, your new teacher. Phantom stared at her, falling into thought. You were powerful back then, but didn't you still lose to me in the end? The Frost Queen chuckled with a smirk. You're not wrong. You did defeat me. Asterisk after asterisk, my powers were weakened. Hearing that, Phantom was instantly startled. You said your power has been weakened. Stop lying. However, the Frost Queen swore to him face to face. She claimed she was not lying. Because I was once the Queen of Puhayan in the Frozen Kingdom, a ruler who could command all the cold in the world. The Frost Queen's oath convinced Phantom to believe her words. Because when casting magic, you stake all your power, so it's impossible to lie. Thus, Phantom asked her how much her power had weakened. She responded, probably by about 1%. As soon as she said this, Phantom's roar echoed through the plane. Are you kidding me? Don't ever do something like this again. I would never. If I swore recklessly, it would taint my noble honor. Phantom sighed helplessly. Since you've sworn, I'll form a contract with you. But I have one condition. If you dare to harm me or those around me, the contract will be void. Hearing this, the Frost Queen readily agreed. Then they began the contract ceremony. A fairy and her contractor are soulmates. How could I harm you? As Phantom looked at the Frost Queen before her, she made a decision. Though she wasn't sure if this was the right choice, she had no other option. With her power alone, it was hard to clear a 1-star dungeon. But with the power of a fairy, she could do it. So she needed to find out how strong the Frost Queen had become as a fairy. After forming the contract with the Frost Queen, she went to the Player Association's training room. Her goal was to test the equipment she had obtained last time. When Phantom put on the player bracelet, her magic power soared past 100. This made her a little excited inside. With this, she could clear a 1-star dungeon on her own. Seeing this, the Frost Queen crossed her arms and commented, using these items, you are indeed stronger than before. Phantom complained in frustration, I didn't ask for your opinion. Now it's time for you to show me your power. Though Phantom knew well the Frost Queen's former strength, now that she was a fairy, things were surely different. Hearing this, the Frost Queen thought for a moment and decided to show her some tricks. After all, only by showing Phantom her power would she treat her better in the future. Raising her small hand, Frost power surged in her palm. The next moment, a chilling aura enveloped her. The temperature in the training room dropped rapidly. A bone-chilling cold began to spread. It reminded Phantom of when he first entered the Frost Queen's cave. Back then, he also felt like even his heart was freezing over. But at that moment, the Frost Queen suddenly withdrew her frost power. Seeing this left Phantom puzzled. She turned her head away proudly. Forget it. This just feels boring now. I'm not in the mood to use my power. Seriously, Phantom couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted, are you freaking kidding me? But the Frost Queen replied nonchalantly, this is just how I am. Once I get curious, I can't focus on anything else. Hearing that, Phantom loudly demanded to know. What exactly are you curious about? She smiled slightly and said, hee, I want to see the human world. A moment later, Phantom brought her into the city. The outside world was full of new things she'd never seen before. She started bombarding Phantom with questions like a curious child. Phantom was completely helpless, grumpily answering her while fuming inside. Damn it, this little thing is so annoying. Just then, she seemed to notice something shocking. Her tiny body trembled with excitement. She pointed at a cat in the corner. What's that adorable little creature? Phantom told her, it's a stray cat. The moment he said it, she dashed forward to try petting it, but the cat panicked and bolted away, then landed messily on Phantom's head, gasping for breath. It muttered in fear, what kind of terrifying monster is that? Is it really okay to... Phantom replied dryly, of course it's fine. She doesn't attack anything bigger than her. As he spoke, he picked up the little black cat. The fierce black cat instantly became docile and calm. Phantom couldn't help but tease the Frost Queen. Cats only show their soft side to those stronger than them. Hearing that was like a thunderbolt to the Frost Queen. His words struck her sensitive little heart. She yelled, you evil jerk. Take me back to the training room. I'll show you what I can really do. Moments later, in the training room, Phantom stood watching the Frost Queen quietly. She held out her tiny hand, channeling frost energy. You better open your eyes and watch closely. In the next moment, a massive magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Sharp ice crystals emerged from the circle, transforming into countless ice spears. Then, various other ice weapons formed, all condensed in just a few breaths. In an instant, a fortress of war was built. Seeing this, Phantom was secretly shocked. Her power was indeed formidable. She alone could start a war. But Phantom calmly remarked that it was just alright. Feeling belittled, the Frost Queen stomped her little feet. What do you mean by that? Watch carefully one more time. Even weakened, this fairy's power is still mighty. But Phantom told her she could manage something like this too, just not as skillfully. Hearing this, she was unwilling to accept it. With a wave of her small hand, she summoned a weapon, telling Phantom to take a good look. If she looked properly, she wouldn't say such things. Phantom examined the long sword before her. Not only was it exquisitely crafted, but its lethality, she couldn't believe such a high-grade weapon was created in such a short time. To be honest, she couldn't compare it all right now. yet Phantom still said the same thing. I've seen it clearly. It's not that impressive. One day, I'll make these too. I just need time. What I expect to see is something I can't do. Phantom's words made her ponder. After thinking for a moment, she had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, she thought of something. Then, with another wave of her hand, is this what you meant? Seeing what was before her, Phantom's heart trembled. She couldn't help but cry out excitedly. Yes, that's it. This is exactly what I was hoping to see. After the Frost Queen finished demonstrating her power to Phantom, Phantom went to see Dijin. She asked if Dijin knew what the Frost Queen looked like. Dijin replied speechlessly. Of course I don't. Aren't you the only one who's seen her in person? Hearing this answer, Phantom felt relieved. Then, under Dijin's confused gaze, she said, you can come out now. In the next moment, the Frost... Seeing this, Dahang was so startled, she nearly fainted. She instantly darted behind a chair, panicking as she shouted, what the heck is that? Hearing this, the Frost Queen's face immediately darkened. The air temperature dropped sharply in an instant. How dare you call me a thing? You've got some nerve. The icy frost aura struck Dahang, making her shiver violently. Phantom quickly tried to calm her down. Hey, don't forget the contract we signed. She's my friend. The Frost Queen snorted and pouted angrily. Even if she's your friend, if she calls me that again, I won't forgive her. You hear that, Dahang? She's the queen who once crushed the world underfoot. You better be careful with your words. Hearing the word queen, Dahang immediately thought of a possibility. Don't tell me. She's... Moments later, Phantom explained everything to Dahang. It was so much information, she felt dizzy on the spot. She waved her hands, saying she needed time to process. Eventually, Dahang accepted that the little one was the Frost Queen. After all, even Phantom, who hated her the most, was okay with it. So she figured she had no right to complain either. Then Dahang asked what tier the Frost Queen belonged to. Fairies are ranked in 4 tiers based on power. Low, mid, high, and top. Normally, only the fairy herself can reveal her rank. So Phantom asked her directly. After 2 seconds of silence, the Frost Queen turned her head proudly and shouted, Aya, don't ask such hurtful questions. Of course I'm top tier. But based on how she acted, Phantom and Dahang weren't convinced. They leaned in and whispered to each other. She's probably low tier. Same here. But all jokes aside, she's still pretty strong. With her help, I could clear a high difficulty dungeon. One that's even harder than the one I cleared before. That's a 1-star level dungeon. The Jaeger dungeon she cleared last time should now also be marked as 1 star. Though it was cleared by the strength of hundreds of players, Phantom had grown a lot since then. So even if she goes solo now, she should be able to clear a 1-star dungeon. But now, there are only 3 1-star dungeons left on Earth. They are located in the southern part of Dark Nation and in Country Z. After all, the very cause of her shadow is now by her side. So what does she have to worry about? Hearing this, Dijin confidently told Phantom the name of the last dungeon. It's the East City dungeon in Antarctica. Time passed into the evening. Dijin informed Phantom that the press conference was tomorrow afternoon. At that time, Shuren would come pick her up. Then she took out a drink. Just as she was about to drink, she remembered something. Don't you need to eat? The Frost Queen replied. I am a noble elf fairy, different from you humans. I don't need food. Is that so? That's great then. You'll save me some food expenses. At this moment, Phantom asked her another question. Do you know about the dimensional elevator? The dimensional elevator is the hidden core of this world. If she could figure it out, she might reach the end of this game. But after thinking for a moment, the Frost Queen told Phantom she didn't know. This made Phantom a little annoyed. She thought maybe she just didn't want to tell her. You were at least a final boss before. How can you know nothing at all? Don't be so stingy, just tell me. But the Frost Queen seriously told her. I swear, I really don't know. Back then, I did have some understanding of the dimensional elevator. But after you defeated me, I lost all memory of the dimensional elevator. Even if I try to recall, my mind is just blank. Hearing this, Phantom could only feel regret. She didn't expect she'd lost her memory. This system really is flawlessly designed. Seeing Phantom's disappointed look, the Frost Queen chuckled. But you don't need to be so disappointed. Even though I lost that memory, I am still very clever. She'll definitely be a great help in your future dungeon runs. At that moment, Phantom thought of another question. It's said that fairies don't consume their contractor's mana, and he hadn't sensed any magic from her at all. So where exactly did her power come from? The Frost Queen calmly began explaining. Fairies require their contractor to have sufficient mental strength. In simple terms, if her willpower is low, she won't be able to unleash her true strength. If she's in really bad shape, she could even be forcibly recalled to the fairy realm. After hearing this, Phantom understood. There's no such thing as unlimited power without paying a price. That would be far too unrealistic. The Frost Queen continued. If you want to use the skill I just demonstrated, the same rules apply. Even someone as gifted as you would need at least a full month of practice to use it in combat. But Phantom smirked and replied confidently. I'll change your mind in just half a month. The day of the press conference finally arrived. Shuren also brought the outfit he had prepared for Phantom. But to his surprise, Phantom was already fully dressed. Even his hair had been neatly styled for once. This scene caught Shuren completely off guard. He thought Phantom would show up in pajamas like last time, and had even brought formal wear just in case. Phantom chuckled. That kind of joke only works once. Let's go. Right after clearing the Jag dungeon, Dahang had arranged a press conference for him. It drew reporters from nearly half the countries on Earth. And it had only been 3 months since Phantom debuted as Suju in Hell. Yet this event was already many times larger than the last one. It was a clear sign of just how fast he was rising. Reporters who had covered the East Sea dungeon still remembered him vividly. Even then, he had a unique presence about him, like legendary powerhouses Ji-Yu and Shin-Shang. A true monster born with overwhelming talent. Even if Phantom declared today that he would solo a 1-star dungeon, they wouldn't be surprised. At that moment, Phantom stepped onto the stage under intense attention. Cameras from all sides began flashing wildly. The press conference officially began. Reporters started firing off questions. One asked if he was planning to enter the Trial Academy. Phantom replied without hesitation, "Of course. I'm already adjusting my schedule to challenge that dungeon." The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Trial Academy is a challenge that every newcomer must face. Located in the... As the name suggests, it tests... After clearing one stage, you can choose to continue to the next, or you can quit halfway. But unlike regular dungeons, even if players quit midway, they can leave safely. However, the system forbids players from revealing what happens inside the dungeon, so no one knows exactly what the rewards are. But since so many players are taking the challenge, it must mean the Trial Academy is something special. The reporters eagerly noted down this important detail. With this scoop, today's trip wasn't wasted. But just then, Phantom made a shocking statement. After clearing the Trial Academy, I plan to challenge the East City dungeon. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze in place, unable to believe what they had just heard. Phantom's calm declaration threw the whole venue into silence. The next moment, the crowd exploded into chaos. Everyone stood up on the spot, excitedly confirming if Phantom really meant it. They all knew this dungeon was infamous for its extreme difficulty, ranked among the world's top 3 hardest dungeons, after the Frost Queen. This dungeon in Antarctica's East City terrified humanity once again. Faced with the crowd's excitement, Phantom calmly replied with a simple, "That's right." After the press conference ended, Phantom's statement spread like wildfire. The world's attention focused on this super rookie star of just 3 months. Yet, some believed Phantom was just bluffing. With his current ability, clearing the Trial Academy was already a stretch, let alone the ultra-difficult East City dungeon. But others had high hopes for Phantom, believing he might even surpass Ji-Yu. Phantom himself hadn't expected such overwhelming attention. The Frost Queen asked him if he had confidence. Phantom then explained to her the hidden secret of the Trial Academy. Although the Trial Academy requires players to be level 25 to 30, the harder the stages, the better the rewards. But its difficulty is fixed, which means when completing each stage, lower-level players get more rewards than higher-level players. But there's one condition. The system must allow players to enter a second time, because players who have already claimed rewards once. You normally can't challenge it a second time. But Phantom had already challenged it years ago. However, the rewards and stats he received 25 years ago had already been reset, which means he might be allowed to enter again. Phantom wanted to take on the Trial Academy again, not only to save his frozen comrades, but also to surpass his former self. Then Phantom suddenly asked the Frost Queen a question. "When we get back, will you train me?" The Frost Queen was quite surprised. With a smug smile, she said, "So you're asking for my guidance?" Phantom nodded calmly, admitting it openly. After all, she was more skilled at ice-type abilities than he was, so there was no harm in learning from her. The Frost Queen was thrilled by his response, excitedly declaring, "I'm going to be your teacher now. But be warned, training will be tough." "Good. I'll be waiting to see it." Right after Phantom asked her for training, they returned to the guild's training room. Currently, Phantom had 2 types of aura within him, Dark Aura and Frost Aura. If one wanted to master a certain aura, they had to first understand it thoroughly. The deeper the insight, the stronger the tech. The Frost Queen then posed a question to Phantom. "What do you think Dark Aura really is?" Phantom fell into thought, recalling his impressions of it. "I think it's a brutal, domineering, arrogant, and overbearing aura." Hearing his response, the Frost Queen was surprised and said he was spot on. She then asked what he thought Frost Aura was. Phantom immediately replied, "Isn't it just a cold, chilly aura?" The Frost Queen let out a helpless sigh at that, but she understood his reasoning. After all, he'd only used frost magic for 3 months. So she began explaining the essence of Frost Aura. "Focus and listen carefully. Frost is the most proud and elegant aura. It's a very versatile element." Phantom asked, "You mean, it balances both offense and defense?" "Exactly. Dark Aura, Fire Aura, and Wind Aura all focus too heavily on offense. They're not suited for defense. While the aura of Water and Earth is good for defense, it's rather weak in attack. But those who wield the power of Frost are called a one-person army. They possess both offense and defense. So you should be able to guess why they have that title. Now let me teach you how to use the Frost Aura." But before that, she snapped her fingers as she spoke. Instantly, she conjured a blade of ice. This was the treasured sword of Puhayan in the Frozen Kingdom, Fragarak. Seeing it, Phantom couldn't help but praise the sword. At this moment, the Frost Queen made a request. She wanted Phantom to forge an identical sword. Only after she succeeded would she begin teaching her. After saying this, she summoned a small frozen throne. Phantom quickly stopped her, telling her she didn't want to craft equipment. The Frost Queen leisurely lounged on the throne, grinning. Since ancient times, a true one-person army is someone who can wield all weapons alone. If you can't even get past this stage, what training are you talking about? So, in the following time, Phantom kept forging weapons nonstop, though she felt she did well each time. Whenever she showed them to the Frost Queen, they were declared unqualified. First, the blade wasn't sharp enough. Second, the balance was off. The Frost Queen complained. "And you dare say this is a replica of my treasured sword?" Phantom was driven to madness. She had already lost count of how many swords she had shattered, but there was nothing she could do about the Frost Queen's pickiness. She could only helplessly keep forging the sword. What she didn't know was, the Frost Queen was actually amazed by Phantom's comprehension. After only 34 attempts, she had already recreated over 65% of the design. It reminded her of the power Phantom once possessed 25 years ago. Power so great it was hard to believe she was a human from Earth. This thought surfaced in her mind. Perhaps this fairy is raising a monster. Thinking this, she let out a soft laugh. Watching her grow stronger and stronger was truly amusing. 2.5 days later, after another 152 tries, Phantom finally forged a sword she was most satisfied with. She turned to the Frost Queen and asked, "Does it finally pass this time?" The Frost Queen examined the weapon carefully, and then shattered the sword again in the next second. Seeing this, Phantom thought he had failed once more. But to his surprise, the Frost Queen giggled and said, "The sword was great. I just broke it because I felt like it." Then she placed her small hand on Phantom's head and said warmly, "That's enough training for now. You haven't slept for 2, go take a nap. When you wake up, I'll teach you the frost techniques you've—" But hearing that, Phantom looked skeptical. He asked suspiciously, "Aren't you going to make me forge a gun next?" The Frost Queen huffed and said she'd changed her mind. Phantom pointed at her and shouted, "If you're lying, I won't let you off." But before he could finish, he collapsed to the floor and fell fast asleep. The Frost Queen waved her hand and summoned a blanket, then gently covered Phantom. In that moment, she was filled with emotion. Gods really are unfair. Not only is he naturally gifted, but he also works relentlessly hard. So let him grow stronger. Strong enough to protect everything he holds dear. The scene shifts. Phantom arrived at the trial cavern of World X. The guild had already contacted the manager. She pulled up the record of players who had cleared the trial cavern. Phantom immediately saw his name. To his surprise, after 25 years, no one had broken his record, and apart from the entrant, no one knew what happened inside, which meant no one could predict the horrors that awaited within. Phantom then stepped up to the dungeon entrance. Detected, same individual re-entering. Administrator confirmation required. In the next instant, he was pulled into a strange dimension. A pitch-black portal appeared before him. A figure emerged from within. "Hello, my name is Gray. I'm the manager of the first floor of the dimensional elevator." Seeing this, Phantom was stunned. "Wait, are you the god of Earth?" Gray chuckled. "Of course not. I'm just a civil servant assigned to manage this place." But in Phantom's understanding, doesn't a manager equate to a godlike existence? Hearing this, Gray explained to Phantom that they're not the same. His area of management is limited to the first floor, such as first floor dungeons and monsters. After saying this, he chuckled. "It's a pleasure to see familiar faces again, after such a long time. Though it's a bit late, I still want to congratulate you on your return, player Phantom." Both Phantom and the Frost Queen were stunned. They didn't expect him to know them so well. The Frost Queen quickly asked if he knew her too. Gray immediately revealed her identity. "You are the Flame Frost Monarch of Puhayan, the Frost Queen." Hearing this, the Frost Queen grinned proudly. "Hee, I knew it. How could anyone not recognize me?" Then Phantom asked Gray what this place was. "This is a virtual space I created, but there seems to be a problem now. You cleared the Trial Academy 28 years ago. By the rules, players who have claimed rewards can't enter again. Even though you changed your name, your true identity is still Phantom." But Phantom asked him, "What if I never claimed the reward? As far as I know, I didn't receive any rewards from the Trial Academy." Phantom's words made Gray ponder. Then he released a wave of pressure and laughed. "What you said is indeed true." The overwhelming pressure shocked Phantom deeply. So this is the power of an administrator. But Phantom braced herself and said, "According to the rules, there shouldn't be any reason to deny me entry, right?" But Gray told Phantom, "This matter is for me to decide. Although you haven't broken any clear rules, this involves fairness. Since you've cleared it once, you know what challenges await. That wouldn't be fair to other players." Hearing this, Phantom immediately thought of a solution. "In that case, why don't you just raise the difficulty?" Gray stared straight at Phantom and smiled slightly. "You sound pretty confident." Phantom immediately confirmed it. "All you need to do is let me enter the Trial Academy." Hearing that, Gray made his decision. "I'm not sure if you're honest or just cunning." Then he snapped his fingers. "Since you made me laugh last time, I'll make an exception for you. Good luck." With that, he turned to leave, but the Frost Queen called out to him. "You seem to know me quite well. Do you know why I lost my memory?" But Gray only replied calmly, "Sorry, no comment. I hope you both enjoy your time here." In the next moment, Phantom appeared in a different space. The damp air told him right away this was the Trial Academy. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen was still pondering over Gray. "That guy's really hard to read." Phantom asked, "You really don't remember anything?" The Frost Queen sighed in frustration. "That's exactly why I'm so upset. I can't recall anything about Vine at all." Just then, a prompt appeared before him. "Welcome, player Sujuinhao. Stage 1. Begin. Use magic to break the spheres." Balls began dropping from the sky. Phantom quickly cleared the first challenge with ease. Next up was the gravity test. Phantom skipped the rest and jumped right in. The next moment, an immense gravity field slammed down. It made Phantom's entire body tremble uncontrollably. This test adjusted the gravity by the minute, putting increasing pressure on his body. And judging by how it felt now, it seemed to be twice as hard as before. And the 8 remaining trials were all inhumanly brutal. In the next moment, the gravity intensified again, slamming Phantom to the ground, unable to stand. He trembled, gritting his teeth. This was even tougher than before, but nothing he couldn't handle. Moments later, the second trial finally ended. Phantom lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, cursing. Just how much did that gray guy ramp up the difficulty? But before long, Phantom sat up again, determined to continue to the next stage of the trial. The Frost Queen suggested that she should rest for a bit first, but Phantom told her it was best to finish while her body was still warmed up, because the Trial Academy increases rewards based on the player's effort. In her current state, she could earn even greater rewards by pushing forward. The next trial was the Illusion Trial. Phantom recalled memories from the past. Back then, she fought desperately against monster illusions to save her parents. She fought with all her might against the monster illusions, determined not to let those vile illusions harm her parents. She struggled for 12 long hours before succeeding. This time, different illusions would likely appear. Thinking this, Phantom suddenly glanced at the Frost Queen. Maybe an illusion of the Frost Queen will appear too, but it surely wouldn't let her pass easily. Right then, Phantom patted the dust off her clothes and stood up, ready for battle. Before her, 4 figures materialized. They were none other than her teammates, frozen while challenging the Frost Queen. Seeing this scene, Phantom had already prepared herself mentally. As expected, if they're going to torture me, they'll at least go this far. As Ji Yuan appeared, he lashed out angrily at Phantom, demanding why she abandoned them, calling her a traitor and a liar. As soon as he said that, the Frost Queen hurriedly told Phantom not to take it seriously. They're just illusions. But Phantom's face darkened with sorrow. Her expression was filled with grief as she said, "Of course I know that. But these fools, they knew they were risking their lives. Yet still, at the very last moment, they pushed me forward without hesitation. So how could my heart not ache? No matter what, I won't allow anyone to insult them." Phantom summoned the Ice Blade Flame Formation Generation 1, but she knew well how difficult this battle would be. Lap possessed incredible regeneration and destructive power. Skya wielded versatile offensive and defensive magic. Add to that Beto's ranged attacks and Mio's swordsmanship. Fighting them all at once was practically suicide. So Phantom planned to have the Frost Queen hold off Skya and Lat. But that would drain the Frost Queen's mental energy rapidly. In her current state, she could hold out for only 30 seconds. But Phantom smiled confidently. 30 seconds is enough. With that, she charged forward with her sword. She had to take down the less durable Beto and Mio first. At the same time, the Frost Queen raised her hand to gather magic, chanting an incantation as she did. "Awaken from the frozen earth and destroy our enemies. My soldiers." The ground trembled violently and began to collapse. A legion of frost giants burst forth from the earth. They immediately charged toward the enemies. Skya shouted for everyone to be careful. At the same time, magic surged in her staff. In an instant, she conjured a magic shield to block the giant's charge. Meanwhile, a sharp pain shot through Phantom's mind. Just from this brief exchange, her mental energy was rapidly draining. At that moment, Lat suddenly leaped in front of her. Flames blazed fiercely on her fists. She shouted at Phantom, "Let's settle this." At that moment, the Frost Queen struck again. A wave of frost energy burst forth, and instantly froze Lat on the spot. The Frost Queen told Phantom not to worry here. She just needs to do what she must. Phantom praised her. "Nice work. Just hang in there a little longer." But before she could finish, an attack came like Phantom barely dodged it, but the shockwave grazed her cheek. The illusion growled coldly. "Next time, you won't get away." Phantom couldn't believe her eyes. That a mere illusion could actually use magic bullets like the real Betcher. If one of those hit her, she might die on the spot. Betcher aimed at Phantom again, but just as she was about to pull the trigger, Phantom suddenly vanished from sight. Betcher's heart jumped in shock. She instantly guessed where Phantom might appear. In the next second, energy surged behind her, and Phantom emerged from the flow. This was one of Phantom's skills, Nightwalker, giving Betcher no time to react. Phantom's longsword came slashing down, and struck her down on the spot. But killing a teammate with her own hands didn't feel good at all. As she was still processing it, a shout rang out in fury. "Phantom, how could you attack Betcher?" She turned and saw, sure enough, it was Mio. "You actually killed a teammate. I'll make you pay in blood." Phantom's face grew tense. Using a sword against the Sword Saint Mio was far from rational. But if she struck now, while Mio was in rage over Betcher's death, she'd surely expose a weakness. In the next second, Mio launched an arrow, and that attack gave Phantom her opening. Seeing that scene filled Phantom with frustration. That illusion really had to cling to her like that. Just then, a cracking sound echoed. Phantom's expression changed on the spot. That sound, could it be? A towering figure emerged from the smoke. Ice shards kept falling around her like rain. It was none other than Lat, breaking free from the ice. She spoke with fierce determination. "Did you really think such petty tricks could stop me?" Meanwhile, the Frost Queen was nearing her limit. Skya's staff surged with magic power, sending a barrage of magical attacks at the frost giants. With loud crashes, they began to shatter apart. The massive falling ice chunks came crashing down toward the Frost Queen below. With a loud crash, the falling ice engulfed the entire space. But when the dust cleared, the Frost Queen was unharmed. Standing in front of her was a figure. It was Phantom, who had rushed over to block the ice for her. Phantom smiled and said, "Frost, thank you for holding on until now." But the next moment, a figure rushed toward her. Lat swung her fist fiercely at Phantom. The ferocious force shook Phantom's arms as it slammed into her shield. "This insolent fool, you dare leave me to help someone else," Lat shouted as she launched a relentless assault. At the same time, Skya gathered magic at the back line, quickly unleashing multiple powerful spells at Phantom. Phantom had no choice but to dodge frantically. Under their fierce coordination, Phantom broke out in a cold sweat. Their teamwork was overwhelmingly superior, with Lat as the tank and Skya providing ranged attacks. Even now, they were still the strongest duo. If Phantom wanted to defeat them, she had to go all out. Phantom closed her eyes and took a deep breath. In an instant, her body surged with magic power. She activated her speed skill. In the next second, Phantom instantly appeared before Lat and slashed her sword. Yet even though the attack landed, she felt no joy. Lat's calm voice chilled her to the bone. Getting slashed in the chest feels rather refreshing. Phantom could only watch as the wound began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lat clenched her fist tightly and launched a brutal straight punch. Phantom dodged to the side, feeling shocked inside. As expected, this won't work. His regeneration is simply unbelievable. At that moment, Skya summoned several spells again. They shot toward him like incantations. Phantom swiftly dodged with agile movements. His mind raced to find a breakthrough. Lat can heal through regeneration now, so he couldn't win through attrition. Since ordinary methods don't work, he had to take a risky move. Seeing Phantom constantly running, Lat was furious. "How long are you going to run? You're such a boring guy." Phantom turned and replied, "Yeah, I think it's boring too. Why don't we end this?" Phantom's casual tone enraged Lat. He suddenly lunged like a cannonball, appearing in front of Phantom in an instant. He slammed a powerful punch into Phantom's body. The impact made Phantom cough up a mouthful of blood. He felt like his bones were shattered. That guy was a literal monster, even punching through his frost shield and injuring him internally. But this was also his chance. Phantom thrust his long sword into Lat's body. Yet Lat only laughed and said, "That won't work on me, but I'll give you credit for your persistence." Still struggling even on the brink of death, but Phantom showed a meaningful smirk. "You're wrong. The one facing death is you." Energy on Phantom's sword surged like a storm. Then he shouted, "From death comes life." In a flash, energy exploded inside him and burst outward. Lat coughed up a mouthful of blood from the massive blow. Even his powerful regeneration couldn't save him from this. He collapsed, body fading into nothingness. Skya screamed his name in anguish. But in the end, he could only watch as Lat disappeared with the wind. Tears welled up in his eyes. He dropped to his knees in pain. His whole aura turned dark and terrifying. "I'll kill you." Skya had completely entered a berserk state. Even the Frost Queen noticed something was wrong. The aura around him felt extremely dangerous. Phantom, too, looked very serious. After all, he was the final enemy. To deal with the berserk Skya, Phantom had to give it his all. He channeled energy into his hand and muttered, "Come forth, edge of death." In an instant, the energy formed a massive black sickle. It radiated a deadly aura. Skya was protected by 7 layers of magical shields and destructive beams. Only dark energy with a contemptuous nature could pierce through them. Phantom gripped the black sickle tightly and declared, "Though this weapon drains magic power, it's the only option I have left." Skya's rampant magic exploded outward, threatening to tear the entire space apart. But at that instant, Phantom moved even faster. Wielding the massive sickle, she leaped toward Skya. The black sickle slashed down mercilessly, erasing everything in its path. Phantom let out a breath of relief. Good thing it was just an illusion of Skya. If it were real, I'd have lost. As the illusion of Skya faded away, Phantom seemed to see his long-lost comrade. "Junhao, I'll wait for you." Then the illusion vanished completely. At the same time, a notification popped up. "You have passed the illusion trial. Would you like to proceed to the next stage, or claim your reward and leave?" Phantom didn't hesitate for a second. "My choice is to continue." After clearing the illusion trial, Phantom collapsed into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the Frost Queen was staring at him anxiously. It turned out Phantom had slept for 30 hours straight. The Frost Queen had been so frightened, she thought he had died. She didn't expect the after effects of Edge of Death to be so severe. Though it was an incredibly powerful skill, Phantom helplessly replied that this was already considered mild. After all, even though they were illusions, they were still incredibly tough. The Frost Queen asked how many trials remained. Phantom stretched and answered, "I'm not too sure. The administrator mentioned changing themes and difficulty, but I guess around 10 stages in total. The deeper you go, the harder the trials become. So far, things have gone relatively smoothly. It wasn't as hard as she imagined." But Phantom still didn't know how many stages she could endure. The Frost Queen asked Phantom, "It must have been painful to clash blades with long-lost comrades, right?" But Phantom replied it didn't matter. After all, they were just illusions. But one thing still left her feeling regretful. She didn't see her parents this time. Hearing that, the Frost Queen asked in confusion, "Why would your parents appear in the illusion trial?" "Because they passed away." Hearing this, the Frost Queen froze on the spot. She nervously and shyly apologized. This fairy misspoke. Phantom told her not to worry. It was something that happened long ago. The Frost Queen gently patted Phantom's shoulder with her small hand, and said her own parents had died when she was 6. So she understood how Phantom felt. Hearing that, Phantom understood. The Frost Queen was trying to comfort her. Seems we share the same kind of sorrow. Phantom then left the healing room. The next challenge was the trial of sleeplessness. Once accepted, she wouldn't be able to sleep for 10 days. Without any hesitation, Phantom chose to proceed. A countdown of 240 hours popped up. Phantom sat on the ice chain and endured the passage of time. And so, 20 hours passed, second by second. The Frost Queen, worried Phantom might be hungry, gave her food. But Phantom said being hungry was fine. It would help keep her awake. As 60 hours passed, Phantom was now mentally and physically exhausted. Overwhelming drowsiness filled her mind. The Frost Queen quickly shouted to remind her not to fall asleep. Phantom weakly asked her to help her stay alert. The Frost Queen summoned a snowflake in her hand and slapped it right onto Phantom's face. As time kept passing, they had already reached the 98-hour mark. Phantom's eyes were now bloodshot with fatigue. She felt like she could pass out the second she touched a bed. That would probably feel amazing right now. Just thinking about it made her eyelids start drooping. Just then, the Frost Queen burst through the door and loudly asked if she had dozed off. Soon, only 24 hours remained on the countdown. The Frost Queen cheered Phantom on to hang in there a bit longer. Freedom was finally within reach. At this point, Phantom was so exhausted that her head was spinning. She was falling into a hazy, blurry state. She recalled the rewards from clearing the 9th stage last time. A level 1 skill, Soul of the Hero, and a heap of valuable stat boosts. Back then, she had struggled immensely to earn those rewards. So this time, she had to at least reach the 9th stage. Only then could she save her frozen comrades. The determination to save her companions became her final pillar of strength. But just then, the Frost Queen's shout jolted her awake. She snapped out of her dazed state immediately. The Frost Queen asked worriedly if she had fallen asleep, but the Frost Queen pointed to the countdown above. The timer had finally reached 0. Phantom had made it to the end of the trial. A prompt quickly popped up. You have passed the sleepless trial. Would you like to continue the challenge? The next stage is the taste trial. Hearing this, Phantom bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. Then she firmly chose to continue. After a short rest, Phantom began the sensory trial. She could clearly feel that the difficulty had doubled. Next came the silence trial, a combination of the sound trial and this effectively added an entirely new stage. Phantom couldn't help but curse the administrator inwardly. Still, she was determined to see it through. Just then, the Frost Queen started tapping rapidly on the ground. She was using the Morse code Phantom had taught her earlier. It meant, "Do you want to eat?" Phantom shook her head speechlessly. This woman was really getting too into it. Next up, awaited Phantom the emptiness trial. This was the stage where most players failed. Emptiness is one of humanity's most primal fears. Being stripped of senses alone left one helpless. If one's mental strength wavered, it was easy to lose oneself in the void. Even Phantom had once faltered at this challenge. But now, she successfully cleared the silence trial. Yet to her surprise, she now faced both the 9th stage emptiness trial and the 10th stage time trial simultaneously. If you lack the confidence to clear this challenge, abandon it immediately. Otherwise, you might vanish forever. Seeing this, Phantom was in disbelief. Just the void trial alone was already dangerous enough, and now there was also a time trial on top of that? Was this meant to trap someone in an empty void and make them forget time until the challenge ended? But Phantom quickly made her decision now, because what she was gambling everything for was hidden in this dungeon. Then, Phantom tapped out a Morse code message on the ground to the Frost Queen. "I'll be right back." The Frost Queen smiled knowingly and replied, "Don't worry. Hurry along. This fairy will be waiting here for you." With a determined look, Phantom said, "I'm willing to take on the challenge." The system prompt immediately popped up. Beginning Stage 9, Void Trial and Stage 10, Time Trial. In the next moment, Phantom was pulled into the void, where she could feel absolutely nothing. Even the Frost Queen's presence and her own magic vanished. At this moment, the only thing left in her mind was an unshakable thought. I am Su Jianhao, a phantom in this life. I've always been victorious, so I will definitely pass this trial too. I will succeed. After entering the ultimate double trial of void and time, days felt like years in that emptiness. In that darkness, she couldn't feel time passing at all. She had no idea how much time had passed, or even whether she still existed. It felt like she had completely vanished from the world. That endless emptiness threw her into deep self-doubt. Was I too impatient? Was I too eager to master the power of frost? Am I going to flee again like I did during the previous void trial? Phantom's resolve began to waver. But in an instant, she steeled herself again. This is my choice. I chose to gain great power. So even if I risk my life, I will complete this trial. I absolutely won't die in this pathetic place. I am Phantom, Su Jianhao. At this moment, Phantom's unwavering will reached its peak, burning fiercely and becoming the source of her strength. And then, who knows how long later, Phantom's consciousness slowly returned to her body. She also woke up at that moment. Seeing her awake, the Frost Queen happily rushed over. You're back. Phantom asked how much time had passed. The Frost Queen told her it had been 10 days. Hearing that, Phantom sat up. This damn trial of tests. I felt like a whole month had passed, yet it was only 10 days? Just then, the Frost Queen noticed something. She stared at Phantom intently. Come to think of it, you've really changed a lot. Phantom now radiated a completely different aura. But Phantom dismissed it casually. It's nothing special. Feels like I just shed a layer of skin. But my body does feel a lot clearer than before. Phantom took a deep breath and summoned her magic. In an instant, magic surged through her entire body. Moments later, Phantom was astonished. Her magic consumption was 0. Even back when she was Phantom 17, she still had to use at least 3% of her magic. But now she was on par with the magic-enhanced Skya. It meant she had achieved perfect magic control. Phantom decided to test it further. She instantly channeled magic into her ice blade, then slashed forward fiercely. With a loud boom, she left a deep mark on the wall. Seeing this, the Frost Queen couldn't help but praise her. This is way better than the sword and spear you used before. Phantom stared at the scene in surprise. She had thought her old weapons were already perfect. Just then, a prompt appeared. You have passed the emptiness and time trials. Calculating trial of tests rewards. Phantom was instantly thrilled. Finally, it's reward time. But even after a while, no reward arrived. Phantom thought the system had frozen. She pounded the notification window in frustration. The Frost Queen also playfully slapped it from the side. The next moment, a warning popped up. Calculating. Do not rush. Administrator, Gray. Phantom immediately stopped what she was doing. Alright. I got it. The unusual settlement screen surprised the Frost Queen. Even the administrator got involved? What kind of reward could be so extraordinary? As soon as she finished speaking, Phantom's rewards began rolling in. With the constant chime of notifications, Phantom's stats increased rapidly across the board. Her keen intuition rose from rank B to rank 1. Hero's soul advanced from rank V to rank S. And all her stat points increased by 20. Seeing this, Phantom nervously swallowed. These rewards were double what she got after clearing stage 9. Then she suddenly remembered something. What Gray had said when she asked to raise the difficulty. That meaningful sentence. Not sure whether to call you honest or cunning. Turns out Gray had anticipated all of this. The trial of knowledge increases rewards based on how hard the player works. At the same time, Phantom also received a new rank 1 title, Limit Breaker. Its effect. For every level gained, 1 random stat point is added. Seeing this, Phantom thought she was dreaming. She immediately asked the Frost Queen beside her to pinch her cheek. And after the pinch, the pain on her face was very real. Only then did Phantom confirm this wasn't a dream. She couldn't believe she had received such a broken effect. Gaining 1 stat point may not seem like a big deal, but it adds up over time. By the time she reaches level 130, she'll have over 100 extra stat points. As time goes on, she'll pull even further ahead of everyone else. Phantom could already imagine the scene of herself standing above the peak alone. The Frost Queen next to her snapped impatiently, telling her to stop babbling nonsense. I really can't stay here any longer. Phantom agreed readily. Any longer, and she'd probably go crazy too. The two then headed toward the exit. On the way, Phantom sighed. Why am I only starting to get lucky now? Frost, maybe I was born in the wrong era. The Frost Queen grumbled back. Why have you been talking nonsense this whole time? Meanwhile, at the exit, the Trial of Knowledge's manager was staring anxiously at the doorway. She looked completely helpless. It's already been a month. Why hasn't she come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? But just as she had the thought, what happened next was jaw-dropping. The leaderboard for the Trial of Tests had changed. Su Juinhao's name appeared in first place. Seeing this, both of them were utterly shocked. A new legend had been born. Meanwhile, at an orphanage elsewhere, a stranger arrived and knocked on the door. A man answered and greeted him. It is an honor to welcome you, Lord of the Demon Palace. The visitor was none other than the demon Carl Signa. Long time no see, but this place looks dreadfully boring. The man chuckled. Well, I'm not here for fun, but to bring about the return of the heavenly demon. At the mention of the heavenly demon, Carl's face darkened. Hey Malak, is it really okay to say such things in a place full of kids? In response, Malak raised his hand. Of course it's fine. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the children stood frozen like life, as if they had been stripped of all emotion. Seeing this, Signa frowned deeply. These kids are seriously creepy. The man replied ominously. I'm training them to become great demons like you. After Phantom cleared the trial of tests, she returned to the association. Her new ranking at the top of the leaderboard had already spread. As a result, the association's sponsorship skyrocketed. Dijin was all smiles, utterly delighted. Phantom was now his lucky star, his prized treasure. Then Dijin got down to business. They had found leads on the orphanage he had investigated. Phantom's heart skipped a beat. That orphanage had trained countless children into terrifying demons. Even the necromancer Arma from the auction raid came from there. Dijin then pulled up the gathered intel. The man's name was Torres Malak, retired player from the second layer. Though sudden retirements were not unusual in a player's prime, Malak's activities afterward were strange. It was said he frequently roamed around city, or in recent years. No one knew what he was doing there, only that he was often seen with children in busy streets. Strangely enough, there were always different children at his side each time. So Dehang looked into our city's crime records over the past few years, and a strange coincidence occurred. Every time Milo appeared in the city center, the police would receive a missing person report within a week, which meant there had to be some connection. And this guy appeared exactly once every 2 months. Next week would mark exactly 2 months since his last appearance. The top priority now was to locate Milo in our city. Scene change. Phantom had already arrived in our city. The Frost Queen excitedly told Phantom to look at the big screen. News was being broadcast about him clearing the trial of knowledge. Phantom replied helplessly, telling her to ignore that irrelevant stuff. They needed to find Milo as soon as possible. Time quickly passed. Phantom had been searching since morning, and still no sign of Milo by dusk. The Frost Queen told him, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Let's call it a day for now. Let's head back to the inn. On the way back, Phantom was bumped into by a young boy. The boy muttered a quiet, sorry, and quickly walked away. But the next moment, Phantom grabbed his hand. Hand over whatever you just stole from me. At those words, the boy's expression changed. He immediately threw Phantom's watch to the ground, then arrogantly looked at Phantom and said, TCH, thought you were an easy mark. What are you looking at? You want me to apologize or something? But Phantom's calm words caught him off guard. Not really. I'm just thinking whether I should hand you over to the police. Seeing the boy's reaction, Phantom was a little surprised. He'd only said it casually, but the kid looked truly terrified. So he leaned in and asked, are you from the pickpocket clan or something? The boy huffed proudly, yeah, so what if I am? Phantom was actually delighted by the answer. That's perfect. Then you must know this place like the back of your hand. A little later, Phantom took the boy to a restaurant and ordered a full table of food for him. The boy devoured the food in front of him ravenously. Phantom warned him to slow down and not choke, and offered to order more if needed. The boy quickly waved his hand, saying no thanks. He was already full, but at that moment, he hesitated, gripping the bread tightly in his hands. It's just, I'm the only one who's full. It makes me feel guilty. Phantom immediately understood what he meant. She called the waiter over and told him to pack every dish on the menu. At the same time, she asked the boy how many were in his pickpocket family. The boy told her there were 16 in total. So Phantom generously asked for 16 portions. Then Phantom asked about the boy's family. The boy told her he had no parents, no home. He and some other children in similar situations lived in a warehouse-like place. Phantom asked if there were any adults helping them, like maybe an orphanage. At this, the boy remembered someone. He said that the priests of the V Church visited them once a month, and each time, they would take some of them to a place called Paradise. The priest said that there they could study, wear clean clothes, and eat 3 full meals a day. But as he spoke, fear appeared on the boy's face. But I don't really want to go to that paradise. I always feel like the priests there are strange. Hearing this, Phantom began to suspect something, because people with sharp instincts often sense evil and fear. So Phantom continued to ask the boy, could he see the kids who went to paradise? The boy said that although he couldn't see them, when he asked the priests, they would bring letters from the children. From the letters, it seemed like they were doing well. After hearing this, Phantom chuckled and said, sounds like those priests are really kind-hearted. When is their next visit? In 2 days, I think. But why are you asking? Hearing this, Phantom put on a sad face, tears of sorrow streaming down her cheeks. I have a long-lost younger brother, you see. Maybe the priest can help me find him. The Frost Queen scoffed disdainfully at this. What a shameless liar, she thought. But the boy completely believed her. He promised to let her meet the priest when he arrived. Meanwhile, at the Church of the V, Pope Theo spotted a shadow late at night. He didn't expect anyone to come at such an hour. He called out, who goes there? But when he saw who it was, he was utterly shocked. He didn't expect one of the world's 5 heroes, Phantom, to appear here. He immediately hurried forward and asked, I heard you were recovering. What are you doing here all of a sudden? Phantom said lying around too long had made his body stiff, so he came out for a walk. Long time no see, Theo. Theo beamed with joy and said, I truly didn't expect to see you again. Looks like this old man's prayers finally reached the heavens. Saying that, he bowed deeply to Phantom. To be honest, I'm a little ashamed. Have you ever heard of an orphanage called Paradise? Upon hearing that, Theo looked puzzled. Paradise Orphanage? I've never heard of it. Hearing this, Phantom felt something settle inside him. So even the church it belonged to is fake? Those guys were really bold, posing as priests and kidnapping children right under the V Church's nose. There was no doubt now, they had to be demons. After getting his answer, Phantom prepared to leave. But just as he was about to go, he remembered something, and reminded Theo. There might be a large fire in the area in the next few days. To be safe, better prepare some fire trucks. After that, Phantom disappeared into the wind. Theo hurriedly called out to him, wait, Phantom. But before he finished speaking, Phantom had already vanished. That guy always disappears so suddenly. After getting the lead about Paradise from the pickpocket boy, Phantom went to stay at Mock's house. Soon after, Mock took Phantom to the church. On the way, the Frost Queen Mock's steps were very light and agile. Phantom observed for a moment and asked, are you a player candidate? Mock froze on the spot, his face flushing. How did you know? Wait, are you a player? Phantom grinned mischievously. Anyone could tell just by looking at your footsteps. Mock cleared his throat and said seriously, that's right. I'm training hard to become a player. It's a tough path. But even so, I won't give up, because we don't have parents to rely on, and no real home to return to. So if I want to protect my family, this is my best shot. They said they could help me become a player. Hearing this, Phantom's heart trembled. She immediately guessed this was how they lure and gifted children. Malik continued speaking. When the priest comes, I plan to go to Paradise to study. As long as I can get my player license, I'll be able to earn money in dungeons right away. One day, I will become a great player just like Phantom. Malik's heart was full of hope. He saw Phantom as his life idol. Little did he know his idol was right beside him. Soon, the two arrived at a small alley. But then, Malik saw a shocking scene. It was his former companion, Anna. She had gone to Paradise 2 months ago. He never expected to see her on the streets now. And the man beside Anna caught Phantom's attention. If she wasn't mistaken, that man was her target for this mission, Milo. Talk about searching far and wide. She finally found him. Excited, Malik ran toward Anna. Milo softly asked Anna if she knew him. Anna replied expressionlessly. He's the leader of our pickpocket family. Then greet him warmly. Will you? Following orders, Anna's demeanor changed completely. Her dull eyes regained their light. She enthusiastically threw herself into Malik's arms. Brother Malik, it's been so long. Milo also stepped forward to greet Malik. Hello. Anna often mentions you. But just then, Phantom suddenly appeared behind Malik, interrupting them. Milo frowned and asked Malik who this was. At the same time, he speculated about Phantom's identity, wearing a mask and sunglasses. Is he hiding his true face? Phantom laughed and introduced herself as Zing. She said she was just a tourist, and Malik was her tour guide. The two shook hands politely, but the moment their hands met, Milo immediately sensed something was off. A surge of alarm filled his heart. What is with this guy? Could it be? Milo smiled lightly and asked Phantom, are you a player? You've got quite the grip. Phantom scratched her head and smiled, saying she was a level 27 player. Upon hearing this, Milo gritted his teeth in disdain. Level 27? So you're just an ant not even worth my time. But Phantom's next words immediately startled him. Hey, Mock, is this guy from Paradise? Upon hearing that, Mock told Phantom, yes, I've seen him with the priest before. Hearing this, Milo immediately tensed up. He quickly asked Phantom how he knew about Paradise. Phantom gave him a meaningful look and slowly said, to be honest, I came here to find my younger brother who I lost 15 years ago. As he spoke, he started bawling like a child. The Frost Queen was speechless. This guy's doing it again. Phantom said he'd heard about Paradise while searching for his brother, so he asked if he could look at the roster. Milo thought for a moment and said there weren't any kids over 15 at the orphanage. But as he said that, he suddenly paused. That wouldn't do. If he brushed Phantom off like this, the outside world might find out about Paradise, and that would be a disaster. So he quickly changed his tone and said, I've thought about it. Let's go check it out together. It'll be faster if you confirm it yourself. Phantom immediately thanked him for it. Not long after, Phantom followed Milo to the Paradise orphanage. A red-haired woman came forward and greeted Milo. But just as they passed each other, Milo's expression turned cold as he whispered, go check if anyone's following us. Then Milo took Phantom and the others on a tour of the orphanage. Eventually, they reached the auditorium. It was where the children who dreamed of becoming players trained. Milo led Phantom and the others inside. As they passed a man, a voice entered his ears. Confirmed. No one's following. Upon hearing that, Milo clapped his hands. I just thought of a great idea. He gave a sinister smile. Well, since you're a player, why not give these kids some pointers as their senior? Moments later, Phantom stood on stage while Milo introduced him. Everyone, listen up. Today we have a current player, Shadow, here to guide you as your senior. Let's have the teachers join in too. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of young men and women entered. All of them were holding weapons. They stood menacingly in front of Phantom. Seeing this, Malik immediately sensed the shift in the atmosphere. He asked Phantom why things felt so strange. Once he looked closely, he was shocked to see everyone's name had turned red. He shivered in fear. Phantom told him to look closely and remember well. Red eyes are the defining trait of demons. Milo sneered coldly. You sure are unlucky. Bringing up Paradise right in front of me. Phantom asked if he had made the kids drink demon blood. Milo shrugged and confirmed it. As you can see, how else could they become demons without drinking demon blood? He let out a sinister laugh and told Phantom. At first, they all resisted, but after I killed a few of the brats, they obediently drank it. Hearing this, Malik collapsed to his knees, his heart filled with disbelief. His once close companions had all turned into demons. He had no idea this had happened. Even though they had said they didn't want to go, he had still forced them to leave. And now, he had doomed them to this fate. You bastards worse than pigs and dogs. Malik shouted in grief and rage, charging at Milo. But before he could get close, a red-haired woman punched him, sending him flying. He tumbled twice and crashed heavily to the ground. Milo burst into shameless laughter, mocking Malik as nothing but a bug. But despite the ridicule, Malik could do nothing. He could only tremble in helpless fury. Malik clenched his fists tightly. He roared at the demons. One day, Phantom will come for you. But hearing this, Milo just laughed, completely unfazed. If you'd said that 25 years ago, maybe it'd matter. But now Phantom is probably hiding away, recovering. And even if he returns, no demon would fear him. At that moment, a coat was draped over Malik's shoulders. Phantom stepped forward and calmly said, Malik, that's what it means to be a player. Even if your loved ones die right in front of you, you must endure and keep moving forward. If you want to become a true player, even against an unbeatable opponent, you must still pick up your weapon and fight to the end. But since you're not a player yet, let me help you this time. Phantom then put on his iconic mask. In that moment, he became the legendary hero Phantom once more. Mock stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before him. His heart was filled with disbelief. What the heck is going on? Why is he wearing Phantom's mask? No way. Could it be someone that strong? Why would he help someone like me? Even so, if he really is Phantom, then he's my only hope right now. Mock immediately shouted to Phantom, please, save my friends. But the demon folk on the other side burst into laughter. You're telling me this guy is Phantom? Just calling yourself Shadow makes you Phantom now? Don't make me laugh. One of them walked up to Phantom, laughing mockingly. That entrance of yours was like something out of a movie. If you're really Phantom, then I'll be dead in 5 seconds. As he spoke, he even poked Phantom's chest. But Phantom calmly replied, no need to wait 5 seconds. With that, a sudden strike pierced right through his body. Phantom had already flashed behind him in an instant. Dark energy swirled menacingly around him. Seeing this, the demon folk's faces twisted in shock, because the power he used was unmistakably a dark element skill. Dark Warden. Even Milo couldn't stay calm anymore. He roared for his men to kill Phantom. The group rushed forward at his command. But Milo's mind was already racing with panic. That man just used Dark Warden. Could he really be Phantom? Or is it just a similar dark-type skill? Either way, he's clearly an incredibly strong player. That weak act earlier must have been a setup. If that's the case, they might be in serious trouble now. But if Carligna from Demon Palace were here, things would be different. Meanwhile, the demon folk lunged at Phantom all at once. Phantom simply raised his arm slowly, then snapped his fingers with a snap. The next moment, a dark demon wolf charging through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, unstoppable. Seeing that even the magic wolf summoned by Phantom was no match, the demons tried to change tactics. They started darting around, looking for a chance to take him down. At the same time, they tried to stall for reinforcements. However, Phantom instantly saw through their plan. He nonchalantly remarked how pointless it was. Compared to 25 years ago, not only had his magic improved, but he'd also achieved zero magic loss during the trial of tests. Now he could use magic infinitely. As Phantom clenched his fist tightly, the magic wolf's speed surged once more. It turned into a streak of black lightning. In an instant, it took down the fleeing demons. Seeing what unfolded before him, Milo confirmed a chilling truth in his heart. This man really was Phantom, the demon hunter. So the rumors of him taking down 100 demons at once were true. But the situation now looked grim for him. Frustrated, he shouted at his subordinates to move. Everyone, get him now. We have to hold out until the Demon Palace reinforcements arrive. Seeing this, Phantom grew furious. They were using the children as shields. In his rage, a burst of shadow energy erupted. Get out of my way before I lose my temper. His overwhelming aura froze them in place. Fear gripped their hearts, and they began to retreat. One by one, they dropped to their knees. Seeing the children couldn't stop Phantom, Milo turned and ran like mad. Damn it, what a bunch of useless weaklings. Why isn't the Demon Palace here yet? If this keeps up, I'm done for. But just then he stumbled, falling hard to the ground. Milo cursed, wondering what had tripped him. But when he looked closely, his face filled with terror. It was his own lower leg. At some point, it had been severed from his body. At the same time, Phantom walked toward him step by step, and asked him a question. Have you ever considered, from the perspective of those children you forced to become demons, did you ever think about them? Terrified, Milo falsely claimed. Of course I did. Phantom scoffed coldly at his words. If that's the case, then even in death, you won't have any regrets. With that, energy surged in his palm. In an instant, it turned into countless blades that tore his body apart. Blood gushed from his mouth on the spot. Even then, Milo shamelessly begged Phantom for mercy, but his only response was Phantom's furious hand, slamming his head hard into the ground. This was vengeance for the innocent children, who had suffered here all this time. Then he activated the skill Confession of the Dead, and began reading Milo's memories. It all started when Milo stumbled upon demonic blood. Too weak to compete, he lived among the lowest players, desperate for power and revenge against those who looked down on him. He let his desires consume him and became a demon. Phantom sneered coldly at the sight. Instead of working to improve himself, all he did was envy others and blindly chase strength. Becoming a demon was inevitable. Phantom fast-forwarded to Milo's memories of the Demon Association. He saw Milo's early days as a Paradise administrator, when he respectfully called a man master. The master was pleased with his performance, praising him for the string of player disappearances on the second floor, and the Ghost Village incident, all Milo's handiwork. Then the master explained the reason At first, Paradise wasn't meant to raise powerful demons. 24 years ago, demon folk hiding in the shadows came to the border of the second floor and founded the association. They feared the return of the 5 heroes, and that they'd be hunted down after being unfrozen. They were deeply unsettled, since Phantom had been a nightmare to demonkind. So the president of the Demon Association came up with a plan, Paradise. They would raise overwhelming power within Paradise, a power like that of the 5 heroes, strength they had seen and felt firsthand. And the strongest of all, Dark Warden. They wanted to make that power their own. In other words, Paradise was built to create a second Phantom. Even replicating just half his strength, or even a quarter, would give them powerful demons. Though they had raised similar demon folk before, they were nothing but crude trash. But now they had a better way than Paradise. The real player who wielded Dark Warden had returned. He just had to return to the second floor and wait. And after seeing the full memory, Phantom couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, he felt a deep shock inside. He never expected that the demons were exploiting children to turn them into demons, all to create a second version of himself. The thought instantly filled him with rage and guilt. All those thousands of children forced to become demons here had suffered all because of him. Furious, Phantom smashed his mask to the ground. Seeing this, the Ice Queen quickly tried to comfort him, saying it wasn't his fault. Covering his face, Phantom said in pain, I know, but even so, I still feel terrible. Because more than anyone, he knew that once players become demons, they can never become human again. And all he could do was send these demonized children on their final journey. How heartbreaking that was. Afterward, Phantom returned to the hall. Malcolm immediately ran over, holding Anna, and asked, why haven't they woken up yet? Should we hurry and take them to a hospital? As he spoke, Malcolm remembered the demon's blood. Choked up. Right, there's the demon blood. We have to drain it out of them. If we drain all the blood, they can turn back into normal people. Please, save my brothers and sisters. Phantom looked at the scene, full of heartache, but he knew very well there was no way left now. He could only gently pat Malcolm's head and say, I'm sorry, that's impossible. I understand how you feel, but that's exactly why demons are seen as the evil of society. If an ordinary person drinks demon blood, there are only two outcomes. Either they die because their body can't handle it, or they turn into demons. Just then, Anna suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Malcolm hurriedly and excitedly asked if she was okay. At the same time, the others also woke up. Malcolm, seeing this, thought they were safe. He hugged Anna tightly in joy, but something seemed off about Anna. Her eyes began to lose their light. Then, they turned completely red. Her hands gently curled as her nails turned into sharp claws. Surprise! But suddenly reached out to grab Mach. Phantom quickly grabbed Mach with swift reflexes. He fully understood what was happening. Because demons are generally violent and bad-tempered, their immense power constantly drives them to kill. And those who drank demon blood and turned into demonkin are no different. With a sorrowful look, Phantom softly said, I'm sorry. Then he prepared to send Anna off on her final journey. But just then, a prompt popped up. Detected low-level demonic energy from the target. Dark Watcher skill can be used to absorb demonic energy. Caught off guard, Phantom's pupils dilated in surprise. He didn't expect that he could actually absorb demonic energy. Could it be like when he absorbed the 9 Immortal Pulse? So Phantom immediately used energy control to restrain Anna. This phenomenon completely took him by surprise. He never knew the Dark Watcher could be used this way. At that moment, Phantom recalled what the Master once said. Ordinary non-players who drink demon blood could this be the reason why the demonic energy could be extracted? Meanwhile, Mach had also made up his mind. He asked Phantom to let him send them off himself. After all, I was the one who brought them to this paradise. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Phantom told him to think carefully. If you do this, this memory might stay with you forever. Hearing this, Mach clenched his fist and said firmly, You once told me, players must carry their burdens and move forward, right? Hearing Mach's words, Phantom's face filled with admiration. He gently patted his head. You really are remarkable. Few players would shed tears for others. You will surely become an excellent player in the future. But you don't need to carry such a heavy burden so soon. With that, Phantom reached out his palm toward Anna. In an instant, the demonic energy seemed to be drawn in. It gathered in his palm, forming an energy sphere. Meanwhile, Carl Signa groggily woke up. He hadn't expected to sleep for 17 straight hours. It seems the chase with GU had completely drained his energy. One day, I'll get my revenge on him. Then he noticed a message on the communicator. It was from my Luo, sent to him earlier. So he got up and headed for the hall. But when he arrived at the scene, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. All the facilities in front of him were being moved out. There wasn't a single trace of the demon folk. At this moment, he was completely confused and full of doubts. Damn it, what the hell happened here? Right after Phantom destroyed the Paradise Orphanage, he brought Mach to the dissolving church, and the appearance of Phantom immediately drew everyone's attention to him. This made Mach feel very uncomfortable. He quietly told Phantom that everyone was staring at them. Phantom told him not to mind it. Since being around him, one has to get used to this. Although Phantom said that casually, he still noticed their stares were even more intense than they were 25 years ago. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Mach was instantly overjoyed. Then Theo approached Phantom and thanked him once again. If possible, he hoped to make this matter public, to once again warn people about the dangers of the demon folk. When Yin Phantom said he could do whatever he wanted, but he also had one request. These children are orphans without guardians. That's why they became targets for the demon folk. And this happened in your very own city. So the church bears heavy responsibility. It's because you didn't take care of them properly. Hearing this, Theo also acknowledged the truth. So he stated the church would take full responsibility for the children, providing them with safe homes and education. Upon hearing this, Mach's pupils widened uncontrollably. Tears of joy surged from his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Phantom patted his shoulder and told him it was true. As long as he received education here, he wouldn't be rejected anywhere he worked in the future. So stop crying already. You're seriously crying all day long. When Yin Mach quickly covered up, saying it was just dust in his eyes. Then he told Phantom that he would keep working hard to become an outstanding player and be his first subordinate. He promised to repay this great kindness. But Phantom waved his hand and rejected Mach's words, gently placing his palm on his head. What I need is not subordinates, but companions. But the conditions for becoming my companion are very strict. So you'd better start working hard right now. Mach smiled knowingly. Alright. At this moment, the bond between the boy and the man deepened in Star City. Soon after, news of Phantom destroying the Paradise Orphanage spread everywhere. At the same time, Carl Signa also learned about it. Furiously, he cursed Phantom. That damn guy ruined all my plans. At the same time, he deeply regretted it. If he had been awake, he could have taken care of Phantom. Earlier, Su Juanhao also slipped away like an eel. Phantom, just you wait. Once I deal with Su Juanhao, you're next. Meanwhile, Phantom also returned to the player association. But as soon as he arrived, he noticed a loud commotion outside. Curious, he walked over to the window to check. When he looked closely, he found crowds outside, all there to welcome him back. And as soon as they saw Phantom appear, the crowd erupted even more. Cheers rose higher and higher. Seeing this, Phantom froze in place. He never expected such a scene. At that moment, Dahang appeared beside him. He told him that over 500,000 people had gathered here, and they all came to see you. To welcome and thank you for coming back. Hearing this, Phantom felt deeply moved. Then, the association staff also came forward to thank him, and invited him inside the association. As he walked to the entrance, Phantom paused. He glanced at the cheering crowd, and silently made a vow. One day, I will let them see this scene too. On the way in, Dahang told Phantom that as he requested, a press conference had been held in Phantom's name. But your goal wasn't just to announce the partnership with you have something else planned? Phantom silently took off his mask and asked Dahang a question. Do you remember when I first woke up? When I woke up and saw the scenery outside for the first time, I thought the peaceful world I dreamed of had finally arrived. But as I got closer, I realized the world wasn't as good as it looked. The demonkin ran rampant with the 5 heroes gone. The weak were trampled by them. But at least 25 years ago, the demon folk weren't this rampant. Hearing this, Dahang paused and said it was only possible because of the 5 heroes holding them back then. But now, he's no longer that kind of figure. I know, I'm not as strong as I used to be. At first I thought, just regaining enough strength to rescue my companions would be enough. But reality doesn't allow it. Now, no one can restrain those demon folk. Like before, that's why they went as far as creating something like me. We must make them remember that someone can still stop them. Phantom's words immediately made Dahang think of a possibility. You're not planning to return as Phantom, are you? Jiu and Hao you know very well. Why Jiu Xiao and the other top players never claim to be the next Phantom? Because the more outstanding a person is, the more misjudged they are by the world. A hero draws not only the enemy's attention. Once you announce your return as Phantom, no matter what happens, people will come to you. If you don't show up when they need you, they'll resent you for it. So whether it's you or your companions, you've already done enough. Now it's time to let go. But Phantom only gave a helpless smile in response, saying he knows that too. But right now, only he can carry this responsibility. Though his strength is lacking, his influence is enough. Seeing Phantom like this, Dahang knew he couldn't persuade him. He could only sigh and give him a firm pat on the shoulder. Do whatever you want, kid. If you need anything, just say the word. Phantom pointed to the sky and grinned. I need you to turn the mic volume all the way up, so loud that my voice reaches the 2nd floor. At that moment, at the press conference venue, everyone was eagerly waiting for. At this conference, not only big 6 masters and captains showed up, but many top-ranked players came as well. They'd probably fight to the death to invite Phantom to join them. But Gao Shuxiao on the side wasn't listening at all to what Scary Voice was saying. He looked absolutely thrilled, completely acting like a little fanboy. I can't believe I get to see Phantom in person. This is amazing. Moments later, Phantom appeared with Dahang. Dahang told the reporters they could start with brief questions. Someone immediately asked a sharp question. They doubted if he was the real Phantom. Could he prove his identity on the spot? The moment he said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone began heatedly debating if this guy had gone crazy, asking Phantom to prove he wasn't an imposter. In response, Phantom slammed the table and agreed immediately. He would prove it right then and there. Phantom drew his sword. The moment it was unsheathed, flames ignited along the blade. A turbulent energy spread outward. Seeing this, everyone shivered involuntarily. It was sword chi, and it was flawless sword chi. Unbelievable. This man, with 25 years of absence, was still this powerful. Everyone was deeply shocked by Phantom's display. Then Phantom sheathed his sword and invited the next question. I'd like to ask, was resolving the incident at Liyuan your way of announcing your return? Phantom explained that he had originally planned to retire, because when he woke up, Dahang had said that he and his comrades' sacrifices had made the world better. Hearing that, he felt gratified and at ease, because the world no longer needed them. But after seeing the tragedy at Liyuan, he couldn't bear because over the past 24 years, nearly 6,000 children have been kidnapped and killed by demonkin. But this disaster could have been completely avoided. If the players, guilds, and associations had worked together, the demonkin would never have returned. Phantom's cold words filled the room with tension. Everyone watched him nervously. Phantom continued, I want to take this opportunity to say one thing. All demonkin, listen up, I'm back. The next day, Phantom lay on the couch, watching the news of his return. People were fiercely debating the matter, some worried about his current strength. There were also people who had absolute trust in Phantom. But just then, a sharp scream reached his ears. Phantom quickly ran next door and asked what the Frost Queen was up to again. Upon hearing that, the Frost Queen gave a sly grin. She asked Phantom to switch on Season 2 of Frozen Player's Return. She had already finished watching Season 1. Phantom, annoyed, picked up the remote. Hey, seriously, didn't I already teach you how to use the remote? Stop yelling every single time. But the Frost Queen didn't listen at all. She crossed her legs, and Phantom's mouth twitched as he said, do I look like your servant? But then the Frost Queen began to act all cute and whiny again. Please? Pretty please. I'm begging you. Hearing this, Phantom gave in. Alright, I got it. But Phantom wanted her to experience the cruelty of mankind. So he brought out a soda from 1982 and poured it into a cup with a fizz. Try it. It's a refreshing drink people love these days. The Frost Queen took a sniff and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, what is this? It smells so cool and minty. Phantom gave an evil grin and said she'd know once she tasted it. So the Frost Queen eagerly puckered her lips and took a sip. The next moment, she turned into a bouncy ball flying around the room. She glared and shouted angrily, "Contractor, that drink actually attacked me." Phantom finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Mocking her, he said, "It's just carbonated soda, but looks like you're not really suited for this." Ha ha ha. Phantom's laugh left the Frost Queen completely stunned. Clenching her little fists, she swore through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I will never forget this humiliation." But when she saw Phantom had tuned the TV for her, she happily bounced over again, plopped down in front of the TV and waited excitedly. Ahem, forgiveness is a monarch's virtue. I'm a generous ruler. I'll forgive you this time. Phantom was speechless. This little thing is way too simple-minded. Phantom then prepared to head to the training room. Ever since defeating the Demonkin at Paradise, he had leveled up to 29, and his magic profession had greatly improved. Now, he could try using his old skills again. But just then, Dahang called him. He asked where Phantom was, and said he needed him to come quickly. The leader of the G6 group was looking for him. Phantom felt very puzzled, so he asked Dahang if they were looking for him. But Dahang said they were looking for Su Juanhao. Upon hearing this, Phantom felt a heavy weight in his heart. In an instant, he understood some things. His press conference had been urgently arranged, but the team leaders had arrived so quickly. According to the timeline, it shouldn't have been possible. That meant they had originally come to invite Su Juanhao to the first floor. Phantom asked Dahang, given his status, was there anything he couldn't refuse? Dahang sighed, looking troubled. He had originally wanted to decline, but some radical people said, if they couldn't successfully invite you, they'd simply destroy you. Upon hearing this, Phantom smirked and immediately thought of an idea. If that's the case, I have a good plan. Phantom then arrived at the meeting room. He went straight to the guard and asked bluntly, what brings the famous BLG6 to visit? The red-haired woman didn't hesitate and replied, we are here to invite the binding hand of the Trial Academy. The others gave the same response. But upon hearing this, Phantom shrugged helplessly. Sorry. For personal reasons, I can't switch jobs. Hearing Phantom's words, the man told him, if it's about the breach of contract, don't worry. The guild will cover it for you. But Phantom said that wasn't the issue. He then pulled out a spear. Seeing this, the man's pupils contracted. His mind was filled with disbelief. This was the weapon Phantom had used in the Antarctic dungeon. The true demon sword spear. Phantom explained to the group, this is the token he gave me. Since I declared war on the Demonkin, I've been searching for forces to help me on the second floor, and I've already been chosen by him as the proxy. Upon hearing this, everyone showed signs of nervousness. They didn't expect Phantom was actually forming his own faction. At that moment, Gao Shuxiao blushed slightly in surprise. Big Head turned out to be Phantom's proxy? Are they really that close? And if one could join Phantom's faction and fight the demon folk alongside him, the publicity that would bring would far surpass any commercial advertisement. Then Phantom held up 3 fingers and said Phantom gave him 3 conditions. First, to eliminate personal biases towards specific guilds, the proxy must stay within the association. Second, they must choose guilds on the second floor with excellent intel gathering skills and strong influence to cooperate with. Third, partner guilds must not withhold information. They must provide the intel Phantom requests, and in return, after receiving the intel, Phantom will publicly acknowledge and credit those guilds. After hearing Phantom's conditions, Gao Shuxia also understood one thing clearly. Given the current situation, the graduating Big Six will agree to any condition just to gain Phantom's recognition. Because ever since the last press conference, the public has been accusing the guilds of hoarding wealth and not properly handling the demon folk. So life for these guilds hasn't been easy, and the responsibility of protecting the people now falls on Phantom's shoulders. He now holds the initiative. After that, everyone present said it was a serious matter. They couldn't decide alone and needed to consult their guild leaders. When Yin Phantom waved his hand at them, then get back to me after you've discussed it. I've got other business, so I'll take my leave. After Phantom left, a man sighed, saying their current position is really embarrassing, like a dog chasing chickens with no way forward. But since Su Juanhao has already become Phantom's proxy, there's no way to bring him into the guild. Could it be that Phantom has discovered Su Juanhao's potential that surpasses even the 5 heroes? But precisely because of that, after all, Phantom has always had incredible foresight. Even when the sharpshooter was only using an Earth-grade skill, everyone ignored him. But only Phantom noticed his potential. On the other side, as soon as Phantom stepped out of the meeting room, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw it was Gao Shuxia chasing after him. He greeted Phantom with a mischievous grin. Although they had parted ways on good terms last time, and agreed to meet on the second floor, this time their meeting was not the long-awaited reunion. But then, Phantom changed the subject. Just in case, let me clarify something first. I won't be giving any special treatment to acquaintances. Gao Shuxia quickly waved his hand, indicating that wasn't his intention. Besides, even if he could get special treatment, he wouldn't want it. At this point, Gao Shuxia suddenly looked embarrassed. His face turned red as he shyly asked if Phantom and he were close. Not very close, just a business relationship. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuxia hurriedly asked with excitement, have you met him in person? I mean, have you met him in a private setting? Phantom simply replied, of course. After receiving the confirmation, Gao Shuxiao immediately pulled out a magazine and handed it to Phantom. He sincerely bent down at a 90-degree angle and said, then, if you see him next time, Please ask him to sign it for me. Seeing this, Phantom suddenly got serious. He was shocked to see the book titled The Biography of Lei Chugua, the Great Man, in his hands. Embarrassed, he replied, I'll ask him for you later. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuxia was full of expectations, his eyes sparkling. He then made another request to Phantom. Can you ask him to write something for me? To my dear fan Gao Shuxia. And also, can you ask him to draw a heart? Phantom's lips curled up. Seriously? How am I supposed to ask him to write something so cheesy? Seeing Phantom's reaction, Gao Shuxia shyly shouted, I'm not asking you to write it. But if Phantom doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do. Seeing this, Phantom could only agree that he would pass the message along. I'll make sure to tell him. I'll treat it as a family heirloom. Thank you, Mr. Chickenhead. With that, Gao Shuxia happily waved his hand and skipped away. Phantom awkwardly looked at the magazine in his hand. He didn't expect something like this to happen. A moment later, Phantom entered the training room and pulled up his status panel for a check. His current level was 29. At this pace, he should be able to recover all his form. But the moment he steps onto the second floor, he'll instantly become a bottom-rung rookie. Even if he can rely on Phantom's fame, he still needs intel support from massive guilds like Bag 6. And in order to conquer the second floor, he must reorganize his skills. Although his current mana circulation method is efficient, because it draws mana so quickly, it ends up lacking in power and speed. There's only one skill that can compensate for this weakness, and that is acceleration. He then summoned 10 level 100 holographic dummies. As soon as the dummies appeared, they threw punches at him. Phantom swiftly turned and dodged the attack, then coated his fist in mana and struck back with a punch, instantly shattering the dummy into fragments. But Phantom wasn't satisfied, because while this attack was strong, it consumed a lot of mana, and his mana reserves were limited, so he couldn't keep using this method for long. He had tried using mana only at critical moments, but that led to weaker and slower attacks. So he had to find a solution to this problem. Skya once told him, mana control, concentration, and mental focus, all three are essential. Without them, this skill loses all meaning. He needed to remember the feeling of mana flowing rapidly through his body. So Phantom carefully recalled Skya's words, and began circulating mana swiftly through his body, trying to capture that exact sensation. Then the mana surging within Phantom began to boil, crackling with the sound of thunder and wind. He suddenly clenched his fist tightly. An intense, destructive force surged through it. Acceleration. With a loud boom, a terrifying force erupted instantly. The powerful shockwave stirred up a storm of energy. The Frost Queen stared in shock at the scene before her. The area in front of Phantom had been utterly ravaged by the violent blast. The Frost Queen cried out in astonishment. Contractor, you're way too powerful. But Phantom didn't respond to her right away. He stood there, trembling, face flushed red. A moment later, Phantom regained his composure. He told her that this was the result of using acceleration. Although his body was enhanced, the speed of his brain wasn't enhanced. Simply put, his brain was overloaded. Because of this flaw, he could only use acceleration for 10 minutes at most during the Phantom period. So before tackling the East City dungeon, she had to overcome this issue. She needed to improve the acceleration to a level that could be applied in actual combat. 7 days passed quickly. At this moment, in the training room, the Frost Queen was holding a thermometer, checking Phantom's temperature. Contractor, your body temperature is too high. This is dangerous. Phantom looked as red as a boiled crab. The Frost Queen quickly suggested using her frost power to cool him down, but Phantom said he had already tried. Just using acceleration was already complicated enough. If he added frost power, it would be even harder to control. To achieve that level, it would take at least a few months. But the Frost Queen seemed to be lost in thought. Is that what you think? Phantom stared at her intently, demanding to know if she knew something. But the Frost Queen mischievously smiled. Hee, of course, but I won't tell you. As your contractor, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Phantom, feeling proud, if you won't say it, then I won't ask you. But judging by her current level, she was already capable of using it. So Phantom contacted Shirin, asking her to arrange a transporter for him. He was going to the East City dungeon in Antarctica tomorrow. The next day, with the help of the transporter, Phantom arrived in Antarctica. The bone-chilling cold made her not want to stay there for even a second. She wished Phantom success in his dungeon exploration, and immediately teleported back. Phantom then arrived at the dungeon portal. Inside was one of the world-class dungeon challenges, the East City dungeon. Next, Phantom checked the dungeon information. Entry requirement, level 80 or below. Player limit, 30. Objective, defeat the Lord of East Castle. Extremely high difficulty. Phantom looked at the dungeon info and remarked, so this is a level 1 dungeon that even second floor players can't conquer. The Frost Queen asked if she needed some mental prep. When Yin Phantom stepped forward, I've been ready for this for a long time. Then she marched resolutely into the dungeon. And once she passed through the portal, she saw a land of snowy mountains and ice. Countless giant ice crystals jutted out from the ground, but she didn't see a castle. So how are they supposed to defeat the Lord? The Frost Queen then told her to head northwest. Phantom Wenyin asked curiously if she knew this place. The Frost Queen gently nodded, her gaze falling on the faint castle hidden in the snowstorm. This is the frozen kingdom I once ruled, the land of Napyahane. But what confused her, she clearly had already disappeared. So why does East Castle still exist in the dungeon? So the two of them decided to go in and see for themselves. Phantom asked the Frost Queen excitedly, does she remember anything else about this city? Like who the current lord is? What the military strength is like? And where the secret passages are, for example? Hearing that, The Frost Queen burst out angrily. Are you seriously asking me to leak national secrets? But Phantom grinned and said, if you put it that way, I might get heartbroken. Aren't we in this together now? Like two people tied by fate? Phantom's cheesy words left the Frost Queen speechless. For a moment, she looked torn. Just as Phantom was about to speak again, she quickly interrupted her. Enough already. I'll tell you, okay? Your disgusting words gave me goosebumps. Hearing that, Phantom showed a triumphant smile. The Frost Queen asked if Phantom remembered the Queen's cavern from back then. She originally planned to station all her knights there. The knight order they faced on the first floor was only a tiny portion. There were many other knights she couldn't summon from Napyahane. East Castle once had 27,000 troops, but she could sense that the garrison inside the dungeon had drastically shrunk. Maybe only Knight Kaishir is still there. She is a knight who is loyal to herself, and also the lord of East City. The people call her the kingdom's #1 sword. She is also the most perfect knight among the people she knows. Upon hearing this, Phantom asked about Kai's strength. In response, the Frost Queen raised a finger. Phantom, confused, said, you're not implying that I can only last an hour if I fight her, right? But the Frost Queen shook her head repeatedly. So you mean I can only last 10 minutes? At this moment, the Frost Queen revealed the answer. What I mean is, she could tear you apart with just one finger. After all, my knight is that strong. Upon hearing this, Phantom sweated and replied, isn't she stronger than you? The Frost Queen stared at him with wide eyes and shouted, how many times do I have to say this for you to remember? I told you, my strength was greatly weakened at that time. Upon hearing this, Phantom shrugged and sighed. Alright, then there's no need to worry. After all, Kai's knight's strength will definitely be weakened like yours. Let's go meet her first. When Phantom stepped into the castle, he noticed that the place mostly had a red color scheme. Curiously, he asked, isn't red the color of the king? But the Frost Queen explained that every country is different. In her country, white is the symbol of royalty. By the way, this road is called the Knight's Path. Anyone who walks this red carpeted path will become an outstanding knight. Once upon a time, many people who wanted to become knights came to East City to take the test. This was known as the Knight's Proof Trial. After opening this door, there would be a giant training ground with hundreds of knights. Challengers proved their strength by dueling with knights. Although she didn't know how many knights there would be in the city, the Knight Proof principle is one-on-one combat, so it won't be a situation where opponents charge in all at once. Upon hearing this, Phantom felt a bit of pressure. He scratched his head and asked, so I just need to defeat 100 knights? But the Frost Queen told him otherwise. After defeating the knights and the group leader, you'll still have to face that man. That means with Kai, it will be 101 people. Phantom then pushed the door open. What greeted her eyes was a fully armed knight army from the Yinjin area. The next moment, the large door behind her slammed shut. The knights immediately drew their swords. A deadly atmosphere filled the space. Phantom quickly pulled out the black dragon fang, readying himself. Is it starting already? A knight in blue armor stepped onto the platform and shouted loudly at Phantom. I am Heron Smith, Knight of East Castle. Stranger, what is your purpose here? Phantom Wenyin was about to respond, but the Frost Queen quickly interrupted her. She told her to say she came to undergo the knight's trial. Phantom Wenyin was confused, but the Frost Queen said it wouldn't hurt her to go along with it, and kept urging Phantom, just do as this fairy says, quickly now, hurry up, as the two bickered. Heron shouted again in a stern voice, I'll ask one more time, what is your purpose here? If you don't answer, I'll consider you an intruder. Seeing this, Phantom sighed helplessly, and put away the black dragon fang, then pointed to her chest, and declared loudly, I came to undertake the knight's trial. Those words made Heron's eyes flash with golden light. He shouted to the knights below, attention! From now on, these 100 knights will test your swordsmanship. The sparring will continue until one side lays down their sword in defeat. Then he summoned the first knight forward. The man drew a great sword from his back and announced, I am Knight Bai of Napyahane. Please, let us fight. Seeing this, Phantom chuckled. This is quite interesting. So this is the way of knights? No nonsense. Honestly, I like it. Then she unsheathed the black dragon fang, and in the next moment, the two clashed. From then on, each knight took their turn facing Phantom, and not a single one of them was ordinary. If translated into player terms, they were all at least level 100. Although they didn't have supernatural abilities like players, their weapon mastery was nearly flawless, and their sword styles had distinct personal flair. Their combat prowess was even more threatening than players, and this training duel lasted for 3 months. Through endless battles, Phantom went from looking cool to resembling a scruffy old man. After fighting with the Knight Squad, Phantom also learned for the first time that sword chi could be so diverse. Players only use one type of sword chi, that is, infusing overwhelming magic into the sword, causing the sword aura to take the form of sparks. But the Knights of East City produced various forms of sword chi. Some were like spikes growing from the sword, others resembled fine hairs. Feeling curious, he asked the Frost Queen, does the Puhai system exist for players as well? She shrugged and said, how could such a thing exist? They don't have the ability to level up or increase stats like players. Instead, they must rely on a lifetime of accumulating magic and training their bodies to reach higher levels. The Frost Queen then asked Phantom if, when using sword chi, he needed to have any understanding of the weapon. Phantom casually replied, not really. As long as I have enough magic power and an understanding of magic, I can use sword chi. Upon hearing Phantom's answer, the Frost Queen also told him the difference with knights. The strength of a knight doesn't depend on the weapon. For them, Having an indomitable will is more important than the weapon itself. My knights simply found a weapon they could wield, and created sword chi that matched the weapon and tactics. Hearing this, Phantom fell into deep thought. Reflecting on what she said about a weapon that suits oneself, he remembered his weapon master skill, which allowed him to easily wield any weapon from the start. So, he just needed to pick a sword that felt right, without worrying about which weapon suited him. So, does this mean that since I've already created sword chi, I can't do it like them anymore? The Frost Queen smiled slyly. I didn't mean that. Right now, you're like a bottle filled with water. If you add something else, the water will change color. In other words, you are like the bottle now, with the potential to hold all kinds of things. Upon hearing this, Phantom slapped his thigh and immediately made a decision. And my goal for this dungeon is him. To learn the tricks of fighting with weapons, and to create new sword chi. After more training, Phantom challenged the Knight Squad again, but this time, it was different from before. This time, he was using a greatsword. As soon as they met, he swung the greatsword, unleashing a fierce sword strike toward him. But Phantom just chuckled in response. I'm not the same as when I first came in. With a loud boom, the powerful sword strike slammed onto Phantom's greatsword. When the smoke cleared, a fine crack had appeared on Phantom's blade, but he had still managed to block the attack, though the impact left him trembling all over. His face was full of smiles. This skill is mine now, he said as he lifted his greatsword and leapt up, then mimicked the technique and unleashed a sword wave. The violet slash struck. The Night Order erupted into a commotion. They couldn't believe it. This man had learned by skill so quickly. Phantom muttered casually to himself. Come on now, good stuff should be shared with others. Then he continued his duels with the knights one by one. No one knows how long passed, until Phantom finally defeated every single knight. Then Heron walked up behind him, and respectfully extended a hand. They had now acknowledged Phantom. If it's not too much to ask, may I know your name? Phantom took the offered hand, straightened his back and answered, my name is Su Juanhao. Heron laughed heartily. That's a fine name. I won't forget it. Then he handed Phantom a special badge. This is the Knight's emblem. It signifies that you've passed the Knight's trial. Those who pass may meet the Lord of East Castle in person. The Knights saluted Phantom in unison. Su Juanhao, may the road rise to meet you. Phantom returned their wave with a smile, and stepped into the Lord's hall. The moment he entered, Phantom felt a heavy pressure. The air was so dense, it felt like it was pressing down on his heart. He quickly located the source of the aura. It was the strongest knight of the Napyhane Kingdom, the Lord of East Castle, Kaishir, Blamen. But with just a single word, Phantom could already sense Kaishi's extraordinary power. The cold, killing intent around him sent chills down the spine. The Frost Queen also realized at that moment. Kaishir had already figured out that Phantom was a player. Phantom chuckled lightly and drew a weapon. From his murderous aura, it seemed like he was right. No need for further words, let's start the fight directly. He swung his long scissors into position. In the next moment, the two clashed. Phantom's long scissors thrust out at an incredibly fast speed. In an instant, multiple afterimages appeared. However, no matter how fast Phantom was, his swift attack was effortlessly blocked by Kai. Seeing this, Phantom couldn't help but curse, damn. This guy easily blocked his attack without breaking a sweat. So he decided to stop holding back. He immediately activated his skill, Acceleration. The flowing magic power became increasingly turbulent, but the Frost Queen felt that this wasn't a good idea. Using such an energy-draining skill from the start wasn't wise. Phantom replied that he didn't have time to worry about that now. Check the time for acceleration. The Frost Queen responded. You can only last about a minute and 2 seconds. Phantom's eyes brightened. Then start timing from now. The next moment, Moon God dashed in front of Kai. The long scissors came down like thunder. However, the long scissors in his hands couldn't withstand the terrifying force. Cracks started to appear. Seeing this, Phantom felt something was wrong. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Kai's sword. He slammed into the wall with a loud crash. The Frost Queen nervously shouted Phantom's name. The dust cleared. The long scissors in Phantom's hand had broken in half. They were completely unusable. The weapon performance between them was simply worlds apart. So Phantom immediately drew the black dragon fang. Kai calmly watched Phantom, then took a step toward her. A swirling mist followed him. In the blink of an eye, the mist filled the space. Phantom quickly covered his nose and mouth. Asking the Frost Queen what was going on, the Frost Queen explained. This is Mist Blow, one of Kai's skills. Although the mist isn't special, if she attacks you while it's spreading, it will be dangerous. Because when the mist blocks your vision, you won't know where the attack will come from. At this point, Phantom's acceleration skill only had 40 seconds left, but she could no longer see clearly ahead. In this situation, continuing to hold out was extremely disadvantageous, so she decided to stop using the acceleration skill for now, and began observing her surroundings with full focus. Scanning left and right, searching for any trace of Kaishir. At that moment, Kaishir suddenly launched at her from behind. Luckily, Phantom sensed the danger just in time, and turned her head to dodge the strike, then quickly shifted her body to gain distance. But she didn't let this rare opening slip by. She reactivated acceleration and charged forward. The black dragon fang slashed wildly in a fierce onslaught, but all her attacks were blocked completely. At the same time, Kaishir formed a claw with her hand, and grabbed Phantom's throat with lightning speed. The crushing force made Phantom cough up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Kaisha slammed Phantom to the ground with a burst of force, then drove her blade toward Phantom's head. The tip slid past her ear and pierced her shoulder. At that moment, the Frost Queen jumped in to help Phantom break free, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes to force Kaisha back. Kaisha evaded the attack with a blur of movement, but it gave Phantom a moment to breathe, and she quickly retreated into the gray mist again. Seeing this, Phantom's expression turned grim. She couldn't keep being passive like this. A dark mist of aura seeped out from her body, momentarily concealing her presence. The Frost Queen asked if she couldn't just launch a direct ambush. Phantom replied that wouldn't work, not against someone this powerful. It's nearly impossible to fully hide her presence. As she spoke, she poured a healing potion onto her wounded shoulder. Right now, things were looking really bad for her. Due to using acceleration repeatedly, her mind was starting to lose focus. And this damned fog was a real issue too. On top of that, Kaishi's stats were higher across the board. Phantom was being completely led by the nose. There was no way to turn the tide like this. Then a cold gleam flashed in Phantom's eyes. She had come up with a plan. At the same time, Kaisha was also moving through the mist, searching for Phantom. She hadn't expected Phantom to be able to hide within the fog she had created herself. She's really quite impressive. But she could still feel Phantom's magic nearby. At that moment, her pupils locked in place. She suddenly spotted a blurry figure in the mist. Then the figure charged towards her. A slash cut through the mist and struck the figure. But the next moment, she realized something was wrong. The place where the figure had been. Meanwhile, a cold frost aura quickly spread. It immediately froze her feet in place. At this moment, Kai also realized it was a trap, but a trap of this level couldn't hold her. At this moment, Phantom's voice echoed through the air. Do you know how fog is formed? Fog forms when water vapor in the atmosphere condenses into countless tiny droplets and floats in the air to form fog. In other words, as long as the temperature drops, the droplets will freeze. The tiny water vapor, invisible to the naked eye, quickly began to freeze. Realizing the danger, Kai immediately tried to escape, but Phantom coldly said, "It's too late to run now." In the next instant, the entire space was sealed in ice. Along with the freezing of the space, the figure in front of Phantom was also sealed. That strongest knight of the sea shadows, Kai, did not move. Phantom then raised the black dragon fang in his hand. He thrust it into his body. This marked the victory of the battle. His blood immediately stained the ice crystals. The ice on A sudden coughing sound reached Phantom's ears. Seeing this, Phantom felt something was wrong. Could it be that he's not dead? However, Kai didn't make any further movements. He simply stared intently at a spot beside Phantom. With a look of deep apology, he quietly murmured, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Although the Frost Queen, as a fairy, had not revealed herself, the familiar feeling was something he could never forget. Seeing this, Phantom asked, "Aren't you going to offer yourself up? He seems to be looking for you." The Frost Queen looked at Kai, falling into silence. After a long pause, she slowly said, "I'm not qualified for that. The ruler's duty is to protect the people, and the Knights of East City are also the people of Puhang. But I failed to protect them." The Frost Queen still reached her. "Dear Kaisha, you must remember, the justice of the weak is merely a shout in silence." These words brought a single tear sliding down within that solid helmet. Even a knight as powerful as her had a soft place in her heart, and that soft spot was the queen she had followed her whole life. With that, the East Castle dungeon was cleared successfully. You have received Armory Key. You have recovered part of your lost stats. Due to Limit Breaker, your stats have increased. You have also cleared East Castle's hidden stage. Knight's Proof. Reward. Weapon Master title. Grade upgraded from A to S rank. Phantom grinned as the 3 months of grinding here hadn't gone to waste. And thanks to Limit Breaker, her stats had gone up again. This trip was totally worth it. Thinking that, Phantom began laughing maniacally, leaving the Frost Queen staring blankly, twitching at the corner of her mouth. She quickly told her to stop laughing. That laugh is horrible. Then Phantom opened the armory to look for her reward. What greeted her were weapons of all shapes and kinds. You have entered the East Castle Armory. After selecting one weapon, you will be automatically teleported out. All this attention is honestly kind of overwhelming. Then she shifted her gaze to the many weapons before her. Among them, she first ruled out swords similar to the Black Dragon Fang. In the end, she locked her eyes on one particular longsword. This weapon causes the enemy to bleed more than normal. It's been enchanted with lightweight magic, so it's lighter than it looks. When stained with the enemy's blood, it restores the wielder's stamina. After reading that, Phantom was amazed it had a lifesteal effect too. The Frost Queen asked if the weapon was really that good. Of course, with a lifesteal effect, even against hordes of enemies, she could recover health while fighting. Frost Queen shrugged and said as long as she likes it. Let's just get out of here quickly. The dungeon is about to close. Phantom then left the armory. On her way out, she discovered something unexpected. It was a mysterious portrait hanging on the wall. The woman in the painting radiated noble and elegant grace, which made Phantom exclaim in awe, "So beautiful." But then she suddenly realized something. The clothing and hair color looked a bit familiar. She remembered the Frost Queen had said, this was once her kingdom. So Phantom turned to her and asked, "Hey, this woman in the painting, is that you?" "Now that I look closely, it really might be. Take off that weird mask of yours. It's covering your eyes." Hearing that, the Frost Queen's face flushed all the way to her pointed ears. She was too flustered to say a word, then suddenly shouted in embarrassment. No way, don't say weird stuff like that. Let's just get out of here. Phantom returned to the player association and received treatment from a healer. Shuren widened his eyes at Phantom, as if he didn't recognize her, because she now looked filthy and unkempt, like a castaway just rescued from a deserted island. It was hard to believe this was the rising star Su Juinhao. Phantom felt a bit awkward. She asked, was it really that bad? Shuren let out a sigh and replied, that doesn't matter anymore. As long as you're back safe, I thank the heavens. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around in the association. Everyone was chatting about Su Juinhao. They'd heard that in just 3 months, he'd solo cleared one of the 3 major dungeons. A guy like that is really in the same association as us. Then Shuren offered to escort her home, and the two of them headed outside. But right after stepping out, Shuren told Phantom he should have taken her somewhere quieter instead. But Phantom didn't think it was his fault. After all, she had been gone for 3 months. It was natural they'd react that way. Just then, Shuren stopped walking and said maybe their reaction was for the best. During the time Phantom was in the dungeon, the protests from the people became stronger. Even designated commissions and sponsorships were interrupted. Some went too far, even demanding that previous sponsorship fees be refunded. The president also suffered a lot because of this, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, it was Su Juinhao who had rebuilt the association's image. So even though they were criticized, the association couldn't say anything. However, after hearing this, Phantom seriously told Shuren, what's the use of a good image? You don't have to care about what those people say or do. Upon hearing Phantom's words, Shuren was very surprised. In just 3 months, these people's attitudes had changed like this. Does she really not mind? If I were you, I'd be thinking about why I'm aiming for higher levels. I'm doing it entirely for myself. Even if you end up disappointed in me, there's nothing I can do, because that is the truth. But Shuren agreed with Phantom's words. A relieved expression appeared on his face. Such an obvious thing. I never realized it. I'm really foolish. Seeing Shuren's expression, Phantom smiled. Kiki, you can be pretty foolish sometimes. Hearing Phantom's teasing words, Shuren pouted and turned away. You're right. I seem to have even forgotten about Bag 6 contacting you. Well, I'll take my leave now. Phantom was stunned for a moment. He quickly told him to wait. Meanwhile, a man reported to the person in front of him. Phantom contacted them. The man paused in his movements. He asked what Phantom had said. He was none other than Xing, the president of the Wang Liang Guild. He told us to organize and send over the information on the demon within half an hour. Xing didn't think twice. He instructed his subordinates to send Phantom all the information below the intermediate level, but his secretary suggested that he reconsider, because Phantom had likely made the same request to other guilds. He met other Bag 6 messengers in the dimensional elevator. Upon hearing this, Xing fell into thought. Could Phantom be trying to incite infighting between the guilds? Does he think we've already colluded verbally during this downtime, controlled the information? It seems like he plans to exclude the guilds with weaker intelligence. They're completely being played by Phantom. Xing immediately made a decision and slammed the table. He would send all the information except for the elite and top-tier ones to Phantom. I want Phantom to fully understand that the Wang Liang Guild is the only one worth cooperating with, and everything they think is under Phantom's control. The reason he asked for the information within half an hour is completely to leverage the attitudes of the Bag 6 masters. Not long after, Phantom received the information he requested. Seeing this, Phantom chuckled. People who work for big companies sure are punctual, and their thoughts are completely under Phantom's control. The reason he asked them to send the information within half an hour was entirely to leverage the attitudes of the Bag 6 masters. Not long after, Phantom received the intelligence he requested. Seeing this, Phantom chuckled. People working for big corporations are really punctual. It didn't even take half an hour. He had already received intel from various guilds. Phantom looked playfully at the information in front of him. He chuckled at the problems of these clever people. The issue was that they always overthink things. During his 3 months in East City, he had given them plenty of time to unify their narrative. This was to limit the level of intel being shared. But what if Phantom slightly stirred up their competitive instincts? In that case, to strengthen their relationship with Phantom, they would surely provide better quality intel than the other guilds. And because of that, Phantom was able to get high-grade information that money couldn't buy. Their Bag 6 name sure sounded impressive, but they were far from truly united. Now, there were still 10 days before entering the second layer's borderlands. Before that, both Phantom and the Frost Queen had to prepare with everything they had. First, he needed to memorize all the intel sent by Bag 6. But seeing the Frost Queen lazily snacking on cookies while watching drama left Phantom feeling a bit disoriented. He subconsciously gripped the intel tighter. Why did it feel like he was the only one putting in effort? He turned to the Frost Queen and grumbled. You're having way too much fun. I'm the only one studying here. The Frost Queen munched on her cookies, her little mouth constantly nibbling away. Hearing Phantom's words, she jumped up in protest. What nonsense are you spouting? This fairy is learning about culture too. She pointed toward the drama on the screen. Phantom twitched at the corner of his mouth. That looks a whole lot like you're just having fun. Then Phantom let out a breath and looked at the intel again. He had to read through all of it in 3 days. As for the second layer borderlands, Robin was the only Grand Empire. That meant the Robin Empire controlled most of the second layer. And over the past 25 years, BH6 had deeply infiltrated every corner of the empire. They were roughly divided into 3 factions. First, the Emperor's faction, the Silent Moon, and the Obsessed Princess. This faction was centered around the royal family and held the most noble titles within BH6. Second, the Nobility faction, the Labyrinth and Fate guilds. This faction gathered the regional nobles, excluding the royals. Lastly, the Church faction of the Silver Throne. Their backing was the empire's national religion, the Sun Church. However, the Harlem Guild separated from these 3 factions. They established a mercenary guild group in the western region. They are now the guild with the largest activity range. These form the borders of the unknown world that Phantom has never been to. What kind of place could it be? His heart is already full of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Dijin office, Shuren came to see him. Upon seeing this, Dijin was quite surprised. He asked why Shuren was Shuren said he had something to discuss. He then took something out of his pocket. He handed it over to Dijin. This is my resignation letter. I hope you can approve it. Dijin looked at Shuren and asked if he could tell him the reason. He didn't seem to have decided to resign on a whim. Shuren couldn't help but tightly clench his hands. He asked if Dijin remembered when he first came here. Dijin nodded. Of course he remembered. Then he fell into a moment of reminiscence. A few years ago, in the Su-Mayan area on the 2nd floor, there was an excellent healer known as the Saintess. She lived her life for others. But when she really faced difficulties, no one was willing to extend a helping hand. Then, the light that appeared in her darkness was none other than Dijin. And this Saintess is Shuren. Therefore, Shuren's respect for Dijin is no less than Phantom's, because he is the only one who extended a helping hand when she was in trouble. As long as Dijin is willing, she would still very much like to continue working here. But after talking with Su Junhao yesterday, she began to rethink her life. What was the fundamental driving force that made her different? For this reason, she decided to seek the answer. Dijin smiled warmly. Congratulations. You finally found the path you should take. Thank you for saying that. Can I return this magic seal ring to you when I leave the company? Dijin immediately replied, of course. Congratulations on your return, player Zhang Shuren. A moment later. Dehang listened to Phantom's words, his mind buzzing. He couldn't believe that BLG6 was having internal conflicts. Phantom confirmed it once again, and pulled up the high-level intel he had obtained from them. Seeing this, Dehang felt deeply impressed. He sighed, you really have your ways. Even in the desert, you dare to sell heat packs. Then, Dehang began carefully reading the documents in front of him. Moments later, he let out a quiet sigh. He had thought the association had caught up quite a bit, but judging by this, he still had a long way to go. Phantom comforted him, saying that having drive gives you purpose. Isn't that right? That's right. One day, we'll stand shoulder to shoulder with our goals. Then Phantom asked how the association had been doing lately. Dehang told him the association had recruited players from the 2nd layer and reorganized the intelligence division. They were currently expanding their frontier base, but the Vanguard had accumulated 20 years of groundwork, so it wasn't something that could be caught up with overnight. They had taken over all the valuable areas, using them to expand their border influence. It was frustrating, to say the least. Dehang's face was full of worry as he spoke. With a heavy sigh, he said, if we can't make a major contribution in the war, how could we ever catch up with them? But Phantom encouraged him not to lose hope. After all, anything can happen. Then Phantom looked at Dehang seriously and said, a week from now, I'm heading to the 2nd layer. When Yin, Dehang stood frozen, deep in thought. It was as if 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, but in the end, all he could say was, all right. Dehang lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. He said he was ashamed to even face Phantom. If only I had expanded the association's reach sooner, I could have supported you in the 2nd layer. Phantom looked at his longtime friend in front of him and told him not to blame himself. Everything you've done for me is more than enough. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten my new identity. I wouldn't have easily gotten my player license. You provided me with gear, housing, and countless other forms of help. You gave me the best support possible. You're the strongest pillar I have. I really appreciate you all the way, my old friend. At this moment, in the player association late at night, Phantom unexpectedly saw someone in the hallway. It was Shuren, who had just come out of Dijin's office. Seeing Phantom, Shuren's face showed a hint of panic. Phantom asked why he was at the association at this time. Shuren awkwardly replied that he was helping the president with some paperwork. Phantom was confused. Why would he ask you to do such things? No, I need to give him a piece of my mind. Shuren awkwardly laughed it off. He said it was getting late. He had to hurry back. Good night, Jiwenhao. He then turned and left under Phantom's gaze. Just then, Dijin, who had heard the noise, stepped out of his office. He curiously asked Phantom. Phantom's eyes turned sharp, glaring at him. You actually have my secretary working this late? Dijin immediately felt uneasy, because Shuren's resignation was something he had asked him to keep secret. He quickly stammered and tried to change the topic. Don't worry about this. Just take the thing I didn't give you earlier. He then handed Phantom a note. Phantom asked what it said. It's Yax's address. He's the son of my old comrade, Bido. Dijin said. When you go to the 2nd floor, help him out more. But does that kid even remember what I look like? As they were leaving, Dijin asked Phantom a question. Are you going to find him as Phantom? Phantom chuckled lightly. I'll think about it. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Soon, Phantom arrived downstairs at the association. He was feeling a bit hungry now, so he decided to make a quick stop at the convenience store. At the same time, in a high building across the street, a figure was watching Phantom, who had just stepped out. This person was the demon, Carl Signa. You finally showed up. Suju in hell. Not long after, Phantom came out of the convenience store with his items. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a cute little cat. It kept meowing and rubbing against him. The cat's cuteness instantly melted Phantom's straight man heart. But this time, he didn't buy anything for it to eat, so he could only say sorry. The cat's expression immediately changed upon hearing that. It turned away angrily with a humph. In an instant, all of its earlier cuteness vanished. Phantom couldn't help but comment, "You really are a clever little one." Just then, a figure caught his attention. Deep in the alley, a shadowy figure stood. Phantom's eyes sharpened instantly. He had almost not noticed the person's presence. It seemed to be a high-level player. The man said to Phantom, "Let's talk somewhere else." Then he drew out a red crossbow. With a cold, killing tone, he said, "You don't want to fight in a place like this, do you?" Seeing this, Phantom's expression turned serious, because he instantly recognized that weapon. It was the Horizon Lens, a powerful, sniper-specialized weapon. Its wielder was the demon-folk Carligna, so Phantom immediately drew his black dragon fang. A bowman daring to face someone head-on, wouldn't that count as a misplay? But Carligna only sneered in response. "Seems you know me well. That makes things easier then." As he spoke, he raised his crossbow to the sky. "You're not wrong. Normally, that would be a misplay, but only if both sides were equally matched." Then he knocked an arrow and drew his longbow toward the distance. Phantom's expression shifted drastically. He instantly knew what Carligna was aiming at. It was either the civilians inside the nearby convenience store, or perhaps Dehang inside the association. Carligna's menacing voice rang out once again. "Suju and Hao, if you don't want to see innocent lives lost in this district, then do as I say before I lose my temper." After threatening Phantom, Carligna led him away. The two arrived at a deserted area in the mountains. Seeing Phantom hadn't run, Carligna laughed excitedly, impressed by his courage. "Now, I'll give you two choices. First, obediently put on these magic sealing handcuffs and come with me." When Yin Phantom chuckled lightly. "Yeah, that's not happening. So what's the other option?" Carligna gave a cold smirk. "The other option is getting your gut split open, then dragged away like a dog." He spoke, and a chill. Seeing this, Phantom's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. This guy can release such a powerful pressure with just his magic. This is a level 100 high-level player. Carl Signa. However, Phantom's response surprised Carl Signa. "I choose the third option." He pointed his sword at Carl Signa and said, "The back mountain has fresh air, perfect for your burial place." Hearing this, Carl Signa instantly grew furious. What an arrogant guy. Your imagination is truly rich. He then drew a longbow and notched 3 arrows. In an instant, the arrows shot toward Phantom. The next moment, the sword light flashed like lightning. In an instant, Phantom cut through all the arrows. Seeing this, Carl Signa was deeply surprised. How is this possible? A rookie with less than a year of experience actually blocked the arrows shot from my magic bow. Phantom took a step forward and said calmly, "You definitely can't understand why a player under level 30 can block the arrows shot by a level 100 high-level player. But you should know, there are many unexpected exceptions in this world, and I am one of them." At this moment, Carl Signa knew he was wrong. He had greatly underestimated the guy in front of him. After all, he had soloed a 1-star dungeon. Strictly speaking, no one on the first floor is his match. If he went to the second floor, he would definitely grow even. Thinking this, Carl Signa's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If his abilities are stronger than I expected, maybe in the near future, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiu Xiao. But sadly, such a genius will fall here today. He then drew the bow again, aiming at Phantom. The blood-red magic gathered on his arm, surrounding the arrow. Carl Signa sneered, "Go, bite, shitfish." In the next instant, the arrow was shot at high speed. Cutting through the air, it was almost in front of Phantom in no time. Phantom swiftly twisted his body to dodge. But something strange happened. The sword, which should have flown off, suddenly changed direction again. It kept attacking Phantom as if it had locked onto him. Seeing this, Phantom was in disbelief. Was this guy controlling the sword with magic? Carligna chuckled coldly. "Welcome to my domain, the ocean." In the next moment, the flying blasting a huge crater in the ground. Seeing this scene, Phantom was shocked. That sword had such terrifying power? More importantly, he wasn't just controlling the sword's direction. He had expanded his magic across the entire space. It was making Phantom's movement sluggish, as if he were truly sinking into an ocean. Under such conditions, even one hit would cost him the battle. So Phantom immediately activated a speed skill. Boiling magic surged through his entire body. Then he looked up at the sword flying toward him. In the next second, the black dragon fang struck out, faster than the sword. Each slash accurately met the flying blade head-on. Saijina's pupil shrank. She couldn't believe that her magically enhanced sword was blocked by a player under level 30. But she quickly realized what was happening. Apparently, while she was hiding from pursuit, her senses had dulled. Su Juanhao wasn't just a lucky newbie. He was an opponent she had to go all in to defeat. After figuring it out, Saijina couldn't help but smile. Her grin gradually turned manic. "I won't underestimate you anymore." In an instant, her magic erupted like a storm, but quickly calmed again. Sensing the odd change, Phantom grew wary. This magical vortex suddenly got so quiet. Something's off. He felt as if he had entered the eye of a storm. Saijina pulled her bow to the fullest, ready to release. The terrifying magic around her was almost tangible. The sword locked onto Phantom, oozing killing intent. "You should feel honored." This is truly our goodbye. Her devastating magic had taken the form of a tyrannosaur, the might of the dinosaur. Carl Signa shot an arrow. The giant dragon rushed forward violently, flying and roaring. It seemed determined to destroy everything in its path. With a massive rumble, Phantom was engulfed by the violent impact on the spot. However, when the dust settled, Carl Signa noticed the space in front, destroyed by the explosion, emitted a cold aura. What is this cold magic flow? At the same time, Phantom also made a move. Dark barrier. In an instant, the power of shadows surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the space. Seeing this, Carl Signa was both surprised and fearful. She never expected that Phantom actually possessed two attributes, and both dark and frost attributes. Could it be that she had been hiding her abilities? This is truly beyond her imagination. Phantom's surroundings were filled with frost. The violent dragon from earlier was now frozen into an ice sculpture. At this point, Phantom was finally ready to unleash full power. After all, she couldn't just leave a witness alive. Carl Signa laughed coldly. Looks like you're not going to tell me your true identity. Since that's the case, I'll just force you to speak, she said, spreading her hand and growling. Open the armory. In an instant, countless swordsmen appeared behind her. It was as if she had activated the dazzling secret of the king. Are you ready? Let me send you to your death with a more powerful attack. See death. Phantom unreservedly used all her magic to accelerate. The raging magic burned furiously, turning into an endless stream of power. She had to finish the battle quickly. Otherwise, the delay would put her brain at risk of overheating. The best way was to charge and cut off her head before she could shoot. In the next instant, Phantom shot forward like an arrow. Seeing Phantom's move, Carl Signa sneered. He's rushing to his death. With a wave of his hand, he shot arrows into the sky. With a wave of his hand, he shot a sky full of arrows. Enjoy my blooming rain of blades. You'll be shattered into pieces under this hellish storm of arrows. However, facing the countless sword strikes, Phantom smiled. Seeing this, Saigina's pupils suddenly trembled. An uneasy feeling swirled in her chest. Why was he smiling? Phantom's body began to blur and fade into mist. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Waiting until Saigina was convinced he would die, and lowered her guard. In the next instant, Phantom reappeared behind her. It was his skill. Asterisk asterisk shadow step. Asterisk asterisk. Before Saigina could react, Phantom slashed downward with his longsword. But to his surprise, at the last moment, Saigina turned her body and narrowly dodged the fatal blow. The strike failed to take her out on the spot. At the same time, Saigina raised her palm and fiercely struck toward Phantom. The blow landed on the black dragon fang, clanging like metal. She immediately forced Phantom back. Missing the kill, Phantom frowned. Her regeneration was far too strong. Even after her hand was wounded, she healed instantly. To become a demon folk, one must drink demon blood. But since the human body can't handle demon power well, most dilute the blood with water before drinking. But some maniacs, in pursuit of overwhelming power, drink it undiluted. And those rare few who survive, become demon lords, and can use the powers of the blood's original owner. Carligna advanced step by step toward Phantom. At this point, she had already figured it out. Phantom didn't use that vanishing skill earlier, because it had a restriction. Then let me send you to the afterlife now. In a flash, countless sword lights locked onto Phantom again. Due to overusing his acceleration skill, his brain was burning hot. A trace of blood trickled down from his nose. We just met, and you're already sending me to the afterlife? That's kind of heartbreaking. When Saigina gave a cold smirk. If you put on the magic handcuffs now, I might just spare your life. Upon hearing this, Phantom paused slightly. The corner of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. He showed a mocking grin and made a friendly gesture at her. Don't kid yourself. Stinky brat. Carl Signa laughed and gave Phantom a suggestion. If you want to kill me, remember to aim for my neck. Phantom didn't say much and immediately made his move. He suddenly exerted force and leapt into the air. At the same time, Carl Signa's storm of arrows was ready. It turned into a deadly net and whistled toward Phantom. Phantom swung his black dragon fang with all his might. At that moment, he felt his head about to explode. But even though he was swinging the sword at its maximum speed, he still couldn't block all the arrows. Before long, his body was wounded in several places. But even so, Phantom wouldn't stop. His sword continued to move faster and faster. Phantom's swordsmanship was still holding up. Carl Signa began to grow anxious. That damn guy actually cut through all my arrows. She looks like she's about to reach her limit. How can she still keep going? Die already. In an instant, the speed of the sword increased again. Seeing this, Phantom's eyes brightened. The sword light flashed like lightning, cutting through space. It sliced through all the arrows. In the next moment, Phantom's figure flashed and dashed to Carl Signa's front. He swung his sword toward Carl Signa's neck. But the next moment, Carl Signa she grabbed Phantom's neck with one hand, immediately causing Phantom. As she applied more pressure to her grip, the sound of Phantom's neck breaking grew louder. Carl Signa immediately showed a victorious smile. I won. However, to her surprise, the Phantom in her hand suddenly dissipated into mist. Like a ghost, Phantom appeared behind her. Phantom's mocking voice reached her ears. Idiot, you should be the one to lose. The next moment, Phantom slashed with his sword. With a heavy strike, Carl Signa fell to the ground with a loud thud. She knelt on the ground, coughing up blood heavily. Her mind was filled with disbelief. How could this happen? Phantom turned his head and said faintly, Phantom turned his head and said calmly, "Devour her. Watch her." Phantom's Dark Watcher appeared in the arena. Its terrifying aura was like a hound straight from hell. Upon seeing this, Saijina was horrified and instinctively backed away. At that moment, she finally realized Su Jiwanhao's true identity. He was Phantom, the enemy of all demon folk. Saijina shouted in pain, accusing Phantom of being despicable, of deceiving the world like this. What was the purpose of hiding his real identity? Yin Phantom gave a faint smirk and said, "You're going to die anyway. No need to know so much." With that, the Dark Watcher lunged toward her. Amidst her shrieks. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen was still munching away at home. She happily watched the drama in front of her, but suddenly something fell off. Her hand paused with the popcorn midair. All of a sudden, she knocked over the bowl in surprise, then face-planted into the couch, wailing, "Contractor, didn't you say you'd be back after this episode? Why aren't you back yet?" Elsewhere, Phantom had already finished reading Saijina's memories, but what he saw made him frown. He didn't expect that to catch him. Saijina had smuggled herself into the first layer despite being tracked by a sword saint. That gave Phantom a sense of dread. Was he now being tracked as well? But what reassured him, was the valuable intel he found in her memories. In the end, it wasn't a loss after all. The Demofolk Association was located in Sumine, on the second layer. The intel matched what he got from the Obsessed Princesses Guild. Once he reached the second layer, it would be of great use. Just then, a prompt appeared. Due to repeated use of Confession of the Dead, the skill had upgraded from C rank to B rank. Seeing this, Phantom was delighted. Now he could probably view previously inaccessible memories. However, a new message popped up, informing him the memories still couldn't be accessed. Disappointed, Phantom closed the window. As expected, it's not that easy. As expected, it's still not that easy. Then, she reached down and picked up the Horizon lens from the ground. She was going to take it back and write her report. Just then, Phantom suddenly felt a surge of fear in her heart. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching her. She looked up and saw a figure standing in front of her. A pressure-filled aura emanated from the person. Phantom immediately guessed the identity of the person before her. She must be the seventh heaven of Jiuxiao, Sword Saint Jiayu. Phantom had learned from Carl Signa's memory. Jiayu had clearly been on the second floor not long ago. She never expected that she would catch up so quickly. Her speed was terrifying. Jiayu drew the weapon at her waist and coldly said, "Your presence suddenly disappeared on the second floor. I was lost for a long time because of it. I didn't expect you to come to the first floor." Upon hearing this, Phantom suddenly panicked. She understood every word this person said, but as soon as she mentioned a certain point, she couldn't understand. Then Jiayu continued, "The demonic stench on you, and the scent of the tracking perfume. These will never disappear. Carl Signa, I won't let you escape this time." At this point, Phantom finally reacted. She looked at the crossbow in her hand, her cold sweat dripping. Does this mean that she mistook me for Carl Signa because I have the Horizon lens? So, Phantom quickly began to explain to Jiayu, "You must have misunderstood." However, before she could finish, Jiayu suddenly drew her long sword. With a speed that couldn't be captured, she slashed out a sword beam. Her murderous aura filled the air as she coldly said, "I won't be fooled by your sweet talk anymore. This time, I won't make the same mistake again. Today, you must die here." Upon seeing this, Phantom immediately broke out into a cold sweat. This was a situation she hadn't expected at all. This person wasn't listening to her explanation at all. Phantom gripped the crossbow tightly, determined to tell Jiayu the truth. Though this would make things more troublesome, there was no other choice now. She immediately shouted loudly. "I've already taken out Carligna." Upon hearing that, Jiyu's first reaction was, she thought Phantom was bluffing again. But Phantom said he had a way to prove his identity. He then called Dehang. Moments later, Jiyu got confirmation from Dehang that Phantom was indeed Su Jiwanhao. She then gave a deep bow to Phantom in apology. "Player Su Jiwanhao, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Phantom waved it off casually. "It's fine. I might have misunderstood too in your shoes." Even though Phantom said that, Jiyu still felt uneasy, so she decided to make it up to him. She dripped a drop of potion onto Phantom's face. The next second, all of his wounds instantly healed. His condition fully recovered in an instant. It was the legendary holy water that could heal all wounds. Phantom awkwardly protested that with injuries so minor, he shouldn't be using such a rare and legendary elixir. When Jiyu shook her head, she spoke with honest sincerity. "Don't feel pressured. I just want to take responsibility for my mistake." Phantom was a little surprised at her response. He didn't expect to meet such an upright player these days. Jiyu then voiced her curiosity to Phantom. Even though she knew Phantom was strong, he had cleared multiple unexplored dungeons, and even broke records she and Phantom once held during the trials. Even so, she couldn't imagine how a level 30 player managed to defeat the level 100 magic type Carligna alone. Phantom replied, "I can't tell you how I beat her. But if you agree to my condition, then I'll share it with you. I want you to tell the public that you were the one who defeated Carligna, not me. And don't reveal anything about my abilities. Also, I hope you'll help me someday." After a brief thought, Jiyu replied, "Helping you isn't hard. But if you ever use powers that betray human morals, I will never turn a blind eye." Phantom gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, whether now or in the future, that kind of thing will never happen." Saying this, Phantom took a step forward. Frost spread beneath her feet. In an instant, The entire space turned into an extremely cold land, with countless ice crystals rising. Since our deal is done, I'll show you my power. Seeing this scene, the power was no less than some of the more impressive S-tier skills, and in that instant, she realized something. This must be the key the association uses to suppress the third-floor heat wave. Phantom let out a hoarse sound. I didn't expect you to understand so much so quickly, so you must know? These things must never be known to the demons. Jiayu didn't answer directly. Instead, she drew another arrow from her quiver. In an instant, the light of the arrow slashed through space. It shattered all the ice crystals behind Phantom. Such power immediately stunned Phantom. With a loud crash, all the ice crystals completely disappeared. Jiayu sheathed her sword and said faintly, I naturally understand your importance. An hour ago, I killed Carl Signa here. Then Phantom returned to her residence. As soon as she returned, the Frost Queen appeared in front of her, glaring at her. This startled Phantom greatly. The Frost Queen asked in a joyful tone, Do you know what time it is? Phantom glanced at the clock and replied, 1 o'clock. The Frost Queen grumbled, I said I'd be back soon. Made me wait here, all alone. You should come back earlier next time. Phantom helplessly scratched her head, saying, I understand. At this moment, the Frost Queen also noticed Phantom's abnormality, although there were no visible injuries. She looked unusually disheveled. She then asked, Has something happened? Phantom, looking dejected, said, Something big happened. I just killed Carl Signa. She was a powerful demon. The group we dealt with last time couldn't even compare to her. Saying this, Phantom suddenly sighed. The world is so big. Truly, there are always stronger people out there. Since waking up in the frozen world, she had always been striving to save her companions. But it wasn't until she met Jiyu today that she realized how far other players had progressed in the past 25 years. The real powerhouses were all on the second layer's frontier. When she saw it with her own eyes, she finally understood why people compared 9 heavens to the sky itself. And Jiyu's personality was also very approachable. Thinking of this, Phantom suddenly fell silent. The Frost Queen curiously asked why she stopped talking. When Yin Phantom clenched her fist tightly. It's nothing. I just feel like I need to work harder. There were still powerhouses like Bai and Jiyu out there, and one of them would clearly be her enemy. It was Nezard the Royal. **Herlu***. She was the teacher of the skeletal warlock Alma, and also a demon folk. She had her eyes on Phantom, and had ordered Carligna to eliminate her. Phantom had done well on the first layer, because she understood how it worked. But the second layer was completely uncharted territory. It left her feeling somewhat lost. When Yin, the Frost Queen gently patted Phantom on the head. Contractor, have confidence. You're going to do great. You've always done great, haven't you? Right? The Frost Queen's comfort made Phantom feel a bit shy. Embarrassed, she muttered. Why are you being like this all of a sudden? The Frost Queen giggled. Well, you looked so miserable like a puppy caught in the rain. Phantom gave a smug grin. Of course I'll do great. I'm a living legend and myth in this world. Seeing that, the Frost Queen pouted. Don't start spouting nonsense. Now you're just getting cocky again. Just then, Phantom suddenly remembered something. She told the Frost Queen she might leave early tomorrow. As she said that, a smile tugged at her lips. Before I head to the second layer, I want to say goodbye to someone. Meanwhile, Jiyu was in a meeting with a The woman mockingly praised her, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Jiyu pretended to be clueless and asked, What's wrong? Then the woman walked up to her and asked, Do you remember your mission? Or have you already forgotten everything during these past few months? Jiyu replied, Of course I haven't forgotten. After all, you are the super elite Sword Saint Jiyu. Saying this, she spread her palm and placed it in front of Jiyu. Now tell me where that thing is. Where is the end of the horizon? The woman was none other than the president of the Silent Pact, Sun Kaiyuan. However, upon hearing this, Jiayu fell silent. This behavior made Sun Kaiyuan furious, and she yelled anxiously, Say something already. Did you really kill Carl Signa? The news has been reporting it all day. Jiayu calmly replied. Then why didn't you bring back that bow and arrow? That was your mission. Or was Carl Signa tougher than expected? Upon hearing this, Jiayu immediately tightened her arms. She fell into silence once again. Because for Jiayu, as long as she wanted, she could have killed Carl Signa with one hand, and she could have made her reveal all her secrets. The problem was that, before she arrived there, she had already made an agreement with Suju and Hal. And thinking of this, Jiayu came up with an excuse. I accidentally killed her before she could take out the bow and arrow. Hearing this, Sun Qiuan grit her teeth, trembling with anger. You're one of Jiuxiao's greatest archers. You, who are born to be perfect, Jiayu, actually made a mistake? This reason is unacceptable to me. Fuming with anger, Sun Kaiyuan cursed at Jiayu. This is too ridiculous. Did you get injured during the fight? Jiayu could only silently endure the president's wrath. After a moment of venting, Sun Kaiyuan sighed helplessly. Well, it's done now. Although you didn't complete the mission, it can't be helped. I'll report to the Duke personally. With that, Jiayu could only softly say, sorry. This almost reignited Sun Saiyuan's anger. Starting now, you're not allowed to apologize to me anymore. But then, Sun Kaiyuan earnestly asked Jiyu, What's the real reason behind this? Don't try to fool me with some vague excuse. Because based on what she knew about Jiyu, she could tell something was off right away. Jiyu gave a helpless smile. I knew I couldn't lie to you. Although I didn't get the Horizon lens, I gained something even more valuable. Seeing Jiyu like that, Sun Kaiyuan grew even more curious. It had been a long time since she'd seen Jiyu so happy. So, what is it? When Yin Jiyu cast her gaze outward, looking up at the endless blue sky, and once again, she revealed a meaningful smile. A brand new future. Though she had just entered the second layer, every major guild was scrambling to recruit her. All because she was the rising star of the player world. Suji and how Before Phantom entered the second layer, she came to the museum where her teammates were stored. Looking at the old friends she hadn't seen in so long, Phantom felt a wave of emotion. She tried to lift the seals, but, as expected, the system notified her that she still didn't have enough magic power. However, judging from the Frost Queen's expression, Phantom's current state was still progressing. When Yin the Frost Queen was startled, and said dejectedly, yeah, that's true. Seeing her like that, Phantom curiously asked what was wrong. Don't tell me you feel guilty? Upon hearing that, the Frost Queen fell silent, biting her lip, her face dripping with sweat. Phantom sighed helplessly. Just tell me one thing. Are they still alive? The Frost Queen looked toward the frozen figures, and clearly told Phantom, of course they are. But, if you want to break the seals, then you need to become stronger. Having received her answer, Phantom gave one last deep look at her comrades, then turned and left, filled with resolve. Seeing this, the Frost Queen quickly chased after her. You're about to leave the first layer. Aren't you going to take one more look at them? No need. Before entering the second floor, I want to spend some time with Noah until 9. As for them, they're not needed. When the time comes to meet face to face, it won't be too late to see how they react. I believe that day will come soon. In the time that followed, Phantom also visited Noah's residence. She spent a long time playing Go with her. Although her skills were still terrible, she never won against Phantom, but her stamina was still impressive. Before she left, Noah also sent Phantom her heartfelt blessings. I believe wherever you go, you'll do great. Soon, Phantom arrived at the artificial island in the Pacific Ocean. This was the dimensional elevator leading to the second floor. Soon, the association's people appeared to greet her and explain the precautions for her stay on the second floor. She would be staying in the Roban Empire. In the Roban Empire, the nobles held all the power, so it was best not to go against them. Also, in the border regions, she not only had to beware of demons, but also of players, because many players take advantage of the associations, overlooked opportunities to commit crimes. Now, I wish you the best of luck. With that, Phantom, feeling uneasy, entered the dimensional elevator. The elevator was much smaller than she had imagined. It could only hold about 12 people. Then she pressed the button for the second floor. With a clunking sound, the elevator quickly ascended. It rushed toward the endless sky. When Phantom saw the outside scenery, her eyes widened in shock. There were many dimensional elevators outside. Seeing this, Phantom understood why demons could sneak into the second floor without the association knowing. With another loud clunk, the elevator had reached the second floor. When Phantom stepped out of the elevator, the world outside left her frozen in place. The buildings before her were filled with the style of a fantasy world. It was a world completely different from the first layer, like stepping into a game world. At the same time, Phantom's title, Pioneer of Spring, activated. All her attributes increased by 30 points, and she could clearly sense that the mana in the air here was far richer than in the first layer. She couldn't help but greedily inhale deep breaths, but to the eyes of others, she looked like some clueless newbie. Guild players stared at the strange figure before them. Clearly, she was a newcomer to the second layer. Do we really need to recruit someone like that? Then, a veteran guild member stepped forward, peeking to see what the commotion was about. But once she got a clear look, her eyes widened in shock. She immediately recognized the person in front of her. It was none other than the rising star, player Suji and how At the same moment, people all around started recognizing Suji and how as well. They rushed to notify their guilds. Suddenly, every guild was scrambling to recruit Suji and how into their ranks. And just then, a teasing voice called out with a chuckle. Whoa there. I'm not okay with this. I was the first one to spot Chickenhead Kuin here, so let me be the one to take her away. Who would have thought the now prosperous second layer frontier had once been a place of disdain in the distant past? And the first thing Gao Shuxia did upon seeing Phantom was ask her for an autograph. As soon as Phantom stepped foot on the second layer, she could feel that the era was brimming with incredibly dense magic. She once again started gulping it in greedily. Seeing Phantom like that, the Frost Queen complained with disdain. Don't do that in front of all these people. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. But Phantom didn't care at all. She chuckled and said she was still adjusting. Then, within the Phantom spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Captain Gao Shuxia? She waved and shouted loudly at her. Gao Shuxia ran over, full of energy, grumbling, ugh, such a pity. If you'd shown up 2 days later, I would have won. She was referring to the bet the two made when they parted ways. Then, Gao Shuxia took Phantom to a coffee shop. Only nobles are allowed to freely enter here. Upon hearing this, Phantom was surprised and said, I didn't expect you to be a noble. Gao Shuxia laughed. I'm just a baron to be with no territory. I think this place is really fascinating. It's completely different from the first floor. It's like entering a magical world. Gao Shuxia posed a hypothetical to Phantom. If humans had failed to resist the monsters pouring out of the dungeons 30 years ago, what do you think the world would be like? Phantom replied, if that were the case, the situation would probably be very grim. However, Gao Shuxia told her, something like that actually happened on the border, 1,000 years ago. It said that there used to be many dungeons here, but due to being unable to resist the monsters pouring out of the dungeons, humanity experienced a great destruction. After a long time, although the dungeons have all disappeared, the monsters that came out of the dungeons survived and multiplied. Upon hearing this, Phantom found it hard to imagine. This place was actually destroyed once? At that moment, Gao Shuxia, with a slightly red face, shyly asked Phantom, how did the thing I asked you about last time go? Phantom immediately understood what she was referring to. She immediately took out the book The Biography of Great Men from Later Kingdom. Gao Shuxia excitedly grabbed the magazine. Her excitement was clearly written on her face. Thank you. Phantom had even drawn a heart. I love it so much. She then handed her an envelope. Here's the gift for winning our... It's a recommendation letter I wrote by hand. With this, you can have a meal with Lord Ziju from Marabling. If Lord Ziju is satisfied with you, he might even give you a mission. If you accept a local mission, you will receive corresponding rewards. That's why everyone wants to get close to generous nobles. And if you want to visit other cities, the portal is the fastest way. If you accept a local mission, you will receive corresponding rewards. That's why everyone wants to get close to generous nobles. And if you want to visit other cities, the portal is the fastest way. But now it seems like she can't use it. Hearing that, Phantom asked worriedly, why not? Gao Shuxia told Phantom to check her status window. Sure enough, a new tag appeared, Visitor. It turns out that after entering the second layer, every player's identity becomes Visitor. They can stay for 90 days. But if they complete enough quests, they can earn an ID from the Adventurers Guild. After explaining everything to Phantom, the two left the cafe. Before they parted, Gao Shuxia gifted Phantom an imperial map, along with their guild's member-only guide. A little something from a senior to a junior, she said. Make sure you level up. Next time we meet, treat me to something expensive. The Frost Queen chuckled heartily. She's funny. Don't you think she's kind of like a fox? When in Phantom sighed helplessly. She's always giving me stuff, but I think she's more like a kitten or a puppy. You really don't understand women at all. So what's your plan now? Phantom replied. First, find a place to stay. The Frost Queen excitedly pointed at a luxury hotel behind them. How about that Shangri-La over there? I really like the decor. But Phantom pointed behind her instead. No, I want to stay there. The Frost Queen looked in the direction Phantom pointed, and immediately shouted in disbelief. No way. That place is practically falling apart. Phantom laughed and said, don't you think Dew of Rest is a cool name? Besides, we need to gather intel from all kinds of people. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man was surrounded by thugs. After getting beaten, he willingly handed over all his gold. The bald thug gripped the gold and grinned wickedly. See? I told you robbing players is always profitable. The man joined a poker table for the first time and stunned the seasoned gambler Hanlu Jiabe because he couldn't see through the man's cheating tricks. After entering the second layer, Phantom chose to stay at an inn called Dew of Rest, though it lacked any luxury decor. Though it lacked any luxurious decoration, but it was more grounded and better for gathering intel. It resembled inns from video games. Not only did it house frontier adventurers, but also players from the first layer. The way to tell them apart was simple. Players had to wear a Vita device, but adventurers did not. The Frost Queen asked Phantom, what's your plan for gathering intel? Phantom gave a mysterious smile, then casually picked up the menu. I'll take your house special, and also a bottle of liquor and a cup of tea. The staff replied, that'll be 51 coins in total. Sir, please settle the bill first. When Yin Phantom recalled the currency exchange rate that Gao Shuxia had mentioned to him, 100 Kubo coins are equivalent to 1 silver coin. So 51 Kubo coins are. Phantom then took out a bag of gold coins and poured them onto the table. The golden coins clinked and fell down with... The scene immediately startled the clerk, whose eyes widened in shock. This is gold, not Kubo coins. Phantom frowned, saying that he had just come to the second floor, so he wasn't very clear. The clerk then took a gold coin from Phantom's hand. He said he would give him change later. The clerk also gave Phantom a piece of advice. It's dangerous to take out so much money in a crowded place. Phantom put away his gold coins and smiled, thanking him. I will remember your kind advice. His dazzling actions had already drawn everyone's attention. Because rich people are always easy targets for flies, a man suddenly walked up to Phantom. He slammed his hand down on the table in front of him. With a malicious smile, he said, let's have a chat, player. I'll be straightforward. I'm interested in your money. How about we find a quiet place to talk? The man's words were full of threats. Anyone could tell what he was planning. Phantom, of course, wasn't an exception. The man then laughed mockingly. Seems like the boss was right. Players are all fools. But soon, he would pay the price for that thought. Phantom single-handedly lifted them up and started beating them. They were like toys in his hands. At this scene, the man finally got scared. He had kicked the wrong person. Phantom pressed his fist against the man's face and coldly ordered, kneel down. The man immediately knelt down on the ground. The Frost Queen next to him looked disgusted, saying they were all garbage. Phantom then told him to answer his questions properly. Tell me everything you know, including the whereabouts of your boss. Hearing this, the man began to sweat profusely. He stammered, saying he wasn't sure. But when he saw Phantom's terrifying aura, he immediately gave in. He should be at the casino. He immediately confessed. He should be at the casino. A moment later, Phantom arrived at the casino the man mentioned. The filthy atmosphere inside made him uncomfortable. He coughed repeatedly and complained. Is this a casino or a toxic waste dump? According to the info from the thug, his boss is named Fry, a well-known gangster here. Anything entertainment-related is tightly controlled by him, and he even does business with nobles. So he knows way more than the lackeys. Sensing the stark contrast with the inn's vibe, Phantom knew he had to get serious. He walked up to a gambling table and sat down. The man across said Phantom looked unfamiliar. Phantom told him he just arrived yesterday. The man gave a sly grin. We don't play with pocket change here. Do you have enough money? Phantom smiled faintly and said of course. Then the game began. But soon the man started to frown and sweat, because things were not going as he expected. An entire hour had passed, and Phantom still hadn't run out of chips. Even against someone as talented as himself. It was unbelievable. That guy looked like a total rookie. Could he actually be a seasoned veteran in disguise? But the truth was, the Frost Queen next to Phantom was feeding him intel, flying around where others couldn't see her, and clearly viewing the opponent's cards. Meanwhile, Fry on the second floor was also watching closely, but he couldn't spot any sign of cheating. So he just chalked it up to Phantom's crazy luck. But he could feel Phantom was a strong player. Still, this guy had the nerve to touch his money. That was something Fry couldn't tolerate. So he immediately ordered his men to bring Phantom upstairs. By then, the man at the table had lost count of his defeats. If it kept up, he'd go bankrupt. So he decided to change tactics. He shot a glance at the dealer behind him. The dealer instantly understood and started shuffling. But the Frost Queen noticed something was off. She quickly warned Phantom aloud. This was clearly a setup. Even the dealer was in on it with them. But Phantom had already anticipated this, although they exposed their flaws later than Phantom had expected. Phantom then folded his cards. He said, let's call it a day. Seeing this, the man panicked immediately. He hurriedly asked Phantom to play a little longer. After all, his luck was so good right now. But Phantom wasn't fooled at all. I've won so much, I'm a bit scared. It would be such a shame if I lost now. Just as Phantom was about to leave, a man appeared and stopped him. Sir, please wait. Our boss wants to buy you a drink. Please come with me. The Frost Queen guessed that the so-called boss was probably the leader of those thugs earlier. Phantom immediately agreed. Lead the way. Phantom was then taken to the VIP room on the second floor. Fry said indifferently without turning back. Players who come to the casino can always find ways to make money using various magical abilities. But do you know why I don't stop them from coming? Because I'm confident I can get the money back from them. Long time no see, player Suju in hell. Phantom revealed his S-level Dark Watcher ability once again. With just a motion, he stunned the second floor bullies in place. After Phantom made a large sum from Fry's casino, he was invited to the second floor VIP room. Fry began reading the gathered information. Name, Suju in hell. Profession, player, level around 30. You're quite famous, huh? Phantom chuckled lightly. You've done your homework quite well. Fry coldly said that he had simply asked around. The players had honestly told him everything. So you should always perform well, he added. Although players who come to the casino can always find ways to make money using various magical methods. Do you know why I don't stop them from coming? As Fry squeezed his fist tightly, his face turned dark. Because I'm confident I can get the money back from them. All the entertainment streets in this city are under my control, and I have strong connections with the nobles. So even if players are strong, they're just foreigners here. They can't stand up to the nobles. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Phantom nodded in agreement. He then reached into his pocket. He tossed the chips he just won in front of Fry. I have a proposal. If you tell me information about the nobles, I'll return all the chips I just won. Upon hearing this, Fry frowned, as if he'd heard something unbelievable. You want to use the money you just won to buy intel from me? Do you still not understand your situation? Taking your money would be a piece of cake for me. Two thugs drew their weapons and moved toward Phantom. Seeing this, Phantom sighed inwardly. I was hoping to resolve this peacefully. Seems like reasoning won't work with you. The next second, a thug slashed at Phantom. Phantom tilted his body and swiftly dodged. Then with a burst of strength, he raised his palm. He tackled the thug and pinned him to the ground, then tossed him like trash in front of Fry. With his foot on the thug, Phantom said coldly, you should have listened when I was speaking nicely. He crouched and picked up the chips on the floor. A surge of magic sparkled at his fingertips. The next moment, like bullets, they shot out, striking the thugs and taking them down instantly. They screamed as they lost all combat ability. Phantom clapped his hands and sighed helplessly. Do you really need a beating to come to your senses? But just then, the sound of a gun being cocked came from behind. Fry pointed a revolver at Phantom and told him not to move. Phantom turned to look, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The bald man with the revolver looked smug and confident. He laughed and said proudly, this is the kind of deadly weapon you players love, right? If you hand over all your chips now, and get out of here, I'll spare your life. But as for Frey's threat, Phantom didn't seem to care. He calmly asked Fry again, so, you're not going to tell me about the nobles? Fry was clearly choked by Phantom's response. He shouted furiously, of course not. You idiot. You better get lost while I'm still willing to let you live. But just as he said that, a strange shadow wrapped around his arm, and before he realized it, his revolver had vanished. Seeing this scene, Fry broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. When did this guy take it? Is this really something a level 30 player can do? But by now, Fry could only harden his resolve and threaten Phantom. Player Suju and Hao, you need to think carefully. Once you pull the trigger, trouble will follow. That won't be good for either of us, will it? But his words held no threat for Phantom. With a clueless look, Phantom replied, that's hard to say. Phantom's reaction made Fry more and more nervous. He began shaking uncontrollably. This is bad. This guy really plans to shoot. Am I going to die here for nothing? Phantom slowly flicked the safety off, teasing him. I didn't expect you to have such backbone. Seeing this, Fry was so scared he nearly peed himself. He quickly begged Phantom. I said, isn't it enough? Please don't shoot. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Fry squeezed his eyes shut, fearfully waiting for death. However, what he expected didn't happen. The bullet was caught by Phantom with even greater speed using one hand. Phantom scoffed. It would have been better if you had agreed earlier. Now, you'll tell us everything. Over the next week, Phantom gathered a lot of information about the second floor from Fry. He then happily told them they could leave. The group that had been tortured by Phantom for a week was already desperate. Hearing this, they thought Phantom was joking. After confirming with Phantom, they immediately turned and fled the scene. The Frost Queen sighed in relief. Finally, it's quieter. Phantom pondered for a moment, and decided that the first thing to do now was to complete a quest. Soon, he arrived at the bulletin board for quest postings. Phantom scanned the quest contents. He ultimately chose a quest to hunt whipwolves. From what he learned from Fry's group, the hunting tournament would be held in 10 days. So, before then, he needed to level up to around level 50. At this moment, the Frost Queen, annoyed, tugged at Phantom's hair. Contractor, can't you go a bit slower? It's too chaotic. What? Don't you know how to fly? But the Frost Queen, with great justification, replied that she was too lazy to fly. This made Phantom curl the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to reluctantly agree and walk away. But in the crowd, several people had already set their sights on Phantom. They wore cold, sinister smiles as they targeted him. Is there any better prey than a player new to the second floor? The famed super rookie, Su Juanhao, was mistaken for a helpless sheep. But once the fangs behind the disguise appear, how terrifying will it be? After Phantom accepted a hunting quest, the surrounding malicious players quietly locked onto him. Phantom then arrived at the place where whip wolves roamed. Judging by the size of the footprints on the ground, it must be a large creature. This made Phantom curious about how strong it could be. Hopefully, it would be an interesting opponent. But the forest was now filled with thick fog, so he'd have to wait for it to clear before seeing clearly. Only then could he locate their territory. Phantom's demeanor surprised the Frost Queen. You look pretty excited. Phantom scratched his head and grinned. After all, he hadn't seen monsters like this on the first floor. This was a great chance to assess the strength of border creatures. The Frost Queen warned Phantom not to let his guard down. Just then, a low growl echoed through the forest. Phantom immediately summoned the Grim Executioner. The Whipwolf had finally appeared. It growled and crept forward from the treetops, several long tails trailing behind it, just like whips. Eager to fight, Phantom lunged at the Whipwolf, but the wolf was faster. Its tail lashed out like a blur. Just from that first swipe, Phantom understood why players avoided this quest. These things were much tougher than expected, but that only fueled Phantom's fighting spirit. He originally wanted to play around before finishing them off, but now he changed his plan. He charged in at high speed like a whip himself, but Phantom's spear moved like lightning. In a flash, he slashed through the wolf's tail. The pain made the whipwolf wail in agony. A smirk curled on Phantom's lips as he pressed the attack. His power had grown thanks to Spring's Pathfinder. It was the perfect chance to adapt to it. While Phantom fought the whipwolf, several figures from behind were watching intently. Seeing Phantom unleash his strength, they started to hesitate. One of the men muttered stubbornly, "He's all alone, isn't he? We have 4 people." But among them, there were those who knew Phantom's identity. They told them that the guy was the famous Su Juanhao from the first floor. In terms of ability, he's almost at the same level as Gu. Upon hearing this, they found it hard to believe, because Phantom had only just arrived on the second floor not long ago, and he was only level 30. Their average level was above level 70. The man stared greedily at the weapon in Phantom's hand. The equipment was clearly worth hundreds of gold coins. If we ambush him, he should be helpless, right? I'll approach him quietly. The rest is up to you guys. Hearing this, the others nervously wiped the sweat from their brows. This guy really picked the easiest task. The man continued to encourage them. As long as they got their hands on hundreds of gold coins, they could live well. Let's go and greet success. Meanwhile, Phantom had already taken care of several whip wolves. Next, he just needed to return to submit the quest. His reputation would increase. Gao Shuxia had told him that the higher your reputation, the greater the rewards. But anyway, it's hard to increase reputation just by doing quests. If he could capture criminals, his reputation would increase significantly. The Frost Queen, hearing this, pouted. She's really trying to take the easy way out. Phantom scratched his head and said, taking the easy way out just once should be fine, right? At that moment, the Frost Queen noticed something. She excitedly told Phantom that her wish might be coming true. Someone had been approaching them since just now. Phantom looked in the direction. Could it be my fan? The Frost Queen, with a slightly annoyed expression, said, "How did you come up with that idea?" Phantom turned around and confidently said, "She's definitely my fan. That's why she made it through all those monsters to get here, right?" Phantom's words were something the man had never expected. "Of course you can. Do you have paper and a pen? Do you need me to write you a blessing?" Seeing this, The Frost Queen was speechless. Meanwhile, the man's accomplices were quietly approaching Phantom from behind. Seeing this, the Frost Queen burst out laughing. Contractor, didn't I tell you so? What fans? Seriously, these guys were clearly up to something. Phantom let out a helpless sigh. You really think I didn't notice? How much do you underestimate me? At that moment, one of the men made a final request. Can I shake your hand? Phantom agreed, without hesitation. But then his expression suddenly darkened. His tone turned cold. You think 4 people are enough to take me down? As he spoke, icy energy surged from his hand. Frost quickly spread up the man's arm. Phantom's eyes gleamed with cold intent. You'd need at least 40 people, if you want to take me on. Realizing they'd been exposed, the man's accomplice lunged with a dagger. Phantom moved swiftly, magic surging in his hand. He struck with a magic-charged palm, sending the man flying over 2 meters away. Another guy gathered fire magic in his hand and fired it toward Phantom from behind. Phantom quickly used the other guy as a shield. The attack ended up hitting his own teammate. Then Phantom spun around and charged forward, grabbing the attacker's head in one hand, landing 2.5 punches in just 2.5 seconds. The last one saw things going south and tried to run, but Phantom wasn't letting anyone escape. With a tap of his finger, frost magic surged forth. Ice Spike shot out instantly, and with a thud, took him down. But the Frost Queen warned Phantom. Bringing back people this badly beaten might be a bit of a hassle. Phantom shrugged and said, well, they brought it on themselves. But when he thought about handing them over to the guards, his reputation would definitely improve. Phantom couldn't help but grin. The Frost Queen looked at the mess and sighed. Yeah. Contractor, your reputation will go up quite a bit. He had just slain the feared Whipwolf and significantly boosted his reputation. Right after Phantom completed the hunting quest, he returned to the task guild. Phantom's appearance surprised the person in charge. He remembered that Phantom had just taken a quest earlier in the morning. He didn't expect him to return so soon. But the next moment, Phantom's actions shocked him even more. A large stack of wolf pelts landed in front of him. He immediately recognized that these were all border wolf pelts. Not only that, but they were in excellent condition. This was enough to prove that Phantom's strength was formidable. He must have wiped them out with one strike. The person in charge, feeling a bit bold, asked Phantom his name. My name is Yahello. Upon hearing this, the man immediately slammed the table and stood up, his face filled with excitement and admiration. I didn't expect you to be the one from the live missing persons case a few hours ago. You're truly amazing. Phantom smiled a bit awkwardly. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. Then Phantom left the guild. At the same time, a prompt appeared. Reputation plus 550. As his reputation increased, Phantom no longer needed to look for quests. Soon, others would come to him with commissions. The Frost Queen asked Phantom how he felt about the battles here. Phantom smiled satisfyingly, saying it was fun. It's just like playing a game. At that moment, the Frost Queen suddenly became distracted. Phantom looked in the direction of her gaze. He saw a familiar figure. Fry was arguing with a man. The man was pleading with Fry. He was asking her for help, but Fry was firmly refusing. At this moment, a big arm swung and hit Fry on the head. She was about to turn around and angrily curse the crazy person, but when she saw Phantom, the words stopped at her lips. Phantom asked if she was bullying someone again. Fry, seeing this, explained with a pitiful look. Big brother, you're wrong. I swear. This uncle's request is just too ridiculous. It's completely beyond my ability. Phantom's gaze turned to the uncle. He thought the uncle must have some hidden reasons. After all, he looked quite well-groomed, and his complexion was good. So Phantom asked Fry what the uncle's request was. Fry waved her hand. Let's talk about it in my office. A moment later, Fry introduced Uncle to Phantom. His name is Hakan. He used to be a mercenary, but he's now retired. Fry then introduced Phantom to Hakan. This is the player Yahello. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually very strong. But Hakan didn't quite believe it. Is he stronger than you? Frey's expression twitched. He sheepishly said, maybe by 3 sheets of paper stronger than me. Phantom didn't take Frey's words to heart, but he knew what Fry said wasn't the full story. He then asked Hakan if he needed help with something. Fry jumped in to explain. This retired merc wants to enter a dungeon, and even wants me to go help him clear it. Phantom pondered for a moment. Loot from ultimate monsters is definitely valuable. No wonder he wants to go into a dungeon. So he asked Hakan if he knew anything about the dungeon. Hakan slowly began to explain. It's the tomb of the great thief Shaflin. 10 years ago, when he was still a mercenary, he and his wife cleared the dungeon and discovered ancient documents, which mentioned a 5-colored goddess statue. It said that whoever possesses it will gain great health. Since then, they had been researching the statue. They planned to go search for it after retiring. But last year, his wife suddenly fell ill. She was diagnosed with terminal cancer and couldn't undergo surgery or treatment anymore. So the goddess statue became his only hope. Later, he got intel that the statue was in Shaflin's tomb. He even tried going there alone, but couldn't defeat the monsters there. After hearing all this, Fry shook his head repeatedly. Uncle, your story is touching and all, but there's no way I can help with that. Hearing that, Hakan sighed helplessly. Alright then, I understand. I shouldn't force you to do what I want. But at that moment, Phantom set down his teacup and said he was willing to help. Let's head out first thing tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Hakan was overjoyed. The man excitedly thanked Phantom. Now, all he needed to do was help his wife find the Fox King. At this moment, Fry spoke up. Go ahead and rest. although reputation was more important to him than the rewards for clearing the dungeon. Spending time on the dungeon would be more beneficial. However, he didn't want to miss out on this dungeon either. The next day, Hakan took Phantom to the Schäferlin tomb. The two of them then entered. He remembered that the last time he came, there was a group of fairies. They were around level 60. And the creatures inside were even stronger. Their skin was as red as blood. They were twice the size of the usual ones. Phantom immediately guessed they were blood demons. Hakan signaled Phantom to be quieter. Those guys rush right in. They're not afraid of getting hurt at all. At this moment, Hakan suddenly put down his lamp. He quickly turned around, drew his crossbow, and shot 2 arrows. The arrows accurately struck and killed a blood demon attempting to ambush them. Phantom praised him, saying, "That was a perfect shot." Hakan humbly replied that he had 30 years of experience. "Let's hurry up," he added. "The smell of those guys is everywhere." Phantom looked around discreetly. This doesn't look like a tomb at all. It's more like a cave. Luckily, everything is going smoothly for now. But just then, the entire cave began to shake violently. Hakan quickly figured out what was happening. It's those guys coming. He then stood back to back with Phantom in a defensive stance. From the noise, he guessed there were at least more than 10 enemies. Phantom waved his hand, summoning his weapon. His calm voice exuded absolute confidence. No matter how many enemies come, it doesn't matter. The next moment, numerous blood demons surrounded the two of them. Seeing this, Hakan realized it was bad. There were more than 50 of them here. "Have they been waiting for us?" Phantom told him that demons have very keen senses. It seems they've memorized your scent. At this point, Hakan felt a sense, because just the two of them. At that moment, Hakan felt a sense of despair in his heart, because just the two of them. There's no way to handle that many blood elves, not even the slightest chance of winning. So he immediately told Phantom to run. He would cover for him. Go gather some trustworthy allies and come back. He must find the goddess statue, and give it to his wife, Sophia. Even if it's shameless to say, this is my final request. But Phantom just smiled and refused Hakan's plea. "I'm not running errands for you. This is something you should do yourself. That way, your wife will be even happier." Phantom dashed into the blood elf horde, spinning his spear and mowing them down. Each swing of the spear took a blood elf's life. Hakan looked on in disbelief. Phantom paused. "I told you, no matter how many enemies there are, it doesn't matter." He simply displayed overwhelming power, shattering the man's worldview. Because Phantom, at level 30, was fighting like a level 80 player. He charged deeper into the blood elf mob, his spear stirring cold frost with every move. No matter how many there were, none could withstand even one blow. His silhouette flickered as he reaped their lives. And in just a few moments, all the blood elves lay dead beneath his spear. The Frost Queen giggled. "You really wiped them out instantly. Looks like training paid off." Hakan stood there, completely shaken, marveling at Phantom's terrifying power. In his 30 years as a mercenary, he had never seen someone this strong. Even level 80 players might not compare to him. Snapping back to reality, Hakan thanked Phantom. "If it weren't for you, this place would have been my grave." Phantom joked with a smile. "You're not that old yet. Why talk about graves? We've still got a long way to go together." Then the two of them continued deeper into the dungeon. Hakan noted that the enemy's scent had vanished. Once this is over, he'll retire for good, and live happily with Sophia. But before he could finish, Phantom cut him off. "Wait a moment. I'll listen to your life plans after we finish the dungeon. I've never seen anyone say such things and make it back unscathed." Just then, Phantom seemed to step on something. Hakan quickly signaled Phantom to stop. The next moment, a large pit appeared in front of Phantom. It was filled with spikes, and there were several skeletons inside. It was clearly a devious trap. Hakan's face grew serious as he said, "Although Phantom is strong, the stronger you are, the easier it is to fall for simple traps. So you must never let your guard down in a dungeon." Phantom, still scared, replied, "Luckily, you're here. Otherwise, we might have been in big trouble." Hakan laughed heartily. "Guess this old guy is still useful, huh? Though the owner of this tomb really has a twisted personality, setting up so many traps. Fortunately, I'm skilled at setting and disarming traps." He then demonstrated to Phantom. He asked Phantom if he wanted to learn. Phantom carefully watched Hakan and said he would study seriously. Hakan fixed a rope with 2 nails. Then he cut the rope on the ground. The trap above was also nailed down. The trap was easily disarmed. Soon after, the two of them reached a room in the dungeon. When Hakan pushed the door open, his eyes lit up. Inside the room, there was a coffin, and many gold coins scattered on top. In the middle, there was a shining statue of a goddess. Hakan ran over, thanking Phantom. But Phantom furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. Just as Hakan was immersed in his joy, a dark shadow silently appeared above his head. Phantom immediately detected the shadow's presence. He quickly shouted, warning Hakan to dodge. He then quickly drew his gun and aimed at it. At the same time, a monster poked its head from behind Hakan. Fortunately, Phantom reacted in time, thrusting his spear and pushing it back. The monster then fully revealed itself in front of them. It had a more muscular body than an ordinary blood demon. Its body was surrounded by a ghastly red blood aura. This was the ultimate blood demon, injected with demonic energy. Phantom immediately realized this monster had been specially created. Could it be the demon association again? Phantom immediately dashed toward the blood elf. His spear pierced straight into the creature's body, but the blood elf showed no sign of pain. It yanked the spear out without hesitation. Then the bleeding and life-steal effects of the Grim Executioner activated. In an instant, Phantom's stamina, magic, and regeneration speed increased by 600%. At the same time, Phantom switched to a handgun in his left hand and opened fire on the Blood Elf without hesitation. He infused the gun with magic power. Magic surged violently from the muzzle. The next moment, a barrage of firepower overwhelmed the enemy, turning the Blood Elf into a living sieve. But the Blood Elf's powerful regeneration kicked in quickly. It swung its arm furiously to grab Phantom. Phantom dodged through the flurry with nimble steps, and his interest in melee combat was sparked. He clenched his fist and powered up, then delivered a fierce uppercut to the creature's chin, following up with a flying kick midair. Pressing the advantage, Phantom pinned it down. His fist rained down like a barrage of spells. Heavy punches landed one after another, pummeling the Blood Elf like a punching bag. Phantom shouted furiously, "Let's see how long you can last." Phantom's reputation soared once again, as his fists poured down like waves. Before long, the ultimate Blood Elf was beaten to death. Phantom's body staggered from exhaustion. Hakan rushed over to support him. Phantom lay on the ground and let out a breath. No matter how intelligent that thing was, a monster is still a monster. The Frost Queen saw that Phantom's body was burning hot, so she immediately used magic to cool him down. At the same time, as the Blood Elf was defeated, notifications kept popping up. Phantom's level increased rapidly. In an instant, he had reached level 43. All his stats increased by 3 points. Phantom couldn't help but sigh. Catching a big fish is way faster than chasing small fry. He then told Hakan that he could now take the goddess statue. Hakan trembled with excitement upon hearing that. He staggered slowly toward the long-awaited treasure of his dreams. At last, I can finally hold it. Hakan reached out and touched the statue of the goddess. He told Phantom that all the other treasures were hers. This is what she deserves. Phantom examined the treasure in front of him. Soon, one item caught his attention. It was a glowing blue crystal. Phantom used the system to check the item information. Spirit Stone, a stone loved by spirits. It can enhance a spirit's power. Seeing this, Phantom was overjoyed. He told the Frost Queen, "Once we get back, I'll give it to you." However, the Frost Queen sighed in disdain. "I don't want it." Her reaction confused Phantom. "Isn't this the stone that spirits like? And it can enhance power too." But the Frost Queen proudly declared, "I'm a queen. Even if I became a spirit, I wouldn't eat stones." At that moment, Hakan turned to Phantom and said, "Since we've gathered everything, let's head back." On their way back, Phantom kept pondering a problem. That little thing is so picky. How can I make her eat it? The scene shifted. The two had already returned to Hakan's home. They placed the statue of the goddess on Sophia's chest. The 5-colored aura slowly nourished her body. Sophia's condition visibly improved at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Phantom turned to Fry beside him and said, "It looks like you've spent a lot on Sophia. You hired 2 caretakers for her, and used the finest herbs. I didn't expect you had this side to you." Phantom's compliment made Fry a little embarrassed. With a slight blush, she replied, "It's nothing. I used to share a few meals with them when I was young. Now I'm just returning the favor." Hakan turned and told Phantom, "Her condition is gradually improving. It looks like the legend of the goddess statue is true." At this moment, Sophia also thanked Phantom. "I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you so much. You not only saved my husband, but you also saved me." Hakan also deeply bowed to Phantom, thanking him once again. "Thank you again. You are our benefactor." Phantom waved his hand, signaling Hakan not to be so polite. After all, he helped too. It was an achievement by both of them. Then Hakan waved goodbye to Phantom. "If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely treat you to a meal as thanks." After Phantom and Fry left Hakan's home, he noticed something from Hakan's living conditions. It seemed Hakan's financial situation wasn't great. Fry told Phantom, though the couple earned a lot as mercenaries, ever since Sophia fell ill, it all went into medical expenses. At that moment, Phantom suddenly and handed it to Fry. Fry excitedly asked if this was his share. Phantom smiled and said, "You wish. This is for you to take care of the 2 of them. And don't say it came from me." Fray's smile disappeared instantly. He grumbled that he got excited for nothing, then asked why Phantom was doing so much for them. Phantom replied with a calm answer, "I don't really have a special reason. I just think they're honest and kind people, so I hope they can live a better life. But if I ever find out you pocketed that money..." Fry quickly cut Phantom off. "Come on now, you're worrying too much. If nothing else, when it comes to money, I've got principles." Scene shifts. Phantom returned to the inn to rest, but was soon woken up by a string of notifications. "Citizens of Jillian applaud your noble character. Reputation +10. Captain Max regrets missing you. Reputation +10. Shopkeeper Emily has become your fan. Reputation +5. In no time, Phantom's reputation passed 1,000, which made him very satisfied. He immediately guessed it was because of yesterday's events that his reputation had gone up. He had finally reached the minimum required to speak with border nobles. A moment later, Phantom surprised the Frost Queen with a small cake. Her eyes lit up. She stared excitedly at the cake and asked what was going on. Phantom told her she no longer had to do those reputation-raising chores. Now they could just focus on leveling up. Hearing that, the Frost Queen happily devoured the cake. "Now we can focus solely on leveling up." The Frost Queen immediately started devouring the cake with delight. But after taking a bite, she stood still without moving. Phantom grew worried. He asked her what was wrong. "Is it not tasty?" But his worry was unnecessary. The Frost Queen's face lit up with a rosy glow. It was as if the whole world brightened. It's so delicious. Contractor, the bread is soft, and the strawberries are sweet. Seeing this, Phantom laughed heartily. Alright. If it's tasty, then eat more. The truth was, Phantom had secretly added powdered spirit stones to the cake. There was no better way to deal with a picky eater. After all, the body is the most honest. Next, Phantom opened the community forum. He wanted to investigate the monster emitting demonic energy. But to his surprise, the forum was locked. He quickly found out the reason. To access the forum, you need to collect pages. PP was the player points. It was a universal electronic currency on the second floor. It could be collected through community activities. But he certainly couldn't spend all his time just collecting PP from community activities. So Phantom thought of another solution. That was to call Gao Shuxia. Gao Shuxia, with his legs crossed, asked Phantom what was up. Phantom asked if there was a good way to collect pages. Gao Shuxia thought for a moment and told Phantom, video forums should be perfect for you. Upload hunting or boss fight videos. The more views, the more PP you'll collect. Phantom immediately thought this was a great idea. This way, he could level up and collect PP at the same time. He then asked Gao Shuxiao one final question. Have you heard of monsters using magical artifacts? Upon hearing this, Gao Shuxiao immediately sat up seriously. After thinking for a while, he replied that he had never heard of such monsters. Why do you ask? Phantom chuckled and said he was just curious. Thanks for the answer. After ending the call, Phantom felt a bit disappointed, but this answer was expected. The Frost Queen, however, thought Phantom was a bit too naive. What if he was pretending not to know? Phantom agreed that it was a possibility. Maybe BH6 already knows this information, but they both agreed to keep it a secret. However, Phantom believed that with Sister Wong and the two representatives from BH6, maybe they really don't know about this. It's been 25 years since the border opened. If there's still no intel on monsters using magical weapons, then that means these guys haven't been around long. Thinking of this, Phantom decided he couldn't waste time anymore. He would head to the hunting grounds now. Only by becoming stronger could he stand firm. With just a snap of his fingers, he could easily control the frost and wipe out countless monsters in an instant. After all, she once nearly destroyed the world, the Frost Queen, now reappearing in the form of a fairy-like maiden. After deciding to go to the hunting grounds, Phantom and the Frost Queen arrived at a nearby site. He brought up what she'd said last time, that they'd hunt together on the next outing. But Phantom suddenly had another idea. He asked the Frost Queen if she wanted to try hunting the swamp monsters alone. He wanted to see how much power she could unleash. The Frost Queen thought it was a great idea. Phantom asked if she needed anything. The Frost Queen paused and replied, "You'd better stay focused. After all, my power is based on your willpower. Just wait and see. This fairy will show you something amazing." A moment later, Phantom reached the center of the swamp, and the swamp monsters swarmed him. It felt a bit odd to Phantom. This was his first time being surrounded by swamp monsters. He asked the Frost Queen if she was ready. She responded with a confident snap of her fingers. "Contractor, don't underestimate me." In the next moment, cold energy surged through the air and instantly froze all the swamp monsters. Then the Frost Queen clapped her hands again, because the hunt required collecting 100 swamp monster cores, but she ended up shattering all of them. So what now? The Frost Queen scratched her head awkwardly, cleared her throat, and said, "Let's head to the next spot. This time, I'll really show you my strength." Soon, Phantom brought her to another location. Once again, he snapped his fingers, and cold air burst out, instantly freezing the swamp monsters. He then raised his hand and conjured ice spikes once again. Aiming at the swamp monster in front, he waved his hand. The spikes immediately pierced its body. This time, the ice spikes didn't destroy the core. Instead, they pierced through the core as well. Phantom saw this and praised, "You're really fast at creating ice spears. Your accuracy is also quite high, but the launch speed of your body is a bit slow." Upon hearing this, the Frost Queen sighed unhappily. "Even if you say that, there's nothing I can do." Phantom poked her little face and comforted her. "Don't be upset. You're already a big help as an assistant. How about summoning an ice golem? We didn't get to see it last time because we were busy fighting." Upon hearing this, the Frost Queen immediately brightened up. She clapped her little hand and hummed lightly. Ice blocks flew and collided, merging together. The next moment, a massive golem was formed. Phantom asked, "Last time, this guy could move freely. Does he have self-awareness?" "He does, but he's still a big dummy. When it comes to combat, it's better if I control him myself." Phantom then asked, "Can you control the golem and assist me at the same time?" The Frost Queen smiled confidently. "Of course. I am the Frost Queen of the Kingdom of Puhai. I am the one who can freeze the world. Even though I'm just a spirit now, there's no problem meeting your demands." Phantom smiled. "Then show me in real combat." After that, Phantom took the Frost Queen to look for a new swamp monster. After a day of hunting, they successfully collected 100 cores. After a tiring day, the ice golem finally sank into the swamp to rest. As the Frost Queen had said, the ice golem's intelligence was indeed too low. If only it had the intelligence of a child. But anyway, the result was still satisfactory. Phantom thought about what he needed to prepare after returning. Upon hearing this, the Frost Queen was puzzled. "Don't you just need to hunt and level up starting tomorrow?" Phantom replied, that was my original plan. Phantom replied, that was my original plan. But because she was stronger than expected, he changed his mind. Her new goal now is the Blood Elf Hunting Tournament. Originally, Phantom just wanted to score well in the tournament, to get the attention of the Lord. But given how things are now, she might just dominate the entire tournament. But first, she needs to level up the Ice Golem to 50. After returning to town, Phantom prepared to meet someone. Her name was Sasha Kenny, one of Frey's debtors. Her profession is an alchemist, so these kinds of people are often called potion masters. Phantom knew about this, thanks to a report he got from the Destiny Guild. It was about nobles and families one must know. Kenny's real identity is actually fallen nobility, Charlotte Carmister, an exceptional alchemist that even Bag 6 is interested in, though no one knows why she uses a fake name to hide herself. Phantom arrived at Kenny's residence. It was an old, run-down, eerie house. Seeing it, Phantom couldn't help but joke. Looks like a haunted house if you ask me. He rang the bell at the door and loudly called out Kenny's name. Soon, a figure peeked out from the window, watching Phantom at the door with Charlotte. In response, Phantom smiled kindly. Then the door creaked open. Kenny leaned lazily on the doorframe, holding a bottle of red wine. Who are you? What do you want from me? She simply took out a monster core, and the alchemist Charlotte lost her composure, because it was none other than the legendary Firefox core. After entering Charlotte's home, Phantom said he was sent by Fry. Hearing this, Charlotte immediately cursed. Damn it, another debt collector? Grumbling, she let Phantom inside, and told him she didn't have money to pay off any interest. But Phantom told her he wasn't here to collect debts. In fact, quite the opposite. He could even help pay off all her debts. Hearing this, Charlotte froze mid-action. Then Phantom revealed her hidden identity, the alchemist Charlotte Carmister. I've heard of your accomplishments in alchemy. That's why I came to ask you for a favor. But just as Phantom finished speaking, Charlotte rejected his request without hesitation. This surprised Phantom. He asked why she refused before even hearing it. Charlotte downed the rest of her wine. I don't need to hear it to know. You probably want me to make you some kind of potion. But the next moment, a monster core suddenly appeared in Phantom's hand. Vast magical energy rippled from it, instantly drawing all of Charlotte's attention. It was the core of a nine-tailed fox spirit beast, a very tricky material. Not just anyone can handle it. I hope you can use this core to craft a spirit potion, but if you say it's impossible, I won't push it. Seeing this rare core, Charlotte immediately felt conflicted. Normally I wouldn't change my mind because of childish provocation, but you damn guy showed me something like this. I just can't resist. So, what do you want me to make? Phantom pointed to his head and said, I need a potion that boosts mental power. Charlotte replied after hearing him out, then prepare enough money. Come back in 5 days. With that, she took the core and went into the basement. And during those 5 days, it was enough time for Phantom to reach level 50. Scene shifts. The Frost Queen was snoring away at the inn. Phantom quietly reached out his hand toward her and pulled off her little blanket. The startled Frost Queen shouted angrily, What are you doing? This fairy is sleepy. Phantom teased her, saying she sleeps after snacking. She'll turn into a fat elf soon. Time to go hunting now. The Frost Queen was confused. It's the middle of the night. What are we hunting? Phantom grinned mysteriously as he scratched his head. You'll see soon enough. A moment later, Phantom brought the Frost Queen to a thunder bear and told her to listen carefully to his 3 goals. They had to complete them all in 3 days. The first goal, reach level 50. Next, it's about building their teamwork. Finally, we'll use the community video feature. Film videos to earn points from players. Will it be fine if I use frost power while being filmed? Phantom replied, I won't use any skills while filming. No, I'll leave the filming to you. The next moment, Lei Xiong's attack struck Phantom. However, Phantom's sword arrived first. In an instant, he thrust his long sword into Lei Xiong's body. A clean and swift strike finished him off. Phantom quickly turned to ask if it had been recorded. After watching, Phantom was satisfied and said it was captured clearly. But the Frost Queen thought the video was a bit boring, and it didn't include the strategy to defeat Lei Xiong. Who would watch a video like that? Phantom also felt it was a bit boring, but she actually had a strategy. Hearing this, the Frost Queen disdainfully said, Is using a sword for a one-hit kill really a strategy? Phantom's mouth twitched. Then what should I do? That's the only way I know. The Frost Queen pointed and exclaimed loudly, I really have no idea how to attract more player views. At that moment, another Lei Xiong was about to attack her. Phantom said they could think about the video later. For now, let's work together and take this guy down. The next moment, Lei Xiong lunged with his bloody jaws open. At the same time, frost power spread around them. Tiny ice crystals floated in the air. In a blink, Lei Xiong charged at Phantom. The next instant, Phantom dodged and swiftly slashed. But unexpectedly, Lei Xiong, with his tough hide, still had the strength to fight back. In a flash, his bare paw was about to smash into Phantom's face. The next second, an ice crystal shield suddenly appeared in front of Phantom, blocking the oncoming bare paw. Immediately, the Frost Queen raised her hand. Frost power quickly condensed in her chest and exploded inside Lei Xiong's body. Ice spikes pierced through the brute from within. It took only 4 seconds to kill him instantly. Then the Frost Queen came up with a good idea for a video, which was to first study videos uploaded by others. But just then, a distress signal suddenly rose from the Celestial Palace. A cry for help came from afar. A group of Lei Xiong is chasing me. Please help me. Phantom looked at the signal flare in the distance, deep in thought. Is this really a call for help or a trap? But the Frost Queen stared at the flare, her eyes sparkling. Then she shouted excitedly, "That's it. So this is the contractor." The beast Lei Xiong, who could make high-level players flee in panic, was no match at all in front of Phantom. It even became part of her performance. When Phantom saw the distress signal in the sky, she began to suspect whether it was a trap or a real cry for help. But the Frost Queen was full of excitement, urging Phantom to hurry and rescue them. That way, they could record the rescue and upload it. The view count would surely skyrocket, and they'd earn a ton of player. But Phantom still thought it was more likely a trap. After all, who would go hunting at night, only to end up in danger? It could very well be a hunter trying to lure in players. But the Frost Queen thought that made it even more worth going. If it was a fake distress signal, then they could record themselves hunting the hunter instead. After hearing that, Phantom found it very convincing. Either way, they wouldn't lose anything. The Frost Queen really is a little genius. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of players was fleeing in panic. A pack of thunder bears was chasing them relentlessly, but they were quickly caught up. A thunder bear swung its massive paw with great force, making one man's arm go numb. The power of thunder paralyzed his whole body. In the next moment, the thunder bear's paw was about to strike him. But suddenly, the bear's paw stopped midair. Turns out a nearby companion had intervened just in time. Another player quickly seized the opportunity, thrusting a spear fiercely at the thunder bear. They were barely holding out under the yellow leopard's assault, and about to reach their limit, just when all hope seemed lost. A figure suddenly appeared and struck the thunder bear hard. This sudden turn of events shocked both the people and the bears on sight. Standing tall and smiling faintly, Phantom said, "Looks like you guys are in a bit of trouble. Let me lend you a hand." Meanwhile, the Frost Queen happily recorded Phantom's heroic entrance, saying this moment was just too cool. Phantom, holding a dagger, looked at the thunder bear ahead. He couldn't reveal too much power on camera, so he had to hold back a little while attacking, but he couldn't look too weak either. That's why he decided to use a dagger to deal with these big guys. Normally, players don't use daggers for hunting, because it's not only risky but also low reward. But if he could take down Lei Xiong with a dagger, it would prove that his strength is formidable. In the next moment, Lei Xiong's palm, roaring with wind and thunder, swung at him. But Phantom dodged it easily with a swift move. Then she stabbed 7,749 times in just 2.5 seconds. Although none of the attacks were fatal individually, the sheer number made up for it. In an instant, Lei Xiong was turned into a pincushion. Phantom's overwhelming strength filled the other Lei Xiong's with fear. For a moment, they stood frozen, just watching. Phantom then decided to go on the offensive. Since she had already shown her speed, it was time to demonstrate her power. She charged straight at Lei Xiong. In the next moment, her short dagger clashed with the massive bear paw. Lightning power surged through Phantom's body instantly, but it had no effect on her at all. She burst forth with power once again, and severed that massive bear paw on the spot. Lei Xiong was left stunned, finding it hard to believe. It was the first time he had met a human stronger than himself. Meanwhile, Phantom seized Lei Xiong's moment of distraction. She swung her dagger straight at his head, and decapitated him on the spot. She had just defeated the terrifying beast, Lei Xiong, and instantly rose to the top of the player leaderboard. All because Phantom's display of power left everyone in awe. As Phantom decapitated Lei Xiong with explosions, the nearby players were left in shock. The last two Lei Xiong's were scared out of their wits. They fled in panic, scrambling away. Then, one of the rescued players stepped forward and expressed deep gratitude to Phantom. Another player quickly recognized Phantom's identity. "Are you player Su Juinhao, by any chance?" Phantom confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, the man said he had been following her progress. Although it was a bit late, he still wanted to congratulate her for ranking first in the trial. The woman beside him chimed in. "Thank you so much for saving us. Please, let us express our gratitude." Right after, notifications kept popping up in front of Phantom. "An anonymous donor has gifted you 100 player points." The man said that when he first arrived on the second floor, he found it hardest to collect player points. "If you take on tasks from the mission board later, we'll definitely help promote it." Phantom smiled and accepted their kind offer, even though he didn't step in for revenge. He then opened the video recorded by the Frost Queen. It clearly captured Phantom's heroic figure defeating Lei Xiong. Phantom cut out the part where players gave him points, and started adjusting the camera angles. He even added some slow motion effects. And just like that, an epic video was born. The final step was choosing a title. The Frost Queen grinned and told him to decide. "I took your image into consideration. How annoying. How could you be like this?" Phantom complained. "You're nothing like a queen. You're more like a little girl." A moment later, Phantom continued hunting Lei Xiong, and his teamwork with the Frost Queen kept improving. Together, they accomplished two goals. One was building synergy, and the other was reaching level 50. Then the Frost Queen suggested checking the video's response, just to see if it made the rankings. But when they opened the rankings, both of them were stunned, because in just a short time, the video had over 100,000 views, and the player points gained from the video had reached nearly 3,000. That made both of them beam with joy. There were also tons of comments below. Phantom clicked in and read through them one by one. People were generous with their praise for his performance, saying he was absolutely amazing. He had been a player for less than a year, yet catching Lei Xiong was like catching a fish. But where there is praise, there is criticism. Some thought Phantom wasn't anything special. Said if it were them, they could have done it too, and they wouldn't have let two Lei Xiong escape. Unlike him, who let a couple run away, looked like an amateur to them. But others saw that Phantom had deliberately held back. and a heated debate broke out over it. This left Phantom feeling helpless. But what really caught his attention was one comment, criticizing him for relying on gear bonuses to show strength, claiming anyone wearing Noah's gear could do the same. The Frost Queen sighed and hugged her knees, saying, humans really argue over the silliest things. How disgraceful. At that moment, Phantom was also close to breaking under Hazy's attacks. With a sinister look, Yu said coldly, looks like I'll have to show them how I take down the blood demon, and shut the mouths of all those doubters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Shuxiao was also watching Phantom's video. The man beside him was full of admiration. That's really amazing. Now I understand why Phantom made him her agent. But as Gao Shuxiao watched Phantom in the video, he felt puzzled. Could Phantom have trained Su Juanhao before? Why do I feel their dagger techniques are strangely similar? But thinking it over, he found it unlikely. After all, if he really wanted to learn, he would have learned swordsmanship, not just a few days ago, he was still asking how to collect player points. Looks like that's no longer a problem. Elsewhere, Nez had said there's no need. That location isn't ideal. There are too many spies in the city. Keep an eye on him for now. Wait until he leaves the city to make a move. But just to be safe, take 2 more people along. As he said this, a sinister gleam flashed in Nezhad's eyes. 3 times. That guy has already escaped danger 3 times. If he survives this time too, then I'll step in personally. He just appeared in the hunting party. But he drew everyone's attention, because he was the Black Knight who shot to the top of the leaderboard. As Phantom finished leveling up, he prepared to join the Blood Demon's subjugation. Seeing the Frost Queen asleep, wrapped in toilet paper, Phantom couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like I need to buy her a proper blanket. The scene shifts. A long line had formed at the plaza for Blood Demon subjugation sign-ups. Yet no one was giving up, because they heard that success would earn them a meeting with the nobles. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to one person. It was none other than the player currently in the spotlight of the real-time leaderboard, the Black Knight, Su Juanhao. He could be called the hottest rising star at the moment, and a man in the crowd also recognized Phantom. He happily greeted him. Player Su Juanhao, I'm so glad you came. With your strength, you'll surely be a huge help to the subjugation team. Come with me. I'll recommend you to the captain of the subjugation team. The people waiting in line behind them looked on with envy. The man then brought Phantom straight to the front. There, an entrance test for the team was underway. Only those who passed the test could join the subjugation team. The man then introduced Phantom to the captain. Captain Feeble, this is Su Juanhao, a rather well-known player lately. He's very strong. When Yin Feeble laughed heartily and said to Phantom, I can tell you're quite capable, but this subjugation mission requires minimizing casualties. So all applicants need to go through a strength test. Go wait over there for now. When it's your turn, head up. This time, the opponent for the test was a Knight of Gilwen. Just by looking at them, Phantom could tell they were strong. And the match on stage was about to begin. But unexpectedly, the fight ended extremely quickly. The Knight Weibo knocked out the man in a single exchange. Phantom couldn't help but exclaim. So this is the level of the Border Knights? That means the passing bar is way too high. Seems like only 1 in 30 can pass. Then, the next applicant stepped onto the stage. Hello, I'm player by Jinyu. Hearing that name, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this old guy was still alive. And seeing Bai Jinyu unarmed, Weibo asked if he really didn't need a weapon. Bai Jinyu casually replied, no need. Please go easy on me. Then he clenched his fist tightly and charged toward Weibo with great speed. But his fist was blocked by Weibo. Bai Jinyu then launched a flurry of attacks, but every punch was blocked by Weibo. He gradually started to fall behind. And from the chatter around him, Bai Jinyu had become a player at age 16. But surprisingly, after 16 years, he hadn't improved at all. Even after relentless training day by day, his strength remained stagnant. Seems like no matter how hard you work, without talent it's useless. Unlike Su Juanhao. But there was a reason why Bai Jinyu fought so desperately. It was said that his family had been killed by demons. Hearing this, Phantom's eyes lit up. At this moment, Bai Jinyu on the field was already out of breath and covered in injuries. But he still hadn't given up. Even though he was knocked down again and again, he stubbornly got back up each time to fight back. Even though it was completely pointless. Just then, a loud shout made him stop. That's enough. Bai Jinyu, you don't have to go this far. You know this isn't just about testing strength. Subjugation is no joke. You could actually lose your life. But Bai Jinyu responded firmly with determination. I know, but it doesn't matter to me. This is a secret potion that kills upon drinking. But the man drank it without hesitation. Yet he didn't die. Instead, his spirit power skyrocketed. Before this, Phantom had gone to take the Blood Demon subjugation test. Bai Jinyu's stubbornness left him slightly moved. Though his strength was very weak, his tenacity was unmatched. In Bai Jinyu, he saw a familiar image. It was of his frozen comrade, Beidou. After losing his wife, Beidou became a player to protect his only son. Since he only had Earth-grade abilities, no one had any expectations for him. Yet he ultimately became one of the world's top players. Of course, compared to that man, Beidou had far greater talent. If talent were measured on a scale of 10, Beidou would be about a 12, while Bai Jinyu would be 0.5. Next up for the assessment was Phantom. Weibo waved his hand. Nujian silently watched Phantom. The crowd below held their breath, staring intently. Phantom walked straight toward Weibo with bare hands. The next moment, Weibo launched an attack at Phantom's head. But in the blink of an eye, Phantom's movement, like a ghost, seized Weibo by the neck. With a forceful shout, he slammed him to the ground. The battle ended with Phantom's overwhelming instant victory. The commander told Phantom he had passed the assessment. They would gather at the plaza for the subjugation in 3 days. Meanwhile, at the inn, the Frost Queen slept soundly under a small blanket. At that moment, Phantom's voice woke her up. "Good morning, Frost. Do you like this little house?" The Frost Queen stepped. "It's okay. Too bad there's nothing in it besides a bed." Hearing that, Phantom chuckled and said, "Well, it's still better than your—" He then started reading Bai Jianyu's profile. He was the only survivor of the demon massacre that killed his family. That was what led him to become a player. But in the end, it was all in vain. What Phantom didn't understand was why Bai Jianyu hadn't improved at all in 16 years. Phantom then checked his own status. After this intense period of hunting, his stats had improved significantly. He could feel it. Once his magic power reached 200, he would be able to free his friends trapped in ice. The scene shifts. Phantom had arrived at Charlotte's house. Though he looked quite disheveled at the moment, Charlotte then brought out the secret elixir she had prepared for him. The potion was meant to strengthen mental power. Charlotte handed him a bowl, saying if it became too much, he should spit it out, not drink it all. Because the ingredients he provided were too powerful, he might not be able to absorb all of it. If he wasn't careful, his brain might explode. But Phantom drank the entire bowl in one gulp, which scared Charlotte out of her wits. At the same time, the potion took effect rapidly. Phantom's body temperature spiked dramatically. The Frost Queen quickly acted to cool him down. But even so, Phantom's face twisted in pain. The next moment, a surge of spirit energy erupted inside him. Charlotte watched him intently, nervous. Soon, the turbulent energy around Phantom began to settle. Gasping heavily, Phantom felt the potion's effects. He could tell his perception had increased greatly. His vision was also much sharper. He then placed a bag of gold in front of Charlotte. That was the payment he had promised earlier. If he needed anything again in the future, he'd come back to her. Watching Phantom walk away, Charlotte let out a breath of relief. Looks like the potion really worked. His gaze was completely different from when he first arrived. The day of the subjugation team assembly arrived quickly. A total of 671 people. They had only one goal: to hunt down the sprites hiding in the Haina Mountains and eliminate their leader. The rewards would vary based on the number of captures. With the commander's shout, the subjugation officially began. Phantom made a firm resolution in his heart. "I'll give it my all. Aim for first place to meet the Lord." The blood demon subjugation had officially begun. Phantom spared no effort to claim attack points. But beneath the smooth progress, unknown dangers were brewing. As the hunting team gathered, the group marched grandly toward the Haina Mountains where the blood demons lurked. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem very tense. They were even chatting about celebrating with beer afterward. This made the Frost Queen grumble. "These guys are way too relaxed. Even for an emergency team, their vigilance is pretty poor." Phantom remarked that they'd realize soon enough once the battle started. But what concerned him most was how to quickly rack up attack points and pull ahead of the others. But since it was just beginning, it was better to observe for now. At that moment, the lead commander ordered them to stop. He had detected a peculiar sprite scent. Hearing this, everyone prepared for battle. This was also Phantom's chance to gauge the strength of the others. But to everyone's surprise, the sprites attacked from above. Their overwhelming numbers were enough to make one's scalp tingle. The blood demons then swarmed into the crowd. But the team members who passed the test were no ordinary people. They reacted quickly and counterattacked the blood demons. At the same time, Phantom was ready. With a shield in his left hand blocking the sprite's attack, he thrust his dagger fiercely into its head. Phantom, anxious, charged into the swarm of demons, afraid the knights would steal all the attack points. Every swing of his dagger claimed another blood demon. Meanwhile, during the battle, Phantom also noticed Bai Jianyu's fight. His fists were like iron. Each punch could take down a goblin in one hit. Seeing this, Phantom nodded to himself. Looks like he's not bad at all. Just like people said, his fists carry the weight of the years. Getting hit by them must feel like a bone-crushing blow. It was the same when he fought Weibo last time. He always gives everything he's got in battle. That's something worth learning from. After a short while of fighting, the goblins were beaten so badly they scattered in retreat. Phantom wasn't satisfied at all. How annoying. I only got 5 kills. This kind of battle only benefits those at the front. But at that moment, he spotted 2 blood demons on a cliff. But in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Everyone else thought it was just a hallucination. After all, no one had ever heard of blood demons appearing here. But only Phantom had a bad feeling about it. He felt like those things were following someone's orders. The ambush just now felt like a test of their combat abilities. Night fell. The group set up camp to rest. Phantom then walked over to Bai Jianyu. "Hi, I'm Su Juanhao. Do you mind if I sit with you?" After Bai Jianyu gave his consent, Phantom said there was something he wanted to ask. "Why don't you use weapons when you fight? But don't take it the wrong way. I'm not mocking you or anything. I'm just genuinely curious." After thinking it over, Bai Jianyu replied, "It's related to my abilities, so I can't tell you." Hearing that, Phantom apologized. "I see. Sorry for being rude." Bai Jianyu then stood up, saying he was going to patrol the area. Watching him leave, Phantom felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to get closer to him. The Frost Queen teased, saying even if you got close to him, you probably wouldn't gain much from it. But Phantom chuckled mysteriously in response. "Is that so? But in my opinion, he'll definitely grow stronger one day. Though I don't know when that will be." Even so, I still want to do something for him. Because we share the same enemy. That enemy is the demons. The next day arrived. Everyone continued deeper into the mountains. The Frost Queen dozed off on Phantom's shoulder. She sighed, saying it really is tough traveling around. Phantom comforted her, telling her to hang in there. They'd soon reach the lair of those creatures. But with so many people around, even if blood demons appeared, they wouldn't pose much danger. But Phantom regretted that. So far, none of the videos he recorded were usable. At this rate, his player points might run low. Just then, a glimmering light on the cliff caught his attention. Looking closely, it was a blood demon. Phantom's heart sank at once. The mountain beneath their feet suddenly began to shake violently. The surrounding cliffs started to crack at an alarming rate. The lead knight turned pale and shouted to everyone. Everyone, listen up. Quickly, get down the mountain now. The mountain is collapsing. Phantom's Sky talent weapon master shone brightly as he fought off hundreds of blood demons alone. Just as the blood demon subjugation team neared the demon lair, the surrounding mountains suddenly began to collapse. They had fallen into the blood demon's trap. No one could believe their eyes. Who would have thought mere sprites could pull off such a high-level strategy? But there was no time to dwell on it now. Massive boulders came crashing down all at once. Phantom's eyes narrowed as he considered his options. Even if they had underground now, they'd only escape the immediate danger. So that wasn't the best strategy. Because once the mountain collapsed, hundreds of blood demons would pour out. Someone would have to stay behind to hold them off. Thinking of this, Phantom immediately summoned Black Dragon Kai and readied for battle. Then, with a powerful leap, he charged upward. The blood demons above soon spotted the human. With rolling magic power, they roared at Phantom. Infusing magic into giant boulders, they hurled them at him. Phantom's figure flickered rapidly, deflecting every incoming boulder. With a twist of his palm, the cold executioner appeared in his hand. He fired a backward shot, blasting away the incoming boulder. This scene startled the blood fiend. Meanwhile, Phantom successfully reached the cliff. Then he raised the tightly gripped spear in his hand. In the alarmed gaze of the bold blood fiend, he plunged down like a meteor, instantly slaying numerous blood fiends on the spot. In the moment he landed, Phantom's spear had already transformed into a bow. In the blink of an eye, he drew and knocked an arrow in one smooth motion, aiming at the blood fiend horde in front of him, gathering power. In an instant, the arrow whooshed out and struck them down. Yet Phantom's movements didn't pause for a second. With seamless motion, he continued to shoot repeatedly. Within a few breaths, he had shot down several more blood fiends. At this point, his arrows were depleted. The blood fiends charged at him with ferocity. Phantom switched weapons once again, summoning a spear and shield. Then he charged at the blood fiends head-on. Alone, he fearlessly rushed into the horde of hundreds. He held his own against the blood fiends without faltering. But there were A blood fiend seized the chance to bite down on his spear. With a crack, fracture spread rapidly. He had no choice but to abandon the broken spear and retreat. Then he hurled the remaining shield with force, striking down another blood fiend. Afterward, Phantom leapt to another peak. The blood fiends continued to pursue him relentlessly. But soon, Phantom reached a dead end. The blood fiends closed in from behind. Phantom flipped mid-air to dodge their attacks. But upon landing, he was already surrounded by the horde. Phantom glanced around and exhaled lightly, tightly gripping the black dragon fang in his hand. In a flash, he unleashed several arrows, slashing down all the surrounding blood fiends instantly. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen below used her freezing power to suppress the damage from the falling rocks. Buried beneath rubble and dirt, Wai Jianyu also awakened by the cold. She recalled what had just happened. Realizing the danger, her eyes turned resolute. She burst out from the buried dirt in an instant. The Frost Queen was relieved to see White. She finally felt at ease. Huh? Is everyone still alive? Following closely behind Wai Jianyu, the other members of the subjugation team also broke out from underground. By now, Wai Jianyu, who had regained consciousness, heard the sounds of battle. Wasn't the main force buried? Who was fighting the blood demons? The sounds of battle from above continued, and blood demon corpses kept falling down. Seeing the bodies of the blood demons, Wai Jianyu realized that an intense battle was happening above. Thinking this, Wai Jianyu struggled free from the dirt and quickly climbed the cliff, her heart filled with urgency. I need to hurry and join the fight. As Wai Jianyu climbed the cliff, she saw the ground littered with blood demon corpses. Shocked, she was drawn by the sounds of battle nearby. She saw Phantom fighting countless blood demons alone without falling behind. The black dragon fang in his hand was like a god of death. This scene shocked Wai Jianyu once again, leaving her frozen on the spot. Phantom continued mercilessly slaughtering the blood demons, with Black Dragon Fang taking down 2 blood demons. After seeing Phantom's amazing moves, Wai Jianyu was once again stunned beyond words. Fighting alone, until now. Wai Jianyu clenched her fists tightly. Players Suju and Hao. At that moment, Phantom was besieged once again. A blood demon tried to ambush him from behind. Wai Jianyu rushed into the battlefield, punching the blood demon behind Phantom away. She followed up with a chokehold and left hook combo. Seeing this, Phantom felt a bit relieved. Looks like the main force has been saved. At that moment, Wai Jianyu suddenly said, "Thank you." Phantom was slightly taken aback. Wai Jianyu turned and smiled, continuing, "Thank you for fighting until now. You bought us enough time to recover and regroup." Phantom quickly asked, "What about the other players and adventurers?" Just as Wai Jianyu was about to answer, a voice from behind cursed those Seeing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The rest of the subjugation team members had arrived at the upper battlefield. The players who climbed up saw the scene before them. They were also stunned. Huh? What's going on here? How many fiends did you take down by yourself? Did you really handle all of them alone while surrounded by hundreds of fiends? You're a total monster. Veteran players quickly realized Phantom acted for the sake of the raid party. He stepped in for our sake. That's infuriating. This guy's really something. These filthy blood fiends. Such a despicable bunch. Thanks to them, we've eaten more dirt than food. No need for meals anymore. Players arriving one after another also spotted more blood fiends in the distance. They immediately drew their weapons, clearly excited. Perfect, I was just looking to hunt blood fiends. A wave of players charged toward the blood fiends. Hey, if you're not confident, just stick close behind us. What a joke. Worry about yourself. Don't drag others down. Seeing this, Phantom finally felt relieved. Then under the leader's command, the entire raid team engaged the blood fiends in battle. In this chaotic clash, all the players were burning with fury. That unstoppable killing momentum instantly intimidated the blood fiends in the rear. The blood fiend lord in the back saw the scene and was furious. He let out a crimson roar. The blood fiends at the front, upon receiving the order, turned wide-eyed and red-lipped. Power surged within them through the snow. Yet many raid members ignored the change in the fiends and charged straight in anyway. After slaying a blood fiend, a burst of powerful energy exploded. Luckily, YGNU sensed something wrong and quickly warned Phantom. Seeing this, Phantom also spoke to Thinker. Thank you. I nearly got tricked by those fiends. YGNU didn't dare bow, and humbly replied, even if I hadn't acted, you would have still caught on. They were immediately filled with motivation. Let's go. Let's find the Blood Demon Lord. You have the priority to hunt him. Players sued you and how. Then Bai GNU ran ahead. Leave this to us. Watching Bai GNU like this, Phantom smiled with relief. At this moment, the Queen asked Phantom, does your head hurt? To rally those sluggish folks. You must have burned a lot of mental energy. I'm totally fine. That secret potion. It worked really well. The proud Queen kicked Phantom on the head. Humph. After the battle is over, just you wait. I'm going to scold you good. Actually, it wasn't that exhausting. If you put it like that, I don't feel like ending the battle anymore. At this moment, everyone united. They shielded Phantom from the blood demons. Everyone supported Phantom, clearing the way for her to challenge the Blood Demon Lord. Phantom looked up at the Blood Demon Lord on the throne and taunted, come crawling out of your filthy den. The Blood Demon Lord had never been so provoked. Even the throne was crushed. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The Blood Demon Lord leapt up, jumping down from the throne to face Phantom. Her face was filled with murderous intent. Clearly, Phantom's words had enraged her. This Blood Demon Lord, who had sat on the throne for so long. Phantom dared not be careless, and prepared his guard stance. The Blood Demon Lord let out a fierce roar, and launched her assault. She swiftly charged at Phantom's face. Phantom met her head-on, blocked the attack, then drew his sword to counter, slashing at the Blood Demon Lord's chest, but that strike did no damage at all. Seeing this, Phantom pressed on with Black Dragon Fang, unleashing a flurry of strikes at the Blood Demon Lord. However, all of Phantom's slashes were easily blocked by the Blood Fiend Lord. The Blood Fiend Lord seized the opportunity, and swiftly struck toward Phantom's face. Phantom quickly sidestepped and dodged the blow. He then flipped midair and kicked the Blood Fiend Lord in the head. Shockingly, the blow actually inflicted real damage. Phantom keenly noticed this detail. The Blood Fiend Lord continued his pursuit. Phantom flipped and maneuvered behind him. After dodging, Phantom realized the Blood Fiend Lord's weakness seemed to be in his head. He immediately leapt up, grabbing a fistful of the Blood Fiend Lord's hair. He drove the Black Dragon Fang deep into the back of his skull. The strike dealt massive damage to the Blood Fiend Lord, and drove him into a berserk state. The powerful aura unleashed shocked the players below who were holding off the Blood Fiends for Phantom. Even Phantom was slightly surprised by the Lord's burst of power, as that immense power fully manifested. Phantom confirmed that the one who caused the landslide was indeed the Blood Fiend Lord. So this guy knows magic too? The aura I feel right now, it's not just ordinary mana, it's demonic energy. At this point, Phantom's acceleration time was almost up. He had to land a fatal blow to win. Phantom summoned a dagger, readying himself to parry. The enraged Blood Fiend Lord charged forward. Both claws surged with blood energy as he struck at Phantom. Relentless attacks put Phantom under serious pressure. Then Phantom spotted his chance, deflecting the Blood Fiend Lord's demonic claw. Unable to take down Phantom for so long, the Lord grew even more furious. He raised his palm and slammed at Phantom, but the strike missed. Phantom dodged and leapt high. He spun through the vines, flipping to position himself above the Lord's head. Phantom adjusted his stance, gripped the dagger tightly, and dove down. Channeling magical energy into the dagger, he struck downward. A loud explosion echoed. The Blood Fiend Lord was blasted off the cliff. Phantom too was knocked back by the force. His eyes suddenly lit up. The Blood Demon Lord closed in. She threw a punch at Phantom. Phantom closed his eyes, holding his breath and focusing his energy. Using flowing mysteries, he skillfully dodged the attack. After a few evasions, Phantom got behind the Blood Demon Lord and Phantom jumped to the back of the Blood Demon Lord's head, gripping and thrust it in forcefully. The Blood Demon Lord felt intense pain from the back of her head, but before she could react, Phantom had already exerted his strength, gathering powerful magic to deliver a fatal blow. With the surge of magic power, Phantom's force exploded in the Blood Demon Lord's head. After enduring this blow, the Blood Demon Lord could no longer fight. She coughed up black blood and collapsed completely. Seeing the battle was over, the Frost Queen quickly asked Phantom, "Are you okay? You don't look too well." "Seriously, who told you to push yourself so hard from the start?" Resting for a moment, Phantom replied, "Frost, keep watch for me." This sudden request left the Frost Queen a little confused. Phantom quickly explained, "This one, like the ultimate blood demon, was infused with demonic energy. Last time, because of Haken, I couldn't use it, but this time, I can." Then Phantom used Confession of the Undead on the Blood Demon Lord's corpse. Phantom's spirit quickly entered the Blood Demon Lord's memories. What he saw was a scene of war and destruction. In her memories, the Blood Demon Lord expanded her power through invasion and conquest. Her influence grew day by day. As her tribe celebrated, voices suddenly echoed. Two people appeared behind her, discussing, "Is it this one? Unless there are two lords, it has to be him. Then let's begin right away." Phantom in reality was startled too. Who are those guys? Upon closer observation, Phantom confirmed they were demons. In the memories, the demons slaughtered the blood demons without mercy. This made Phantom sigh. They're definitely on a higher level than I am now. No, even stronger than Carl and Signa. By now, most of the blood fiends had been wiped out. One demon folk urged, "There's no time. Hurry and feed him the demon gem." Then another demon folk pulled out a red gemstone. "Here, good doggy. This is your favorite gem. So you won't forget me. I'm placing it in your heart." The injection of the demon stone caused the blood fiend lord intense pain. Empowered by the gem, he now became a true blood fiend lord. The two demon folk looked at the transformed fiend. "Feels like we skipped several stages. Isn't it because the other factions pressured us for results? We're the ones running around doing all the work. Why are the other groups interfering? Are they asking for death? Watch your mouth. Don't get caught by the commanders." "How's the experiment result?" Another demon folk inspected him. His combat ability has improved significantly, and he's rather obedient. That means his intelligence also increased. It's a success." "Good doggy. Do you know where Gilliwan is? From now on, your mission is to attack and occupy that place. No time limit. Just do your best." After hearing all this, Phantom exited the Blood Fiend Lord's memory. A demon gem, huh? From what he remembered, it's still in the experimental stage. But if those demon folk gather more test data, they might create something that forces the guilds to act. As Phantom's mind returned, his body stirred. He got ready to speak with the raid team. But the Frost Queen called out to him, "You're going about. If you show up so calmly, the performance isn't dramatic enough. You should be like in the movies, sweating profusely, limping dramatically. Even leaning on a wall would work." Phantom helplessly replied, "But my sweat is already dried." The Frost Queen didn't care about that. "Just use acceleration magic. Hurry up." Phantom felt exhausted mentally, but he could only console himself. He took a deep breath and comforted himself. This is all for the player points. Down below, cleaning up the battlefield, someone noticed that the battle seemed to be over. This time, Phantom descended, bathed in the glow of dusk. Everyone looked on with anticipation and shock. It's Su Juanhao. It's player Su Juanhao. Once they recognized him, everyone was moved to tears. Cheers erupted as they rushed to Su Juanhao. The arriving players all congratulated him on successfully defeating the Blood Demon Lord. "Did you record the video? If you did, hurry and edit it, then upload it to the forum. Next time you visit the Med Slime Guild, I'll treat you to a big feast. Sir Black Knight. Thanks to you, we survived." Even though I usually dislike players, in this moment of celebration, Phantom felt content. "Looks like I don't have to worry about player points anymore." At this moment, Bai Jianyu did her part too. She supported Phantom and said aloud, "Player Su Juanhao, you look exhausted." Seeing this, Phantom, a veteran of countless battles, couldn't help but sigh. "This feels so nice." Bai Jianyu looked at Phantom, puzzled. Phantom quickly explained, I mean it feels good to win." But deep down, Phantom was reflecting on the days when he was still just Phantom. Even if he's exhausted, he can't let it show. Because if he falters, even slightly, the whole world will feel uneasy. So this is what it feels like, to be supported by someone else. After returning to the city, the commander reached out and shook Phantom's hand. "Player Su Juanhao, your brave actions saved the lives of 497 raid members. On behalf of my subordinates, I sincerely thank you. More people survived than I expected. That's a relief. Your contribution ranks overwhelmingly at the top. The Lord will summon you soon." Phantom was also delighted. "All right, I'll be waiting." The Frost Queen behind them finally relaxed as well. It's finally over. Phantom and White Jinyu walked together. White Jinyu smiled and said, "I'm glad I joined the raid team." Phantom replied with a grin. "Looks like your level went up quite a bit." White Jinyu looked at Phantom and said sincerely, "Not really, but I did learn a lot from you this time. Now I understand what it means to be tough inside despite a Before, I only pursued physical strength. Maybe that was wrong. Here's my forum ID. It might not be of much help, but if you ever need anything, please contact me." Phantom took it and said, "I will. Also, you'll get stronger. Keep it up. Haha, I'll train hard to live up to your expectations. I won't forget today's lesson. I'll strengthen my heart as well." As he watched White Jinyu walk away slowly, the Frost Queen came to Phantom's side. "Contractor, can I hug you now?" Phantom, or rather Wan Yen, broke into a cold sweat. See, can we talk about that later? See, can we talk about that later? The Frost Queen didn't care how Phantom felt, and immediately started nagging. You're no longer a hero. There's no need or reason for you to sacrifice yourself for others. Why can't you understand that? If you die, the feelings of those who care about you will disappear along with you. If my knight ever tries to sacrifice herself without permission, I'll strip her of her title and give her a serious scolding. Seeing Phantom with a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, the Frost Queen got even angrier. Are you even listening to me? Contractor. Phantom, a bit annoyed, gave a simple reply. So from now on, make sure to discuss things with me, because we're soul-sharing friends. Phantom was about to reach his limit. Alright, I get it. It worries me when you're like this. I'll be careful from now on. Okay. Hearing you say that sure wasn't easy, even though I, a supreme spirit, am with you. Before the Frost Queen could finish, she suddenly began to glow all over. Neither Phantom nor the Frost Queen knew what was happening. Phantom grew increasingly anxious. Just then, the system notification sounded. Level up. The Frost Queen actually leveled up. One morning, after resting, Phantom washed up. Seeing the Frost Queen curled up in the bathtub, Phantom asked in confusion, You seem to have grown up? Hearing this, the Frost Queen hugged herself even tighter. No, not at all. I'm still small. After finishing washing up, Phantom picked up the Frost Queen. Stop denying it. You've clearly grown so much. The proud Queen struggled. You scoundrel, put me down. As the Queen of Pu Haiying, I have the right to refuse being treated this way. Phantom chuckled and retorted, No, you don't. Because you're my spirit now. You leveled up, didn't you? Just as I thought. You were at the lowest rank before. Spirits are classified into 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the power they possess. The 5 ranks are lowest, low, mid, high, and top. The Sundra Frost Queen turned away and declared, I'm at the second stage. Wenyan's Phantom was stunned. He let go of her. After landing, the Frost Queen pointed at Phantom and said, I'm currently in the second stage of the top rank. I'm the first spirit to ever reach this level. Got it. Phantom stood there speechless. The Queen had already darted away. Phantom knew it was just her Sundra nature acting up again. He sighed and thought to himself, so what's left are mid, high, and the rest of top rank? She's probably going to reach the 5th stage of the top rank in the end. After that morning's little scene, the carriage sent by the Lord arrived at the gate. Phantom got dressed properly, then turned to the Frost Queen and asked, Are you coming with me? Or do you want to keep working on your task? The Frost Queen stayed focused on her task, and replied, I'm almost done. I don't want to break my concentration, so I'll stay here. Wenyan's Phantom didn't linger any longer. He stepped outside, greeted the person waiting for him, and got in the carriage. Before long, Phantom arrived at the Lord's estate. Escorted by guards, he headed to the Lord's quarters. He stopped outside the Lord's chamber. A guard knocked on the door and announced, Lord, player Su Juanhao has arrived. A firm, resounding voice came from inside the room. Let him in. When Phantom opened the door and entered, the Lord looked at him. You must be player Su Juanhao, who achieved great merit in the subjugation battle. Phantom humbly replied, Yes, that's me. After confirming who he was, the Lord began the introductions. I am Bist, the Lord of the city, Baron Jillian. Phantom stepped forward and responded, I am a player, Su Juanhao. The captain beside them signaled and spoke up. From the moment he joined the subjugation team trials, just as both sides were about to get to the point, a maid rushed into the room. My lord, sorry to interrupt. The young master's condition is critical. The literate lord put away his earlier lightheartedness. He looked deeply worried and hurriedly left. I'll excuse myself for now. Seeing this, the commander looked at Phantom. Player Su Juanhao, I'm sorry, it seems today isn't a good day. How about you head back for today? Phantom, following the fine tradition of since I'm here already, asked the commander, Can I go and have a look too? Phantom, following the fine tradition of since I'm here already. Phantom, following the fine tradition of since I'm here already, asked the commander, Can I go and have a look too? The literate commander hesitated slightly. You mean go see? Then the commander turned. Then you can only watch from a distance. No other actions allowed. Phantom quickly agreed and followed the commander. The Lord looked at his seriously ill son, at a complete loss. What is going on here? The maid tearfully explained at the bedside. The young master suddenly developed a high fever. I tried to use divine power to make him sleep, but it didn't work. The literate lord was utterly flustered. Then what should we do? The coachman nearby replied helplessly. I'm sorry, I'm just a coachman expelled from my sect. With my abilities, I really can't do anything more. The literate lord nearly stumbled and fell. How could this be? The commander hurried forward to support the lord. Coachman Hainan, quick, heal the lord. Yes, sir. Hurry to the nearest room. After the two of them took the lord away, Phantom also stepped forward to observe. Looking at the seriously ill young lord, Phantom's face showed surprise. His condition is very severe. All living beings possess mana, but this child's mana is extremely chaotic. Mana that should normally follow a certain order is tightly entangled together. Not only that, although I don't know how, I sense demonic aura from the young master. The commander was utterly shocked by this revelation. Phantom continued, You don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone. I can remove the demonic aura from his body. Although the current situation is hard even for the commander to accept, he still remained cautious. Don't talk nonsense. Even the Sun Church's exorcist couldn't do that. Phantom gave a non-committal smile. Are you sure? I'm a player, you know? Even Onion's commander was uncertain inside. Damn it. So what do we do? Of course, Phantom wouldn't reveal his secret, and replied right away. It has to do with my ability. You can rest assured. With no other options, the commander had no choice but to accept Phantom's offer. Give it a try. But if you dare mess around, don't blame me for being rude. Phantom then brought over a stool, and sat beside the young lord. He took his hand. Soon after, the system gave a prompt. Low-level demonic aura detected in target. You may use the Dark Watcher skill to absorb the aura. While absorbing the demonic aura, your mana will increase. Phantom began slowly absorbing the aura. Careful now. Don't get hurt. To restore mana so tightly entangled like this, you would need someone like Skya or Kiraland. Heaven bless top-tier Grand Magicians. Unfortunately, there's nothing else we can do. Let's start from the edges. After Phantom finished absorbing the demonic energy, the recovered lord and lady returned to the room. The entering lord asked, Shmiz, how is he? The commander reported that after player Su Juanhao's treatment, he's much better. The literate lord relaxed a bit. That's great. I want to thank him. Where is he now? The commander replied. He went back to his own world. He said he knows a friend who can cure this illness, and he's going to bring that person here. After saying that, he left. The literate lord was a little stunned. Seems I owe him a great debt. At this moment, in the guild president's office, Dehang quickly pushed the door open and saw Phantom eating, momentarily surprised. After regaining composure, he immediately questioned, why did you come all of a sudden? You didn't even contact me first. Phantom, slurping noodles, replied, because something urgent came up. I came here to see a friend. Dehang, slightly puzzled, a friend. So you were missing me after all? Phantom looked at Dehang with an amused face. I never said it was you. Dehang wasn't angry. He sat down and picked up a piece of fried chicken. Aside from me, you have no other friends, right? Phantom answered confidently. Of course I do. This time, I came down to break the ice. Dehang grew serious. You mean, you want to unfreeze the other heroes? You're ready. Seeing Phantom's confident smile, Dehang grew excited too. The heroes of the past are finally going to reunite across eras. At this moment, Phantom spoke up. We still need to wait and see. Then he suddenly changed the topic. Speaking of which, Dehang, I gathered some intel at the border. Phantom recounted the events of the battle at Bloodwaste and told Dehang. While drinking, Dehang commented, demonic desire, huh? Looks like the demon folk are up to no good again. Phantom said with concern, they're already making moves. Although I managed to stop them this time. If things escalate, there's nothing I can do. Dehang also grew worried. If they've started taming stronger monsters, then I really wouldn't know what to do. So go ahead and share the intel with the guild folks. I can't stop them on my own, and I'm curious if they already know. Dehang agreed. Alright, speaking of which, even the son of Lord Gilwan got affected. Could it be that demonic desire can embed itself into border? Regarding this question, Phantom said he wasn't sure yet. There were no signs of demonic desire being embedded in him, nor had he become a demon folk. So, I think he must have taken a weakened version of demonic desire, or perhaps a fragment of it. If nobles or royals of the Robin Empire get affected, it could turn into a terrifying disaster. I'll bring this up at the upcoming World Conference. Phew, I really wish we lived in a world without demon folk. Phantom looked at Dehang. One day, that dream will come true. Dehang merely sighed, but Phantom seemed to actually have a solution. So he asked, what do you mean? What if the heroes frozen in ice wake up? I plan to announce that Phantom is heading to the second floor. After all, who knows if those guys still want to be players. So I'll go up first. Dehang was secretly shocked. Just as expected, the former 5 heroes are going to join forces to reach the second floor. Though it's the kind of news that stirs excitement. No one really knows what the people involved are thinking. Thinking of this, Dehang composed himself and changed the subject. Speaking of which, the Ice Queen. No wait, Her Majesty didn't come down with you? The literate queen waved her cute little hand. I'm here. Dehang was puzzled. What's he doing there? Phantom replied helplessly. He's watching unfinished dramas and movies. Literate Dehang looked. Ah, I see. He stared at Phantom. Phantom explained. Don't look at me like that. He's doing it all for me. Hearing this, Dehang was a bit surprised. Editing videos. Wow, he can even do that? Phantom chuckled. Amazing, right? He even leveled up yesterday. As they chatted, evening fell. Phantom handed the tablet to Dehang. I'm heading out for a bit. Can you download some dramas and movies onto the tablet for me? I'm going to the second floor of the era. Dehang took it and made an okay gesture. No problem. What genre do you mainly want? As Phantom turned around, he smiled and said, remember, classics are always the best. Dehang, understanding, replied, got it. I'll download some classics for you. By the way, Juanhao, your house is still empty, right? Yeah, with a bit of Phantom slowly walked toward his teammates who had once been frozen. Looking at their ice sculptures, Phantom felt deeply melancholic. He stood there for a long time, just staring. The Frost Queen, seeing Phantom remain unresponsive, reached out to rouse him. Contractor. Phantom snapped out of it, and felt a sense of peace. Indeed, it's been such a long time. It's been 9 months since I woke up here. In this not so short, not so long period, I've captured countless monsters, cleared countless dungeons. I've seen the cities I once imagined, lived through things I'd never experienced before, met new companions. Only I got to enjoy this life alone. So I feel sorry. It feels kind of shameless. That's why. I've been fighting desperately. The moment Phantom touched the ice sculpture, the system gave a notification. Frost power confirmed. X. Power. Using Frost. X. Power to lift the ice seal is possible. You have sufficient mana to break the ice seal. Player's understanding of Frost power is too low. A penalty will be applied. Upon unsealing, you will permanently lose 70 MP. Upon unsealing, you will suffer the curse of Frost. All attributes will be reduced by 50% for the next month. Upon unsealing, for the next 90 days, you will not be able to unseal another ice sculpture. Are you sure you want to unseal the ice statue? Upon hearing the Phantom muttered, "Why so many penalties? The curse of Frost?" The Frost Queen explained, "That's because your level of understanding and mastery of Frost power is lower than mine back then. I can't believe I couldn't break the curse from 26 years ago. Is it because this guy is too strong? Or is my Frost power too weak? If my Frost power were stronger, would the penalty lessen? The question now is, who should I awaken first?" Gilberto would probably push himself to the limit for Yaxu. If you want, if his mindset hasn't changed much, he'll likely still prioritize his family's orders. Ramatat, as long as he hears about stronger monsters and demons, will charge into battle ignoring my words. Skyer, this magic fanatic, once he learns of the existence of a magical world, will probably go wild with joy. If I awaken someone who can help, it'll shorten the time until the next unfreezing. If that's the case, the Ice Queen seemed to sense that Phantom had made up his mind. She asked, "Contractor, have you decided?" Phantom, firm in his decision, answered of course, and placed his hand on the ice sculpture. As he broke the seal, "For the next 90 days, you won't be able to break another ice seal. Are you sure you want to break this ice seal?" Phantom shouted with determination, "Give me back my friend, you bastard." The ice sculpture began to crack, then shattered completely. A system notification appeared. The ice seal has been broken. Along with it came a curse. You have permanently lost 70 points of magic power. The curse of the frozen wasteland. For 30 days, it has seeped into your body. Skyer, released from his frozen state, collapsed from the ice sculpture. Phantom stepped forward to catch Skyer, waiting for the freezing chill to fully dissipate. Once completely freed from the ice, Phantom laid Skyer flat on the ground, waiting for him to wake. Slowly, Skyer began to open his eyes. As he fully opened his eyes, he focused on Phantom in front of him. It seemed he'd been asleep for a long time. Phantom saw Skyer had awakened. He greeted, "Hey, long time no see." Skyer slowly regained clarity in her mind. After a long pause, she replied to Phantom. Thus, the Grand Mage Skyer, Kiraland awoke. The awakened Skyer and Phantom returned to the room arranged for Su Juinhao at the guild. Skyer looked timidly at the view outside the window. Not a single portal in sight. People walked back and forth on the sidewalks. Without a trace of fear, Phantom walked up. "This is the world we created, you and me. Lamadat, go better. We were meant to build it together. Now there's no longer the threat of monsters." Listening to Phantom's words, Skyer remained silent for a long time. Noticing something was off, Phantom stopped talking. He leaned down to take a closer look, and asked in confusion, "You're crying." Busted. Skyer threw a punch at Phantom. "What are you staring at?" After composing himself, Phantom brought over freshly brewed coffee. "It's been 26 years. I woke up last year, so now we're technically the same age. You're not my big sister anymore." Skyer protested with indignation. "Seriously? Who even talks like that? Shouldn't it go by birth year?" "Whatever, we talk casually anyway. If we're the same age, I can't call you Sister Juinhao anymore. You're so stubborn." Phantom sat down and continued, "Do you remember the Frost Queen?" Skyer was speechless. "Do you take me for a fool? My memory is perfectly intact." Phantom went on, "I fought for 3 days and nights. I was late, so I couldn't keep the promise I made to you all." Skyer reached out and comforted Phantom. "You did well. If it weren't for you, we might not have been able to defeat him. So don't blame yourself." Then he put down his coffee and asked Phantom, "So how did you manage to unfreeze?" Phantom replied, "It's faster if you see it for yourself." Then he pointed at the steaming coffee and used frost power. Very quickly, the coffee froze solid. Skyer was delighted. "If this isn't magic, then what is it? A new skill?" Phantom explained, "Yes, it's an EX level frost skill. I think I'm the first to have this skill." Skyer asked curiously, "Then you must have gotten a title, right? Something like first EX level skill holder?" Literate moment. Phantom realized he hadn't gotten such a title. Skyer continued, "When humans first created magic, I received the title of the first magician. No matter what it is, as long as you're the first, you should get a title." Phantom agreed. "Yeah, when I cleared the 10th stage of the knowledge trial, I got a title too. Weren't you at stage 9? Even if you want to go further, you can't exceed level 30, right? Check your status window. You're probably around level 11 now." Skyer opened his status window. Still level 80. Although the curse of the frozen wasteland weakened my stats, they're supposed to recover automatically after a month. Seeing this, Phantom felt very puzzled, and immediately asked the Ice Queen, "What's going on? Out of the 5 heroes, am I the only one whose level was reset?" The Ice Queen Perhaps it was because Phantom had touched her box earlier. Skyer, unable to see the Frost Queen, turned to Phantom. "Who are you talking to?" Caught off guard by the question, Phantom didn't know how to respond. He glanced at the Frost Queen and nodded, indicating that he could reveal her existence to Skyer. The Frost Queen hesitated slightly, but soon accepted Phantom's suggestion. The Frost Queen gradually revealed her form. Skya was shocked to see the elf before her. What's going on? For a moment, the Frost Queen didn't know how to respond. While she was frozen in thought, Skya suddenly rushed forward and hugged her. Ah, what's up with this adorable little thing? Treated like a pet, the queen cried out. My lord, contractor, help me. I'm the queen of the frozen kingdom of Puhane, the one who sealed this world in ice. And also, the Frost Queen suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Skya asked, and also what? This made Phantom turn serious as well. The Frost Queen continued. Also the invader who attacked your planet. Frost Queen. Skya let go of the queen, stunned. You're the Frost Queen? The queen looked at Skya. I'm sorry. My greed caused you great harm. Seeing the queen's sincere expression, Skya replied. Alright then. I'm not one to hold grudges, so I'll accept your apology. Then she leaned in closer to the Frost Queen. But could you satisfy my curiosity from now on? The queen, seeing that she was forgiven, nodded slightly in agreement. A monarch should take responsibility for her mistakes, so I will do my best to assist you. Watching from the side, Phantom finally felt at ease. One day, the Player Association. Phantom led Skya inside. Many players greeted them as they passed. Isn't that player Suju and how? When did you come down here? Who's the beauty next to you? She looks just like Skya Kiraland. Haha, you're such a joker. Arriving at the president's office, seeing Dehang as the president, Skya congratulated him. Congratulations, you've been waiting for this. Now you've finally made it to the top. Amazing. Dehang looked at Skya and Phantom. Thank you. Ju and how? Didn't you mention there was a penalty? Phantom replied. That's right, it's worse than I expected. It's a pity to lose 70 magic points, but as long as I can save my comrades, I have no regrets. Yeah, from a practical standpoint, this might actually lighten your burden. A practical standpoint, you still love to use that term, huh? Literate Phantom looked a bit puzzled. I suddenly remembered they had met before. Did something happen between them? Dehang ignored Skya and rephrased. You said the penalty is losing 70 stat points, and all stats reduced by 50% for a month, right? Yeah. Phantom then pulled up the player window. After looking at the panel, Dehang suggested, it seems you'll struggle on the second floor like this. How about coming back down after curing the Lord's son? Or maybe spend a month as a teacher at Nestor? Nestor here. NAS is a training center for players who awakened at a young age. Phantom declined the offer, though it did sound interesting, but I don't really want to go right now. I want to stay in Gillen and raise my reputation. Then he looked at Skya. What about you? What's your plan? Skya looked a bit confused. Phantom continued. I mean, if your level hasn't changed, you can go straight to the second floor border. After understanding, Skya said firmly, of course I'm going. If there's a magic tower at the border, I might get to witness new magic. That would be exciting. Dehang chimed in. If you're going to act anyway, then we should announce your return today, just in case. It's best to move the other hero pieces around first. I've already taken care of that. The demon folk won't just sit by and watch. So after waking up Skya, I immediately asked her for help. I slept for 26 years, and you're bossing me around the moment I wake up? I'm changing the plan. Let's delay Phantom's entry into the border a bit. Dehang looked puzzled. Why the sudden delay? Earth has Phantom. The border has the Grand Mage. We could become a force to suppress the demon folk. Good idea. Then I'll hold a press conference this afternoon. By the way, Skya, you're so skinny. Won't the demon folk just ignore you? Skya smiled confidently. Don't worry. Once I tear a few of them apart, they won't dare ignore me. Dehang took the tablet Phantom had prepared and asked after seeing the contents. Should we publish this photo too? You want to bait the demon folk? Because those guys rarely show themselves. So we have to take this opportunity to take them down one by one. One day, the press conference was bustling with noise. As Skya and Dehang said their goodbyes, Skya took on the posture of a big sister. Make sure you give it your all. After all, it's your comeback after 26 years. Liven things up, okay? You got that. The lively Ice Queen also popped. Haha, come back safe. Phantom, helpless. You two are so naggy. Now it's time for the main character to enter. Phantom stepped into the press conference. All eyes on him. Every camera turned his way. Phantom sat down. Thank you all for coming to this sudden press conference. Let's get started then. The reporters eagerly pulled out their notebooks. In the past 4 months, demons have launched 3 terrorist attacks on Earth, although fewer than before. Reports indicate, while Earth's crime rate has sharply declined, border crimes have increased by 37%. I've been racking my brain on how to wipe out the demons completely. If only I had a clone. I think about that several times a day. Suddenly, a reporter interrupted. I'm from the Silver Throne Guild. First of all, our guild fully supports your heroic efforts. Have you decided what to do? Phantom answered decisively. Of course, I've made up my mind. If I could clone myself, I'd just find someone with abilities similar to mine. I'm not one for beating around the bush. So let me introduce my partner right away. He is the Grand Mage. Before Phantom could finish, he was interrupted. Don't steal my lines. Bang bang. That's me. Skya. Kiraland. Skya used magic to float behind Phantom. The scene caused a stir in the room. One of the 5 heroes, Grand Mage Skya. Kiraland returns in a flash after 26 years. Is Phantom the signal flare for the return of the 5 heroes? The Grand Mage declared. Heroes never die. Earth has Phantom. The border has the Grand Mage. The demon folk are in a real panic now. The public, upon hearing the news, was buzzing with excitement. Well, I heard Sky is back. All onlookers, cast your votes. Who will be the next hero to awaken? Foreign royalty announced. They would return all private land and property currently held to the rightful owner, the Grand Mage of Destiny. However, this situation has made several major guilds uneasy. They had only planned to do just enough to maintain a decent image. But if all 5 heroes really return, things will be completely different. They might actually be able to wipe out the demon folk. That very night, the museum where the remains of the other heroes were kept was eerily quiet. 2 patrolling guards were confused. Why was the museum's security suddenly increased? One of them joked. If all 5 heroes wake up, I'll proudly say, I'm the one who's been guarding them all this time. So funny. You only work 7 hours a day. What do you mean, guarding? At that moment, a rustling sound came from behind them. In an instant, someone darted out from the bushes. The patrol guards were taken out without question. Looking at their slain bodies, one man stepped forward and pierced their faces with a silver needle. Ah, what a hassle. If this were at the border, we could just kill and leave. Hearing the young man complain, the white-haired uncle offered a reminder. Endure it. Players affiliated with guilds or associations, once killed as tower assets, alerts are sent immediately. Just focus on getting the intel. The young man pulled the blood-covered needle out. The young man pulled out the blood with the silver needle. He licked it on the tip of his tongue and got the intel he wanted. There were only 8 low-level players nearby. The hero's ice sculpture was still inside. He then disposed of the bodies of the 2 patrol guards. The white-haired man was concerned about Phantom and the others. Any news on Phantom or the Grand Mage? The young man laughed. These guys are just small fry, so it seems they didn't know anything useful. Alright, since we're up against those 2, we'd better be careful. Soon after, the 2 quickly cleared out the nearby patrol guards. Even after dealing with all of them, they still didn't get any more information. The young man tried to open the museum doors, but the door was made of mithril, extremely sturdy. Seeing this, the white-haired man stepped up and told the young man to move aside, then quickly gathered power in his hands. An overwhelming energy swirled in his palms. As soon as he unleashed it, the energy exploded in his hands, and the museum doors were blown apart. The young man was thrilled at the sight. As he stepped inside, that was awesome. No surprise coming from you. We should take some of that mithril too. I wonder how much effort they put into this. No time for that. Let's move the ice sculpture first. Alright, but what a shame though. The young man reached out toward the ice sculpture. After making contact, he activated his skill, Palm of Acquisition. After a moment, the young man looked puzzled. Why isn't it getting smaller? At that moment, the older man urged him on. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Damn it. Almost there. He was silently frustrated. Damn it. He didn't even do anything. All he does is order me around. Speaking of which, why is it so cold? While he was still touching it, a chill began to creep up his arm. Just as the young man realized something was wrong, the ice sculpture shattered. An ice golem emerged and sent him flying. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the ice golem. Sensing danger, he gathered all his strength to fight back. But in the face of overwhelming power, the young man was slammed down and stunned. Damn it, is this a trap? The ice golem split into 2. The young man tried to shout defiantly, but Black Dragonfang was already pressed. Voices of Phantom and Skya came from behind. Skya teased him. Wow, impressive. Phantom wasn't impressed. Let me take care of this. No, don't hold back on my account. I need to see how much I've weakened anyway. At that moment, the demon folk youth turned swiftly to attack. Damn you. Die, Phantom. Phantom didn't waste words. He drove Black Dragonfang forward. One thrust to the throat. The older man had already fled upon sensing trouble. Damn it. At that moment, a magical chant echoed in his ears. Reverse gravity. Magic prison. Power of detection. Thunderlance. Skya, surrounded by powerful magic, floated in the air. The demon folk man was overwhelmed. He had no way to counter it. He was completely realizing he was completely sealed, he was stunned. Skya showed no mercy as she finished him off with Thunderlance. The old man took a painful hit and released a surge of fierce power. As the powerful force exploded outward, Skyer stepped back to observe. As expected, this level of power isn't enough to kill a seasoned demon. But now, the demon old man already looked severely wounded. Traces of lightning still lingered on his body. Before he could recover, Phantom appeared in midair, looking down at the demon. Nice to see you, demon. Without wasting time, Phantom grabbed the demon's face and activated his skill, Dark Shroud. Phantom's moment of the hunt had begun. Cornered, the demon old man flared his battle aura, staring at Phantom, who looked like a god of death. I won't die so easily at your hands. Phantom grinned coldly replying. Oh, but you will. The demon old man scowled. You're still as arrogant as ever. That piqued Phantom's curiosity. You know me? The demon old man snarled. Back at the massacre at Victory Gate 27 years ago, I was there in person. Barely escaped with my life. Hearing this, Phantom chuckled and smiled wickedly. Then even if you die today, you'll have no regrets. After all, you got to live another 27 years. With that, Phantom unleashed a skill, Dark Watcher, summoning the night demon wolf. The demon wolf pounced straight at the demon old man. Facing the wolf, the old man didn't flinch. He punched at its throat. Whoa, This is different from before. A powerful burst exploded instantly. The demon wolf dispersed. However, the strength of the Dark Watcher didn't fade. Soon, the shadow energy tightly bound the demon. The demon old man knew if he kept trading blows, he'd stand no chance against Phantom. He had to find an opening for a decisive strike. Noticing Phantom closing in from behind, the demon swung a fierce punch backward. Phantom quickly raised his guard, but the punch against Black Dragon Fong made his hand tremble non-stop. The demon man wasn't about to back down. He unleashed a flurry of punches at Phantom. Despite going nearly all out, he realized his attacks weren't doing real damage to Phantom, and began to feel troubled. In the moment the demon got distracted, Phantom saw his chance. He swiftly dodged the demon's strike, but before he could follow up, the demon gathered all his blood energy, exploding with fiery power that knocked Phantom back. With some distance, Phantom cast another spell. Nightwatcher lunged at the demon. Damn it. If I give him room, it's dangerous. The demon dispersed the shadow wolf again, then let out a roar and charged at Phantom. How long? Are you planning to toy with me? Until you die, of course. Phantom swung Black Dragon Fong and charged to clash with him. Their full power clash pitted Phantom against the demon man who had been holding back his punches. Phantom followed up with a clean, stylish maneuver using Black Dragon Fong, and without question, the demon was defeated. The demon fell, blood splattering as he hit the ground. He groaned in agony. The demon man forced himself to stand, barely clinging to his battle aura. He knew in his heart, it was time for one last desperate strike. As long as the enemy doesn't know my strike through the mountain move, he'll definitely fall for it. The demon clenched his teeth and drew on all his blood energy. As his power surged, he unleashed his... With a thunderous boom, a crashed toward Phantom. Seeing such overwhelming force, Phantom immediately realized he'd been hiding his strength all along, just to turn the tide with this one move. But if that's the case, he shouldn't have said that crap to Phantom. It was something that happened 27 years ago, but for someone who had been frozen, it was only 2 years ago. So that person back then, it was him all along. Phantom recalled the past. He also got an impression of the old man and his abilities. Then with a quick move, he summoned numerous ice golems to block the attack. After passing through several ice golems, the old demon's skill had already lost its power. Phantom easily raised his hand and deflected the attack. Seeing this, the demon old man felt despair from deep inside. Ice golems. Could it be the Grand Mage's magic is affecting this space? Noticing something wrong, the demon old man realized. No, it's not Skyer. It's Phantom. This is Phantom's power. He's become an even more terrifying monster than 27 years ago. And so, the demon assault incident finally came to an end. Phantom went to the rooftop, where Skyer had been waiting. Seeing Phantom return, Skyer asked happily, "You're back. How did that guy end up?" Phantom, looking exhausted. "After I killed him, I read all his memories." Skyer was slightly shocked. "How did you manage that?" Phantom explained that he previously obtained a skill called Confession of the Dead. Since he was one of the first-generation players from over 30 years ago, I got a lot of information. Skyer praised. "That's incredible! What an amazing ability!" "Jiwanhao, I've changed my mind." Phantom looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I was planning to act alongside you, but I thought of a more efficient way. I'll hunt demons on my own, and then hand them over to you. You just focus on reading their memories, and safely strengthening your power. Right now, you're like a child left at the water's edge." Phantom didn't know how to respond. Deep in thought, Skyer does have a point. "Honestly, today I couldn't use any skills that require a lot of magic power." Phantom spoke. "But that would put a heavy burden on you." Skyer didn't think much of it. She looked at Phantom. "It's fine. You've shouldered everything these past 10 months. Now it's time to share that burden with me. Once we're done with Ramadat, Mio, and Gilberto the Giant Hand, you can go back to being our pretty face like before." "Hey, I did most of the work back then too. You know, who are you calling the pretty face?" Skyer went on. "What are you talking about? You used to always say, Skyer, help me with this, help me with that. You came looking for me every few days." Phantom had no comeback to that. So he quickly changed the subject. "Let's go treat the son of Lord Gilwin first." Soon, arrested Phantom brought Skyer to the second floor. Skyer entered and couldn't help but admire the scenery. "This is amazing. Whether it's the architecture or the magical atmosphere, I'm excited to see how far my magical knowledge can go here." She attracted quite a bit of attention from passersby. Seeing this, Phantom, to match his role as a newbie, immediately acted all polite and refined. "Come now. My dear Miss Skyer, allow me to escort you to Lord Gilwin's estate." Seeing Phantom like this, even Skyer was stunned for a moment. Then she played along. "Player Sujuinhao, I'll trouble you to lead the way." On the way to the Lord's mansion, many players who had entered the second floor noticed Skyer and confirmed the rumors were true. Kiraland's Skyer had indeed awakened. This gave new confidence to those fighting in the second floor. Skyer couldn't hide her joy along the way. "This place is truly wonderful. How far has magic developed here?" Hearing this, Phantom suggested that if she had time, she should visit Moda. He heard that the captain of the Royal Knights in Moda, 999, 00:23:09, 799, 00:23:09, 799. I heard the captain of Moda's Royal Knights. Even the power of the Sun Church Archbishop rivals that of wine. The captain who came to pick up Phantom noticed Skyer's demeanor and asked Phantom uncertainly, Player Suju, and how is this? The friend you mentioned who can cure the young master's illness? Yes, he is one of the 5 heroes from my world, the Grand Mage Skyer. Kiraland, hearing that it was Skyer himself, the captain couldn't hide his shock. Noticing this, Phantom asked, You've heard of him? Of course, the tales of the 5 heroes are well known in this world too. Not only do they appear in fairy tales, they're also featured in traveling theater plays. Phantom was surprised. I didn't think it had spread to this extent. Seeing Skyer approach, the captain quickly bowed. It's an honor to meet you, Grand Mage of Earth. My name is Fibbler, captain of the Gilwan Knights. This attitude made Skyer feel quite pleased. Oh my, am I this popular even in another dimension? I didn't expect this at all. Hurry and take me to the young master. Under the captain's lead, they quickly met My lord, this is Skyer Kiraland. He is one of Earth's 5 heroes. Seeing Skyer, the lord quickly stood up. Although receiving such a distinguished guest feels a bit modest for someone of your stature, please forgive the humble welcome. Seeing the lord's courtesy, Skyer waved it off. No need to say that. It feels cozy and looks great here. The lord then looked at Phantom. Player Suju, and how? I didn't expect you to have such powerful connections. Phantom casually explained. For convenience's sake, I call him a friend. But actually, I serve him. The lord understood. I see. Indeed, it would be too much of a coincidence to be close friends. The lady of the house was deeply worried about her child. She made a suggestion. Sims, the person who will treat you is here. Phantom stepped forward and greeted him first. Do you remember me? I'm Player Suju, and how? Sims looked up. Hello, I'm Sims. Gilwan, I've always felt bad that I fainted and didn't get to thank you. Really? Thank you so much. Phantom smiled. It's nothing. Alright Sims. Let's get this done quickly. Let's start treating your magic circuits right away. Sims also smiled in return. I'll leave it to you then. Skya stepped forward. Such a kind and pure-hearted child. She then snapped her fingers and cast a sleep spell. Sims slowly closed his eyes. Skya looked at Phantom. This level of condition is completely treatable. It'll take about 20 minutes. I'll begin now. Phantom nodded. Alright. Skya gently placed her hand on Sim's chest. As magic responded, the magic within Sim's body began to stir. Sensing this, Skya started the next phase of spellcasting. The magic around Sim's heart crackled intensely, but under the skilled control of the great mage Skya, all the chaotic magic inside Sims was soon cleansed and stabilized. Skya let out a breath when finished. It's done. His magic circuits are now just like any ordinary person's. Phantom stepped forward. Great job. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Sims, Skya smiled softly. It's nothing. Doing good after decades. Puts me in a great mood. After dealing with the magic issue, Phantom and the others headed to the Lord's receiving room. Lord Gilwan shared that his son's dream was to become a mage. If he hadn't gotten sick, I had planned to send him to study magic at the Empire's capital academy. So, I wanted to ask the great mage, what do you think? Can Sims walk the path of a mage in the future? After tasting a sip of cappuccino, Skyer replied decisively, I'm sorry, but that's impossible. A magic circuit is like clothing. Once it's tainted by a disaster curse, it can never return to its original state. Even if his magic circuit works normally, he probably won't be able to use magic for the rest of his life. The Lord felt deeply saddened upon hearing this. He closed his eyes and asked Phantom, just as player Su Juanhao said, this was the work of a demon, right? Phantom answered truthfully, yes. The aura I extracted from young Master Sims was indeed demonic energy. The Lord was filled with anger. Though it's shameless of me, may I ask a favor of you both? Please find the demon who crushed my son's dreams and avenge him. This is a request from a useless father who couldn't even protect his own son's dreams. Skyer and Phantom were both momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the system notified them. A new sea-level quest had been issued. Vengeance for his son. Find and slay the demon who poisoned Sims. Reward, 100 gold coins, 1,000 fame points. After accepting the Lord of Gillerwan's request, Phantom and Skyer returned to their residence. Phantom took out a B-grade skill book, one that could permanently strengthen the user's magic circuit. Looking at its description, Phantom grew curious. Was this meant for Sims? Phantom handed the skill book to Skyer. This reward suits you better. It's a magic circuit enhancement manual. Skyer scoffed. What are you saying? You need this more than I do right now. It can double the strength of your magic circuit. Hearing this, Phantom was a little shocked. Wow, it can double it that much? Skyer took a bite of her ice cream, then turned and said, wait a second, don't tell me you didn't think of this. Give me your hand. Your magic circuits are much more stable now. At this level, there shouldn't be any problems at all. Juanhao, you do know your sister studied science, right? Then, as a science and engineering student, Skyer began her one-on-one explanation. Let's use our old computers as an example. You know about overclocking, right? Yeah. When you and wait no. When I studied overclocking with you, we used computers as reference. Exactly. Back then, if your magic circuits were just a bit more stable, and you had one more requirement met, that's right. Congratulations. You now meet both of those conditions. Phantom was still a bit confused. I know my circuits are more stable now, and I've obtained a skill reinforcement scroll, but what's the second condition? Skya chuckled. That would be the cooling liquid required for extreme overclocking, which is the frost power. It's just like a coolant to stop your brain from overheating. Phantom then explained how he had tried combining frost power with acceleration, but I've run various tests, and frost power still isn't enough to control the heat from overclocking. Skya laughed again. Oh dear, what would you do without me? What I mean is, you should apply the frost aura to your magic itself, not your body. It's an aura that can both reinforce circuits and regulate the heat generation. It's a race against time. And there are risks, but if you succeed, you'll gain a speed and power beyond even acceleration. The choice is yours. But just think it through, the answer should be obvious. Seeing Skyer about to leave after posing a question, Phantom quickly asked, where are you going? I'm going on a journey, I said after the treatment. I would act alone. Hearing Skyer was leaving, the Ice Queen peeked out to look. Phantom didn't expect Skyer to leave so soon. He had hoped she would stay longer. Skyer casually flicked a copper coin. You've let your guard down too much. Demons are still tormenting people out there. Catching the copper coin, Phantom was, what's this? Skyer told Phantom. It's a lucky copper coin. Make sure to carry it with you, because it can block one stroke of misfortune. At the doorway, Skyer suddenly thought of something. She turned back to look at the Ice Queen. Startled, the Queen quickly hugged Phantom. Skyer smiled. Speaking of which, Frost, you said you were going to the Elven Realm but never did. I should study how to forcibly send you back there. Skyer joked, then turned serious. Bear with it for now. People have their own lives too. I'll think about it after I wipe out the demons. Goodbye. Watching Skyer leave, the Queen a lucky copper coin. I thought she was a mage. Turns out she's a witch. Knowing Skyer, she'll definitely push herself too hard. It's really worrying. Now that she knows I've been fighting alone this past year, she probably feels it's her turn to take action. She'll do everything she can for my sake, because once she feels something deeply, she gives it her all. At the same time, Phantom set his goal clearly. I still have 150 points of stats to recover. I need to level up quickly. Only when I regain my strength can I catch up to her. The first breakthrough is overlocking. I can't drag her down. A few days later, after taking care of matters on the second floor, Phantom arrived at the seat of the weaponsmith. Noah. Phantom took out the badly damaged black armor. Kwamba looked at it, puzzled. Player Suju and how, what is this black thing? Looking closer. Wait, this is the black armor. You're not asking me to repair this, are you? Phantom scratched his head awkwardly. Is it that hard to fix? Honestly speaking, it would be better to just make a new one. Once it's damaged like this, its durability won't be the same as before. I'm sorry. I thought it wouldn't break that easily. No, it's my fault. The black armor has saved me several times already. If possible, could you make me a new set of black armor? Noah's grandson, Kwamba, responded. Are you sure it's okay for me to do it? Phantom nodded without hesitation. Yeah. Of course. In fact, I'd really like to ask you. All right then. But I have one request. Since we're making it from scratch. Add some new features. Make it even more perfect. Can you find some mithril? Hearing this request, Phantom muttered to himself. Mithril, huh? Where am I supposed to find such a precious ore? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration. Phantom thought of something. The door that was smashed last time was made of mithril. He immediately asked, how much do you need? Fist King thought for a moment, just in case it's not enough. So, the more, the better. All right, Phantom agreed, then left. When Phantom returned again, the mithril he brought stunned Fist King. He could hardly believe it. Oh my god, where did you find all this? Phantom looked at the pile of mithril. Is it not enough? Fist King excitedly responded. No, how could it not be enough? It's actually too much. We'll have to mix it. Phantom pondered. Mix it. Fist King immediately explained. I was planning to use dragon bones to make the black armor, and only coat the joints with mithril. But with this much mithril, things are different. I'll crush the dragon bones and melt them with mithril, then combine them to create the black armor. I never thought I'd see this much mithril in my life. Noah, startled by Fist King's excited voice downstairs, came down. Seeing Phantom, he greeted him. Hey, you should have said something when you arrived. Phantom turned to look at him. Noah, long time no see. Anyway, after I'm done here, I'll have to head back up. Wow, it's mithril. I haven't seen this much mithril in decades. Phantom immediately asked. Seems like mithril has been hard to find lately. Noah couldn't help but complain. Of course it's hard to find. It's a rare metal to begin with. Speaking of which, judging from the armor, are you planning to just make a whole new set? Phantom nodded. Yeah, I want your grandson to do it. Noah from Wenyin frowned unhappily. He couldn't help but grumble. When Kwamba saw this, he looked up at Noah. Grandpa, are you going to work with me? Seeing that his grandson understood, Noah then looked toward Phantom. Seriously, why am I going out of my way? The armor's owner didn't even ask me directly. Seeing Noah's theatrical attitude, Phantom was slightly embarrassed too. Noah, do you have time? Noah replied, time. If I started accepting requests now, I'd be fully booked for the next 10 years. Seeing that Master Noah still had quite the attitude, Phantom changed tack. Oh yeah, then even if I asked you, you wouldn't be able to do it? Kwamba added. But you're not taking requests right now, though that poked a hole in Master Noah's image. He couldn't resist getting involved anyway. Then he said, hey, if you're planning to combine materials, you'll need blueprints and a project plan. What are you standing there for? After giving instructions to Kwamba, Noah turned to Phantom. By the way, I saw the news. I heard Skya woke up. Phantom confirmed it. That's right. Hearing that, Noah started rambling. Then why hasn't he come to see me? I'll have to talk to him next time. Seeing this, Phantom tried to persuade. Please forgive him this time. After all, he needs to prepare a lot to go up to the second floor. Noah isn't really holding a grudge. He then patted Phantom on the shoulder. Remember, if your weapons or defensive tools break, make sure he comes to see me. And you've been through a lot during this time. You've really done something great. Phantom modestly responded. I'm still far from worthy of praise. There are still 3 people. You can do it. Yeah, who do you think I am? Having someone who unconditionally supports you. In this world, even having one is already moving, and I have several. Once I unseal all 3 of my companions, I'll have 3 more people like that. One day, for sure. Someday. Phantom opened the skill book he got at the Spirit Lord's mansion. Do you want to learn the skill circuit enhancement? Phantom closed his eyes. Confirmed. He began to accept the strengthening of his magic circuits. As he used the skill book, a powerful aura formed around Phantom, along with the increasingly intense sound of Phantom's heartbeat. His magical pathways began to expand. Even Phantom, the strongest hero, was surprised by the intensity of the pain. The Frost Queen, who wanted to check on Phantom, hurriedly covered her mouth. The circuits are being reinforced. I must stay silent. Gradually, Phantom slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath, then said, Frost, take a breath. You look like you're suffocating. The Frost Queen retorted. I just held my breath to avoid coughing. How are your magic circuits? Phantom replied. They used to be dual lanes. Now it's expanded to 4 lanes. The magic capacity has increased. If you use all the lanes available, the magic consumption will also increase accordingly. What's more surprising, it's not just a one-time elixir. Then let's officially begin. Phantom immediately used a skill, acceleration, with the new magic circuits. The acceleration effect seems to have doubled. The Frost Queen nearby heard Phantom's heart pounding violently. She gave a warning. Be careful. Your body will heat up even faster now. Got it. Phantom picked up a tennis ball. He gathered power into his hand and launched it swiftly. Right after releasing the ball, Phantom immediately followed up, catching the ball in an instant. Previously, rotating magic 13 times per second was already the limit, but now, it's 7 full cycles per second. His enhanced internal magic capacity has doubled, but magic consumption didn't double. Now, he needs to replace 10% of the circuit's magic with frost energy. As the power of frost quickly spread through the circuits, Phantom, along with it, endured the sharp pain with clenched teeth. Soon, the frost energy succeeded. It fully spread across the magic circuits, along with a surge of powerful aura. Phantom dashed forward in an instant. With a loud boom, a huge hole was blasted into the training room wall. Seeing this, the Frost Queen regained her composure and asked, Contract holder, are you alright? Phantom was still carefully sensing his condition. The drop in body temperature compared to just cooling down was a completely different level. After Yin Han passed, only coolness remained. Only 10% is far from enough. The Frost Queen suggested, if 10% magic isn't enough, then increase it to 15%, and then increase by 1% each time. Phantom wasn't satisfied. That's still too little. Let's increase by 5% each time. The Queen objected. Contractor, you must remember, my aura cannot flow freely in your magic circuits. If the frost aura freezes more than just the heat, and even freezes your magic circuits, you might not be able to use magic anymore. Phantom thought it over, then agreed. Let's increase it to 15% first, then add 1% at a time. I found the feeling of training. You can go edit your video now. Really? If anything happens, just call me. I'll fly over right away. Phantom, utterly exhausted, was gasping for breath. Sweat covered his face. The training room was a complete mess. Overlocking. It's a battle against time. Phantom pulled himself together. Believe in yourself. You can do this. Back in the lounge, the Frost Queen was busy editing her video. Finally completed her masterpiece. Oh right, the contractor has been training for 5 days. I should go tell him the good news about the video. So the Frost Queen went to the training room. As she opened the door, she was startled. At that moment, why does it feel like a sauna? As the mist cleared, the Frost Queen saw Phantom lying in the center, with a look of shock. What happened? Contractor, did you fail again this time? Hearing the Frost Queen's question, Phantom stood up, gasping for air. Yeah, that was harder than I expected. The Frost Queen then said, wow, that really took a long time this time. Congrats. And thank you. As Phantom finished speaking, the Frost Queen, still basking in the praise, shared a second bit of good news. I used up all the player points. Phantom was immediately stunned. What did you say? You used up all the player points? Wasn't there 4,000? The Frost Queen casually replied, there were, but not anymore. Phantom was clearly annoyed. No way. Even if this video turns out better than last time, this is still way over the top. The Queen quickly reassured him that, we'll earn 10 times the points I used. If we don't get that much, I'll quit this business for good. Phantom was baffled. What kind of business is this, anyway? The Frost Queen hurriedly popped up a display in front of Phantom. Why don't you watch the video first? Phantom stared at the video. What the? It's only 35 minutes long? The Frost Queen quickly gestured for silence, as if revealing a top secret. You don't get it. 35-minute videos are the hottest thing right now. Phantom remained skeptical. I'll watch it first. If it's boring, you're done for. As time passed, the 35 minutes flew by. After finishing the video, Phantom called out to the Frost Queen. Be honest with me. The Queen, still basking in her own masterpiece, protested loudly. Absolutely not. I'm a brilliant ruler. Phantom smiled. Is that so? Then how are you so good at editing? I was so absorbed I lost track of time. At this rate, we could earn 10 times the player points. No, wait, it should be 20 times. The Frost Queen, feeling recognized again, was so happy she lost herself. She started dancing with joy. Kiki, that's why. I'm a genius. Phantom looked at the project file. Mountain Salmon. Is this the title? The editing is great, but the name is terrible. The Queen leaned over too. She rubbed against Phantom's head happily. Hey now, this is my official debut work. Watch your words. I'll log into my account first. Then she started uploading the video. Phantom and the Queen went back to the lounge to rest. The Frost Queen was trembling all over. Why am I so nervous? Phantom chuckled, picked up his cup of water. I'm going to train. The Queen responded. No, I'll get even more nervous alone. Phantom was helpless. What's there to be nervous about? If you're curious, just check it directly. No, we'll check it together. Let's wait 10 minutes and check it together. Phantom then asked, how big do you want it to blow up? Frost, your dreams are really big. The Queen proudly replied. Of course, that's the level worthy of me. Phantom finished his water and reminded, aren't the top rankings all controlled by guilds? It's the year 2050, and the world population is 8.4 billion. There are 2.7 million players at the border. The most viewed video in filming history, is the one from the Makie Guild Hunting Giants. It has reached a total of 123.5 million views so far. Just then, a notification sound chimed. The Frost Queen was startled. Could it be news about her masterpiece? Phantom opened the message and looked a little confused. Skya just sent me a message. It's a link to her personal forum page. Why would she send me that? Wait a minute. Phantom took a closer look. It really was Skya's personal forum account, and it had 1.4 million followers. Phantom could hardly believe it. Sure, she's one of the 5 heroes, but gaining 1.4 million followers in just 1 week? The Frost Queen saw this and reminded Phantom, you only have around 7,000 followers, right? They only followed me for the test video, but she got 1.4 million without even doing anything. I don't think she did nothing though. What the heck is all this? A bunch of titles appeared. Hunting Demons. 26 years later. Why are they still so weak? Demon Portraits. What is this? Why is she sticking her tongue out? The Frost Queen commented. She's cute. That's how social media works these days. Then came the moment Skya started brutalizing the demons. Many of them were bound tightly by vines. And with a single snap of Skya's fingers, all the demons were instantly killed. Why are you all still this weak? After finishing off the demons, Skya began reviewing her own footage. Looks good. Okay, really, one last shot and I'm out. But it's backlit here. Should I add some lighting? Just then, a demon appeared behind Skya. A quick attack rushed towards Skya, a thunderous magic sound field. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning struck behind, landing on the demon trying to ambush. Skya remained calm and composed, displaying the full power of the 5 heroes. Phantom felt pleased after watching. She really is diligently hunting down demons. Then Phantom sent a private message to Skya. Congratulations. You're a total superstar. Thank you. You're a superstar too. Not really. After all, I'm not Phantom right now. No, I mean your video. It's getting a huge response. I almost got burned by the heat of the comments. Phantom, realizing this, was surprised. At the same time, the Frost Queen was excited too. Contractor. It's been 10 minutes. Phantom, already having a good feeling, opened the forum and called over the Frost Queen. Come here. Let's see what people are saying about your video. Well, Su Junhao's new video is out. Isn't this the fairy subjugation battle? Everyone who's been there says it's insane. Come on, it's just fairies. Why the fuss? No. This video is actually pretty exciting. Crazy. She even triggered a landslide. Wow. Su Junhao shaking in fear. He's totally reckless. What a madman. This is so entertaining. Way more thrilling than Lei Xiong's videos. I recommend this one. Who did the editing? Are they a professional? This is the best video I've seen lately. It's my first time watching too. Looking at the video and the comments, Phantom was thrilled. The response is pretty good. Frost, let's check the rankings, shall we? The Frost Queen nodded blankly. Okay. They opened the leaderboard. The video was currently ranked 43rd. Phantom thought that was already pretty good, but the Queen was quite disappointed with that result. She lowered her head and muttered, I read the comments, and was really looking forward to more. Sigh. Let's check how many player points we earned. Phantom switched to another screen. 38,774. Even Phantom couldn't help but gasp. Then he looked at the Queen. Almost 40,000. That's already a huge profit, right? The Queen admitted she wasn't really sure. Phantom continued. The view count's about to hit 8 million too. Anyway, at least we don't have to worry about... Yeah, drinking black tea after a good result somehow tastes even sweeter. Phantom thought silently. It's not the mood. It's because I added more elven crystals to the pot. Just then, some guilds started to take notice of Phantom. Xinxing watched the video. Is it him? The guy Phantom picked as his representative? Yes. At the time, Bag 6 Guild was the first to gather intel on him. Xinxing smiled. Perfect. Bring me the report we compiled back then. His subordinate hesitated slightly and said, but there are some suspicious parts. He grew up in an orphanage, and became a player while still a student. He's clearly a unique individual, but his past is oddly unremarkable. Looks like the association tampered with Su Jiwenhao's records. Xinxing continued to ask, aside from the fake resume, is there no real information? Sorry. It seems Shin Dijin deliberately hid something. When he sent Xu Xia to find Su Jiwenhao earlier, Su Jiwenhao refused to join us, right? Yes. He'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. According to Xu Xia, they're close friends. In other words, they're very close. Then have Xu Xia invite him over. Next time we tackle a dungeon would be perfect. This made Xinxing a little annoyed. Even though he claims to be just a Tong, his actions seem to show off like he's a dragon. Things that seem insignificant at first will become very noticeable over time. I hope Phantom's agent turns out like that too. After celebrating with the Frost Queen, Phantom returned to the training room, with Phantom repeatedly using acceleration and frost power. The training room was once again filled with icy frost. After many rounds of training, Phantom's body was completely... After setting down the black dragon fawn, Phantom was gasping for breath. After closing his eyes to adjust, he resumed training. Very quickly, another week had passed like this. The Queen's video views kept climbing. In 2 weeks, the views reached 1.85 million. The Frost Queen happily found Phantom. Hee, how about that? Are you still worried? Phantom looked at the revenue and smiled. Final player points, 42,520. Congratulations. That small difference kept me in the nighttime bracket. Praised. The Queen got all smug. I knew it would turn out like this. How's your training going? I can maintain overclocking for at least 40 minutes now. The Frost Queen looked at the chaotic training room. But why is it such a mess? Phantom explained. Because I still can't last over 42 minutes. Even at 46% overclock, it still can't keep up with the heat output. Isn't that already good enough? But there's still room to improve. How can I give up now? Better to train more. Then suddenly explode one day, right? Isn't that true? The Frost Queen was about to comfort Phantom, but before she could speak, she felt a chill down her spine. There was a very unpleasant presence. As the Queen looked around, Phantom also sensed it, and turned back with a smile. The door's open. Come on in. Skya walked in with a half-dead demon. Hello, can you help me read this guy's memory? He's actually kinda strong. Then she tossed the demon onto the floor. Phantom agreed. But unfortunately, there was nothing. He was just a grunt. Skya looked at Phantom. I was kind of hoping for more. He's level 120, after all. What's with this world? Why are there so many maxed out people? Because a long time has passed. It's normal for maxed out players to be everywhere now. Sigh, whatever. How are you doing? I'm stabilizing. Should be past 50% soon. But I'm not sure if I can stabilize it at a higher level. Skya encouraged him. Hey, it's only been like 2 weeks, right? 50% is already really fast. Don't stress yourself. Take it easy. Humph. Yeah. Suddenly, Skya changed the topic. By the way, why'd I never see the Frost Queen when I visit? Phantom sighed helplessly, and replied, maybe he's just really busy. Then, after chatting with Skya a bit more, as Skya was preparing to leave, Phantom reminded her, if you hunt any demons, bring them over. Take care of yourself. Don't worry. I'm a great magician, after all. Just as Phantom opened the training room door, getting ready to see Skya off, a maid was already waiting outside. When she saw Phantom come out, the maid stepped forward and bowed. Hello, player Su Jiwenhao. Since your last fairy raid, we haven't had the chance to thank you properly. So Baron Byester has asked you to come by. Please come with me. Skya jokingly remarked. Oh dear, doesn't she know who the real superstar is? Phantom was a bit sharp. Doesn't the circuit enhancement count as thanks? Then Phantom headed to the Lord's mansion. Zinus, greet our guest. Hello, benefactor player Su Jiwenhao. It's a pleasure to meet you. How have you been? Thanks to the two of you, I'm much better. I have a new dream now. I want to become, like my father, an excellent lord. You don't need magic to achieve that. Phantom encouraged him. Of course, you'll definitely become a great lord. I held back from contacting you. Phantom smiled. It's okay. I've been training on my own. Training in such a small place? From today on, treat this place as your training ground. The commander suggested. My lord, I heard players usually reveal their abilities. If you don't mind, I'd like to lend him my private training ground. Phantom was a little excited. Really? If you're offering, I won't say no. The commander thought there was no reason to refuse. The lord spoke up. All right, player Su Jiwenhao. You've probably heard already. Since you took part in the fairy subjugation, I called you here today to help you get revenge. The lord chuckled. What are you saying? That's your reward for curing Zinus. He took out a box and handed it to Phantom. Open it and see. Phantom accepted it. Understanding the lord's intention, he opened the box. A ghostly glow radiated from within. Phantom looked at the contents. It appeared to be a kind of elixir. Uncertain, he asked My lord Baron. Redstone. This is blood flow from the northern bloodline valley. A substance that forms only once every few centuries. Are you sure it's okay to give this to me? If not for you, I might have led hundreds of people to their deaths, branded as an incompetent failure. And you even saved my son. Giving this to you, I don't regret it at all. As he finished speaking, the Lord and Commander Chi-Chi both thanked Phantom. Having gotten his revenge, Phantom arrived at the training grounds prepared by the commander, and resumed his training. Ever since I absorbed the blood flow, all my stats have increased by 10 points. Magic power also increased by 15, as Phantom kept developing. The synchronization rate with frost power and acceleration had reached 43% and was still rising. Seeing that Phantom trained without armor, the queen asked him, "Contract holder, are you really fine with just wearing a belt?" Turns out, that belt was crafted by Noah and Kwanba, using mithril and dragonbone from modified armor. It seems they researched how to make armor thinner. It has both magic and blood recognition. Even if he loses consciousness in battle, the armor won't deactivate. Phantom looked at the note Kwanba sent with the armor. Try not to break it, because it was too troublesome to forge, by the way. Its name is White Armor. If it malfunctions, come to me anytime. I'll fix it for you. After reading it, Phantom couldn't help but laugh. Are Fist King and Noah really related by blood? Their personalities are totally different. Looks like because of Mithril's properties, it's hard to paint it black, so they named the armor White Armor. The queen, munching on her cookies, complained, "Do they really not know how to name things?" Phantom also couldn't help but tease, "Aren't you the one who came up with mountain salmon?" "What did you say? Did I just hear you say salmon?" Back to reality. As Phantom's aura rose, White Armor was activated. With a snap, a crackling electric sound followed. In an instant, the armor covered Phantom's body. Magic that could run 24 laps through his circuits per second. The training ground's wooden stakes were instantly cut down. Phantom didn't stop. He rushed toward the candle at the front. With a powerful sword strike, the candle was sliced clean in half. Phantom then stopped in front of the candle. Black Dragon Fong balanced the sliced candle perfectly on its tip. Overclocking currently stabilized at 63%. Body temperature at 37 degrees. The curse of extreme cold will end in 3 days. It's time to end the life of extreme heat plane. The demon observing from the mountain saw Phantom leave, and immediately notified the others. The target has left the city. Suju and Hao exited through the northern gate. Finally, after a month and a half, we have a lead. What an annoying guy, Skya. What about Kiraland? 3 weeks ago, Suju and Hao sent him to the extreme heat plane. Through his forum account, we found he's now at Wulong Ridge in the Eastern Empire. That's really far away. Though distance means nothing to a great magician. The observing demon sneered. No matter. We'll kill Suju and Hao before he notices. Then we get out of here. We've waited long enough. Let the hunt begin. Unaware of any of this, Phantom was still enjoying the fresh air outside the city. Finally, a hunt again. It's been a long time since I last hunted the blood waste. Hearing Phantom's sentiment, the Frost Queen thought for a moment. About a month and a half, right? Soon, magic beasts spotted Phantom. The alpha wolf let out a roar, and the beasts surrounded Phantom. But Phantom didn't panic. He seemed quite eager instead. Phantom suddenly launched forward. Let's use you guys to test how much weaker I've gotten without acceleration or overclock. The approaching sidewolf saw Phantom take a battle stance and lunged forward. Phantom quickly adjusted his guard, found an opening, and grabbed the sidewolf's tail. He pulled hard, but the wolf only budged slightly and regained its footing. Phantom sighed. Normally, you should have been pulled toward me. Is this really all the strength I've got now? Even using full force, Phantom's grip still couldn't budge the sidewolf. Guess I'll need to use a bit of magic. As his magic circuits activated, Phantom pulled again, and sent the wolf flying. Its entire body spun through the air. Phantom quickly tested his current reaction speed and gave chase. Before the wolf landed, he landed a heavy punch on its head. A powerful shockwave erupted. The alpha wolf was sent flying. The remaining wolves didn't dare move. They all let out low, fearful growls. Phantom looked at them, helpless. Since I got here, you guys are the first monsters I've hunted. Came this time without even picking up the border wolf quest. What a shame. Meanwhile, another demon crept over to a house not far from Phantom. Judging by Suju and Hao's past actions, he always gave off the vibe of a great hero. If suffering innocents appear before him, he won't just stand by and do nothing. That's exactly what we'll take advantage of. Nino, Zaisoe, find a good place to set up an ambush. We'll control the battle rhythm from here. You follow our lead. Nino and Zaiso went off to find ambush spots. The demon leader continued giving orders to the red cloak demon. You get moving too. Understood. For Lord Sinyo. The demon leader echoed. For Lord Sinyo. So Phantom was just a part of the plan, not the ultimate target. That insignificant guy was just born like. But, I guarantee, today, luck won't save him. Back to Phantom. My stats have dropped by 50% compared to a month ago, but somehow, I feel even stronger. Is it thanks to overclocking? My magic circuits are stronger than before too. The Frost Queen commented, and suggested, stop fighting monsters. How about going after the demons? Even if there are many demons, the border is so vast. What are the odds of... Just then, the prophetic Frost Queen pointed at a hut ahead. Contractor, fate is unpredictable. For example, there could be demons in that hut. You might run into unexpected people in places like that. Phantom looked toward the hut. Something felt off, and he spotted an untriggered trap. Then, the Frost Queen started explaining. Sorry, nothing like that will happen here. Look at this. This is a trap used to alert us if monsters invade. Only mercenaries or hunters like Haken would use this. There's no way demons live here. As Phantom and the Frost Queen chatted away, they both sensed something was wrong. This smell, it's blood. Phantom immediately told the Frost Queen to scout the area. She quickly took off to investigate. Contract holder, there are no monsters nearby. Phantom walked up to the corpse, confirming they were already dead, and killed with a single strike. He stepped forward and used a skill on the body. Confession of the dead. Seeing this, The queen felt a bit guilty. Did I just jinx it? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Hey, old man. Hey, is she your friend? Why aren't you answering me? Phantom turned around at the words and looked annoyed. The red-robed demon pressed again. I'm talking to you. Did you do this to her? Phantom shot back. Why are you asking me? That clearly caught the demon off guard. Phantom immediately got serious. You're the one who killed her 10 minutes ago. The exposed demon looked confused, but Phantom gave no chance to react. He drew Black Dragon Fong and lunged forward with a piercing strike. Phantom understood. She set this up to lure him in. If he was the target, she wouldn't have come alone. 1, 2, 3 people total? Realizing they'd been exposed, the demons charged at Phantom. Their leader activated a skill, creating a battlefield from another dimension. As the skill took effect, Phantom sensed the surroundings were enveloped in a lawbound force. Phantom looked up at the sky, facing the demon called Chief Carl, Sinyo's most trusted subordinate. I've seen her abilities in Sinyo's memories. At this moment, Nino and Zaiso arrived at the scene. Seeing it was a desert map, they couldn't help but complain. Damn it, I hate the heat the most. Let's finish her quickly, bro. You go first. No, this time, I'll support you. Phantom had no time to listen to the brothers whining. The Black Dragon Fong crackled with power in his hand. Phantom's expression was cold and murderous. Seeing this, Nino and Zaiso looked like clowns, still pretending to act tough. Earth's strongest superstar. Whatever. Just kill him. The two of them rushed in from above and below. Phantom remained calm, sidestepped and easily dodged. The two continued their pursuit. Multiple thrusts. Phantom dodged them all with ease. This made the brothers uneasy. Our ultramagnetic field rebounds faster than sound, yet he dodges it. And with just his eyes. Seeing this, the demon Kipo activated his ability to assist Nino and Zaiso. With Kipo's power, the ground began to shatter. Nino and Zaiso pushed their ultramagnetic field to the limit. The two charged at Phantom with incredible speed, but Phantom was even faster. Getting right in their faces, he sent Zaiso flying. Nino, who was in front, was shocked, his mind racing. After Phantom struck Zaiso, the massive impact sent Zaiso spinning out of control in midair. Nino, regaining his stance, saw this, and cried out in despair. Phantom had only intended to suppress him, but at this speed, the impact on a moving target was entirely different, especially since they were moving at sonic speed. Nino looked at the now lifeless Zaiso. His eyes widened in agony. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. You always do this, don't you? You kill others without hesitation. But when it comes to your own don't you find that disgusting? Nino, completely unhinged, shouted. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you expecting me to apologize for killing just now? No, don't apologize. Just stay exactly like that. It'll help me keep seeing you as garbage. Chipu didn't care at all about Saiso's death. Instead, he asked Nino, without Saiso, how long can you maintain the magnetic field? About 10 minutes on my own. He then gathered his magic power, preparing to attack. Chipu too began focusing his magic. We have to settle this within 10 minutes. I'll support you. Alright. Just focus on support. I'll make sure to... Phantom also sensed the shift. The entire dimensional field was collapsing. The ground beneath Phantom gave way, plunging him deep below. Seeing this, Nino launched an attack from above, laughing maniacally as he did. Ha. You're amazing, Chipu. You brat. Let's avenge Saiso. Facing Nino's barrage of magical daggers, Phantom took a defensive stance, activating white armor. White armor instantly enveloped his body as the rain of daggers approached. Phantom pushed his overclock rate to 63%, with overclocking active. His power saw a sharp rise. Phantom launched upward with great force, darting through the air, evading the incoming projectiles, leaping between vines. Phantom narrowly escaped the storm of blades. Seeing this, Chipu and Nino clenched their teeth. That damn rat-like bastard. That rat-like bastard. The two increased their mana output. Phantom unleashed a frost venom slash with the Black Dragon Fong, closing in on Kipo at lightning speed. Nino gradually found himself unable to harm Phantom. Driven mad, he raised a massive boulder and hurled it at Phantom. Phantom answered with 4 rapid slashes. Quickly adjusting his stance, he climbed the boulder and activated a skill, Shadow Step. Phantom appeared behind Nino as he charged in. A chilling flash. Phantom drew his sword for a strike. Blood burst from Nino's chest. He died with unwillingness and hatred in his eyes. Phantom didn't stop. He charged once more at Kipo. Kipo was powerless to resist, closing his eyes to accept death. I'll wait for you in hell. Phantom retorted. Why would I go there? Then he punched Kipo square in the face. A violent surge of frost power erupted. With Phantom's force, Kipo was sent flying, slamming his head straight into his own otherworldly barrier, followed by the sound of his skull shattering. After Kipo's death, his maintained otherworldly space also collapsed. Phantom burst out of the illusionary world, completely out of control, charging wildly. Trees and boulders shattered in his wake. Phantom's overclocking reached 64%. Phantom gritted his teeth. I'm losing control. Up in the sky, the Frost Queen grew anxious. Contractor, hold on. At the critical moment, a burst of magical light flared. Skya cast a magic spell. Slow down. Gradually, Phantom's raging power calmed. Relaxed, Phantom asked curiously. What are you doing here? Skaya answered a bit shyly. Didn't I give you that coin? I enchanted it with magic. Once you're hit by demonic energy, I'll receive the signal immediately. After that, use Confession of the Dead to gather intel. With that, Skaya quickly turned around and pulled the Frost Queen into her arms. Ha ha ha. Finally caught you. No matter how much the Queen struggled, it was no use. Phantom finished his preparations and returned to the city. The two of them headed to a tavern to discuss. So it's the Demon Association base in the Karnal Mountains, and at least one of them serves under Dan. What do you plan to do? Act right away, or wait and strike all at once? Those guys usually show up during full moons of even-numbered months. That's in 5 days. We've all gotten weaker, so we definitely need to do something to stabilize ourselves. I need to level up through hunting, get used to overclock combat, and train my eyes construct. Of those, adapting to overclocking gives the biggest return. As long as I can control combat precisely, the results will change. When I first treated this place as a destination, I felt pretty relaxed, but things are different now. Yeah. At first, I thought it was just a Demon Association branch, nothing serious. But facing enemies like this, we can't afford any more mistakes. Sis, you've got to help me level up. I need to get used to overclocking. Sorry. Nope. You only call me sis at times like this. Phantom added. We still don't know how strong the enemy is. If we charge them blindly and they're stronger, it's over for us. This might be our last chance to get close to them. Skye suggested. Forget a frontal assault. How about a disguise? I'll make you look like that dead guy, Jipu. Instead of helping you level up, I'll whip up a potion and help you transform. Phantom thought for a moment. So basically, as long as my acting is good, we're fine, right? Right. The main goal is to figure out their strength. I'll be watching you the whole time, just like before. When the time comes, Phantom continued, I'll send you the signal then. Right? Exactly. Hunt while getting used to overclocking. Got it. Thanks. Take care out there. Brother. After parting ways with Skaya, Phantom hunted in areas far from demon strongholds. The Frost Queen observed. No one should be paying attention here. Right? There aren't even players around. Contractor. Is that Steel Bear monster tough? That one. I'm not sure. I've never seen it before. Isn't that him? His whole body looks like steel. Though a steel sword should handle him easily. But I won't use one today. First, I need to stabilize overlocking. Stabilization is slower than expected. I need to focus. Steel Bear also noticed Phantom and cautiously approached. Seeing this, the Frost Queen quickly warned Phantom. That guy noticed us. Phantom drew the black dragon fang, thinking to himself, using overclocking while out of control is dangerous. I must remember, the key is, control the pace. Steel Bear came closer. Roaring as it lunged at Phantom, Phantom swiftly dodged back, clicking his tongue. Is this monster from the Canal Mountains? Feels like his whole body is a weapon. Even in an earth dungeon, attacking effectively wouldn't be easy. Steel Bear continued its assault. A massive paw strike. With a thunderous crash, Phantom blocked but was sent flying. Phantom quickly regained his balance. Even as he landed, he carved deep marks into the ground. Seeing this, the Queen warned from above. Contractor, fighting him with brute force is foolish. Phantom chuckled in response. I know I was never really Ramadat to begin with. There's no need to sever ties with people like that. Phantom then slowly channeled frost power and activated acceleration. He began to carefully, lightly enter the overlock state. With overclocking activated, Phantom was full of power. He opened his eyes and blinked into motion in a flash. In a blur, he closed in on the Iron Bear. Phantom launched a slashing sequence. A clean strike aimed straight at the bear's abdomen. The blow landed, echoing with loud metallic clash as Phantom applied force. Clang. The Iron Bear was flipped over. Even though Phantom had held back slightly, Yui's voice rang out. I only meant to injure it slightly, but I think it's still too early for you to be fighting like this. What now? The hunt is about to begin. We're short on time. Want to try this goddess's suggested method? Keep yourself in overlock mode at all times, and only turn it off during a hunt. What? You're not serious, right? Though I probably could manage. It sounds like a dumb method, but at least it works. Phew. Looks like it's gonna be a rough few days. In the following time, Phantom focused on adapting to overclocking and finding monsters to practice on. Yet another Iron Bear had locked onto him. Still in a rage, the Iron Bear charged. Phantom simply waited for the right moment, gripped Black Dragon Fang, and slashed at its lower left abdomen, left horn, and left paw. As the metal clashed, only the Iron Bear's final cry remained. I can now control 15% of my overclock output. My level's also up to 65. Contract holder, look over there. The full moon's rising. It's 1 day earlier than expected. Let's go. Time to meet Skaya. The Queen groaned in frustration. Can I just go hide somewhere? Hide from what? We need to hold a strategy meeting. There are still 7 hours left until the Flame Frost curse is lifted. Skaya took out a potion. Jiwanhao, the Flame Frost curse is about to be lifted, right? When your stats are restored, you need to act more cautiously, because your overclocking control will be affected. Phantom picked up the potion. So Nagi, I get it. Is this the transformation potion you mentioned? Yep. The effect lasts for about 6 hours. Since I rushed making it, the duration isn't that long. And here's this. Isn't this just a sticker? It's a magic tracking sticker with eavesdropping function. If anything happens, I'll rush over immediately. How reliable. Since we're ready, let's move out. The Frost Queen studied the transformation potion. By the way, Contractor, Are you confident in your acting skills? That's nothing. Thanks to the confession of the undead, I gained at Guy Jeep's memories. In short, it's all about realistic acting. The queen grinned darkly. Is that so? I'll be watching with the director's eye. However, upon Phantom's return to the demon gathering spot, he found himself surrounded by demons and bombarded with scolding and insults. Hey, what nerve do you have to show your face here? We thought you and those twins were dead. So you're still alive, huh? You're practically a cockroach at this point. I thought with Carl Senior dead, you'd fall immediately. Think about it calmly. If I were Jeep. Phantom instantly caught the key to this line of thinking and roared. If you say Lord Senio's name one more time, I'll rip your mouth apart myself. Everyone sneered once again. Well, even in death, a master is still your master, huh? Such loyalty. Your master sure was lucky, but she's already dead. So what's the point? A cold, arrogant voice rang out. Phantom looked up. That's the guy. You all should know why you've gathered here. It's to help me clear the dungeon. You were all recommended here by someone important. But don't forget, you're just tools. During the operation, you'll follow my orders absolutely. Disobey, and you die. Understood. The gathered demons quieted down, their arrogance vanishing. They all respectfully bowed to him. Hearing their obedient replies, Wang Xian leapt high into the air. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. Alright then, let's move out. Phantom calculated in his mind. There's 2.5 hours left until the transformation wears off. If the frost curse ends, I might not be able to use overlock anymore. Though Dark Watcher and Frost power alone are enough to fight, I still need to figure out what Wang Xian's powers are, and just how strong he really is. Soon, the group arrived before the dungeon gates. Phantom glanced at the civilians nearby. Once inside the dungeon, no one can leave until the raid is complete. Wang Xian stepped forward and directly pushed open the dungeon. Go inside, as the gates open one by one. A blinding light envelopes everyone. Phantom opens his eyes again, feeling a sharp pain. What's going on? Where is everyone? Where is the royal thread? What's happening? Where did everyone go? Is this an illusion? But Phantom sees through it. I get it now. This dungeon is my home ground. The green-haired female swordsman is trapped and gets furious. Is this a trap? Jeep, is this your ability? The Phantom of the artist Jeep starts analyzing. There are similar dungeons. As soon as you enter, everyone gets scattered. Seeing this, the Frost Queen asks, Contractor, are you alright? Don't worry. In this kind of labyrinth dungeon, once you're separated from the main group, you have to defeat the monsters in the maze. This was my favorite type of dungeon back in my Phantom days. Learning it's a labyrinth-type dungeon gives the demon trouble. How annoying. Everyone who entered got separated. At this moment, the female demon calms down too. Should we regroup with the royal thread first? Is that the only option? Of course. As long as we follow the royal thread, there's no danger to our lives. You know that too, don't you? The man in sunglasses feels a bit smug, then stands up, getting ready. We can't rush. Let's check our equipment before moving. Meanwhile, Phantom observes the labyrinth, while pondering to himself, if I can take them down, I can use the undead's monologue to learn the royal thread's abilities. But first, I need information. Roughly how big is this dungeon? Are the rooms connected? I need to figure it out. I need a sound. The sound of a door opening catches the attention of the two demons. You should have at least discussed it with us before opening it. But Phantom ignores them, and steps through the door, continuing his observation. The wall is so high, I doubt we can climb over it. This is a typical labyrinth. Doesn't seem to have other traps. The two demons following also look around. It's bigger than expected. No sign of any monsters. They notice Phantom is still observing, but he hasn't said a word. The man in sunglasses stares at Phantom. Hey. Say something too, will you? Phantom mocked indifferently. Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. The sunglasses uncle was clearly annoyed. What's with this guy? He's acting especially reckless today. I've been fed up with him for a while now. He always relies on Carl. That thug Sidner has been running wild. Phantom ignored the two completely. Judging by the physical teleportation magic, there shouldn't be other demons nearby this huge labyrinth. Seeing that Phantom seemed to have figured things out, the Frost Queen lay on his shoulder, looking like death itself. Who are you even talking to? Go up front and be the meat shield already. Phantom glanced over, calculating in his mind. The transformation won't last long, though it would be better to take them down himself. Right now, having made up his mind, Phantom's magic surged. The two sensed something was wrong. What's going on? This guy? The female demon mocked. Hey. Are you planning to fight us now? The sunglasses uncle drew his weapon. He sneered. Your protector is gone now. You okay with that? The female demon chimed in. Seems like you're starting to miss your master's embrace. Phantom suppressed his surging magic and stared behind the two. You better watch behind you. They were about to continue mocking when a rustling sound came from behind. It gave them a bad feeling. They turned around. A huge shadow loomed over them. A massive muscled, mantis creature, Haraza. Blood was already pooled on the ground. The sunglasses uncle was shocked. This is the Jade Mantis. As soon as the words fell, the emerald mantis slashed with a gray-green strike right into the chest of the man in sunglasses. Blood splattered everywhere. The man in sunglasses collapsed to the ground. The female demon was in disbelief. This is... Damn it. Phantom also broke into a cold sweat. It appeared in the labyrinth dungeon. It moves through the walls as its meat. It is the apex predator of labyrinth-type dungeons. The one that killed the man in sunglasses. The emerald mantis starts tearing the body apart. It gets closer. The female demon still hasn't realized her situation. Humph. Only an idiot would just stand there and watch themselves die. I won't be like that. She immediately turned to leave, but Phantom used his magic to create a wall before her. The female demon grinned at first. Was this wall always here? Then she realized something was wrong. Hey. Jeep. You bastard. You're behind this, aren't you? There was no wall here before. I don't know what you're planning. But I won't just sit here and wait to die. Yet, just as she finished speaking, before the female demon could move, the emerald mantis lunged forward and bit into her head. Phantom listened from behind to the crunching sounds. For a while, the sound gradually faded. Phantom dispelled his magic barrier. As long as there is the emerald mantis, he can move anywhere. Looking at the body of the man in sunglasses, Phantom stepped forward. We got intel without even getting our hands bloody, but in a dungeon of this scale. There's no way there's only one jade mantis. We have to move quickly before more are drawn by the scent of blood. Confession of the Undead. Manhwa is a mage under Wang Xian's command. His skill involves the law of death's causality. Is it the ability to learn the cause of death for anyone he marks? If that's the case, before entering the dungeon, he must have touched everyone. Also, Wang Xian's skill is the Eye of Revelation. This A-rank skill can reveal truth and expose the enemy's attack patterns. After learning their abilities, the Frost Queen murmured, "Contractors, what a pain. So what do you plan to do now?" Phantom smiled. Well, is there really much change? I'm just using a purer method. Scene transition to Wang Xian's team. At this moment, Wang Xian is fighting a jade mantis. Soon, the mantis's arms are broken. Wang Xian steps back and gathers magic for his skill. Clooney. Rubala. A powerful blast strikes the jade mantis, unable to withstand the force. The jade mantis is torn apart completely. At that moment, Manhwa senses through magic and reports to Wang Xian. Wang Xian, reporting in. The number of demons being killed by jade mantises is increasing, even though everyone is at 9th century. It's strange. But Wang Xian didn't seem bothered. If it's a surprise attack, isn't that entirely possible? So far, there have been 23 in total. No, wait, 6 of them were killed instantly. That creature shouldn't be that deadly. This is just ridiculous. Wang Xian, now more serious, realized. Looks like someone's messing with us. Looks like someone's behind this. On the other side, Phantom guided the emerald mantis to hunt down the demons in the labyrinth. Watching from the side, Phantom waited until the emerald mantis wiped them out, and then dispelled the Dark Watcher. The freed emerald mantis was still searching for food. Phantom, meanwhile, calmed his aura, adjusting his state. He then drew the black dragon fawn, activated overdrive, and charged straight into the emerald mantis swarm. With a thunderous assault, he instantly cut down all the emerald mantises. Has the transformation ended? My face feels a bit strange. The queen reminded him. Contractor. The curse of flame and frost should be lifting soon, right? Probably only about an hour left. The frost queen urged him. No time left. Let's recover the memories first. Just then, a hidden demon pulled out his weapon and charged at Phantom. Phantom simply turned around, raised his hand, and caught the demon. Then he replied, "Got it. Stop rushing me." He glanced at the demon and chuckled. Oh dear. What strange abilities you see in this world. The demon was shocked. Even the royal thread can't easily detect my abilities. How could you? Before he could finish, Phantom squeezed his hand, and blood splattered. He then dropped the demon's corpse. This guy was part of the royal thread's team. Looks like they've noticed something's wrong too. Phantom placed his hand on the demon's forehead and cast a skill. Confession of the Dead. That's right. Something's definitely happened. Huss. Go find the survivors. Before we hunt the final boss, let's take care of the trouble behind us. Got it. I'll use my visualization skill. Find the guy's location. Stan, you're up next. No problem. I'll use homing instinct to instantly move everyone to the target we recognize. Hess. When Phantom read up to this part, he suddenly snapped to attention. At that moment, the demon Hess felt a surge of magic from behind. They actually coordinated, using homing instinct. Damn it. The skill's already activated. Is it too late? Wang Xian appeared through teleportation and looked at Phantom. Well. What a surprise. Aren't you an old acquaintance? Jeep. Wang Xian lifted his leg and kicked Hess's corpse aside, then glared fiercely at Phantom. What an unexpected twist. Things don't look great for a contractor. You're still cursed by the frost. How much time do you have left? About 50 minutes. While Phantom worried about his own condition, the demon Stan was full of doubt. Why is that guy Jeep targeting us? Why? Phantom pondered. I've grown stronger since the fight with Tao and Senior. But with the frost curse and the unstable overlocked state, there are still many variables. I may need to rely on frost power. At that moment, Wang Xian cracked his neck and questioned. I heard you became Nizardhair's underling. You're doing way better than before. So why do something like this? Seeing Phantom's calm and serious expression, Wang Xian smiled helplessly. So you're not planning to answer, huh? Then I'll have to find out myself. He struck without hesitation. Phantom drew out the black dragon fawn. No time to block. The speed of the royal thread put Phantom under immense pressure. When did he rush over? At that moment, Phantom quickly swung the black dragon fang, forcing the royal thread to alter his attack. The two clashed. Phantom was knocked back dozens of meters. Then, the royal thread's voice rang in his ears again. Wow, you actually reacted. Phantom immediately turned and blocked. Clang. The royal thread's punch landed straight on the black dragon fang. The two began a fierce contest of strength. The royal thread noticed something off about Phantom's strength. Are you really Jeep? As he spoke, the royal thread's magic surged. He unleashed a flurry of punches. The sound of impacts echoed continuously through the passage. Phantom fought while retreating, blocking several waves of attacks. Phantom looked extremely strained. Such power. If he hits me, it's over. Seeing Phantom still holding on, the royal thread grinned fiercely, a crazed light in his eyes. Stan, watching from behind, saw Phantom's strength and prepared to jump in and help. But Banjo stopped him. Let him enjoy the fight. Sensing Phantom's magic surging, the Frost Queen hurriedly warned him. Contractor, speed alone won't be enough. Phantom stared ahead intently. I know. As his magic rose, the Frost Queen sensed something amiss. At that moment, it was the unique ability of the Demon Jeep. While the Queen was shocked, the royal thread seemed eager. Is this a battlefield of another world? I've heard about it. I've always been curious what kind of talents you have to make the captain value you so much. Take this. Jeep took a boxing stance and charged fiercely at Phantom. Phantom quickly raised his guard, but doubt crept into his mind. He said the captain values Jeep highly. Another memory worth reading has surfaced. Phantom's summoned night wolves surged forward. Seeing this, Wang Xian planted his foot to brace. Violent magic gathered in his hand. Dark wolves materialized on the battlefield. Useless. Boom. Wang Xian unleashed a powerful punch. All the charging wolves were shattered to bits. Phantom was shocked, but Wang Xian was already charging again. Now I understand why the captain wanted your power. With your abilities, you might be able to create another Phantom. Before Phantom could react, the Frost Queen intervened just in time. A powerful frost staff began to rapidly condense. Wang Xian struck the ice staff with a heavy punch. Whoa, it's freezing. As the sound of shattering ice echoed out, Wang Xian went wild. From now on, every thought and move of yours is within my calculations. At the same time, magic rapidly surged into his right fist. Then he launched another devastating punch. The frost staff shattered completely. Phantom was thrown back by the force. While airborne, his white armor instantly covered his body. He activated his overclocked state with magic. 30%. 30%. Wang Xian pressed the advantage, and the two began to clash evenly. Both moved with incredible speed. Phantom blocked and countered, shifting rapidly. Wang Xian pursued relentlessly, attacking without pause. After a back-and-forth exchange, Phantom seized a chance and leapt high for a downward slash. But Wang Xian kept up with ease. He instantly cast a dispel skill. Phantom's magic slash was forcibly cancelled. Wang Xian followed up with a right hook. A brutal punch, Shenglong Dominator, forced Phantom to cough blood. Carried by the impact, Phantom smashed straight through the top ceiling. Wang Xian, now on the ground, looked up through the hole and muttered, "What the?" He broke through it. He immediately realized something was wrong. Isn't this supposed to be the battlefield of another world? Who are you? Seeing Phantom reveal his true form, swaying unsteadily, the royal thread gritted his teeth, forcing himself to think calmly. Is this polymorph magic? It's confused me. Is he a spy? But how could he use Jeep's abilities? Wait a second. This was never the battlefield of another world to begin with. At the same time, Phantom heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding. Abnormal status detected. Scanning for dispellable magic. Ding. The curse of flame and frost is resisting dispel. Curse duration reduced by 1 hour. Breathing heavily, Phantom heard the system message and looked a bit puzzled. The royal thread kept thinking, what's going on? He actually possesses Jeep's exclusive skills and even has the ability to mimic the battlefield of another world. As the royal thread connected the dots, he started to laugh. What an enigma. But from what I see now, this guy is incredibly valuable, far beyond what Jeep could ever be. He can control both darkness and frost at the same time. The sound of armored footsteps broke the tension of this intermission. Tired already? I'm finally starting to feel it now. Phantom raised both fists, taking a boxer's stance. The royal thread exhaled heavily and grinned. He charged at Phantom once again. I won't kill you. At the same time, in Phantom's seemingly exhausted ears, came the system prompt. The curse of flame and frost has expired. All reduced attributes have been restored. As the royal thread closed in with his thrusting sword, Phantom quickly threw a punch. He landed a direct hit on the royal thread's face. Blood sprayed in the air, removing all debuffs. Phantom's punch power surged dramatically. The royal thread was sent flying by the force of the blow. His entire face twisted in pain. His body was knocked away by the sheer force. Seeing this, Phantom raised his head and launched another attack, pressing the advantage. Wang Xian sensed something was wrong. He gritted his teeth and stared at Phantom. Damn it. His hands. They're even faster than my eyes. Phantom continued his charged assault. Another solid punch landed on Wang Xian. His eyes rolled back from the impact. Blood sprayed midair, but his instincts still forced a counterattack. He swung his fist quickly, but Phantom's lightning-fast movement had already vanished. Though he missed, Wang Xian sobered up somewhat. He sensed Phantom reappearing behind him. Wang Xian reacted quickly, slamming his left foot down and twisting midair. Their fists met head-on. Both landed direct blows to each other's heads. The impact of their clash unleashed devastating force. A shockwave of overwhelming power swept through the dungeon. The ground cracked apart. Dust flew everywhere. Phantom quickly steadied himself, leaping backward. He drew the black dragon fang and used shadow power, blasting Wang Xian away. Wang Xian hit the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Manhwa rushed over. Wang Xian, are you okay? Faced with Manhwa's concern, Wang Xian wore a crazed grin. Ha! You go take care of the final boss. Clear this dungeon. Wang Xian's state left both Manhwa and Stand uneasy. Manhwa wanted to ask something, but Wang Xian had gone fully berserk. With a twisted face, he charged forward. I'll kill him right now. Phantom stepped back and recalibrated. He entered overclock mode at 15%, then blasted off the ground. Final battle begins. Wang Xian grew even more frenzied at the sight. Magic surged in his hand. This guy is even more dangerous than Jeep. All the better. Come on. With a loud boom, the two clashed once more. The Royal Thread's fist, brimming with powerful magic, still had strength to spare against Phantom's charge. Phantom fully unleashed his overdrive mode, suppressing everything like a flash of lightning. His absolute speed left the Royal Thread, with no room to escape, trapped in a However, with years of battle experience, the Royal Thread quickly adapted to the overdrive attacks. Finding the right moment, he launched a counterattack. Facing the Royal Thread's incoming heavy punch, Phantom swiftly swung the black dragon fang to block. Then Phantom countered with a backhand strike, smashing the Royal Thread into disbelief. No way. I can read all of my enemy's moves and thoughts, yet he's still faster than me. No matter what, I have to hold him down. Damn it. That's frost power. Having lost a massive amount of magic, the Royal Thread found himself trapped. At that moment, Phantom, like during training, unleashed incredible speed, attacking the Royal Thread with slashes. Phantom's form darted dangerously close. His sword, crackling with lightning, moved like a flash of lightning. In a single gleam of the blade, countless wounds opened up on the Royal Thread. All at once, they burst open and blood sprayed out. Phantom, calm and composed, began sheathing his sword. As the black dragon fang was fully sheathed, the Royal Thread's body surged with magic. A terrifying dark energy completely engulfed him. Then, amidst the icy fog, explosions rang out. The entire dungeon lit up as bright as day. Phantom stood proudly, as if the entire explosion was his dazzling backdrop. Meanwhile, blazing flames ignited on the other side. The final boss of the dungeon was taken down by Manhwa and Stan. Manhwa looked at the now-dead final monster. When is Wang Xian coming? Stan glanced toward the site of the huge explosion earlier. Did he lose to that guy? Manhwa murmured thoughtfully. He refused to believe Wang Xian would lose, because they couldn't contact anyone outside the dungeon. He sent us ahead first. It was just a precaution. There's no way he'd lose to Jeep. Right after saying that, he turned and saw it. Stan was already frozen in place. What is this? An ice spell? Frost magic? Are there other final bosses? At that moment, Manhwa's hand also, before he could react, he was completely encased in ice. Looking at the two frozen figures, Phantom commented, Man, that skill is so annoying. Is this how we got frozen last time? You're the one who said my skill was handy. That's true. But I'm still not happy about it. Rapid cooling drains my mental strength a lot. Overusing this skill is dangerous. The Frost Queen flew toward the final monster, the Mantis Leader. Anyway, thanks to you, we managed to freeze the Mantis Leader too. Yeah. Now for the final strike. Phantom activated a shadow skill. Dark Watcher. Shadow Wolves charged forward, delivering the final blow to the dungeon boss. You know what the most thrilling part of a dungeon run is? What is it? When reporters and the crowd cheer for you? No, when you get the loot. This is the Queen Jade Mantis box. This is the Queen Jade Mantis box. Phantom picked up the dropped Queen Jade Mantis box. The Frost Queen looked at the faintly glowing orb in Phantom's hand. Wow, monsters really do carry everything. Phantom turned to look at the Frost Queen. When I caught you, I found a core too. The Queen looked surprised. What? On me? Where exactly on me? The Frost Queen started patting herself down, her mood turning sour. Don't worry about it too much. The ultimate monsters have a 95% chance of having a core, but when I signed the contract, I never heard about this. Phantom looked puzzled. Contract? The contract with the floor manager. What is this memory about? Is this my memory? After the kingdom fell, I met the floor manager. Phantom asked curiously. The floor manager? You mean Gray? No, that person wasn't a man. At the time, they said they would give me another chance. I can't remember anything else. Phantom hurriedly asked. Can't you remember their appearance or any features? Should I eat some spirit stones? Phantom stopped pressing her. Don't push yourself too hard. If you remember later, tell me, alright? Yes, I understand. Phantom thought to himself. Is it because her spirit level just increased? If with each level up, lost memories returned, then I should feed her more spirit stones. At that moment, the Frost Queen held her head, resisting. No matter what, spirit stones won't work. How am I supposed to eat rocks? I won't eat them. Is this the reward room? Is this the reward room? Entering it, Phantom found a treasure chest. Phantom was still a bit nervous. He stepped forward and opened it. Then the system prompt appeared. Received 100 gold coins. Phantom thought for a moment. 100 gold coins, that's about 11 yuan, right? And this is... Whoa. Seeing Phantom's delighted expression, the Frost Queen lit up. Is that a skill book? System notification. Skill book. Shadow wall. Grade. C. Effect. Allows the user to turn into a shadow and move along walls for 1 minute. After hearing the description, Phantom muttered, "Isn't this the Jade Mantis's skill?" The Queen analyzed as well. It'd be useful for assassinations or eavesdropping. Just then, another system prompt came. Detected advanced skill of the same attribute. Dark Watcher. Grade. S. Skill fusion is available. Would you like to fuse Shadow Wall into Dark? If you agree to the fusion, the effects of the lower grade skill will be inherited by the higher one. Phantom's eyes lit up. Skill fusion, huh? According to the advanced skills effect, the inherited skill will be enhanced. After the system finished explaining, Phantom thought it through. So once the skills are fused, Shadow Wall will disappear, but its shadow morphing effect will be usable through Dark Watcher. The Frost Queen spoke up. So in other words, you lose nothing from the fusion. It's all gain, no loss. Having figured it out, Phantom immediately agreed to the fusion. Shortly after, the system notification came. Skill fusion complete. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Phantom activated the skill, Dark Watcher. The surrounding shadow energy began to stir. The Frost Queen, who had been watching the whole time, doesn't feel any different. However, Phantom himself gradually sensed something unusual. He then merged his arm into the shadow formed by dark power. Soon, Phantom's entire body blended into it completely, fully transformed into shadow power. With just a thought, Phantom shot out. The Frost Queen quickly dodged to avoid being caught in the chaos. As Phantom traveled a distance in shadow form, he was overjoyed. It really worked. Below him, the Frost Queen watched Phantom, now shadow power, moving along the ceiling. Contractor, are you all right? You've turned into darkness. Phantom swiftly descended to the ground, returning to normal in an instant. Then, excitedly, he exclaimed, "It's not about being all right. This was a skill abandoned before it was even theorized. I never thought it would come true this way. I'm so moved I could cry." The scene shifted. A constant buzzing sound. For some reason, Skaya was drilling into the ground with a handheld drill. Just then, a faint voice came from behind. "Skaya." But Skaya didn't respond at all. Phantom helplessly moved closer and called again. "Skaya. What are you doing over there?" Finally hearing him, Skaya stopped what she was doing. She turned and smiled. "Ah. Signal. You're okay. You came out safe and sound." "Of course, but wait, what are you doing?" "I'm making a dungeon drilling machine. I was planning to drill through the dungeon to rescue you." Phantom looked a bit helpless. Then Skaya asked again, "What about the Frost Queen?" Then Skaya continued asking, "What about the Frost Queen? Back to the Elven realm again?" "Nope. She's sound asleep on my back." Skaya looked a bit curious. "Elves sleep too? Haha. I really want to study her." The two of them lit a small campfire and started chatting. "The 7-linked core." Phantom confirmed. "That's right. It's consistent info I got from their memories." The Demon Folk Association expanded the 7 cores to an outrageous level, around 600 million in budget. Although each core has few members, they're all monsters in human form. The 7 core are the core of arrogance, the core of despair, the core of wrath, the core of silence, the core of greed, the core of sloth, and the core of envy. The Demon Folk Association's 7 cadres. What makes people obey them so easily is these core. Wang Xian, the one I defeated, was a member of the core of arrogance. Each core likely has a different mission. Yeah. That might be why we haven't found any info on the demon realm yet. 2 months from now, the core of arrogance will launch a group battle in Bertline. Skaya grew serious upon hearing that. If it's to that extent, this won't be a small-scale event. They probably can't sit still anymore. It'll be more intense than we imagined. Skaya smirked confidently. "That's exactly what I want. In 2 months, I'll let you witness it for yourself. Anyway, thanks for everything. I'd like to visit the Charm Guild. I've received a message. The master over there suggested a meeting. Shen Sheng from Jiuxiao. Do you want me to go with you?" "No need. I'll just have a chat with him." "What are you worried about?" Then Skaya got up and said goodbye. "Do you think I'm Lamitat? I'll send you a message as soon as I hear anything." "All right. Stay safe." Just as the words fell, Phantom received a system notification sound. Ding ding ding. "You have a new message." Phantom, carrying a load of curiosity, opened his panel to check. Seeing the sender, Phantom was a bit surprised. A message from Jiansheng? "Hello. I'm Jiyu. If it's not too much trouble, could you spare me a bit of your time? I need your help." Reading the message, Phantom was very puzzled. Is he an impersonator? Jiansheng needs my help? If it was Phantom, maybe, sure, but now I'm Su Juanhao. He immediately replied to the message. "Are you really Jiansheng?" The other party firmly claimed to be Jiyu himself. Phantom then asked Jiyu to send a selfie as proof. Not long after, Phantom received a reply. He opened it and took a look. Whoa. It really was him. Was that carved with a knife? For someone with such neat handwriting, his selfie skills are terrible. After confirming his identity, Phantom asked, Thank you for the photo to verify yourself. You said you need my help. What is it about? He waited for a while, but the other party still hadn't replied, accompanied by the queen's loud snoring. Phantom felt a bit confused. 000. Finally got a reply. If it's convenient for you, can we meet and talk in person? Phantom was speechless. Ugh. He typed so slowly. I'm gonna lose it. He even accidentally hit the photo button. Scene shifts. Snow was falling heavily. Phantom trudged forward slowly, hands in pockets, wearing a hat. The Frost Queen looked around. Contractor? Where are we? This is the Brahm Snowfield region. Good thing I have C-rank cold resistance, so it doesn't feel that cold. The Frost Queen peeked out and grumbled. I think it's freezing. Phantom was a little speechless. Honestly. You're not really a frost elf, are you? I just woke up, that's all. The two kept chatting casually. Soon, Phantom arrived in front of a house in a town. After confirming the address, he stepped up and knocked. The door quickly opened. Phantom looked at Jiyu. A bit awkwardly. Long time no see. Seeing him, Jiyu quickly stepped aside. Cold out, huh? You must be tired from the trip. Come on in. Let me explain why I contacted you. Players Suju and How. Do you know about the dwarves? Dwarves. I've only heard of them. Never seen one myself. Jiyu continued. They currently live in the great caverns of Brahms Canyon. They've made their home deep within the canyon. In the canyon, huh? Even inside caves. It must still be freezing. A cave alone isn't enough to resist the cold, but their skills can handle it. You should know a bit about dwarven habits, right? I only know they're warlike, fond of drinking, and extremely stubborn. Plus, their whole tribe migrates regularly. Seeing Phantom mention the key points, Jiyu nodded and spoke up. That's right. They migrate every few hundred years. Right now is their migration period. Their destination is Hamel Ice Canyon. I'm helping them with the migration. But there's a problem at the migration site. Hamel Canyon has turned into a dungeon. If it were ordinary monsters, you could handle them yourself, right? Jiyu nodded and explained. The problem is a snowfield spirit called the Ice Witch. She's an ultimate monster, but because of the extreme cold, I can't get close to her. Phantom pondered over this. The cold, huh? I do have cold resistance, but it's only level C. It's hard to say. If you're willing to lend me a hand, the dwarves and I will support you materially and spiritually. Contractor. Ask her who gets the rewards from hunting the Ice Witch. Of course, they're yours. I won't take any of them. Seeing Jiyu answer her question directly, the Frost Queen was so shocked, she dropped the sweet potato in her hand. I see. Wait. You can see me? Did I do something wrong? Realizing the situation, the Frost Queen replied. And no, not at all. No wonder you seem quite capable. Jiyu chuckled kindly. Thank you for the compliment. Such a complicated feeling. By the way, human. Speak to me with a bit more respect. Haha. If I offended you, I sincerely apologize. After a short rest, Jiyu set off with Phantom across the snowfields. Seeing Phantom lag a bit behind, Jiyu turned and asked, how's the pace? Is it too fast? Are you tired? Phantom smiled and replied, I'm fine. We can go even faster. You really are always beyond my expectations. In that case, I'll have to move the schedule up a little. We'll arrive in one day. As he finished speaking, Jiyu sped up dramatically, kicking up blasts of snow with every step. Seeing this, Phantom thought, this training's not gonna be easy. He activated overclock mode at 25%. Energy surged through his body. He pushed off powerfully with his feet and launched himself forward, quickly catching up with Jiyu. Jiyu looked over at Phantom maintaining pace beside him and couldn't help but smile genuinely. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon where Wang Xian's team perished. How interesting. There's not a single trace left. A mysterious voice rang out. Any survivors? No trace of anyone. Everything's been erased, as if it was someone who absolutely couldn't be discovered. The mysterious person continued. Are there any high-level players near the dungeon? None. Didn't we calculate everything beforehand? The mysterious one analyzed aloud. Is it possible we missed a high-level player's movement? Someone like Jiyu or Lady Rady? That being said, Skya Gilliland's movements are suspicious too. But no matter how heroic they once were, they're long past their prime. Isn't that right? The mysterious figure scolded. You've never fought them. You're not qualified to say that. If the investigation is over, don't do anything foolish. Hurry back. Honestly, don't worry about me. That being said, I'm itching for a fight. I'll have some fun with a few guys on the way back. After a day's journey, Phantom and Jiyu arrived at Dale City, home of the Bimoru dwarves. You said you've never seen dwarves before, right? Phantom nodded. Yeah. That's right. I've never really known what a dwarven settlement looks like. Before the dungeon appeared, I'd only seen them in movies. I see. What are real dwarves like? No point in telling you now. See for yourself. This is the plaza. Walking into the plaza, Phantom saw the dwarves and felt delighted. Wow. Dwarven children. For now, no adults were in sight. I need to make a good first impression. He took out a little bear lollipop and offered it. Hello. I'm Suju and How. The dwarf, seeing the lollipop, seemed a bit puzzled. He looked up at Jiyu standing behind Phantom. Jiyu, who's this blockhead just like you used to be? Phantom was completely stunned. This hit harder than an S-rank binding skill. Right to Phantom's heart. Another female dwarf nearby laughed out loud. Huh. What are you doing? I think he's kinda cute. Finally snapping out of it, Phantom stammered. WH what? What is this? What's going on? Haha. He looks really surprised. Phantom turned helplessly to Jiyu. Did I do something wrong? Haha. Sorry. Let me formally introduce you. This is Goodyear, the chief of the Bimora dwarfs. Goodyear. But he has no beard, and his voice sounds so young. Jiyu explained. That's a stereotype created by media and literature. By the way, he's already over 250 years old. He looked proudly at Phantom. Phantom felt dizzy. Ah geez. My 51 years are nothing in front of him. After the commotion between Phantom and the dwarves, Goodyear led Phantom and Jiyu to a room. Many people know what elves and half-elves look like, but few know the appearance of dwarfs, because no matter their age, dwarves always look like human children. By the way, there is one thing people describe about us correctly. Phantom responded without thinking. You mean your craftsmanship? Goodyear nodded. Exactly. We dwarves build forges and cities in fertile lands. Though Dale City is where I was born and raised. Unfortunately, the land here is losing its vitality. So we need to migrate to a new place. But the Hamel Canyon, which we had prepared, was seized by a violent banshee called the Ice Witch. Ji spoke up. I couldn't risk causing trouble around us just to deal with the Ice Witch. That's why I failed. Hearing this, Phantom turned to Goodyear. Could you tell me more details about the Ice Witch? We don't know much either, but we will provide you with the cold-resistant gear you need, since Jiyu believes in you. You must have what it takes. Please help us reclaim our new home. When you return after this, I'll craft you a dwarven weapon. Though I can't guarantee it'll be perfect, but I'll do my best to help you. Then Jiyu led Phantom deep into the snowy plains. They gradually advanced into Hamel Canyon. The cold grew even stronger. Even the Frost Queen, an ice spirit, was shivering from the cold. Suddenly, a roar came from above. Jiyu looked up warily. It was a canyon yeti. He immediately warned Phantom not to move. What are you going to do? Jiyu didn't answer. He drew his weapon. In a flash, he charged at the yeti with lightning speed. As he closed in, he activated his skill, Fatal Strike. Phantom watched closely, ready to act if anything went wrong. But Jiyu's skill was more than enough. With a sharp burst of sword energy, he instantly killed the canyon yeti. The struck yeti exploded into icy shards. Seeing this, Phantom couldn't help but feel admiration. Jiyu noticed Phantom seemed dazed. He reminded him. Alright, let's go. Phantom sheathed his black dragon fang and followed Jiyu, just a little further ahead. And we'll reach the canyon where the dwarves plan to settle. Player Suju and Hao. From here on, you'll have to go alone. Phantom stepped forward. So, Hamel Canyon is inside this blizzard? Yes, that's right. Alright, thank you for bringing me here. Then Phantom ventured alone. The blizzard was thick and heavy. Phantom was almost completely buried in snow. After a while, Phantom finally saw the entrance to the dungeon. He rushed to the door and opened it as fast as he could. Once inside, Phantom could finally catch his breath. He looked up. It was the settlement built by the dwarfs, from Dale Ice City in Hamel Ice Canyon. Soon, the system notified him. You have entered the Ice Witch's city. As Phantom stepped in, the Frost Queen also slipped from his arms. With a loud clang, all they heard was a crashing sound. The Frost Queen was frozen into a pile of ice blocks. Wow, the atmosphere in the dungeon is amazing. Seeing that Phantom didn't pick herself up, the Frost Queen angrily broke free from the ice. I'm freezing to death. Phantom was speechless. The Frost Queen is actually afraid of the cold? As the two were bickering, strange noises echoed through the dungeon. Don't come closer. Ugh. If you come closer, you'll die. If you're scared, you can go back. You said someone would die earlier. Phantom kept moving his hands. He activated the incendiary grenade. I'm not afraid. The invincible Frost Queen is actually afraid of the Ice Witch. As the incendiary grenade flew into the air, it lit up the dungeon. The Frost Queen stubbornly responded. I'm not afraid. You're not leaving? Why are you still standing there? Ah, I understand now. Stop holding on to me. Contractor. Do you know what a Baosang witch is? She's a crying ghost. She's a Baosang. Correct. I've heard that most people who hear her crying voice die. Usually, vengeful spirits become Baosang witches. They seek someone to listen to them. I've heard that the Baosang witch here is a 100-year-old spirit. Luckily, she's not a difficult opponent. After all, Dark Watchers like to eat spirits. They get along with me quite well. I can already feel the ghostly aura. Then, what's your plan for fighting? First, eliminate the ones that appear in front of us. It's simple, right? As the two ventured deeper, suddenly, a loud scream echoed. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. If you come, you'll die. Seeing this, the Frost Queen was so scared she lost her composure. Phantom, however, nonchalantly watched the Baosang witch appear. The Frost Queen shakily conjured an ice spear. She took on a combat stance. Phantom sighed helplessly at this. Forget it. Stop using my mental powers so recklessly. The Banshee, seeing Phantom ignore her, roared in anger. I told you not to come any closer. Stay away from me. If you come closer, you'll die. The Frost Queen, completely unprepared, was blown away by the shockwave created by the Banshee. Phantom sprang into action. The nature of dark energy is to disregard everything and strike directly at the target. Phantom swiftly grabbed the Banshee using his shadow power. He then pressed down with force, pinning the Banshee beneath him. Whether it's the Banshee or her spirit, as long as they're touched by the Dark Watcher, they vanish, like chalk wiped off a blackboard. The Banshee was confused. You're a god. A god sealed in ice? I've been sealed in ice many times. Now let go of all your inner demons and leave peacefully. I switch. The banshee froze for a moment, then protested. What ice witch? I'm not the ice witch. Phantom was taken aback. What's going on here? The Frost Queen analyzed the situation. Looks like she needs to focus on something important. So she created a double. To make a decoy, she harmed the girl and her family and cursed them with an icy seal. She turned ordinary people into undead-like beings, forcing the girl to serve. Learning the truth, Phantom's desire to kill the ice witch peaked. The queen also fell silent as the banshee, filled with sorrow, softly cried out, "Father! Mother!" Two young banshee children approached, crying, "Sister, don't cry." It turned out that the three siblings were just an ordinary family by blood. That day, their parents went out to search for food. The older sister held her younger brother and sister. She continued waiting for their parents to return with food. The younger sister was too weak. She weakly asked her sister, "When will mommy and daddy come back?" They'll be back soon." The younger brother also weakly spoke. "Did mommy and daddy get lost? Or were they captured by the ice witch?" The older sister quickly reassured them. "No, they're just late because there were too many guests. Let's wait a little longer." Okay. But sister, I'm so sleepy." The older sister, Wenyan, quickly reminded her, "You can't sleep. When mommy and daddy come back, we'll eat." "But I'm so sleepy." "You can't sleep. Don't sleep." A little while later, the sister's voice disappeared. The sister fell asleep without a sound. Sunlight filtered through the crack in the door. It slowly woke the sister up. At that moment, a tapping sound came from outside. Hearing the footsteps, the sister thought of her parents. When the sound reached the door, the sister seemed to see a glimmer of hope in her despair. "Mom, Dad, why are you so late coming back?" As she spoke, the door frame was opened with a loud clang. However, when the sister saw the person outside, she immediately extinguished her last glimmer of hope. Back in the dungeon, the Frost Queen broke the silence in the atmosphere. "Contractor, at times like this, you must make rational judgments. After all, she is a witch who can cast ice-sealing curses. Although she should be very strong, her power is still not on par with that of the Tower Master. I'm confident." The scene shifted. In the dim dungeon, a figure stood at a potion mixing station. The ice witch poured a potion into it, seemingly conducting some kind of potion experiment. Experiment number 3189 begins. This time, I've greatly increased the new ratio. It should compensate for the lack of vitality. However, as the potion was poured onto the skeletal rack, it made a sizzling sound. Observing closely, the ice witch was clearly displeased. "Failure. I need more vitality. Team 1, clear out all the failed specimens and equipment. Then, Team 2, go capture more test subjects. I need more specimens. If you don't hurry, I'll make the slowest team my next test subjects." Her cold words echoed through the air. Everyone faced a quick escape while fleeing. Seeing the goblin had gone to do his task, the ice witch turned back to her throne. She accidentally looked up and saw a painting. "The undead sorcerer. How many times have I failed? Since becoming a lich? I've lost count by now. I want to go back to the time when I had touch, taste and pain, and the sound of a heartbeat. I want to be human again." At that moment, the phantom arrived, outside the ice witch's cave. This seems to be her dungeon. Looks like it. The banshee behind them stepped forward and said, "You'll die if you go in there. Why are you looking for the ice witch?" The phantom exhaled a breath of warm air. "I'm here to set you free. Not just you, but your younger siblings too. You've been trapped outside the cycle of reincarnation for centuries." The banshee, speaking softly, seemed worried. "Are you really confident? You and your siblings should hide behind the blizzard, because you can't be caught up in what's about to happen." Then, the phantom raised his hand to prepare. Dark energy surged beneath his feet, rushing toward the dungeon entrance. The goblin who had been sent to capture people was unlucky enough to get caught in the dark energy. The rest of the dark energy wrapped around the stone pillars supporting the cave. After preparing, the phantom lowered his hand and snapped his fingers to activate shadow gravity. All the wrapped pillars became extremely heavy. With a rumble, the cave inside, the ice witch looked shocked. "What's happening? An earthquake? Impossible. There hasn't been anything like this for centuries." Many goblins at the edges were caught in the tremors. The ice sorceress immediately judged that someone had broken in. "All guards, go outside. Check what is happening." The phantom's sword and many monsters that had been waiting outside appeared. They moved forward. The power of shadows rapidly spread and attacked the monsters. The entire monster group was consumed by the shadow power. "Don't send minions over. Come out yourself." With Phantom's attack, the platform was also severely struck. Thick smoke rose. The ice sorceress was thoroughly enraged. "Ah, you dare!" The sharp scream echoed throughout the cave. Phantom silently watched the rampaging ice sorceress. The Frost Queen gave her a disgusted and angry look. "Ice sorceress, you finally showed up." The enraged ice sorceress jumped off the platform, looking at Phantom, who had been causing the destruction. Even with a face so withered that it had no flesh, it still contorted into an extremely savage expression. "How did you break through the Banshee's guards and come here?" Phantom, who deeply loathed her, remained silent. He activated his skill again. Shadow gravity. The violent shadow power ignoring the ice sorceress platform, surged toward her. Only the sound of thudding echoed throughout the cave. The ice sorceress watched as her research journals flew around. Her eyes were vacant. The beliefs she had held for years were crushed in that moment. These were the results of her lifetime's work. The quietness of her dwelling was only for a greater eruption. These efforts, the fruits of which, would become the world's treasures. Do you even know what you've done? The enraged ice sorceress unleashed the skill, Phantom Legion. Countless phantom monsters began to crawl out of the ground. Soon, the summoned phantoms completely surrounded Phantom. Centuries ago, people feared and revered my power. They couldn't understand my ambitions. Not even my teacher understood me. Listening to the ice sorceress's desperate scream, Phantom drew out the black dragon Fong and began his one-sided massacre. The intense melee broke out with a huge noise. Rocks flew everywhere. Watching all of this, the ice sorceress believed that Phantom could not possibly survive. Let fate decide what happens today. It's time for me to leave this canyon and return to the world with dignity. I will tell everyone who is right and who is wrong. Compared to the Ice Witch's madness, the Banshee behind them worried as she watched the Phantom surrounded by the Void Demon Legion. Hurry and run. You can't possibly defeat the Ice Witch. Hearing the Banshee's voice, the Frost Queen's eyes were filled. Don't be afraid, because it's not you who should fear now. The Ice Witch looked at the struggling Phantom and prepared to end this farce. No matter how you try to stop me, I will ultimately transcend death. She then cast Frost Tempest. Endless cold winds roared, hurling ice spears at the Phantom. Even someone as strong as the Phantom felt danger. Just as the Phantom was about to activate overdrive, a voice rang out. Contractor, let me handle this. The Frost Queen flew to the Phantom's side and pulled the mask up to her forehead. The majestic and beautiful Frost Queen seemed to freeze the very air around her. I can't just stand by and watch her use the power of frost to run rampant. I belong to the frozen world. How dare she wield such tainted ice against others? Within the Frost Queen's domain, two unicorn Pegasi gradually took shape, facing attacks like freezing wind and shattering ice. They easily blocked them. With the Frost Queen's command, without hesitation, charge. Seeing this scene, the ice looked as if she had seen a ghost. She actually blocked my attack. Could it be because of those people? Hit by the attack, the Ice Witch fell from the sky. Her heart filled with unwillingness. No, this can't be. In that case, she has no reason to oppose me. Why? The contractor. You're on the horse now. Witnessed the Frost Queen's outburst just now. And the dazed Phantom. Wen Yin then looked at the Frost Queen. Your eyes are blue. The Frost Queen changed the topic. Blood. Of course, it's white. What are you talking about? Phantom was slightly irritated. But there was no time for idle chatter now. He immediately activated his white armor. You know exactly what I'm talking about. With those words, Phantom quickly charged at the ice sorceress with his sword. The Phantoms below tried to block Phantom. Phantom immediately activated his fusion skill, Night Watcher. Shadow Wall. The shadows blended with Phantom as he moved. Like a swift sword, he pierced through the Phantom army. It was like an uninhabited realm. Soon, Phantom, as a shadow, passed through. He appeared beside the ice sorceress. The ice sorceress, knocked down, seemed to give up, struggling weakly. It was clear, looking at the outcome. You're stronger than me. Phantom didn't stop. He swung. The black dragon Fong swiftly cut. The death of the ice sorceress also meant the liberation of the Banshee. Returning to the time when the door was knocked, it was the anxious fall of the Banshee's sister. Ice sorceress. I was wrong. Please spare me. Just punish me. Don't turn my family into banshees. However, as the doorknob turned and the door opened, a soft light indeed emerged. Good daughter. Oh, sorry. I did it to sell all the tiger skins. Sorry for coming back late. To make it up to you, I bought some sweet rolls. Look at my memory. I left without adding firewood. You must be freezing, seeing their sister and parents. This time, they cried tears of joy. You all, why did you come back so late? My dear daughter. It was my fault. You must have waited so long. The family was finally reunited. The three Banshee siblings were finally freed. At that moment, the Phantom, having ended the battle, looked at the disappearing Banshee siblings. Have they gone to heaven? I don't know about heaven. I can't quite remember. Either way, I hope they find happiness. After defeating the Ice Witch and resting a bit, the Frost Queen suggested, let's go back. The Phantom hesitated a little. Wait a moment. Before we go back, there's one more thing I need to do. Earlier, the Ice Witch said something strange. The Queen was puzzled. Something strange? You were focused on the battle, so you probably didn't hear it. She suddenly mentioned something about those people. The Phantom then cast Soul Whisper to peer into the Ice Witch's memories. One day, while doing her usual experiments, a voice called out, spending time alone in a place like this? Ice Witch, pleased to meet you. The Ice Witch, disturbed during her experiment, was very annoyed. Who are you? The man, wearing an elegant smile, apologized for the sudden visit. My name is. The Ice Witch, irritated, cut him off. I didn't ask for your name. I simply wanted to have a brief chat with you. Seeing this, the Ice Sorceress immediately launched an attack. Countless ice spikes shot towards the man. However, the ice spikes could not even get within 3 feet of the man. It's not just you who hates them. Wen Yin, the Ice Sorceress, was somewhat mistaken. What did you say? I am a magician searching for monsters like you. Also a member of the Demon Association. One of the 9 heavens revered by the world. I'm ranked 5th. My name is Isaac Dever. The Frost Queen was greatly shocked by this news. The Nine Heavens. Phantom was also slightly surprised to actually meet the rumored Nine Heavens Isaac. The Queen looked at Phantom. I've only heard rumors. Is this your first time meeting her? Phantom nodded. Yes. The personal information of those called the Nine Heavens is almost never made public. I see. Wait a minute. Then who are they? And why are they called the Nine Heavens? Well, I heard it from Dehang. It's not something that can be explained in just a few words. The Queen used her frost power to create an ice throne for herself. I have plenty of time. Tell me more. Then Phantom began to explain. Although this is something that all people on Earth know now, the name Nine Heavens hasn't been around for long. The first person to call themselves Heaven was a demon from 11 years ago. He called himself Heaven in front of the people and said he wanted to achieve great things. The Queen was puzzled. Then everyone must have thought he was very strange. Of course, everyone thought he was completely insane. Everyone who saw him mocked him. Did you ask him? So did he just silently endure? Phantom looked up at the Frost Queen. No, he killed all those people. That's how he made such a shocking entrance. Although not as powerful as the graduate giants, he single-handedly took down the elite of a major guild. Standing atop a mountain of bodies he built himself, he declared, I am the Demon King. He became the leader of the current Demon Association. That's how the first heaven appeared. This shocking news plunged people into unease. Demons rampaged through the first and second layers. In this era dominated by demons, players urgently needed new strategies, a symbol capable of opposing the Demon King. Thus, the second heaven, the Thunder Emperor, appeared. Yaksha River from the Charm Bao Guild and the Silent Moon built it. To keep the Demon King in check, 8 people came together to form the Eightfold Heaven, and the 9 heavens came into being. Then, 5 years ago, the Demon King appeared in the capital of the Roban Empire, Sitlan. From here on, let me handle this alone. Will you be alright on your own? The Demon King laughed. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Can you handle it? These are all the new elites of the graduate giants. Sitlan said no more. Once I'm done here, I'll come to assist you. Haha, you're bold. Such a daring fellow. Why did you even come here? No one welcomes you here. That's exactly why I came. Before I fall, I want to prove to you the worth of the first heaven. Without wasting words, he drew his sword and unleashed memory death, striking at the Demon King. The Demon King, invigorated by battle, countered with steel rebound against the attack. At the same time, gathering magic in his left hand, he shouted maniacally, Heavens, isn't it too cold? The defender parried with ringed sword, struggling to hold his ground. As the two clashed, with a loud explosion, Jiyu was knocked back several meters before finally steadying himself. This scene made Jiyu, the Thunder Emperor, and Shun Sheng feel the power of the Demon King. Wei Tianxue smashed down the 9 lakes. Then the 4 of them simultaneously charged at the Demon King. Phantom continued. If the Demon King's realm were 1 level higher, they would all have fallen that day. The Frost Queen also became interested. What happened to the Demon King later? The Demon King's subordinate, Valencia, defeated the elite players alone and took the injured Demon King away. Thus, Citron gained recognition and became a heaven, a duel and proof. The Demon King finally achieved his goal and disappeared. After dealing with the ice sorceress, the dwarves finally migrated to Hamel Canyon. To celebrate the migration, the canyon was lively. The fireworks were dazzling. Ji was also very happy, not just for helping the dwarves migrate, but more for seeing Phantom, such a strong star. It turned out that the 9 Heavens members, exhausted from the earlier battle, could not stop the Demon King from disappearing. They missed their best chance. At this moment, Phantom also took out the Ice Sorcerer's box. Task reward, Frozen Heart. After use, mana will be increased by 15. Looking at the Frozen Heart, Phantom fell into thought. The Demon King is not causing trouble now, not because he is recovering. His internal injuries should have been healed long ago. He is at the peak of this world, and is elevating to a higher realm. This is why I need to become stronger, because this world might be destroyed by him alone. The Frost Queen happily participated in the dwarves' housewarming feast. At this moment, Jiyu also stepped forward to ask Phantom, have you decided what weapon you want the dwarves to make for you? Phantom turned his head and said, I've thought of several. Several? Phantom smiled. After all, they didn't say they would only make me one. It seems like it's something. You really are an interesting person. I hope you come to the 3rd floor soon. Since we're talking about this, can you tell me the conditions for entering the 3rd layer? Haha. Even if I wanted to tell you, I can't say. Do you know about the trials of knowledge? The Phantom scratched his head. I see. Alright, I can tell you one thing. The Silent Moon Guild, and I suspect that each odd-numbered layer has a layer boss. The Phantom looked at the joyful Frost Queen. A layer boss? The Frost Queen is the ultimate monster of the 1st layer. Does that mean there's no ultimate monster on the 2nd layer? Then what exactly are the conditions to enter the 3rd layer? Seeing the Phantom deep in thought, Ji laughed. It's not that difficult. Actually, many people have already qualified to enter the 3rd layer, but due to the special environment, they can't move freely. Do you still have the horizon lens you got last time? The Phantom seemed to understand something. In that case, go find Duke Subert. He's one of the Empire's 2 giants. Go look for him. Ding ding ding. The system panel popped up, interrupting Jiu's words. Both of them received a message at the same time. You have a new notice of fairness. The Phantom was a bit confused. Notice of fairness? He opened it to check. Layer 2 manager Reggie posted a message in an impatient tone. Damn it. The shop opens in 1 week. Come if you want, I don't care. GU read the message. It's not really urgent. The Phantom. This is the first time I've received a notice, but what's with the manager's tone? That's just his personality. By the way, the shop is opening soon. Do you have enough player points? Right now, I have over 80,000 points. That probably won't be enough. You'll need at least 200,000. There will be many valuable items there. As for me, my guild uploads my strategy videos. That's how I earn player points. It's hard to earn player points on your own, right? Phantom nodded. Yes. Do you have any good suggestions? You should regularly check the matchmaking taskbar in the community features. I sometimes check it. It should be helpful to you. Phantom immediately checked it. Matchmaking taskbar. If you have time, open the taskbar first. I'll leave now. Seeing the time, Phantom then realized. It's already this late. Thanks for your hard work. It's fine. You've worked harder than me. Because if it were me, I would have just stalled the Banshee directly. Also, next time, let's speak more casually. After all, we're not that far apart in age. Phantom smiled. Sure. In her heart, she thought. Although at my age, I could be his father. Well, see you next time. With that, GU jumped down from the platform. She gripped the sword handle with her right hand. She activated her skill. One sword across the heavens. The ground beneath her feet became brilliantly shining, as if a space was shattering in half. Phantom watched as GU left. His determination to grow stronger became even more intense. The scene shifted. Phantom, having prepared the weapon blueprints, found Gudiel. I said, Suju and how? You want me to make all of this? Phantom showed no hesitation. Yes. Is that a problem? Do you want to reduce the few short swords I added last? Gudiel let out a sigh. He teased. When I forged a sword for GU before, I said that guy was draining everything from him. Turns out, the real one draining everything is someone else. Phantom subconsciously swallowed, looking a bit nervous. He looked somewhat tense. But then, Gudel broke into a smile. Hey everyone, are you enjoying the festival? The dwarves all cheerfully replied. Gudel continued. Well, it's time to work. Let's light the fire. The forge roared with blazing flames. Gudel joined the forging team to craft weapons for the Phantom. While waiting, let's check the quest log. The Phantom opened the system panel, opened the matchmaking quest log, consumed 500 player points. Seeing that, the Frost Queen was displeased by the high cost of points. Contractor, this is way too expensive. The Phantom sighed helplessly. There's no other way. The Queen lowered her expectations. Can't you skip checking the quest log? No way. The Phantom ignored her and kept going anyway. Soon, the Phantom's consciousness entered the system. Inside, he saw many other players around him. Their IDs were hidden, but their levels were visible. Observing, the Phantom spoke up. Looks like this is an arena. The Frost Queen, watching closely, looked a bit puzzled. An arena? Humph. It hides players' true identities and allows you to challenge high-level players to earn player points through battles. There's even a ranking system. The bored Queen poked the Phantom's head with her finger, curious. By the looks of it, some people probably do nothing but this, day and night, just to earn player points. To reach at least 200,000 points would take serious effort. You've been matched with a new opponent. Humph. I won easily anyway. So boring. The mechanical head read the system introduction. Dingling level. 760 battles, 0 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. 100,000 player points reward. This is the first time for a newbie to come here for hunting, right? They can earn player points effortlessly. Data loaded. The two entered PK. Battlefield HGN. The mechanism head looked at the shadow in front. Haha. He hid his information? Huh? How cute. So cute. Focused on hunting. And then a confused player walks in. Even if their level is high, they probably don't know how to handle player battles. This is real combat, though it might hurt a little, but you won't die. Sorry, newbie, for your first player battle. As the duel ended, the mechanism head quickly ran toward Phantom, preparing to finish it off. The mechanism head thought victory was assured. Player points were secured. However, the mechanism head's rapid thrust was easily countered by Phantom. With a counterpunch, Phantom struck directly at the mechanism head's face. The powerful force accelerated the mechanism head's own momentum, crashing with a loud bang. The explosion centered around the mechanism head. Phantom's power pierced right through the mechanism head, breaking the ground behind him. With Phantom's unstoppable momentum in the duel, many of those he defeated began to complain. I'd like to ask, can you use hacks in matchmaking? The moment the match started, it showed that I lost. It left me really confused. This unheard-of discovery instantly sparked a wave of laughter. Huh, didn't you get one shot by the revival? Check my profile before you speak. I not only have a guild, but my level is 120. What? It's actually true? At this moment, others also shared their experiences. That's happened to me recently. I lost right from the start. That's because you're weak. Haha. No. Looks like what he said is true. Was the opponent using a sword? A sword. I got taken down by someone with a spear. Me too. I was floored in one move by a spear user. Wasn't it a halberd? Haha. Whether it's a spear or a halberd, what's the difference? Haha. Sorry to interrupt your chat. Wasn't it a dagger? It was a bow. I got headshot with an arrow. I'm a level 117 tank, but I got knocked out by 2 shield bashes. Haha. That's just absurd. Can't even argue. Seeing so many people getting one-shot like this. Someone couldn't hold back and cursed. Damn it. Looks like cheats are running rampant. Just how many people are using them? Everyone, email the devs. Even if they ignore other stuff, they have to care about this. Meanwhile, the Phantom had no idea about the chatter outside. He was still farming player points in the arena. The long-haired man fighting Phantom leapt forward, swinging down with his spear. The Phantom casually sidestepped and teased him. Well, you're pretty good with that spear. The long-haired man was shocked. No way. How did you know what weapon I'm using? He quickly drew his galaxy spear and lunged at Phantom, facing the spear thrust. The Phantom remained completely calm as the man closed in. The Phantom pulled out a handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flashed with sparks. That makes 80,000 points now. Earning points is harder than I thought. Ding! Congratulations on your victory. You will now return to the waiting room. The Phantom waited patiently, somewhat puzzled. Everyone hardly accepts matchmaking invitations anymore. The Queen smiled. You're too strong. Some even misunderstand, thinking you're using hacks. Phantom helplessly sighed. Really? I was hoping to at least accumulate 500,000 points. But you've earned a lot in such a short time. I wonder how many points the person with the most points has. Well, maybe 10 million. Could even be addicted. At this moment, a system message arrived. Ding 00. Leiji, Su Juanhao, let's meet. Phantom opened the system panel. He looked at the message, slightly surprised. The Frost Queen. Leiji, isn't this the administrator from the second floor? At this moment, Phantom and the Frost Queen were forcibly teleported. Phantom was confused. What's going on? I didn't do anything wrong. Phantom, hurriedly teleported into the administrator's office, appeared at the scene. In the battle, Phantom obediently stood, looking at the message screen, feeling a bit embarrassed. After a while, Leiji spoke and questioned. Hey, what's going on with you? Why are you making me handle hundreds of emails every day? I usually process emails directly using a microkernel system. Then I go take a nap. Phantom seemed a bit dismissive. I see. He became cautious in his mind. This person is Leiji. I need to be careful. Come over here. With Leiji's finger motion, Phantom and the Queen were once again teleported to Leiji's side. The Queen was speechless. No, is it really necessary to do this again? Just look at my name. You should know. I'm a slow-paced person. But the higher-ups told me to report this thoroughly, so it's become a hassle. I'll do a rough check and let you go. Just wait here for now. The Phantom thought to himself. So Reggie isn't angry. He's just lazy. Name, Su Juanhao. Not a fake name. Nationality, country age, year of birth. What the heck? You're really over 50? Has Earth's cosmetic technology improved that much? Special record. Defeated the first layer boss 26 years ago. Reggie also noticed something. Wait, are you the legendary Phantom? Even the Frost Queen was surprised. She didn't recognize him at first glance. Reggie cleared the data board and carefully examined the Phantom. So this is what you look like. I found it troublesome. So I never checked your records. Turns out you're one of the 5 heroes. And that little one behind you is the Frost Queen. Huh? The Queen hugged the Phantom. How rude of him. Reggie looked at the two of them. Phantom and the Frost Queen. No matter what the other managers think, I still believe in you. Hurry up and clear the 10th layer, so I can finally retire. Damn it. Forget the investigation. I'm done. No abnormalities found. The Phantom was a bit speechless. So that's what he really wanted all along. Wait a second. I shouldn't be like this. Seems like I've wasted too much of your time. For Chieni's sister's sake. It seems like I've wasted too much of your time. To show my gratitude to Sister Chieni, how about I give you some compensation? Phantom couldn't quite follow Leiji's thinking. Compensation? I'm opening a shop soon, you know. You can come to me when you've earned 800,000 points. Phantom was taken aback. 800,000 points, that's a bit much. Seeing this, Leiji fixed his gaze on Phantom. Then we have a deal. You'll save up the points, right? Right? You will. Helplessly, facing Leiji like this, Phantom could only reluctantly agree. After all, this was for my own good. Wow, this is unstoppable. Hey, didn't you say this was a hack? No. The administrator already issued a clarification notice. Really? Wawa actually won every battle with his own strength in the challenge system. Maybe he thinks it's boring to fight against lower-level people. Xu Xia, who was listening to their conversation, became very curious. What's going on? Upon hearing Xu Xia's voice, Chen Shan turned around and smiled. Princess, did you get stood up last night? Xu Xia's anger immediately flared up upon hearing this, but she still forced a smile. No. Instead, I asked, can you share some of your luck with me? What are you talking about? Is it about matchmaking? Yes. Didn't you also get obsessed with matchmaking for a while? Recently, there's a new player who's very strong. He's been on a winning streak since day one. Some people suspect he's using hacks. Now he's even beating 120 level players. Upon hearing this, Xu Xia was fully intrigued. What? So strong? And he's only level 76. Isn't this impressive? This person is really skilled with weapons. His current record is 27 wins, 0 losses. After hearing their introduction, Xu Xiao immediately thought of the Phantom. What's this person's nickname? After asking, Xu Xia entered the system duel arena and challenged the Phantom. Battlefield, Antarctica. Looking at the shadow in front of him, this person must be the rumored new player 76. What's going on? I didn't even hear the sound of him drawing his sword. Is he really only level 76? This is the Phantom's powerful weapon. Launching the first attack. Wow, is he that impressive? Then let me warm up a bit. Shuxia stomped the ground hard. The temperature around him spiked. A blazing flame enveloped him, forming a wall of fire. Although his moves, they were just fast. I won't hold back just because he's younger than me. However, the Phantom slashed with his sword and split the firewall in two. Seeing this, Shuxia was greatly shocked. He's going to face me head. Looking at the split firewall, Shuxia quickly snapped out of his shock. The sword was getting closer. Shuxia thought to himself, realizing the danger. Using his years of battle experience, he raised his head and activated the skill Invincible Fire. A burst of different sparks collided with the sharp sword in midair. The powerful impact from the explosive material sent both of them staggering. Shuxia, now back on his feet, focused on the Phantom. He's only level 76. I can't lose so easily. However, just as he made a move, a sharp sound cut through the air. Shuxia looked up and realized. This left Shuxia's heart in turmoil for a long time. What happened? Is it over already? However, at this moment, the Phantom sheathed his sword. Shuxia, who was watching, was somewhat confused. Then she realized, was he trying to let me win? Looking at Phantom from the perspective of a strong person, looking down on her, Shuxia felt a great sense of shame. No way. I am the leader of the Charmbao Guild. She immediately stood up and tied her hair. This junior, you've made the wrong choice. From now on, let's have a good match. I'll use all my strength. Shuxia controlled a fireball and attacked Phantom. She quickly followed up with a chase. Phantom continued to dodge with ease. However, numerous fireballs exploded with a huge bang. Shuxia, still controlling the fireballs, aimed to capture Phantom. At this moment, Phantom, in the blazing flames, was locked onto by Shuxia. Shuxia quickly flashed in front of Phantom. The fireball in her hand struck straight at Phantom. The moment the fireball was released, a bright flash erupted. Phantom closed his eyes and adjusted his posture. Shuxia's fireball was once again easily blocked by Phantom. This surprised Shuxia once again. However, how could Shuxia, giving her all, let Phantom off easily? She quickly launched another chase. Shuxia relentlessly pursued Phantom. Several times, she almost hit Phantom, but every time, it was as if Phantom always easily dodged. Shuxia, seeing no opportunity, quickly adjusted her stance. She turned and kicked toward Phantom's face. This time, Phantom was forced into an awkward position. He couldn't dodge this direct hit. He quickly braced his posture with force. With his left hand, he forcefully grabbed Shuxia's foot. A burst of fiery energy expanded rapidly. Phantom sensed the danger. Phantom suddenly halted and pushed forward with great force. Shuxia also noticed Phantom's movement. Both of them noticed the other attacking. What Shuxia didn't expect was that Phantom used the same kicking move as hers. While Shuxia was still in shock, Phantom drove his sword into the ground. He used his legs to exert force. He kicked Shuxia out of the air. The fallen Shuxia quickly reacted. He turned and used his skill Invincible Fire again. However, this time it was pointless. The Phantom had already anticipated Shuxia being defeated again. His heartbeat grew faster. This made him realize that the person before him wasn't a genius at all, but a monster like Xinxing and Jiyu. At this point, the Phantom finally spoke up. Do you know Phantom? How could I not know? He's the player I respect the most. No wonder your combat style is so similar to his. When using attribute skills to attack, you shouldn't focus on defense. Otherwise, your body will become stiff. If you're afraid of being hit, either feint first and then attack, or just strike directly. Shuxia, still confused, asked, what? Then, during the use of attribute skills, combine it with strikes. Cover up the gaps while observing carefully. This way, you can find the right moment to attack. After hearing this, Shuxia still didn't understand. Why? Why are you telling me this? We're clearly strangers. Maybe because you're cute. Shuxia's face instantly turned bright red. What? He quickly opened the panel and forfeited, getting up, feeling somewhat at a loss. What's that? I've already paid. If it's not enough, I'll properly thank you later. I'll challenge you again once I fix my weaknesses. Prepare yourself. Also, thank you for teaching me this. With Shuxia's forfeit, the duel arena began to fade. The Phantom earned 180,000 player points. Looking at Shuxia from earlier, the Phantom couldn't help but be puzzled. Looks like fire attribute players are easily embarrassed. The Frost Queen couldn't help but tease. You're so clueless about these things. Anyway, I've already accumulated 810,000 points. The Queen also nodded in approval. Finally gathered them. Phantom, upon exiting, opened the panel. The administrator's shop is about to open. It should be in about an hour. By the way, I need to contact Skya first. The Queen, who was drinking water, was suddenly startled. Wait a second. What are you doing? Why are you contacting that mage? Phantom, being pulled by the pain, kept moving. Of course, I have something to ask her for. At that moment, a white-gloved finger poked at the Frost Queen. The Queen, who felt something was wrong, looked like a balloon being popped. You shouldn't be able to just come in here. Skya looked at Phantom and smiled. It's fine. Have you met Xinsheng? Upon hearing Phantom mention it, Skya's expression instantly changed. She gritted her teeth. You mean that Yicha? Yes, I've met him. I'm going to get rid of that guy sooner or later. Phantom felt a bit nervous after hearing this. What's going on now? Facing the angry Skya, the Frost Queen felt a chill in her heart. Skya below muttered. The guy's all talk. He's good for nothing. Claiming he's a spatial musician. I'm embarrassed for him. Really? But aren't you a grand mage? Skya's eyes widened in fury. Su Juanhao, who are you working for? Are you with Gilberto Mio and Lamitard? Skya seemed a bit angry. What did you say? You'd better explain to me. What shocking thing did you encounter? Phew. Skya let out a deep breath. She put down her red tea and began to recall what happened. Thank you for coming upon invitation. I am the space musician. Shensheng. People also call me Yicha. Sijia, implanting the theme. Alright, Mr. Shensheng. Let's get straight to the point. I want to ask you for a favor. Please don't post about hunting the demon on social media. Why? I heard you just recently got out of the frozen state. In my personal judgment, going hunting alone right now is a reckless action. And if you record it, would it expose your every move on social media? What if the Demon Association decides to encircle you? What will you do then? So you mean I'm not as strong as before, and I shouldn't act recklessly. Exactly. If you continue like this, you'll die. Senior, I can't tell if you're worried about me or giving me orders. Both. What if I pull off a hostage-taking act? Jiao was speechless. What? A hostage? Are you talking about me? Seeing the tension between the two, the secretary couldn't help but sweat. Shensheng continued. It's not 25 years ago anymore, when you were still an absolute powerhouse. What I'm saying is, now you can't move as freely as before. You have to be more. There's no harm in being cautious. You must act carefully. After hearing this, Sijia stood up and cast teleportation magic to leave. During the spell's activation, Sijia muttered, "Thanks for the tea." Although it didn't taste that great, the secretary nodded and bowed in understanding. The secretary nodded and bowed with good judgment. Please take care, Grand Mage. After Skya left, the secretary quickly turned to look at Shensheng. President, what are you planning to do? He's still someone who's recorded in textbooks. What's wrong with that? I didn't say anything wrong. But, honestly, he's a higher level expert. Isn't what you said a little too hurtful to his pride? Shensheng wasn't concerned. Level. If we're comparing, he and Shuxia are on the same level. The secretary refuted. No, he's better. After all, one strike is all it takes for a hero to remain a hero forever. Yes. But in this day and age, even heroes need to be cautious. By the way, have you talked to Shuxia? You mean about inviting Su Juanhao to participate in the next raid? He's currently looking for the right moment to invite him. All right. Don't rush. This is going to get interesting. After telling the story, the sound of her tea and the table breaking filled the air. Calm down, Skya. But he might have a point. What point? You mean the annoying things he said? Phantom continued. Actually, I've thought about this too. Since the Nine Heavens personally stepped in to warn us, it must have been carefully considered. But if we hadn't been frozen, we would definitely be dozens of times stronger than them now. No matter the reason, the fact is, they are stronger than us now. Once you become an absolute powerhouse again, then you can speak freely in front of Shensheng. Tell him not to interfere in other people's lives. And tell that hot-headed kid not to boss around you, his senior. With that said, Sijia looked at the Phantom. Go ahead. What's the matter? The Phantom was momentarily confused. What's the matter? Didn't you say you needed a favor? What is it? Right? Last time when I dealt with the demon, I got some inspiration. Then I took out the white armor. I want you to cast some magic. Well, it's made of mithril, but you want me to cast magic on it? The Phantom immediately smiled mischievously. Yes, sister. Sijia helplessly turned to look at the Phantom. It's not impossible, but it will take a lot of time. It's troublesome. The Phantom immediately said, if you're willing to help me, I'll give this to you. I've glanced through the Lich's spellbook. It should be helpful to your magical economy. That Lich guy even planned for his old age. He even recorded all the content for the magic courses. Sijia wanted to check it out, but the Phantom quickly pulled it back and smiled at Sijia. You need to cast 3 types of magic on it. Can you do that? Sister. Seeing this, Sijia also smiled. It will probably take about a month. Alright. Even if it's just to become stronger. I promise. After the transaction was completed, Skya left. The Frost Queen, who had been clinging to the ceiling for a long time, also returned to the ground. She lay down on the floor, looking dejected. Contractor? I'm finished now. What happened? The Grand Mage has marked me with a tracking rune. I can never escape him now. Phew. If you listen to me carefully, I'll help you get rid of it. Just use Dark Watcher to cancel this spell. The Frost Queen instantly came back to life upon hearing this. Really? You've made me feel touched for the first time. Ding ding ding. The administrator's shop is now open. You can send an entry request through the forum window. Enter the administrator's shop. A series of operation prompts sounded. Both of them were still a bit confused. What's going on? I haven't sent the entry request yet. Looks like that woman has once again brought us in. Soon, Phantom and the Frost Queen were transported to the shop. Did you gather the player points? A total of 800,000 points. Barely gathered them. Leiji smiled. Of course. After all, I issued a public notice. You had to gather them. This is the administrator's shop. However, it's smaller than I imagined. Leiji explained. Each shop has different types of goods. Different administrators have different shop themes. I am still an administrator, but I can't identify items yet, so you need to be careful with your purchases. Then why did you want me to gather 800,000 player points? Leiji was speechless upon hearing this. What are you talking about? When did I ever say that? Don't you know everything is being monitored now? If the higher-ups hear this, there will be big trouble. You better keep quiet and quietly find what you need. The two of them were a bit stunned. The Frost Queen whispered, she's really so willful. Wow. Is this a potion? It looks pretty good. This is the 100-year Ice River Herb. Although it smells nice, its effect is minimal. It's just for show, but it costs 300,000 player points, so it's not worth it. The newspapers lately really have. After hearing the hint, the Phantom turned his gaze elsewhere. He picked up a potion and looked at it. This is growth leaf. It's excellent for improving stamina, but it makes the user smell like flowers. The strong fragrance makes it impossible for the user to ambush or hide. This is very useful information. By the way, there's no time limit in the shop, so you can trust your own judgment and luck. Take your time picking. Use your own strength to search well. Phantom swung through the air, creating sparkling points of light. Although I want to retire, I am still a fair manager. The Phantom looked at the sparkling lights in the air. A smile inevitably appeared. I didn't expect him to help me in this way. As the light points continued, the Phantom continued exploring the items in the shop. What a scam. They don't even provide item information. What am I supposed to buy? Should I buy the box of Poker Cross for 700,000 player points? Seeing the Phantom staring at the box of Poker Cross, Reggie began to complain. Why are you taking so long? Aren't you a hero? Why are you so clueless? You're just wasting player points. After hearing this, the Phantom gradually realized there might be a way to effectively use these 800,000 player points. In that case, let's look for it again. Soon, Mita's holy water and Kreesang's heart. It's said that Mita's holy water represents the Een attribute. If you can't withstand the cold, you might freeze to death. And Kreesang's heart. If you don't have dark power, you can't even touch it. Leiji also noticed that Phantom had found 2 potions, casually introducing them. These potions, one costs 400,000 player points. 2 potions, and Phantom's heart is filled with joy. This is it. Buy it. It may not be for others, but for me, these are the perfect potions. So that's why he asked me to save 800,000 player points for these 2. Just right. 800,000 player points. With the successful transaction, the 2 potions were added to Phantom's system panel. Thank you, Leiji. Thank me for selling you the items? Phantom chuckled. You should be an actor with that performance. But can I ask you one question? Leiji also smiled. I don't have much time. Ask something simple. All players can use this shop, right? In that case, can demons use it too? Why don't they? Sorry, administrators don't interfere with player matters. Actually, we can't interfere. Phantom and the Queen both stared at Leiji. So why is that? It's a rule set by the higher-up. Phantom felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Higher-ups? Who exactly are they referring to? The scope of the gods is a bit broad. I'm going to sleep. Sorry. You should leave now. With Reggie's applause, the illusion was once again transmitted with data swarming. Wait, you finished speaking? No, I refuse. Back at the residence, the illusion looked at the spiritual medicine it had bought. This person really does as they please. However, this time it was still a gain. The Queen reminded, but the Een energy on it is too strong. You can't bear it yet. Even with EX level frost power, it's still not enough. Although it's a pity, the Een energy won't disappear with the passing of time. Looks like you'll need to take spiritual medicine now. Wenyan's Frost Queen said proactively. Okay, I'll help you with the wind. Then the illusion prepared to use shadow power. Took out the spiritual medicine. Looking at the spiritual medicine in front of it, the illusion adjusted its mindset and prepared to take it. Alone for life, the illusion swallowed the spiritual medicine in one go. A powerful energy surged through the illusion's body. The illusion gritted its teeth, enduring and absorbing the medicinal power. The immense medicinal power made the illusion's shadow power grow rapidly. After a long adjustment and absorption, finally, the system prompt sounded. Magic value increased by 50 points. Dark attribute affinity increased. Su Juanhao, level 76. Title: Spring Pioneer. 3 total. Strength value: 238. Stamina value: 227. Speed value: 225. Magic value: 277. Reputation: 3,850. Like the tangible power of shadows, it also made Phantom feel an incredibly powerful force. After absorbing the Phantom, I have surpassed my previous peak. Now, I can awaken another companion, but that will reduce my power once again. Such a dilemma. The scene shifts. The dwarves square. Saya and Phantom watched Goodyear, who brought the saved weapon. The dwarves typically wouldn't make weapons for those with fragile minds, because such people cannot use weapons made by dwarves. Take it. It's like giving it to someone worthy. Other weapons are almost done. Thank you. Then, I leave it to you. Then, the two left with their weapons. Saya waved playfully, looking back. Goodbye. Returning to life, Phantom still insisted on training. Phantom, running at full speed, was still lost in thought. A great battle would soon break out in Bertline. Would it be better to have one more hero, or to enhance my own strength? I still haven't decided. At this moment, Phantom was running faster and faster. Gradually, He was moving faster than the crowd. Just as he overtook the crowd, Phantom activated super speed again. Boom! With the boost from super, Phantom flew out like a streak of light. Although I have surpassed my past self, I'm not very confident. After all, there are just too many strong people in this world now. Ultimately, I'll only know if I try myself. After a day of training, Phantom arrived at a beach in Bertline, looking at the beautiful sunset and the vast ocean. The queen was very happy. It's the ocean. I've only seen the ocean through an airplane window. Speaking of which, this is the first time you've come to the beach with me, right? At this moment, Phantom noticed a cliff. From the geographical location, it's very suitable to launch an attack there. If I use that place, I can fully utilize the end of the horizon. But the demons will definitely think the same way. Then, the illusion asked the Frost Queen, Frost, which looks higher, the cliff or the clock tower? Onion's queen also looked at it. In my opinion, the cliff is a bit higher. Listening to Dad, the illusion laughed. Really? Then I'll use the clock tower. However, the Frost Queen looked at the illusion, puzzled and spoke. Didn't you say you would use the clock tower? Why are you digging a pit here? Think about it. Why would I deliberately give the advantageous terrain to the enemy? Onion's Frost Queen understood. So you're setting a trap. Correct. The demons will surely want to occupy the better position, and I'll bury them all beneath my feet. After a long setup, the illusion finally completed the trap prepared for the demons. The Frost Queen didn't expect that the dwarves actually gave the illusion bombs. The illusion laughed. These are not ordinary bombs. They're specially made bombs. The bombs are already fully buried. Just press the remote control, and it's done. Onion's queen screamed suddenly. Contractor. A system prompt came through. The illusion was somewhat confused. Why is Dehang suddenly? He then opened the message to read. Gilberto's son is in danger. Hurry over. After reading the message, the illusion was horrified. What? Yaksu is in danger? Upon hearing the news that Yaksu was missing, the illusion rushed to Dehang's office as fast as possible. The illusion asked as it approached, what happened to Yaksu? Dehang had a painful, regretful look on his face. It's all my fault. Wasn't he doing well in Destin? Destin is actually not a good place. Dehang exhaled. Have you heard of the Watchers? Phantom looked confused. The Watchers? You mean the Dark Watchers? Looks like you still don't know. The Watchers are adult AU. They formed a group about 10 years ago. The name is indeed based on the Dark Watchers. This name represents his will to inherit Phantom's legacy, and the purpose of the group he formed was to restrain the demon folk. How come I've never heard of him doing such things? Because AU asked me not to tell you. He said he didn't want to be a burden to you, so he asked me not to tell you. Phantom was really angry. Then you should have told me. What if Gilberto unseals and finds out something happened to his son? I agreed after hearing that your level was reset, because it was obvious. Even if you were reluctant, you would still help him. Sorry. After hearing this, Phantom felt conflicted again. In the end, this time it's still because I'm not strong enough. Damn it. Dehang continued, and AU is no longer a child. He will be 30 soon. He reached level 110 6 months ago. Then he has been investigating the demon folk. The location is in Destin. Phantom, who was still somewhat frustrated with his strength, turned to look at Dehang again. Leaders. He's been investigating this, because it concerns the demon folk connected to the leaders, so he's been tracking them for 3 years. This is the report AU sent me today. Phantom opened the panel and started reviewing it. Gourmet Guild. The target is regularly communicating with the master. Upon seeing this, Phantom blurted out. The master is a powerful being who can devour abilities. The master is a powerful being who can devour abilities. The Frost Queen also started to list things. Arrogance, despair, anger, silence, jealousy, laziness, and food. Dehang was somewhat confused. What are you talking about? The Frost Queen explained. This is Yaksu from the Demon Association's 7 team. It seems like he's investigating the food group within. After reading this, the illusion was helpless. This guy is really bold. Dehang took out 2 photos. After I received the report, I couldn't get in touch with him. And this is his current situation. The illusion looked at the photos. His expression grew serious. Damn it. Contact Skya immediately. Tell him to bring what he's working on over. Upon seeing this, Dehang immediately stood up. Got it. Skya, who received the message, used magic. He quickly arrived above Liangren. I clearly told you. It will take some time. Why are you so anxious? The illusion looked at Skya, who still cared about the dramatic entrance. Yaksu is in danger. Skya was somewhat confused. Yaksu? Who? The illusion was also stunned. What? You really don't know? Skya muttered Yaksu's name. Yaksu. Yaksu. Are you talking about Gilberto's son? Just as he finished speaking, Skya was shocked by himself. Wait, he's in. That guy, who's even worse than a cockroach, actually dares to bully my little cutie? Skya. Activate Skya's formation. We need to wake up his father. Although the responsibility for this matter is mine, I, as the uncle, have not done enough. But please, you must help me find Yaksu. Don't worry, I'll bring him back without a scratch. You'll look older if you keep frowning. We'll be back soon. Scene transition. In a dark cave, there stood 2 ice sculptures. The illusion and Skya entered. At this moment, Skya spoke. Although I agree to wake up Gilberto for Yaksu, are you sure you're okay? This will cause your stats to drop again. It's fine. Fortunately, My magic power has increased a lot recently. We don't have time, let's go. Quick, act now. The illusion didn't hesitate. It reached out and touched Gilberto's ice sculpture. Ding! The system panel popped up. When lifting the seal, you will permanently lose 30 magic points. You will be cursed by the cold. For the next 20 days, all stats will be reduced by 50%. For the next 90 days, you will not be able to lift the ice sculpture's seal. After hearing this, the illusion felt much more at ease. Compared to last time, the punishment this time has been reduced. Later, Skaya and the Frost Queen looked at the illusion with concern. Gilberto, it's time to wake up. The cracking sound continued. The ice sculpture began to shatter. As the ice completely exploded, the illusion suddenly felt a shift in its mindset. The curse of the cold has entered your body. You have permanently lost 30 magic points. The illusion, recovering, looked at the now. Are you okay? The illusion reached out, but Gilberto grabbed it. Don't touch my hat. Seeing this scene, the illusion smiled slightly. Skaya, seeing this, also felt relieved. You're still the same as before. That's really great. Gilberto looked around. Where is this dirty place? Skaya yelled angrily. You brat, this is my home. Gilberto said nothing more, cleaning off the remaining ice and blood from his body. What about those two people? The illusion immediately replied. It's not the right time yet. Wait until the timing is right. Then we'll choose one to lift the ice seal. Just like you and Skaya did. Skaya was speechless after hearing this analogy. Do you think this is a lottery? Gilberto suddenly became serious. It seems that trusting you in the end was the right decision. He quickly drew his gun and pointed it forward. The Frost Queen, with the gun pointed at her face, quickly raised her hand. Ajahn, this person is emitting the same cold aura I sensed before. Seeing this, the illusion quickly intervened. Hey, calm down. Let me explain what's going on here. I will explain everything to you clearly, but there's something more important right now. Your son Yaksu is missing. Gilberto, once quick and alert, was stunned. His mind was buzzing. He was completely shaken. Listen carefully. Gilberto, it's been 26 years since we were frozen. Yaksu has grown up. He's now tracking demons. I know this must be confusing for you, but the reason we woke you up is because... Gilberto interrupted, turning around. Let's talk while walking. Lead the way. As the illusion walked, it suddenly remembered white armor. Wait, before we head out, Skaya, can you give me the bracelet you made for me? Wanya and Skaya turned around and looked at the illusion. You don't intend to use it now, do you? The current situation is not very optimistic. Gilberto and I are also affected by the curse of fire and cold with a simple magic spell. So now is the perfect time. Syra took out the white armor ring. Phantom took it and put it on. It's time to use the little trick I prepared for today. I once encountered a demon called Wang Xian. After seeing that guy's dispelling skill, I got an idea. It seems we can lift the curse of fire and cold with our own strength. How long will it take to lift the curse? Time. That depends on the ring. Although I added a dispelling skill to the ring, before the curse disappears, the wearer needs to continuously inject their magic power. Phantom said nothing more. Started injecting magic. Dispelling. After the ring absorbed the magic, the dispelling light appeared. Phantom also felt extremely uncomfortable. The curse of fire and cold was resisting the dispelling. The power of the simple magic weakened. Oh no. The duration of the curse of fire and cold was shortened by 30 minutes. Phantom stopped injecting magic. His body became a bit stronger. His hand was burnt by the transformed magic. He was also panting heavily. The pain all over his body made him look a bit haggard. While resting, Phantom kept overturning in his mind. Even the highest magic conductivity mineral, mithril, was heating up. This must be the result of reducing a month's work to 5 days. I wonder if the mithril burned first, or if my magic ran out first. Syra had done her best. And Gilberto had to find his son quickly. In this situation, how can I drag behind? Phantom's eyes brightened. He immediately started injecting magic into the ring again. Syra and Gilberto, who thought it was over, turned around in disbelief and looked at Phantom. Phantom, already somewhat haggard, answered again. He fell to his knees, roaring. Gradually, Phantom's consciousness began to fade. At this moment, the Frost Queen stepped forward and hugged Phantom. She used her frost power to help Phantom. With the Frost Queen continuously injecting frost power, the illusion became increasingly fragile under the competition of two different forces. Skaya once again felt incredulous. Looking at the illusion. Jinho, are you alright? Soon, both the white armor bracelet and the illusion's left hand began to feel somewhat scorched. Sorry, Gilberto. I seem unable to lift the curse for you right now. Done. The cold curse has ended. Wanya and Skaya was somewhat angry. That's enough. Don't make me worry about this anymore. Gilberto also don't mind me. You're the most important right now. The illusion said no more. It took out the mask and put it on. We need to rescue Yaksu within 2 hours. Back to the first floor. Any questions? Gilberto smiled. No. Seeing this, Skaya began to channel magic. Then let's go. But then, she joked. Skaya's taxi hasn't appeared for a long time. Using a great wizard as a teleportation fairy. Welcome aboard. Alright, everyone. Let's go save Yaksu. Scene transition. Skaya's magic power was revealed. A magic circle was quickly constructed under the feet of the three. Scene transition. At this time, on the outskirts of Destin, Two demons were chasing closely. Catch those two brats. They must be captured alive. Don't let them escape. Yaksu and another teammate were running fast. They saw an endless seaside ahead. The teammate asked, "Captain, isn't there a teleportation portal here?" Yaksu immediately shouted, "Don't ask, just jump in." The two of them immediately jumped into the water at the seaside. Soon after, a system prompt sounded as they were in the water. Watcher identification complete. Moving to the target location. Successfully teleported to the Watcher's base. Yaksu looked at everything before him with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Why is the door open? Another team member also expressed confusion. Captain, we landed at the wrong spot. Yasu said nothing more. Come in slowly. Inside, they found the air thick with mist. Yasu felt uneasy. Blood red mist. This is Uncle Zhang's ability. He spoke immediately. Uncle Zhang, what's going on? Why is the door open? A voice came from the mist. Hey, Captain, you're here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yasu was confused. What's going on here? You ask what's going on? Do I need to explain it to you again? The demons will be here soon. Is that explanation enough? Yasu frowned. Why? Why did you betray us? Betray? You say I betrayed you? The Uncle Zhang you knew died a year ago. I saw that guy's ability and found it useful, so I took it for myself. That's how I found out about your existence. Yasu, Green, Gilberto. Green's son. The scene shifts. Syra and the others left the cave. They arrived at the second floor entrance, causing a stir. Hey, look over there. It's Lord Syra. Wait, isn't the person next to him Phantom? Phantom. Wait, there's another person? Could it be the Gray Sniper? Hey everyone, come here. Phantom and the Grand Magician woke their companions. They prepared to head to the second floor. At this moment, players looked at the three of them. They took out their phones to snap pictures. Gilberto, who had arrived on the second floor, tracked Yasu's location using a tracking tattoo. 800 kilometers to the west. Looks like we still have quite a distance to go. The illusion saw this. Let's start running from here. The magical fluctuations from the portal are too strong. They might be noticed by the enemy. If you get tired, just let me know. We'll go ahead. I have no problem. Only I can know my son's location, right? Juanhao, you were complaining earlier about why I put a tattoo on my child. Now you see that giving him a tracking tattoo was a wise decision, right? I didn't expect it to be this exhausting. 26 years is enough to cause normal machines and items to malfunction. Though I just woke up and started moving. It's indeed very strenuous. But if we were any later, my son might encounter a disaster. Maybe this is a kind of blessing. Scene transition. The demon stood proudly. The last bloodline of the 5 heroes. Our demon association has put in a lot of effort to find you. It wasn't easy. At this moment, Yaksu realized that the enemy didn't kill him immediately. It must be because they still want to deal with Uncle Juanhao. By now, nothing can change. You should cooperate with me. If you come with me willingly, I'll spare these companions of yours, who are like family. I'll give them. By the way, why haven't the guys from the food group arrived yet? If they come, I really don't know how they'll treat your companions. Hurry up and make a decision. Captain of the Watchers. Yaksu gritted his teeth in anger. I know they won't let us go. But the Watchers are my family. With that thought, Yasu finally spoke up. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Hearing this, the demon stepped forward. That's more like it. Let's avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Looking at the approaching demon, Yasu's eyes sharpened. At this moment, I will protect everyone here. Yasu quickly drew his gun. 2 gunshots rang out, but he was quickly subdued. This is why I hate children. They always make things so troublesome. Am I better at using this ability than that Zhang guy? Answer me. Captain, if it weren't for the orders to capture you alive, I'd have already cut off your limbs. At that moment, Libo, who had been observing outside for a while, slipped into the group of captured people. He was preparing to rescue the other teammates first. Phantom has returned. The Grand Magician has also awakened. I even captured their nephew. This is truly a stroke of good luck. What's going on? Why are you guys so late? However, they realized that it was Libo rescuing people. The demon was very annoyed. You little rat. Libo, who had been discovered, was pulled up. The captured teammates ran for their lives with all their might. They also activated their magic. If I use my ability to move the house, I can definitely save everyone. It has to succeed. Boom. Before the attack reached, the teammates successfully entered the house. After landing, Libo started to lose consciousness. A sharp pain came, and he collapsed to the ground. Then, after a short rest, Libo got back up. He picked up a knife and began to untie his teammates' ropes. Libo. Well done. Nice job. Thank you. Let's hurry and ask the association for help. No, wait. We should go to the guild now. At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded. Next news. The illusion and the Great Magician entering the second floor has caused a stir. It has been confirmed that the Gray Sniper is also on site. According to reports, they haven't officially. After seeing this news, Libo quickly understood the illusion's intention. This is to attract attention. The illusion bought us time. We absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. The demons also met with the food group members. Why are you guys so late? Didn't you see the news? The illusion has entered the second floor. We need to check people and arrange for surveillance. So we naturally arrived later. The demon carrying Yaksu was displeased. We're several hours behind schedule. Those guys only need a few hours. to catch up with us. Other demons thought he was just worrying for no reason. At this point, Libo and his team had also caught up. They hadn't gone far. I need to make a move while that guy isn't near the captain. Thankfully, the captain is still alive. I need to keep hiding. Can't let them find me. As he spoke, Libo felt a chill on his back. The demon sneered. Oh. Hey, the one you mentioned with space-moving abilities. Is it this kid? This kid is really cute. He still wants to save his captain. Libo resisted angrily. Let go of me, you bunch of bastards. The demon pretending to be Uncle Jean got tired of him. Kill him. Leave this rat-like guy alone. It will only bring us trouble. Libo looked utterly despairing. Damn it. Was I too rash? It's all my fault for being too weak. The demon picked up a dagger. Just as he was about to strike with a satisfied look. Boom. A loud noise rang out. The demon's head exploded instantly. Seeing this, Libo was covered in blood. The other demons immediately became alert. What's going on? Is this a sniper shot? Uncle Jean, the demon, lifted Yasu. Humph. Phantom, you've finally come to rescue your nephew. If you dare shoot again, I'll kill this kid. Don't mess around. Got it. The other demons felt something under their feet. What's happening? The demons looked around. Night's veil obscured their vision. The demons' hearts chilled. It's Phantom. At this moment, Phantom appeared and swiftly cut with his death blade. He activated the Edge of Death skill. Crack, crack. The demon was immediately obliterated. Seeing this, Uncle Jean was extremely excited. Hurrah! Your ability is impressive. No wonder you're Phantom. I must take your ability for myself. I'll use it better than you. However, in Gilberto's sniper scope, he was already a dead man. As Gilberto locked onto the target, a bullet shot out, speeding towards the demon's chest. The demon was still laughing, but as he laughed, the demon's smile suddenly froze. His body was blasted by Gilberto's shot, creating a huge hole. Yasu also fell to the ground. Watching the demon gradually lose its life, Gilberto remained cold. Since you don't dare to bite, you shouldn't shout randomly. Other demons, erased by the illusion, were gradually devoured by the shadow power. As Gilberto's giant hole expanded, who allowed you to interfere with my duties? You're really too bold. Seeing the illusion that looked like a god, Yaksu was very happy. Uncle. At that moment, the ropes binding Yaksu automatically loosened. That's because the recent children don't understand. I must teach them until they understand. Yaksu's joy doubled. Aunt Sijia actually came too. Sijia was very happy. Although she almost forgot about her, Yaksu still recognized her at a glance. Yaksu smiled. Isn't that just natural? After all, there are so many news about you everywhere. Although I don't remember clearly, I haven't forgotten you. Thank you for helping me. Uncle. Aunt. You came all the way here for me. I'm truly sorry. Sijia teased. This child has grown up and become so distant. Thanks to the strength necklace Uncle gave me, I was able to hold on this long. I'm really grateful. Before she could finish speaking, Yaksu, feeling a familiar figure, gradually turned her head. Looking at Gilberto from afar, Yaksu froze. Seeing Gilberto come before the mirror, you've grown quite a bit. How have you been these years? Hearing such a greeting, Yaksu was gradually pulled back to reality. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Yaksu's eyes, ignoring the pain from her injuries. At this moment, the emotions of the father and son reunion overwhelmed everything. Yaksu rushed forward and hugged Gilberto, crying loudly. The illusion she saw and Sijia were also moved to tears. A long-awaited reunion. Yaksu and Gilberto embraced for a long time. The sun set. The dusk was gradually replaced by the night. Libo activated the move house skill. Everyone entered and adjusted inside. Am I seeing things? I actually saw Phantom. Phew. And the Grand Magician is here too. Hey, stop whispering over there. We need to move to another place as soon as possible. Syra complained. The security magic there is just at a 2019 level. It's safer to just install a door lock, right? Yasu awkwardly explained. That was the security magic researched by our magician, Delorson. The pattern is actually quite complicated. Syra laughed. But no matter how complicated it is, it was still breached. I'll help you move everything at once. Just tell me the coordinates. Yasu was a bit surprised. Huh? You want to move everything by yourself? Syra smiled proudly. Why are you so surprised? Did you forget who I am? Frost Queen, eating skewers. The contractor. What are you so focused on? Turns out Phantom's Confession of the Undead has reached level 1. Now it automatically saves memory images. The memories Phantom saw through Confession of the Undead are preserved as images. I'll make you stronger. I never fail at cooking. The taste is so good that everyone just digs in. They don't even have time to notice. Alright. Now I'll activate the enhancement skill to try the food. La 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 la. Hold on. If you dare spit it out, you're dead. Hold it in. This is an enhancement skill with only a 10% survival rate. Hold it in. This is the survival skill of the Gourmet Guild, which uses such demons on the front lines. In the Demon Association, they are like janitors. After countless trial and error, they eventually reach their scale. After countless trial and error, they eventually reach their scale. Not inferior to any regular large guild. Their leader is called Gurliden, the Frost Queen's side. The most terrifying enemy's strength is immeasurable. The illusion was curious. How did the evil mages suppress those guys? If a single group could reach that level, they could easily destroy this world. The Frost Queen also began to think. It seems that there is a huge difference in combat power. At this moment, A commotion interrupted them. Great sorcerer, I'm here to help you. Don't push yourself too hard. I know. Young sorcerers, I appreciate your kindness. Then she began to gather magic power. Virum. A surge of magic power merged into Sija's magic circle. The magic circle then enveloped everyone and began the teleportation. A flash of white light appeared. Everyone was successfully teleported away. The energy required for a large area teleportation is immense. I'm not looking down on you, but it's more convenient if I do it myself. Everyone looked around at the changing environment, chattering excitedly. So strong. She actually teleported more than 30 people at once. Yaxa shouted loudly when she saw this. All right, everyone. Unpack your luggage. Get yourselves organized. Gilberto looked at Yaksu and felt deeply moved. Haha, this must be the first time Yaksu has seen this kind of scene. After all, you separated from us when you were very young. Again, thank you all. Uncle. Aunt. Phew, I never imagined that I would see my father again. All these years, I've only been able to imagine the scene of our reunion. I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. Yes, Yaksu. Today is truly extraordinary. The time to catch up with my dear nephew ends here. As the captain of the Watchers, can we talk now? Yasu looked at Phantom. Actually, you can take off your mask now. I still cannot trust all your subordinates. Wen Yin thought to himself, my subordinates are very reliable. You don't have to worry too much. What I'm worried about is their strength. What do you think of the Watchers level? Indeed, many are non-combatants, including me. There are a total of 9 combatants. The strongest among them is me. Uncle, would you like a drink? Phantom said seriously. Yasu, I want the Watchers to undergo training. Of course, that includes you. Because I need a trustworthy army. Wen Yin's Yasu felt somewhat at a loss, but soon he calmly replied. But don't you already have the BH6 guild? I heard they will officially provide assistance to Phantom. They are only using me for political purposes. Once real danger comes, they will only focus on saving themselves. I know. Getting guidance from a hero is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but we need time to recover. After all, we just suffered heavy losses in Destin. Hearing your proposal, I really feel honored. But as the captain, what I need to do now is reorganize the team. After hearing that, Phantom smiled. I understand you. Yasu. Yasu now looked seriously at Phantom. Uncle Juanhao, I heard my father was once called a trash can. Is that true? Some said he was at the bottom. At this moment, Phantom interrupted. Your father, Gilberto Green, once took on all kinds of dirty jobs. Before meeting me, he must have always lived that way. Yaksu felt a bit melancholic. Maybe he did that for me. I'm curious, was it because of me that my father became so defeated? For parents who need to protect their children, they don't have time to feel defeated. You were never a burden to Gilberto. Instead, you were his hope. It was you who gave him the strength to overcome adversity. I hope you won't forget this. Yaksu. After hearing this, Yaksu remained silent for a long time. She looked up and thought for a long while. At this moment, Gilberto arrived at a mountaintop in the wild. 26 years have passed. The stars are still shining so brightly. Yaksu walked forward. You're exactly the same as 26 years ago. Yes, it's amazing. But the son who once studied the mountain and fabric has now become the leader. To me, it feels like something that happened just a few days ago. I brought butterbeer. I don't know if you like it. Even though I've seen your records, I still don't know your taste. Gilberto turned his head and said, you still drink? Yaksu was speechless. I'm already an adult, and I've always wanted to have a drink with you. Although this is just one of the items on my imagined wish list. So, are you going to drink or not? Gilberto was a bit startled. He lowered his voice. Drink. Of course you can, but don't drink too much. Yaksu smiled. This is what I want to say to you. After all, you've already handled a lot of trouble when you woke up. Thank you for your hard work. Gilberto smiled somewhat contentedly. The one working hard is you. From now on, you don't have to worry anymore. Since I'm back, you can put aside dealing with the demon for now. Father, I've decided to accept Uncle Juanhao's proposal to undergo training. My companions will also join the training. Why? Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? It is indeed a good opportunity, but... Yasu interrupted. I don't want just the result, but I want to contribute to you and Uncle through high-intensity training, because Phantom needs more brave soldiers. You should agree, right? Looking at the young man in front of him, Gilberto seemed lost in thought for a while. I really can't get used to this. When did he become so mature? He then smiled. You decide for yourself. This is for you. Yasu, who had borrowed a notebook, casually asked, what's this? My diary. I wrote it to show you when you grow up. I write it whenever I have time. I guess this is the only benefit of being frozen in time. Now I can fill in all the blanks with you. So it seems you've been a player longer than me. Gilberto replied absent-mindedly. I guess you could say that. Casually smiling. Can you tell me how you've been living these years? Of course I can. The scene shifts. Total annihilation. According to information from Tai and Tong, it was Phantom and the Grand Magician's doing. Go contact Giant Stone 1. Are you talking about the Despair Guild? Yes, if I can't prove my worth, I could be discarded at any time. After all, the Demon Association is that kind of place. Go tell the others I will personally participate in the battle. During the Watchers' training with the illusion, everyone was tortured by the illusion until they were in tatters. The illusion looked at the fallen Watchers. The physical training ends here. When you feel like you're about to collapse, that's when the real growth begins. To become stronger, you need a bit of talent, luck, and hard work. Whether non-combatants or combatants, it's the same. Since you've made it to the second floor, it means you have enough qualifications. Now what you need to do is to improve your personal abilities, and the method is practical combat. From now on, you will each spar with me. Whoever has the courage can come out first. Yaksu stood up and asked, "Can I use a gun?" The illusion used shadow power to materialize a baseball. Even if you launch a missile, it's fine. Yaksu, with calm expression, began to adjust her stance. Then she suddenly pushed with her legs. In a swift motion, she appeared behind the illusion. She drew her gun and aimed for a quick shot. However, even with such a fast reaction attack, the bullet was easily blocked by the illusion. Facing Yaksu's continuous shooting, the illusion spun the baseball bat in his hand and blocked all of them. Yaksu was shocked by this. Damn, the gap in power between me and him is so big. However, the illusion wouldn't give her much time. Facing the rapidly advancing illusion, Yaksu braced herself. Huff. The illusion thrust out an arrow. Countless arrows were raised around, shattering arrows. A shift. In the hospital, Sijia complained. Look, he's already overexerting himself just after waking up. Forget it. How do you feel? Seeing your son grow up so quickly, how does it feel? He looks a lot like me, and he also has his mother's traits. I feel both confused and guilty, but also relieved, because I'm not too late to come back. Exactly. Although such a long time could change a person's appearance and personality, it's not too late to return now. What are you saying? What do you mean it's not too late? At this moment, Phantom suddenly appeared. You don't need to know. Hey, Gilbert has been dragged. Yasu said he wants to go into seclusion to train. Syra was not happy about this. What? Who allowed this? Phantom was silent. It's his own right. I'm not obligated to stop him. What's wrong? Can't he go into seclusion to train? That kid has been following you loyally. For you, he will surely seek stronger enemies. He's doing this for our Gilbert. At this moment, a newsflash came on the TV. The third returning hero is the Grey Death God. As the World Police returns, the Destiny Guild is preparing to hold a press conference. That old man is still alive. Phantom sighed. No matter what, he is Mio's father. How can you say that? I don't like his father or his brothers. Red Reporter. Who do you think will be the next hero to return? Although it's hard to predict, I think Destiny Mio is a strong candidate. Phantom smiled when he heard the report. These guys are really funny. Has the return of the 5 heroes been confirmed? Aren't the media good at blowing things up with just a little bit of information? It seems there are still things in the world that won't be changed by time. Then he picked up the bottle and poured the wine into his mouth. However, no matter how much Jill was shaken, the wine didn't spill. Skya reached out and dodged the bottle. Sharpshooter uncle. No drinking. No drinking. Jill was dragged. Jill was dragged in silence. What are you saying? Are you my daughter? There's still 1 month until the Battle of Bertline. Phantom took the bottle and sealed the opening. Before that, let's act on our own. Everyone should level up and regain their state. When we meet again, we must be bigger and stronger. What do you mean? Do I have to drink for a month? Phantom returned to the second floor and went to find trouble with Fry. What a hassle. How did you make the same mistake again? Fry, who was beaten into submission, quickly apologized. I didn't educate the new recruits properly. Please forgive me. Get up. Thank you. Manage your subordinates well. If I hear any bad rumors, this building will turn into ruins. Of course, that's understood. I've lowered the interest rate. Now I live very honestly. Phantom wasn't sure if this was true. Is that so? Fry gritted his teeth in anger. This guy had finally been quiet for a while. Why did he suddenly call me over to cause trouble again? Hey, Fry. Hearing Phantom call his name, Fry smiled obsequiously. Big brother, please go ahead. Is there any way to make a lot of money? It needs to be legal. Do you usually take on missions? I have a bounty mission here. Since there's a bounty, does that mean the target is a person? Recently, catching dangerous monsters also comes with a bounty. Big brother, how much is the bounty? 150 gold coins. 1.5 billion Korean won. That should attract a lot of people, right? There used to be many, but not anymore. Because that guy is just too strong. Over 100 players and mercenaries were wiped out by him. I heard a guild is going to hunt him soon. But the result is unknown. Anyway, the location is in the Western Territory. Phantom smiled. You're not recommending this mission to me, just to see me in a difficult situation, are you? Oh no, of course not. The strength of an ordinary person can easily complete this mission. Thinking about it, I haven't hunted in a long time. Maybe I'll stretch my muscles a bit. Then Phantom set off, taking the system transport to teleport to the west. Soon, Phantom arrived at Twin Peaks Mountain. The Frost Queen saw the beautiful scenery and admired it. These Twin Peaks Mountains look so majestic. It's truly a sight for sore eyes. Never mind whether it's pleasing to the eye. I spent all my money on the portal. Now the day for the guild's paycheck is still far off. Currently, I have 1 silver coin and 22 barrio coins left. That's about 120,000 yuan, though I'm a bit worried. This mission is worth 1.5 billion. I need to hurry and join the Adventurers Guild. However, at this moment, the Frost Queen was still more absorbed in the scenery. Wow. It looks like the mountain has swallowed the sun. Scene shifts. Phantom looks at the mission description. Kill the mutated giant near here. Mission reward, 150 gold coins and 600 reputation. So that guy is a giant. The Frost Queen asked in surprise. A giant is a monster with high recovery, right? It might be a bit tricky to deal with, but we won't know until we fight. Phantom thought for a moment. Then he ripped the task sheet off directly. The Frost Queen asked after seeing this. Can we just rip that off? Anyway, no one dares to challenge this mission, but it seems like others are watching you. People without ability are extremely arrogant. This has always been the same, whether in the past or now. Listen, Phantom sighed. If they're so capable, they should take the task themselves. Let them do it. But they don't dare. At this moment, a figure approached. You must be players Suju and Hao. Thank you for accepting this mission. The Lord would like to meet with the person who accepted this task. If possible, could I invite you to breakfast tomorrow? The Frost Queen leaned closer to Phantom. She whispered. Such a familiar line. Is this what they call a cliché? Phantom smiled in reply. Lords are probably all the same. The next morning, at the former Lord's manor. Welcome to my humble abode. You must be players Suju and Hao. I am the former Lord, Papo. Before hunting, we must fill our stomachs first. You are a famous person. Phantom's agent. Phantom smiled. I'm just an ordinary person with a little fame. I'd like to ask, is there more information about the target for extermination? Papo smiled. First of all, he is not like an ordinary giant. He is a mutated giant. He is about 4 meters tall. His body is bigger than an ordinary giant's. He also seems to have stronger regeneration. He will use tactics against humans. Phantom responded while eating. No wonder he ate over 100 people. This is really giving me a headache. At first, I offered a bounty of 10 gold coins, but that wasn't enough. Even after raising it to 150 gold coins, no one went to hunt him. As the Lord, I carry a huge responsibility. As long as the mutated giant is dealt with, the territory should prosper smoothly. Every time I see the fear in the people's eyes, I feel deeply guilty. Listen, Phantom finished his meal. Don't worry. I'll deal with that troublesome guy. Lord Pabo said with surprise. Thank you so much. That guy will start moving at sunset. You must come back safely. On their way, the Frost Queen suddenly became cheerful. That lord seems to be quite kind. Phantom helplessly said. Yeah. When we left, he even gave us a huge pile of desserts. What about you? The desserts were so good. I couldn't resist. By the way, are you really okay going alone? Phantom looked at the Frost Queen. How could I be alone? Aren't you here with me? At this moment, the three who had been following them for a while appeared. The bounty for killing the mutated giant belongs to our guild. Garo activated the skill, Illusion Space. The Frost Queen sensed something was wrong. That contractor. Was the valley always this wide? It feels like we've been walking for so long. Phantom closed his eyes and sensed it. Then he smiled. Yeah. Does someone want us to exercise more? We have to keep him busy. After all, we don't have any chance in a direct confrontation. Let him wander around in my illusion space. Suju and Hao. Before he destroys the barrier, our guild has to deal with the giant first. Even if he arrives in a hurry. We had already left by then. It seems like you guys have prepared a lot, but I'm really sorry. I'm in a hurry. Then Phantom took a step forward. A powerful gust of wind bang! The illusion space started to crack and spread continuously. At this moment, the other guild members trying to stop Phantom. It keeps growling and getting closer to the president. Surprise steps forward to stop it, but is grabbed by the giant. The strong force causes him to spit out a mouthful of. Seeing this, the president becomes furious. You disgusting monster. With the president's charge, he gets closer. He swings his sword, severing the giant's arm. Surprised, with his spear, helps the president continue the attack. At this moment, the president fights while shouting. When will that guy pie arrive? With their combined attack, the giant starts to weaken. This gives the two of them a moment of relief. Isn't this a waste of manpower? That guy has recovered. Looking at the giant before him, he grumbles. This guy's recovery speed is completely different from ordinary giants. The president sees that the giant has almost fully recovered. He then looks at Surprised. Vice President, take the members and go down. Surprised is in disbelief. What did you say? The already weakened president says no more. Don't argue. Listen to me. This giant will surely have more surprises. This giant will surely have more surprises. This giant. The already weakened president says no more. Don't argue. Listen to me. Otherwise, at this rate, we will all meet our doom. Surprised moves forward. Then we'll wait for Pi to arrive before leaving. Stop talking about Pi. Do you think that little guy can change anything now? Stop being so stubborn. Go down. If you aren't here, what will happen to the others? Apply to bag 6 for a monster hunt. Throw me a grand funeral. Surprised still tries to persuade. However, the president has made up their mind. Shut up. Get down now. Seeing the determined president, there was a moment of surprise and sorrow. I will persist until the end. Come on. This monster. Seeing the president charge toward it, the giant roared. The two clashed once more. The giant grabbed back, and this time, the president was easily knocked away. The president fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The giant let out an excited roar. It slowly approached the president. At this moment, the president turned and looked behind. Everyone else has gone down. Now, it's just the two of us left. My life will be complete here. At that moment, A hand reached out and tapped his head. Are you Wu Daji? I'm asking you, kid. Are you the president of the Palin Guild, Wu Daji? Wu Daji, a member of the Alliance? What did you say? I heard you were the one who sent people to block my way. Did you book the hunting ground? Wu Daji, who had just realized, was shocked. You're Suju and how? You broke through their siege and came up here? The other guild members kept their heads down. At this moment, Phantom also sensed something was wrong. Frost, can you feel it? There's a disgusting smell. I'm sure. This giant must have swallowed a magic jade. Phantom gently placed a hand on Wu Daji's head. Stay here and be quiet. Don't get involved in the fight. At this point, the giant was clearly getting angry. It had been ignoring him for so long. Phantom activated overdrive mode. I'm making my move now. Phantom proudly moved forward. The white armor began covering their entire body. Behind them, Wu Daji immediately warned. Be careful. That guy's recovery speed is faster than— Kill the traitor. The giant's multiple tentacles attacked. Phantom drew out the black dragon Fong and slashed. The screen below directly showed the bodies of everyone from the Palin Guild. Phantom attacked like a phantom. The giant's entire body was sliced apart. The giant's hands, legs, and head were severed. Finally, even the main body was completely bisected. The giant still tried to make futile resistance. Phantom calmly said, "You're so noisy." With a final push of strength, boom, Phantom performed a mid-air slash. The giant's main body and head were cleaved off. The dying giant fell into memories. Laurent, remember, never take off your winter hat in front of people. No matter what happens, don't. Got it? And I'll give you food. So you must never attack humans or treat them as food. That's our agreement. Understand, Laurent. Later, Pabo asked the knight, "Can you teach Laurent swordsmanship?" The knight behind replied respectfully, "If you command it, I will naturally obey." In the past, elves and dwarves were also seen as monsters by people. The first step is crucial. Laurent, you must become the #1 giant mercenary. A contractor. Is it resolved? Let's wait and see the situation. Phantom approached the giant's head to inspect it. The Frost Queen analyzed. It seems even the mutated giant. The recovery ability is also limited. Use absolute speed to suppress the opponent. This is indeed a good method. But if it were me, I would freeze that guy first, then crush him. Next time I fight him, I will try the method you suggested. Seeing the giant falter, there were exclamations from the onlookers. No wonder he is the man recognized by Phantom. What an incredible battle. Although I know it's difficult to defeat a mutated giant, I didn't expect it to be this hard. Really, thank you so much. Players Suju and Hao. Mr. Wu Daji. Although free competition is allowed, how can your guild monopolize the hunting grounds? This will have a bad impact on the juniors. You really embarrassed yourself in front of the juniors. Actually, I was worried that you would rush in and get into trouble. If I had known your strength was so great, I would have asked you to cooperate with us earlier. Phantom sighs helplessly. Just knowing is enough. Seeing Phantom's strength, Wu Daji lowers his stance. Alright, we will guard here. You can go to the giant's cave with peace of mind. The team members behind couldn't stand it anymore. President, you're being too servile. You guys should have stopped him earlier. How could you let him break through and rush up? But still, he is our savior. The team members said nothing further. That's true. Before we go down, let's see if there's anything useful on the corpse. However, when they turned around, the body that was lying in the blood was already gone, while the group was still confused. The giant picked up Wu Daji's large sword and attacked. At this moment, Wu Daji realized something was wrong. He thought he was going to die. Just when he thought he was about to die, Phantom reappeared and blocked the giant's slash. Looking at the giant in front of him, Phantom couldn't help but comment. Swallowing the magic jade really makes a difference. After all, the blood demon lord didn't die easily either. The giant, who had been repelled, stared at Phantom vigilantly. Seeing the giant's cautious and observant posture, Phantom also found as a monster, this guy is actually qualified. The two then clashed again. The giant's battle was like a formal swordsman's duel. The battle was not only about the clash of magic power, but also about the skills of combat. Phantom felt puzzled. This guy has learned swordsmanship. That day, the two had a decisive duel with swords. The giant suddenly used all its strength to knock Phantom back. Phantom quickly adjusted his stance. He turned and swung his sword. The giant raised its sword to block. Phantom found it quite troublesome. With a shout, Phantom used the momentum to leap again. The giant also turned and swung its great sword from its waist. Boom! The giant's full force slash collided once more. A cracking sound was heard. The giant was pushed back. Phantom was also surprised. His swordsmanship is quite good. I can be sure. At least his swordsmanship has nothing to do with the powers of the demon realm. At this moment, the distortion of the illusion space also intensified. The casters outside felt immense pressure. Phantom seized the opportunity and quickly moved behind the giant. Before the illusion space is completely shattered, I must take him down. Phantom then raised his sword and slashed. Strike. A powerful sword energy slashed toward the giant. Seeing Phantom using his frost power to deliver a beautiful strike, the Frost Queen was very pleased. Contractor, you actually used this move. It seems you finally learned to use frost power flexibly. You've made me a bit satisfied for once. The onlookers outside were once again stunned by Phantom's strength. Now, The giant was not only frozen, but also sliced apart. Phantom looks at the giant's head. It gradually gets closer. Then he crouches down and extends his hand to cast a skill. Undead Emperor's Confession. The recovery ability of your race is a great blessing, because for a swordsman, this will be a significant advantage. I've sent a letter to the mercenary guild. The giant has not only civilized, but also knows how to use a sword. They've agreed to let you undergo the membership test first. Congratulations, Laurent. You might become a rising star in the future. The giant excitedly growls and stands up. Roar. Don't be too nervous. I believe you will do well. Be confident. You must pass the test. Don't be discouraged. You have to prove to everyone that giants can coexist peacefully with humans. After Pabo leaves, the giant named Laurent lights a candle. Like an ordinary human, he sits at a stone table with the candlelight. Laurent writes a diary on the paper. However, at this moment, another annoying voice is heard. Is it this guy again? Yes. It's so interesting that this giant was raised by humans. He even knows swordsmanship. Have you heard of such potential? Hearing the voice, Laurent walks out of the cave. He sees two demons growling. The female demon is pleased. He will indeed make a fine specimen. Before that, I'm curious about his strength. Phantom has an idea. It's the same method as last time. Laurent in the memory is defeated by the demon. The sword left by the spirit Lord Pabo falls to the ground with an unwilling sound. Ah, that's it. Your imitation of human behavior ends here. Monster, how can there be such a weak giant? Because this guy's violent side has been suppressed. Use this. Release this guy's latent wildness. The blue demon uses the magic crystal to forcibly insert it into Laurent's body, then starts brainwashing him. You must try to kill people, eat people, otherwise, we will come after you again. At that time, we will help you kill those you couldn't kill. We will kill them right in front of you. It will definitely be fun, right? Don't you want to coexist peacefully with humans? We will spread the news for you. People will definitely rush to see you. Those will be your food. Even if they taste better than you imagined, don't be too surprised. Giants are beasts like that. The magic-infected Laurent watches the humans brought by the demon. Even though his primitive desires keep urging him, he still suppresses his instincts. No matter what happens, you cannot eat people. That's our agreement, Laurent. We agreed. You have to prove to everyone that giants can coexist peacefully with humans. After learning everything, Phantom and the others arrive at the giant's cave, looking at the shattered large dinner plate. The others are puzzled. There's nothing here. I thought there would be human bones everywhere. I didn't expect it to just be an ordinary cave. The Frost Queen is also a bit confused. Contractor. Are we late? However, Phantom is still immersed in the giant's memories. At this moment, Wu Daji seems to have noticed something. Hi. Come over here and take a look. Everyone looks down. There are humans below. How are there so many people here? Looking at the humans who are still alive, they are quite surprised. I didn't expect these people to not have been eaten. Phantom, after completing the task, is invited to the Lord's mansion, the key to Lepujuo Bank. Why are you giving this to me? This is your reward. This is the reward, but I've already received 150 gold coins. Lord's filial gratitude. That's just the official reward. This is a personal gift I prepared for you. You can use it to open the vault under my name. Is there something inside? Have you ever heard of the Tear of the Sun? Phantom Wenyin asked. What's that? Whatever it is. I believe someone with a warm heart like you will surely make good use of it. Player Suju and Hao, have you calmed your mind? At first, I really didn't understand. Laurent was originally a kind soul. Of course, he's a giant, a monster, but I never saw him harm anyone. I'm truly grateful to you. Players Suju and Hao, I don't think I've done anything worth your thanks. No matter what others say. To you, my lord, he was once family, wasn't he? The Lord of Wenyin grew even more sorrowful. If I hadn't taken Laurent in back then, even without the demons, he would have likely become a typical giant that hurts people. I gave him an education. I even had him take the mercenary core test. To me, Laurent was like a son. My lord. A long time ago, there was someone who would give warmth to his shivering teammates while they slept. He was a newcomer to the team, and had a kind heart. Since the campsite was freezing, he worried his teammates might catch a cold. But what he really should have worried about wasn't the cold, but the nocturnal monsters drawn by the firelight. Soon after, the campsite was attacked by monsters. The newcomer ran to alert the combatants who were out scouting, but by the time he brought them back, all his teammates had become cold corpses. The newcomer also drew a pistol and aimed it at his own head, then pulled the trigger, following his companions to the afterlife. That newcomer didn't realize that an act of kindness could also come at a price. Sometimes, good deeds come with great responsibility, my lord. So what you're saying is, I should face legal judgment. Instead of ending my life like the protagonist of the story, the Phantom of Wenyin remained silent, as if to acknowledge the Lord's answer. Looking at the Lord's expression, the Phantom couldn't help but recall that newcomer. In the courtroom, the presiding judge struck the gavel. Order. Order. Gradually, the courtroom quieted down. Baron Papo, why did you come up with the idea of raising a monster? Honorable judge, because when he cried over the loss of his mother, he looked just like a human. He looked just like a human. Although giants are intelligent beings, since they cannot communicate with humans, they are classified as monsters. They are beasts, no different from great apes. and yet you believe he possesses human-like intelligence. Papo continued. From a general standpoint, that may be true. But if properly trained and educated from a young age, a giant's innate aggression can be fully controlled. I have confirmed it myself. He can sufficiently restrain and regulate himself, so there is no issue at all. The judge refuted. This is not for you to judge so lightly. The crowd below also voiced their protests. Honestly, isn't this just covering for each other? But looking at the outcome, the facts turned out completely opposite to your judgment. The giant endangered many lives. What do you have to say about that? It was entirely my carelessness. I should have educated him more diligently from the start. The judge questioned. Even if there were injuries, as long as there were no human deaths, was that all thanks to your education as well? Wonyan's Pabo didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Phantom stood up. Honorable judge, the Baron's giant went berserk due to external influences. Phantom then projected what he had seen in his memories into the court. Because this guy's violent side was being suppressed, you must kill as many as you can. Eat them. Wouldn't that be fun? Weren't you trying to get along with humans? Your mimicry of human behavior ends here. Monster. After watching the footage, the judge pondered. He was forcibly infused with demonic energy, and that energy triggered the rage and killing impulse inside. Hakan, a mercenary from Gylwyn, and Pabo, the Gylwyn Knight's captain, are both humans who experienced the same thing. The information I provide is based on their testimony. The demon's goal wasn't just to use demonic energy to increase violence. They also wanted to cause chaos and conflict in society, to plunge people into disorder. At that moment, the crowd began murmuring. Pabo, I've heard that name. Isn't he the knight who was involved in the fairy incident? But if there had been no giant from the start, exactly, why did he treat a giant like his own child? If what he's saying is true, then we've all been played by the demons. I will now announce the verdict. The defendant raised a monster without authorization, causing injuries and chaos among the populace, and the defendant also admitted to raising the monster. Therefore, I declare the defendant guilty. From this moment on, the defendant is stripped of his former lordship. Additionally, he will serve 5 years in the Empire's Department of Demi-Human Relations. Upon hearing the verdict, the crowd started murmuring again. What? Stripping his title is a bit too harsh, isn't it? What are you saying? Isn't this punishment way too lenient? That kind of weirdo should be locked up in prison. However, at this moment, Pabo didn't care about the verdict or public opinion. He was lost in memories of the first time he met Laurent. Sorry, I won't come any closer to you. Calm down. I was just here to pick mushrooms. Would you like some pancakes? Laurent knocked Papo to the ground. However, Papo wasn't angry, because Laurent picked up the pancakes and started eating. After finishing one, Laurent stared at Papo. Seeing this, Papo took out all of his pancakes. Do you want more? Then he put the pancakes down. Laurent also began to wolf them down. Eat slowly. You're dropping them all over the place. Even under the oppression of the demons, Laurent never lost his humanity until the very end. If he could do it, then surely the other giants can too. My son's dream hasn't ended yet. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come find you, my lord. A new lord will come in the future. Next time we meet, please just call me Papo. At this moment, the Ice Queen also spoke softly. I suddenly remembered what my father once said. Punishing 10 criminals is important, but never wrongfully accuse an innocent citizen. This time, you saved an innocent person. After the Western Giant incident ended, the Phantom also calmed down. Far away, in the twin guild towers of King Chi Mei on the first level, cheers and screams rang out. Wow, I got a reply. Her colleague beside her was puzzled. A reply? Why so happy? It's from Su Juanhao. I sent him a message last time, and finally got a reply today. He wouldn't just say he's busy and tell me to go away, right? Her colleague commented. I don't think he's that kind of person, right? Then I'll trust you. I'll open it right now. You're acting all shy and fidgety. This really makes me uncomfortable. Let's just open it quickly. Shu Xiao immediately opened the panel. I was just about to leave the village. Is there something you need? Seeing this, Shu Xiao felt the timing was perfect, so he replied. Nothing in particular. Our guild just wants to team up with you for a dungeon raid. The guild leader is officially inviting you. After sending the message, Shu Xiao stared at the panel. For a long time, Shu Xiao sat up, then turned to ask a colleague for advice. Hey, he didn't respond. Did he just reject me? He probably needs time to think. Give him a bit more time. Really, isn't guild leader Hao Qi also joining this raid? If the guild leader and Su Juanhao meet, wouldn't the fairy incident have left a strong impression on him? But at the same time, he didn't care much. So what? Any strong player could have done that. Maybe this time, we'll get to see his true strength in the dungeon. At that moment, Shu Xiao finally received Phantom's reply. Alright, let's go together. Scene transition. Capital of the Lyak Empire. Phantom arrived at a secure storage facility, led by a receptionist. He opened Pabo Remazan's safety deposit box. Phantom looked at the small safe inside the box, and showed a curious expression. I thought, since he's a noble, he'd definitely store all sorts of things in here. Frost Queen suddenly spoke up. It probably contains the tear of the sun. Phantom then took out the key. Is this a sign of a frugal lifestyle or financial difficulty? More importantly, contractor, doesn't this show how valuable the tear of the sun is? Otherwise, it wouldn't be stored so carefully. Alright, let's open it, and take a look. Asterisk clack starred. A potion sat quietly inside the safe. The queen suggested they quickly appraise it. The Phantom of Wanyan immediately took out the tear of the sun. Ding! Tear of the sun. Rare. A liquid containing the essence of the sun. Drinking it grants the drinker vibrant solar energy. After reading the description, the queen said, "It's a spiritual medicine, but since you have both dark and frost gene attributes, if you take it, it might actually harm you." The phantom sighed as well. That's right. This isn't something you can take casually. Yeah, this is tricky. The tear of the sun is great, but I can't use it myself. Someone like Mr. Jiu or Captain Gao Shusha might be able to use it. As the phantom was thinking, the queen suddenly offered him food. A delicious-looking sandwich appeared in front of him. The phantom looked at the ice queen. "Why are you suddenly giving me a sandwich? You haven't even had breakfast, have you? So eat while you think." Without waiting for the phantom's reaction, she started feeding him forcefully. The phantom stopped the queen and picked up the sandwich to eat it himself. "Did you make this yourself?" "I personally bought the ingredients and made it." "Why? Does it not taste good?" Turns out, the queen had worn a cloak to conceal herself while shopping. "The vegetables are really fresh. Give me a head of lettuce." The vendor was drawn to the queen's presence. "Oh my, your eyes are so beautiful." "Thank you. You're very beautiful too. Such a sweet talker. I'll give you some snacks as a gift. Then I won't be shy about it." Chewing away, the phantom mumbled, "Is it because I gave you so many golden snacks? Have you gotten braver?" The queen didn't hear clearly. She asked in confusion, "What did you feed me?" Phantom quickly changed the topic. "It's nothing. I said it looks like you've gotten a bit taller, but the taste isn't bad at all." Praised, the queen was visibly pleased again. It's not that I'm particularly skilled. After all, toast with bacon and butter is bound to taste good. Besides, as a queen, I can't just let you starve. I'm done eating. You did a pretty good job." Seeing that the queen was still basking in her own praise, Phantom suddenly threw a jab. "Actually, it wasn't that great. Just barely edible, really." The queen of 1 yen froze on the spot. What did you say?" She immediately shouted in anger. "I've been a queen my whole life. This is the first time I followed a video to cook, and you still have the nerve to nitpick?" Toast isn't exactly hard to make though. While the two bickered, Shu Xiao arrived at the plaza. Upon seeing Phantom, Shu Xiao immediately called out, "Players Suju and Hao, it's been several months. How have you been?" "Team Leader Gao, since our last meeting. It's been almost a month, right? Thanks for inviting me to the dungeon raid." "You're too polite. It wasn't actually my idea. But still, you said it's been a month since we met?" "It's probably been longer." Phantom thought to himself, crap. He slipped up. Back in the matching room when they met, he had been in anonymous mode. He quickly covered it up. "Yeah, right. It has been several months." Shu Xiao was also quite carefree, not paying any attention at all. "Our guild's Imperial branch is just ahead. Please, follow me. Besides me, did you invite anyone else?" "We invited 2 more people, but only one could." "What was your criteria for sending invitations?" Shu Xiao of 1 yen immediately explained. "Usually, it's those with great fame, who can bring benefits to our guild, or those with exceptional strength. As long as they meet one of these criteria, they will receive an invitation from our guild. However, meeting even one of these standards is already difficult. This is the palace. Since you're here, you should definitely meet the master of this place, right? Receiving an invitation from the May Guild is already an honor, but meeting Jiu Xiao should be an even greater fortune for you. I'm really looking forward to meeting Jiu Xiao." After the rain cleared, this would be the second member of Jiu Xiao the Phantom was about to meet. "Welcome, Mr. Su Juanhao. Please wait here for a moment. The guild master will be here shortly." "All right." The Phantom then stood proudly in the great hall. Soon after, the Phantom heard footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. They approached the Phantom. The Ice Queen was also eagerly awaiting, curious about how fierce and terrifying this Yaksha would be. "At last, we meet. I am Shin Sheng, guild master of the May Guild." The Phantom naturally responded. "I am the player, Su Juanhao. I've often heard Shu Xiao mention you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've also heard Captain Gao mention you frequently." "Really? What did he say?" "He said, meeting Jiu Xiao would surely be a great thing for me." Meeting Jiu Xiao is truly a great thing, though that might sound a bit exaggerated. I won't let you down. Let's talk in the office first." Then Shunsheng activated his magic wand. As powerful mana surged forth, space itself began to distort. Buzz asterisk. A flash of white light appeared. Phantom and Shunsheng were instantly transported to the office. This gave Phantom some insight into Shunsheng, a spatial ability user. It's like casting magic. As Shunsheng withdrew his mana, he smiled. "Also, though it's a bit late to say this now, I still want to thank you for coming." "No, I should be the one thanking you for inviting me." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure swept through the room. Thump asterisk. Phantom was pushed by the force and landed on the couch. "I'll give you both the contract and dungeon intel. The target is a 1-star dungeon. That's a classification set by the God of Adventures." Phantom immediately asked, "The God of Adventures?" Shin Shang continued with a smile. There are many gods at the border. After all, we depart in 3 days. Do you need more time to prepare?" Phantom pondered silently. The agreed meeting time at the border. 3 days of prep should be plenty. Seeing Shin Sheng's calm, accepting expression, Phantom nodded and agreed. "No need. 3 days will be enough." Then Phantom opened the contract to read. There was even information on the participating members. High-level players, level 120. Truly powerful. Take your time. Just sign at the end when you're ready. Even if you're only joining as a guest, we'll still fairly distribute the dungeon rewards. We won't treat you unfairly. Alright, understood. Seeing that the Phantom had finished reading, there shouldn't be any issues, right? No problems. Then I'll leave it to you. Shun Sheng smiled as he spoke. The Phantom signed his name on the contract. He looked up at Shun Sheng. By the way, do you use that staff to control your abilities? That's right. It helps me control space very smoothly. I see. It looks pretty cool. Although I have spatial abilities, my spatial perception is relatively weak, so I have to rely on tools. The Phantom of Wenyan couldn't help but feel curious. It's surprising that a strong member of Zhou actually needs to use a tool. Truly unexpected, but I can sense that he's very powerful, though not invincible. He's definitely a formidable opponent. There's another monster here, just like Mr. Jiu. Shun Sheng put away the contract, turned around, and said, let's head to your residence now. I hope it will meet your expectations. Magic gathered once more. Shun Sheng moved his fingers slightly, and the Phantom, as if separate from everyone else, traveled through space. The Phantom felt that space. After bringing the Phantom to his residence, Shun Sheng smiled and said, then, see you in 3 days. Before leaving, Shun Sheng turned back and smiled. Players Suju and Hao, I'm looking forward to seeing whether your strength lives up to your reputation. I'll do my best. Before the Phantom could finish speaking, Shun Sheng had already teleported away. The Phantom was left a bit speechless. The Ice Queen couldn't hold back her comment. All dressed up and flashy, just like a rich family's young master. At that moment, Xu Xiao's voice came from behind. Isn't our guild leader super handsome? Phantom turned around to look, and greeted him. I'll take you to the guest room. Now that you've met Jiu Xiao Shen Sheng in person, how do you feel? Seeing Xu Xiao pressing on, Phantom gave in. You mean Mr. Shen? He seems very powerful. This is your first time meeting him, right? Yeah. I've never had a chance to meet him elsewhere either. I see. Huh. But still, you kind of hurt my feelings. Phantom looked confused. Huh. Me? Did I do something wrong? It's just, you called the guild leader Mr. Shen the first time you met him, but we've met 3 times already, and even exchanged messages. You even helped me get Phantom's autograph, yet you still call me team leader Gao. Clearly, Phantom the ultimate straight man was totally clueless. He still looked confused and surprised. Alright then, I'll just call you Gao Shuxia from now on. Using your full name like that feels kind of distant, though. Then how about, just Shuxia? Hehe. That actually sounds nice. Anyway, you don't need to worry about this dungeon raid. If anything unexpected happens, Phantom glanced sideways at Shuxia. Thanks, you're really dependable. Hehe. Strong people like us should look out for one another. If only Grandpa Lightning were coming too, then I'd be totally at ease. Phantom was a little confused by the name. Grandpa Lightning? Shuxia immediately began explaining. Yeah, it's the Thunder Emperor. He was the first person to defeat me. Anyway, with me around, you can rest assured. At this moment, Shun Sheng sat alone in his office, gazing at the sunset, gradually recalling his interaction with the Phantom. The Phantom surprisingly had no issues with the contract, and straightforwardly signed his name. Shun Sheng was puzzled. Su Juanhao, you're about to enter the dungeon with level 120 powerhouses. Don't you find that strange? For such max-level experts, there's really no need to go to the dungeon. Yet you didn't question it at all. Is it because you don't care about others? Or perhaps, you already know that even after reaching max level, you still have to continue venturing into dungeons? Moreover, your attribute response turned out positive in the test. How peculiar. Su Juanhao, you're an interesting person. Indeed, if you want to understand someone, you should keep them close. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shun Sheng mobilized everyone to prepare for the dungeon. No unusual incidents, I presume? None. All 80 members are fully prepared. Good. Let Team S take the lead and aim to clear it quickly. Team leaders, make sure to manage your members well. Don't let anyone fall behind. Understood. Seeing this highly motivated team, the Ice Queen was moved. Such great morale. Just like the brave and valiant knights I once led. At this moment, Shun Sheng began casting space magic. Powerful mana surged and gathered. As Shun Sheng swung his arms, the magic force struck the air, tearing open a portal. Everyone enter. Seeing this scene, some players couldn't help but feel inspired. I can't believe I get to join this kind of quest. The clan leaders also started organizing their teams to depart. Everyone, stay sharp and let's go in together. The players who teleported into the dungeon through the space gate were all stunned. What is this place? Wasn't this supposed to be a normal ruins-type dungeon? Are you kidding me? How could something like this exist in a ruined setting? At that moment, the Frost Queen was absolutely delighted. This queen is very pleased with this place. A massive amusement park appeared before their eyes. Welcome to Eternal Paradise. From now on, I will explain the rules of Eternal Paradise. Each person must choose and ride one attraction, and you may not quit midway. Please line up in order. No cutting in line. After all attractions have been completed, Eternal Paradise will enter slumber. So this dungeon can be cleared just by riding all the attractions? I hope there's no one in our group afraid of amusement rides. Everyone responded in unison. No, guild leader. But deep down, Xu Xiao was groaning. Wait, I'm scared. I really am. Wenyan's Shun Sheng was very satisfied. He began assigning roles at random. I'll handle the most difficult one. Everyone must strictly follow the rules to ensure a safe dungeon clear. After receiving the instructions, everyone got ready to take on the amusement park. How many attractions are there in total? The map I just picked up shows 9. Shu Xiao was delighted to see who his teammates were. I'm in the same group as the member. That's right. The guild leader personally assigned me to this group. Okay, I trust it might. So stay close to me. By the way, who's that? I'm Vastman, invited as a guest participant. If you need gas, just let me know. Nice to meet you all. Now, let's plan our route. The member looked at the map. We've got a lot of people in our group. Let's go to the haunted house. Shu Xiao of Wenyan immediately protested loudly. Absolutely not. Member. The member from Wenyan flipped through the map. If not that, let me see. There's the wildlife park. Team leader. Do you like animals? Yeah, I like animals. Then let's go there. Great. There shouldn't be any problems. We can just drive there. On the way to the zoo. There were multiple crashes and constant screaming. Member, are you sure this is okay? Are you even licensed to drive? The brakes suddenly failed. Shu Xiao panicked. Stop the car. At this rate, we're going to crash. Bang. The swerving car slammed into a giant tree and burst into flames. Looking closely, I realized the map actually says Ishii Horror Wildlife Park. What? Shu Xiao was instantly chilled to the bone. So, does that mean there are carnivorous animals here? The member checked the map and reassured, no matter what shows up, we just need to follow the route to the end. Whatever comes near us, just push through them all. Suddenly, the Ice Queen appeared, carrying a bunch of sweets in her hands. What a featherweight man. The Phantom sighed. Where did you get all that from? At that moment, screams came from above. No. Stop just sitting there. Fight back. I can't aim properly. Seeing this, Shu Xiao started to feel frightened. So that's how it is. This might actually be kind of fun. Shu Xiao's body trembled uncontrollably. This is insane. This has to be the worst combination ever. No, I refuse. Listen, so that means every amusement ride here has dangerous elements like monsters. That's right. No matter what, we have to finish this route, because we must follow the rules of this dungeon, known as Eternal Paradise. However, if we give up halfway, will there be any penalties? If you're curious, why not try it yourself? No way. I refuse. Juanhao looks completely unbothered. As the team leader, it should be my job to protect everyone. Alright. Suddenly, a giant python shot out from the water, opening its huge, bloody mouth. Its whole body rose from the water, encircling the group. The four of them stared at the giant python in horror. Shu Xiao quickly gathered magic power and launched a fireball. I'll handle this. Countless fireballs bombarded the python's body, but it seemed to have no effect. Seeing this, Shu Xiao began to doubt. Is it immune to fire magic? How is that possible? The Phantom saw through the situation. It's not immune. It sheds its skin rapidly after getting injured. Wenyan's Shu Xiao immediately gave orders. Member, where's the endpoint shown on the map? Gasman. Get ready to release the gas. Shu Xiao. Once the gas is ready, don't worry about anything else. Just burn it all down. Our top priority is a direct breakthrough. The endpoint. We need to go straight ahead. Gasman raised his right hand at the command, flipping the turbine switch in his palm. Instantly, mana surged. Boom. A cloud of green gas shot out. However, when it hit the python, it didn't seem to do anything. Both the python and the team looked fierce. Gasman, however, was confident. Chieftain, ignite it. Just a little spark. Just a little spark. Then Shu Xiao launched a stream of flame toward the python. As the fire approached, the python realized something was wrong. Boom. Contact with the gas cloud. A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the python. Did we get it? Shu Xiao was stunned, but still insisted. Don't say things like that yet. As expected, the python's vitality was too strong. Even that explosion didn't destroy it. Shu Xiao once again fell into a tug-of-war with the python. I can't hold out much longer. A blinding cold light suddenly flashed. Asterisk boom. Countless cleansing slashes rained down on the python's twisted form. It was Lei Long's Shadowfall slash. The python was finally slain. Wow, the whole river dried up. That was an amazing team effort. But just then, a notification sounded. A baby python in the safari zone was poached by hunters. Shu Xiao was puzzled. What does that mean? To protect the justice of Eternal Paradise, the primal little leopard is about to appear. Seriously? Why do they keep adding monsters? Phantom didn't mind at all. Looks like we'd better move toward the exit quickly. But still, what exactly is the little leopard? One of the members analyzed. It's probably one of the park's mascots. Little bear, little tiger, little leopard, mousy, bunny. Then the little leopard must be a cheetah? Little leopard is fine as is. But what's the difference with a primal little leopard? Shu Xiao, thinking about it here won't help us. Let's keep moving for now. The group continued forward. At this point, the environment shifted to a plain theme. Shu Xiao looked at the map and encouraged everyone. Let's keep it up, everyone. According to the map, once we cross this area, we'll reach the exit. We've covered a lot of ground, but we're not even tired. Even after using my abilities earlier, I don't feel hot at all. It turns out the Phantom and the Ice Queen made a deal. As long as he helps out, he'll get 84 grams of cheesecake. Chieftain, isn't that the exit? Looks like it. Just as everyone was cheering, a leopard quietly appeared. Whoa, I'm going out first. It feels like we're about to clear the mission. Just as he said that, Gasman took a heavy hit, half of his body blown apart. Everyone turned back. What happened to you? Suddenly, something struck my back. Member, heal him first. Seeing the severity of the injury, Member was shocked. and quickly started healing Gasman. The Phantom also felt the urgency. The enemy moves incredibly fast. It must be the primal leopard. I'll attack first, but honestly, with its speed, I'm not sure if I can hit it right away. Facing Xuxia's fireballs, the leopard showed no fear. Darting swiftly, countless fireballs rained down, but they couldn't keep up with the leopard's speed and agile maneuvers. The leopard charged straight at Xuxia. See, your attacks are too slow. The leopard kicked Xuxia in the shin, but even as he was sent flying, Xuxia kept channeling magic to fight back. You poachers, I'm here to avenge the baby python. The others weren't in good shape either. The gas inside me, it's leaking. If this keeps up, am I going to die? The member comforted him. Don't talk for now, just stay still. I've treated worse injuries than this. The sharp-eared little leopard heard the noise and quickly changed targets. This guy didn't even notice what was behind him. At that moment, the two were unaware. Bassman kept muttering, it really hurts. Still bleeding. Your rib's been pierced. Of course it's bleeding. Hold on, it's almost fully healed now. The little leopard, about to land the kill, was abruptly stopped by Phantom. The two began exchanging blows across the open plains. It was shocked Phantom could match its speed. Little leopard was stunned. Impossible. I was clearly running just now. How could a human catch up to me? Cornered, little leopard exploded with force and leapt away. But Phantom noticed and dashed forward before it could react, landing a heavy punch right in the ribs. Phantom relentlessly struck it mid-air with a flurry of attacks. Little leopard lost all strength. Its entire body fell from the sky, slowly. No. They'll catch me. Maybe. If I can launch a full assault. Just then, little leopard sensed danger. The intense heat from below made it uneasy. Xuxia had entered his red-hot state. Mana was surging uncontrollably. Flames erupted everywhere. Wrapped in searing fire, little leopard let out a defiant roar. I actually lost to mere humans. Seeing little leopard finally vanish, Xuxia began to calm down. He panted heavily. The member walked up upon seeing this. Take it down. Hearing those words, Xuxia immediately stopped casting. Stop. I won't tolerate you saying that a second time. The guildmaster's secretary had been waiting outside the zoo for a long time. Seeing the group emerge, he clapped with a big smile. Captain Gao, you really pulled off a great achievement. You even managed to defeat the primal mascot. There aren't many left now. Wenyan's Xuxia looked a bit. Is that so? That's good to hear. The guildmaster has already taken out 2 of them. Now, only Little Tiger and Little Bear are left. However, the battles must have been exhausting, right? Not too bad. Though the mascots were really strong, taking them down was easier than expected. The secretary was puzzled. Was it because of a surprise attack? I do have a knack for seizing the moment. The secretary wanted to know more, so he pressed on. Really? Was it just because of a perfectly timed surprise attack? The guildmaster is probably still fighting one of the remaining mascots. Besides, the final and most difficult challenge is the airborne traveling troupe. If the guildmaster is delayed, I'll go in with Captain Gao. He must take responsibility. At this moment, he anxiously checks his watch. The time has already exceeded the expected, but Shensheng still hasn't come out. He's been inside the haunted house for too long. Waiting any longer would just waste time. Looks like I'll have to clear this place myself. After some thought, Zhang Jinxuan looks towards Xuxia, but Xuxia has already teamed up with Phantom. They're ready to enter the circus. Seeing this, he quickly calls out to Phantom. Hey, Mr. Su Juanhao, I'm talking to you. Get out of there now. Phantom tilts his head and looks over. Why? I already told you. That's where the original mascot appears. Then I'll just stay more focused. Hearing that, Zhang Jinxuan is completely shocked. No, wait. He's only level 83. He quickly tries to step in to replace Phantom. This is our guild's raid mission. We can't leave it to outsiders. So I have to go in. Xuxia quickly stops Zhang Jinxuan. No way. You can't go in. Didn't the broadcast just say no cutting in line? Phantom and Jian struggle there for a while, but finally agree. They successfully enter the circus. Xuxia breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, our vice president is sometimes way too cautious, even though he was just cheering us on earlier. Right, Juanhao? More importantly, Xuxia, I remember this is a duo event, isn't it? But there are way too many empty seats here. Yeah. Do you think something will suddenly appear on them? Ding. At that moment, the system notification sounds. The performance is about to begin. Xuxia was still chatting absent-mindedly. Suddenly, someone appeared out of thin air next to him. Startled, he also took a closer look. He began to examine the newcomer carefully. Seeing the other person wearing a hood, he felt a little unsure. Is that Little Bear? Seeing this, Xuxia got a headache. What on earth is the theme here? Turning to look at Phantom, he noticed someone else wearing a hood had appeared next to him too. He wanted to give a warning, but Phantom had already made a gesture to stop him. Before Xuxia could react, Little Bunny suddenly turned her head. Her blood-red eyes locked onto him. Xuxia's scalp tingled. Cold sweat started pouring down. Don't you think this is a bit much? At that moment, the system voice grew louder and louder, repeating more frequently, please take your seats. Soon the whole audience was filled with eerie guests wearing animal masks. Frightened, Xuxia accidentally kicked Little Bear in the face. Still not fully recovered, Xuxia was startled again by a piercing voice. Hello everyone. Thank you, little fools, for coming. Following Phantom's gaze, they saw a clown standing at the center of the stage making announcements. The aerial wandering troupe. is the best show in eternal paradise. If you don't want to be scared, make sure to fasten your seatbelts. Although, there aren't any seatbelts here. Hara. Shuxia slowly calmed down. Looking at the clown's exaggerated mannerisms, he felt deeply uncomfortable. At this moment, many clown acrobats appeared on stage. Next, let me introduce our troupe members. We hope you enjoy them. After all, they've worked really hard. As the performance on stage intensified, the audience seats began to shake violently. Suddenly, the clown shouted energetically. Next up is the highest altitude stage, the painted path. Among the audience sat another masked figure. His eyes burst out with a demonic red glow. The intense red light breaks through the circus barrier and shoots out in all directions. A constant rumbling sound echoes. After the tremor, the circus shoots into the sky like a rocket. The guild members waiting outside are all stunned. Zhang Jinshuan grits his teeth and forces himself to stay calm. Watching the circus being blasted higher and higher, Shu Xia struggles against the strong inertia and resistance, still speaking through gritted teeth. Don't worry, Juanhao, I'll protect you. After a while, the circus stops ascending. It hangs suspended in midair. All the masked spectators are filled with anticipation. Phantom watches the performance nonchalantly, even admiring it a little. Looks like those guys really practiced for a long time. Shu Xia exclaims, you're way too calm. Either way, we can't escape. So let's just enjoy the show. That makes sense. But Shu Xia still feels tense. You should be a bit more nervous. This is the hardest part of the area. If the original mascot appears, we'll have to join forces to defeat it. Just as he finishes speaking, the clown starts introducing the next act. Up next is the most popular show of the Sky Wanderer troupe, the Bear's Execution. Phantom, upon hearing this, becomes serious. The Bear's Execution. Is the original mascot about to appear? Juanhao, get ready now. If things go south, I'll burn this whole place down. At that moment, the many clowns on stage retreat. One of the clowns takes off his hat, revealing a bear-like inner cap. Shu Xia and Phantom sense something is wrong. What is that? What was once an ordinary bear costume suddenly transforms into a frenzied, bloodthirsty bear. Shu Xia and the Ice Queen are scared out of their wits. The 5 clowns on stage earlier gradually fused into the bear head like minced meat. The system notification also chimed in. One lucky audience member will be personally executed by Little Bear. Such a terrifying and bloody scene was, to Phantom, no different than when they fought the giant last time. Wait, no. Seeing this, Phantom spoke up immediately. Shu Xia, let's make the first move. Let's rush him together. You set him on fire. I'll finish him off. Before he could finish, Shu Xia was enveloped in a beam of light and still in a daze. Shu Xia sensed something was wrong. A massive shadow loomed over him. He had been selected as the lucky audience member, teleported right in front of Little Bear, facing the berserk Little Bear. Shu Xia's heart sank to rock bottom. Meanwhile, Phantom, who was left in the stands, was being dragged down by the masked audience members. At that moment, Little Bear launched an attack. A massive claw swiped forward. Shu Xia couldn't react in time. A line of blood splashed into the air. Shu Xia was sent flying by the blow. His mind dulled after the hit. What just happened? Seeing Little Bear charging at him, Shu Xia felt completely powerless. Am I going to die? If I had known, why did I try so hard? This is so frustrating. Yet what came wasn't death by Little Bear. The temperature in the circus plummeted. Phantom flashed in front of Shu Xia. The entire audience area was frozen solid. The charging Little Bear was also restrained by an overwhelming frost. The Frost Queen beamed with joy. Are you sure you won't regret this decision? Phantom replied firmly. It's because I don't want to regret it that I made this choice. At that moment, Phantom was fully awakened. Without his former level, he had become cautious. He nearly lost the most important thing to him. That made him deeply disappointed in himself. Having gained true clarity, Phantom struck with full force, blasting Little Bear away. He quickly followed up, muttering under his breath. Even if the whole world is too scared to step forward, I still must take action. Boom! As man and bear collide with full force, strong winds howl, howling endlessly. The ground beneath them crumbles away completely. The imposing atmosphere in the air is completely shaken. The rumbling echoes through the entire sky. The bear gasps heavily. Just a mere human? Thinking this, the bear grows even more furious. Roaring, it pounds the ground. Phantom was confused at first. Then he looked at Shu Xia behind him. The constant pounding tilted the entire Sky amusement park. Shu Xia began to slide. Noticing the bear was aiming for Shu Xia, Phantom quickly snapped to action. He sped towards Shu Xia at overclocked speed. As the entire park tilted completely, the unconscious Shu Xia was flung into midair. The guild members waiting below were terrified. Look over there. That pillar. Is it going to break? Run. It's falling. Just then, Shunsheng makes his move. Spatial magic surges, dissolving the falling debris. At the same time, he looks up at the amusement park, eager to see Phantom's performance. He firmly believes in his judgment. Above, Phantom grits his teeth and boosts his output. Finally, he reaches Shu Xia before she hits the ground, catching her in his arms. Ensuring Shu Xia's safety, Phantom watches the bear's movements. The bear charges at Phantom, roaring furiously. Phantom's ice power has overloaded, but he calmly deactivates the overclock. The next second, Phantom's pupils turn black. A force of shadow begins to gather. Boom! The shadow power blasts toward the charging bear. At its tail, the shadow force carries icy power, flowing like water, turning into frost. Spikes spread across Little Bear's body. The shadow power flowing and turned into ice spears, piercing straight through his body. Soon, Little Bear, completely engulfed by the shadows, was reduced to a mass of bloody ice spears. After watching for a while, Shunshin couldn't help but praise. How beautiful. With Little Bear's death, the entire paradise began to collapse. The rest of the guild members kept fleeing from falling rubble. Phantom's magic in the air. The ice under his feet started to crack. As the frozen paradise exploded, Phantom quickly escaped with Shuxia. Seeing Phantom's magic fading, the Frost Queen Contractor, be careful. Descending, the Frost Queen gathered magic. Using them, Phantom gracefully stepped from one to the next and landed safely on the ground. Shinsheng had been waiting there all along. He looked toward Phantom. Shuxia, now back on the ground, began to regain consciousness. He muttered Phantom's name softly. I'm sorry, Juanhao. I failed. I swore I'd protect you. But in the end, before Shuxia could say more, Phantom smiled gently at the waking Shuxia. We won. Shuxia, surviving is victory. At that moment, Shinsheng stepped forward with, looks like the mission's complete. Did you take out the target? Yeah, totally wiped out. But Shuxia, Leader Gao's injuries are very serious. The moment the words landed, Shinsheng suddenly knelt on one knee before Phantom and sincerely gave thanks. Thank you for protecting our guild members. At that moment, the rest of the guild members also returned. They looked on in surprise at the scene. Phantom was momentarily speechless. Then he asked, excuse me, were there any casualties? Hearing this, Shinsheng fell silent for a moment. Then he replied, there were 24 minor injuries and 7 serious injuries, but no one died in this dungeon raid. This news made all the guild members very happy. Everyone cheered. We completed the mission. Shinsheng also smiled sincerely. He said to Phantom, we completed the mission. Then he looked at the guild members with relief. Gasman stepped up to Phantom. Are you okay? Juanhao, I thought you were dead. Phantom smiled. I'm fine. Go call the members. Gasman nodded. He already went to get the magic potions. All the guild members started praising him. Wow, your strength in the video was no joke. Juanhao, thank you for saving our chief. The Ice Queen smiled as she watched this scene. After clearing the dungeon, it was time to claim the rewards. Looking at the gift box in front of him, the vice president asked in confusion, is this the reward for clearing the dungeon? Shinsheng replied with a smile. Jingshuan, go open it and see. The vice president stepped up, but noticed something odd. Why is this thing shaking? Shinsheng looked serious. Are you scared? Of course not. I'm just saying what if. At that moment, the box suddenly grew huge. A clown doll sprang out. Everyone was startled by this scene. They thought the raid wasn't over yet. The clown doll started shooting out coins from the air. The nearby vice president was overwhelmed. No way. Wait a second. Why is it coming toward me? President, why does this thing keep pouring toward me? Seeing this, Shunshin finally let out a long sigh of relief. The rest of the guild members burst out laughing. Phantom, seeing the cheerful atmosphere, also smiled warmly. After collecting the rewards, Shinsheng began arranging follow-up tasks. Once we return, send the wounded immediately to the infirmary for treatment. Tribal leaders will distribute the rewards. Everyone else can rest until the next announcement. Seeing Shinsheng taking charge, Phantom smiled and said, your guild's management is pretty tight and efficient, huh? The fully recovered Wenyan Shuxia was quite curious. Of course, we are one of the 6 official graduation teams, after all. Phantom commented, I finally understand why Mr. Shinsheng is nicknamed Leaf Fork during the dungeon raid. He led everyone with unwavering resolve. Now I see why the foolish girls and king guilds are so successful. At that moment, Shu Xiao suddenly called Phantom over mysteriously. Then he leaned in and whispered, I'll help you keep your secret. About you having frost-type abilities. Phantom responded casually. So you noticed, huh? But in his heart he wondered, did he only see the frost skill? If that's the case, then that's a relief. At that moment, Shun Xing shouted, great work, everyone. Let's head back now. Bzzz. Shun Sheng began gathering magic energy. A powerful magical aura enveloped everyone. Teleportation, slay the traitor, initiated. However, as Phantom opened his eyes, he looked confused. He had been teleported by Shin Sheng to a completely unfamiliar place. Phantom turned to Shin Sheng and asked, what's the meaning of this? Faced with the question, Shin Sheng replied with certainty, you may be able to fool the world, but not me. Player Su Juanhao. Faced with these words, Phantom was puzzled. Are you saying, I'm lying to you? Shin Sheng stepped closer to Phantom. As the guild leader, I rarely admire anyone this much. However, I've always wanted to meet you. Phantom. Hearing this title, Phantom's expression froze. Seeing his reaction, Shin Sheng became even more confident in his guess. But Phantom quickly recovered and laughed. How could I be Phantom? I really don't know why you think that. But Shin Sheng looked like he had seen through it all. I already expected you to say that. Your public identity is Phantom's agent, isn't it? But then, why would Phantom need an agent? Before meeting the other 4 heroes, he always acted alone. The Ice Queen, Jian, had already prepared popcorn and was watching the show with great interest. Shin Sheng continued. After returning, would he really need an agent? Let's just say it's because 25 years have passed. Maybe he needs someone to help him adapt to this world. The truly suspicious one is you. Su Juanhao. Not only did you clear the trial of blood, you also handled the fairies on your own. You're a powerful force that appeared out of nowhere. As a player, you've never made a mistake. And you just happened to show up as Phantom's agent. Phantom's awakening and your appearance happened at the same time. Wouldn't it be stranger not to suspect a connection between you two? It'd be even weirder. Hearing the entire analysis, Phantom froze in place. Then Shun Sheng continued. After seeing you fight just now, I finally confirmed it. Although it was quite dark, and I couldn't see clearly, I'm sure you were using elemental abilities. I guess that was Phantom's skill. Dark Watcher, right? Even the Frost Queen hiding in the shadows was startled by this guess. But she protested slightly. Human, you only guessed half right. Hearing this, Phantom fell into thought. In other words, the only evidence you saw of me using my powers was that brief flash across the night sky. Shun Sheng remained waving the magic pen in his hand. How could that be? Do you remember this pen? It's the one you used to sign the contract. But it's not just any ordinary pen. It reacts to elemental powers. As he finished speaking, the tip of the pen glowed brightly. Seeing this, Phantom felt cornered. This Shun Sheng really is meticulous. Even the Frost Queen felt uneasy. Looks like exposure is inevitable. Phantom stopped hiding. He sat down on a nearby rock. Mr. Shun Sheng, from this moment on, please swear, in the name of Zhu Xiao and Mei, to keep all of this secret. I swear, in the name of Zhu Xiao and Mei, to keep your secret. Thank you. That's enough for me. The queen hiding in the shadows grew excited. The contractor is finally about to reveal the Dark Watcher. Shun Sheng was equally eager, staring intently at Phantom. But soon, she sensed something was off. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Frost spread all around them. Countless ice spears formed on the ground. Phantom said calmly, my ability is Frost Pursuer. Hearing this, Shun Sheng looked stunned. Phantom continued, the skill you saw earlier was me using that ability. It was with that power that I freed Phantom from the frozen state. That's why I became her agent. After all, only by communicating with her and constantly growing, only then can I awaken the other heroes. I'm not Phantom. Hearing this, Shun Sheng was momentarily speechless. He froze in place, half in a daze. Then Shun Sheng closed his eyes to calm himself. Let's just pretend we never had this conversation today. However, your performance today was better than anyone else's, so I will give you a proper reward. Phantom's agent. Have you heard of the Sage of the Astrologer's Tower? They are a player who can see through all things and mysteriously predict the future. Many line up just for the chance to seek guidance from this reclusive sage. Even guild leaders and association presidents have to wait months to see them. What I'm giving you now is a letter of recommendation. Take it with you, and you can see the sage anytime. I wish you the best of luck. Player Su Juanhao. The returning Ice Queen beamed with happiness. Contractor, you'd better keep buying me Basque cheesecake. Don't think you can fool me with a mere Krispy Kreme puff. Phantom frowned, thinking he might have been eating too much lately. At this rate, he'd end up as the first ever fat elf. Then Phantom pushed open the Dwarven Chief's door. Goodyear, I'm here. What the? You're still alive? I thought you died on the way here. Sorry, I ran into a... So I was delayed. Goodyear replied calmly. No matter. It's not like the gear has an expiration date. It won't go bad from sitting too long. However, what you're holding is... Phantom casually replied. This is the Border Edition Diva Vodka. Just a little gift from me. I wonder if it suits your taste? Goodyear responded with its tsundere tone. But, seriously, with the kind of relationship we have, why would you even give me something like this? I don't even like it. But Gyudel quickly averted her gaze, grabbed all 9 bottles, and muttered, I do like it. Seeing that, Phantom chuckled and said, once I earn more money, I'll buy you even more. Then, Phantom looked over at the gear. Gyudel, could you walk me through these weapons? Of course. Let's start with this bulky guy right here. It's 2 meters long. Requires 2 hands to wield. It's a chainsaw sword with 32 high strength. Rotating saw blades embedded in it. You see the cross-shaped safety lock on the hilt. Release the safety and inject magic power, and it'll... Then just pull the control lever, and you're good to go. Phantom lifted the weapon. It was heavier than expected, but in terms of weight, length, and design, it was excellent. Gyudel remarked sarcastically, you're just too skinny. You look even weaker than GU. Now unlock the safety, and channel your magic into it. Hey, don't pull so hard. Be gentle. Phantom gently pulled it, and infused his magic. The chainsaw sword buzzed to life. After playing with it a bit, Phantom smiled. I'm really looking forward to the next weapon now. Gyudel grinned proudly. As you should. You think just anyone made this? That spear is made of 10,000-year cold iron. It was excavated from the peak of Delbin City, a rare and precious metal. Phantom stared at the weapon, praising. So cool. It looks like a dragon carved from ice. The moment an ordinary person touches it, their blood would freeze, and they'd die. Su Juanhao, are you confident in yourself? I crafted it according to the order sheet, but I'm not sure if you can handle it. Phantom said nothing more. He reached out to touch it. A fierce frost force spread to his arm and froze it. Goodyear sighed helplessly at the side. You reckless brat. At least put on gloves first. You rascal. Phantom summoned the frost power in his body to resist. It really is very cold. This bone-chilling cold. It's been a long time. A system prompt appeared. Cold resistance counters the chill. The Ice Queen also removed her blindfold. A powerful frost energy surged from the Queen's body. Phantom completely conquered, the chill radiating from the eternal cold iron. After fulfilling its purpose, the Ice Queen went back to snacking. Phantom picked up the weapon and smiled. I'm lucky. I didn't get frozen solid. Goody or snapped. Come on. If that's called luck, then unlucky dwarves like me might as well go dig up worm. But seriously, since you need this kind of weapon, you must be heading to the battlefield. Su Ju and Hao, you have to win. Even if you lose, don't die. Phantom felt a warm glow in his heart. Of course, with a weapon crafted by you, how could I possibly lose? The scene shifts. After receiving the weapon, Phantom left the dwarf. He brought the custom-made AWM sniper rifle, crafted specifically for Gilberto, to let him try it out. Gilberto asked curiously, so this weapon was made by the dwarves too? That's right. They say that if used properly, it can even change the tide of battle. Change the tide? Huh, it feels way too light. Phantom looked puzzled. What's wrong? You like heavier ones? While looking for a sniping position, Gilberto responded, I'm just used to it. The weight of my old guns. Hand me the case. Phantom chuckled. Stop complaining already. Just fire it, and see for yourself. You sure talk a lot. Gilberto laughed as well. Alright. Let's fire a couple of rounds. Here we go. The shot rang out. A deafening sound. Gilberto joked. Looks like this rifle definitely needs a suppressor. Phantom looked ahead. Wow. That's some serious firepower. What were you aiming at? I shot a chicken. Just a little sniper game we play. This rifle works by using my magic to boost the spin force of the bullets. Phantom nodded. I see. That's similar to your original skill, isn't it? Exactly. And with this rifle, I can amplify that effect even more. Who knows? Maybe it really can turn the tide of battle. Maybe it really can change the tide of battle. By the way, is the Ice Queen beside you now? Phantom pointed behind him and replied, Saya, she's busy trying to gain weight. Gilberto exclaimed. She was the one who froze us. So how did you end up together? Ice Queen. It's lucky my son is still alive, or I definitely wouldn't let you off so easily. If you dare betray us. Then, hearing this, the Ice Queen felt both angry and annoyed, but helpless at the same time. Seeing this, Phantom patted the Queen's small back. Alright, stop scaring her. She's about to cry. Back then, the Ice Queen had already been defeated by me. She's now been reborn as a lowest tier elf. The Queen quickly retorted. I'm a high tier second class elf. Phantom insisted to Gilberto. She's just a low tier elf. Ever since I woke up, she's helped me countless times. Of course, that's also because I've grown weaker. But now I'm certain, she's a trustworthy warrior, just like all of you. I won't ask you to trust her, just watch over her for now. Gilberto didn't say more. Alright then, since you've said so. But Ice Queen, I have a question for you. Why did you have only one person fight that day? At that moment, the Ice Queen turned invisible and ran off. Phantom, seeing this, was unfazed. Looks like Skya has arrived. Buzz, magical energy surged in the sky. Skya teleported and appeared. Hey, he glanced around. Something feels off. I sense the Queen's presence, and used teleportation to come here, but she's nowhere to be seen. Gilberto replied. Why? Was something urgent going on? Maybe she just doesn't like you. That's pretty obvious. Can't you tell? Are you jealous of my relationship with the Queen? Gilberto. I have zero fondness for the one who stole 26 years of our lives, so don't worry. Skya said coldly. Hey, didn't Juanhao say it already? The Queen now isn't the same as before. Gilberto cut in. Yeah, I heard. She reincarnated as a low-ranking elf. In any case, whatever you do, I won't interfere. At that moment, Skya's magic surged. Gilberto looked annoyed as well. What's your problem? Didn't the no-drinking period end already? I'm fully healed. So why are you still banning me from drinking? Well, why do you think I'm doing this? Looking at the furious Skya, Gilberto sighed helplessly. How should I know what you're thinking? Just let me have a little. Please, boss. What did you just say? Wait, why are you wearing such old-fashioned glasses? Even Phantom looked helpless seeing that. Gilberto retorted immediately. Old-fashioned glasses? These are the latest trend. Skya took off her own glasses and shouted animatedly. Hey, I rarely wear glasses. If you say that, it makes me sound like some old lady. This was bought for me by Yaksu. Hearing that, Skya's anger faded a bit. I actually picked it out for you. Is it vintage style? Yaksu really has good taste, huh? Phantom was speechless. Then he stopped them. Enough, you two. Let's go over the battle plan now. Listen up. About a week from now, 2 divisions of the Demon Association will come here. We already know one is the Pride Division, the same group we crushed when rescuing Yaksu last time. Gilberto asked. And the other division? No info yet. That's right. I don't even know what their goal is. So once the battle starts, we'll fight independently. Hold your positions. Gilberto will... Skya, you focus on disruption magic. Alright, what about you? I'll blend into the crowd in the city. Once I figure out their goal, I'll strike immediately. Skya sounded worried. That's the most dangerous role. Phantom replied calmly. After all, I'm their biggest threat. Lately, some have been calling us old relics. So isn't it time we showed them something? Yeah, we should teach these youngsters a lesson. Exactly. For them, it's been 26 years. But for us, it's only been a few seconds. It's time to move. Bang. Gilberto's jug was shattered by a burst of frost. Phantom chuckled. If we pull this off, we can target the Demon Association's core next. But Gilberto, annoyed at being interrupted, threw his jug at Phantom. I've had enough of you guys. I've really had enough of you guys. Alright, I won't drink anymore, okay? Phantom laughed as he ran away. Sorry. Seeing Skya cause a scene, I wanted to mess around too. Just as Phantom expected, the demons set up camp on a coastal cliff. Pride held a demonic gem, and said with interest, when's that guy going to show up? A subordinate reported. In 3 hours. 3 hours, huh? TCH. Seal this place off. Yes, sir. For how long? Pride thought for 5 hours. From this moment on, no one goes in or out, without my permission. A wave of strong, evil energy engulfed the coast. Nearby spirit lords also issued emergency alerts. Attention citizens, do not approach the barrier. If you hear this broadcast, evacuate immediately. TCH, look at that attitude. Looks like we need a new way to stab him. Can't believe he didn't die instantly. Huh. With skills like that, how did you even get into the organization? The mocked demon grew furious. He raised his dagger and shouted, shut up, I'm great at torture. Today I'll show you firsthand. But before he could act, asterisk bang, a blast of powerful magic hit him directly. His upper body The nearby demon looked on in horror. Was that magic? No, not magic. Someone's sniping us. The demon fled in panic. Damn it. This is exactly why you're not cut out for recon. You'll just get yourself into danger. I need to find that sniper and tear them to pieces. Gilberto watched the fleeing demon through the tower. His sniper scope tracked the demon's every move. At a corner, Gilberto locked onto the demon. At that moment, the demon sensed danger. Reacting swiftly, he dodged the shot. Barely escaping death, the demon laughed madly. Hurrah! I dodged it. I'm faster than your bullet. But before he could finish, the demon stumbled. He tumbled down the stairs. A nearby civilian gasped in shock, then rushed over and asked, Hey, are you alright? Can you stand up? The demon, flustered and furious, was seething with rage. He quickly got up and swung his cleaver at the old man. Damn it, an old geezer like you dares to pity me? The panicked crowd screamed. Danger! Everyone run. Seeing the civilians flee in fear, the demon brandished his weapon, his face twisted with malice. That's right, run, you worthless fools. I'll join you in the emergency shelter. But a child stood his The demon glared at him furiously. You little brat, didn't I tell you to run? Angry, the demon stepped forward to strike the child. Bang! A bullet, charged with immense magic, pierced right through the demon like a whirlwind. The demon, in his dying moments, was full of disbelief. The bullet, it spun straight at me. What? What is this? The child, horrified by the scene, fell to the ground crying. From his high perch, Gilberto scoffed. You might dodge once, but you'll never truly escape my bullet. A system prompt appeared. Relentless pursuer. Lord Pride. The scout's life signals are fading fast. Pride was more concerned about the main force's status. His subordinate reported, we're successfully infiltrating the city. Forget it. The scouts were all from the Despair Division anyway. But, who killed them? The subordinate answered, we're still confirming. The demons entering the city were ecstatic. Despair Division guys, suppress the targets first. We'll handle all the trash in the city. Eliminate every witness who's seen us, and anyone who will see us. Those in the shelters too. What is going on here? How should I know? Because of this cursed magic, we can't even escape. I heard that everyone outside is a demon. A knight shouted. Second squad, assemble. Hurry and rendezvous with the knight captain, and bring any remaining civilians to safety. Move out. Suddenly, a huge explosion shook the shelter. Some civilians noticed it. Did you hear something? Is it an earthquake? A burst of magic detonated outside the shelter, obliterating half of it. Amidst the smoke and dust, voices rang out. Do we really need to kill them all? Isn't this a bit much? They're all just helpless weaklings. Helpless weaklings deserve to die, don't they? It's the demons. The demons, Sir Knight. The terrified citizens cried out, seeking protection. The knights quickly shielded the citizens behind them. Everyone, get behind us. If it's a fight you want, we'll take you on. Just spare the others. The female demon charged her magic at her fingertips. Blood-etched blade. Since you insist, I'll deal with you first. Let's start with you. A blast of green magic struck one of the knights. Its powerful corrosive force quickly melted through his armor and weapons. The knight's anguished screams thrilled the female demon. TCH. No poison resistance at all. What a pathetic knight. Hurrah! The other knights watched in fear as their squad leader was dissolved, but one still shouted, You damn monsters. Everyone attack. The demon sneered. Ignorant fools. There are always idiots like you, everywhere we go. At that moment, a different voice spoke up. Yeah, people like you are so annoying. The demon looked around in confusion. Who's there? Turning his head, he saw a mage behind him. Skya gathered magic power in his hands. What's wrong? Go on, keep talking. Alright, I brought you a little gift. Since you all seem to need a wake-up call. With that, bolts of lightning surged toward the demons. Skya shouted, Let me wake you up properly. How about it? The lightning magic flared wildly. 3 demons were engulfed in the surge, writhing in agony. Elsewhere, a demon called Shadow ordered his men to report. We've received reports from 5 branches. One report mentions a sighting of Phantom. Shadow said gravely. So Phantom's last known location was the Pacific Ocean? That means he might have returned to the second layer. A demon folk analyst suggested. It might be an illusion created by Skaya's magic. Lord Shadow, there's news that Skaya and Gilberto were involved in the Burt Line operation. How many demon folk in total? Besides the commander, 34 in the Arrogant Squad, 17 in the Despair Squad. Currently, 28 remain in the Arrogant Squad, and 16 in the Despair Squad. Should we send reinforcements? Lord Shadow replied confidently. No need. I've already sent someone. Skaya easily subdued the rampaging demon folk. A cautious knight nearby said, "Thank you for saving us. But, may I ask who you are?" Skaya sighed. "You still haven't recognized me? Sigh? I'm getting tired of the second floor already. My name is Skaya, the kind-hearted Grand Mage from Kiraland here to save you." The knight was puzzled. A kind-hearted Grand Mage? Then what's that terrifying thing in your hand? Skaya chuckled. This is a replica drill machine, a secret weapon that can break through the barriers surrounding the city. If you want to live, follow me. At that moment, the knight expressed concern. But there are still many territory residents left behind. Skaya smiled confidently. I know. That's why we came. Everyone, don't worry. Lord Pete, there's word from the Flame Moon Pavilion. A group in the city is getting in our way. They say it includes a Grand Mage and the Grey Sniper. Maybe even an illusionist. Pride of One Yen seemed a little excited. If only he were here. Though the Grand Mage and Grey Sniper are already enough to build our reputation. If the Phantom is there too, wouldn't that be even better? Then we'd far exceed our original goals. Exactly. Poos. That would be an incredible... Those so-called human heroes will fall today. In the city, the demon folk are slaughtering civilians indiscriminately. Countless civilians and the knights guarding them were brutally killed. A magic bullet surged with immense power and pierced through a demon folk. Another shot. A demon folk fighting a knight was shot through the head. The other demon folk sensed something was wrong and grew anxious. Another bullet came flying. The demon folk raised his sword to block it. With a clang, he actually blocked it. But the bullet didn't stop. It ricocheted at a perfect angle and pierced another demon folk from behind. The bullet still didn't stop. It automatically chased every demon folk present. The demon folk who had blocked the bullet was mentally broken, and the bullet came for him again. But as it neared, it suddenly stopped. Just when the demon folk thought he had dodged it, a new bullet was fired. He was taken down by Gilberto. Juanhao, where are you right now? Phantom replied immediately. In the defense zone at 11 o'clock from the bell tower, a knight is leading residents through the nearby plaza. They're a cautious group seeking refuge. Gilberto adjusted the view. Just then, Skaya's voice came through. Gentlemen, I've spotted 3 demon folk and their squad leaders heading to the back gate. Gilberto immediately checked. No, there are 4 of them. They're moving through the park toward the plaza. Should I take care of them? Phantom calmly said. No need. Save your bullets. Gilberto. It was Skaya who said that. Oh, Phantom, are you feeling cool now? Phantom immediately warned. Skaya, what if someone overheard that? I'm supposed to be Su Juanhao right now. The demon folk blocking the crowd looked at the knight ahead. Calmly. Lord Drade, leave it to me. Are you serious? That guy looks pretty strong. If you jump in recklessly and die, I'm not taking responsibility. The demon folk scoffed. Oh, come on. There you go again. How could I possibly die? I actually want to test my new gear. Just for a bit of fun. No, let me handle it. The clan leaders just gave orders. We need to wrap things up and regroup quickly. With that, Drade stepped forward, aiming for a swift victory. The demon folk next to him cheered excitedly, as expected from a clan leader's innate ability. Hey, knight, you should feel lucky, because I'll end you instantly. Just then, a droplet of water fell from the sky. The knight, already battered and bruised, also noticed the falling droplets. With a clang, the knight's long sword shattered from a single drop. The demon folk became even more excited. Hurrah! That kid's scared. He clearly can't win. Why doesn't he just run? What a bunch of fools. Hurrah! Drade laughed. Because the weak never know their place. In a world ruled by power, that's the law of nature. But they're blinded by their sense of justice. They can't accept the truth. These trash who've turned a beautiful world in Phantom, who had already arrived, heard these words, and mocked them. You look down on them on the surface, but still go all out in battle? Just how weak are you then? The demon folk was shocked. Where did this guy come from? Lord Drade. This guy is well known. His name is Su Juanhao. Drade scoffed and responded sarcastically. A stand-in for Phantom, right? Perfect. Everyone, get ready for your promotion. Phantom didn't even take the clown in front of him seriously. He said to the knight, this isn't where you're needed right now. It's in the rear. The knight replied immediately, I can't let you fight alone. Then please take care of the people in the rear. Please step back. Seeing that he was being ignored, Drade became furious. Earlier you questioned my attitude in battle, didn't you? Even if it's just a bug. We go all out. Our goal has never been just to fight. It's to eliminate the enemy. Phantom looked at Drade. What an impressive ability. If you weren't a demon folk, you could have done so much good with it. Drade, enraged by that, unleashed his elemental powers. Unfortunately, he had encountered Phantom. A wave of frost quickly spread out. Drade's attribute was completely countered. Every raindrop was frozen solid. Drade felt overwhelmed. An ice-type user? What is this? I've never heard of this before. He's actually using elemental countering. What a despicable guy. Upon hearing this, Phantom couldn't help but feel speechless. Despicable? Didn't you say you believe in the world of power? Phantom stepped forward and waved. Countless ice shards surged forward like blades. Drade shuddered at the sight. The ice shard slammed into him. Drade let out a heart-wrenching scream. Phantom narrowed his eyes. How about it? This world of power supremacy. Isn't it your favorite? After Phantom took down Drade, the demon in front of him grew very alert. But just then, a strange roar came from afar. Phantom turned to look. The Ice Queen asked in confusion, "What is that sound? It feels like it's coming from the sea." Phantom looked closely and vaguely saw something. Turns out many demons were hunting a sea beast a massive sea beast surfaced, struggling fiercely. Phantom got a clear view and quickly understood. Looks like they plan to hunt that and then tame it with the power of the demon realm. After all, demons wouldn't suddenly join the monster hunt for world peace. One demon nearby witnessed this and grew furious. "What are you mumbling about? Su Juanhao, are you out of your mind?" Another demon, shaken, warned him, "Don't go near recklessly. You saw that guy's strength just now, didn't you?" But these words only provoked another demon. "What nonsense are you spouting? The arrogant legion would never cowardly hide in the back." A rumbling sound kept coming closer. The Ice Queen reminded Phantom, "Contractor, it seems someone's coming." Phantom grew serious, looking into the distance. Though I don't know who they are, they're probably a foolish one." The other two demons also sensed it. This commotion, could it be? Another demon confirmed firmly, "That's right, it's the commander. We can't show weakness in front of the commander. Charge." The sword demon prepared to attack. A knight stepped in front of Phantom. "Please step aside. As a knight, I cannot retreat before Phantom could respond. With a loud boom, the commander of the arrogant legion descended from the sky, crashing straight into the knight in front of him. Pride, who landed at Phantom's feet, looked at him. "Don't you think a sense of justice is a beautiful thing?" Seeing Pride, the two demons grew excited. "Commander." Phantom looked at the knight under Pride's feet. He had been completely crushed by Pride. Pride gazed at Phantom, eager for battle. "I've been itching to fight. I just can't hold it back anymore." Phantom's agent, "You don't use the common 4 elemental skills, but ice-based skills instead. That means you're the one who freed the 5 heroes from the ice." Before he could finish, a powerful aura had already erupted. Phantom unleashed the super venomous Black Dragon Fong Symphony. Seeing this, Pride glanced back at Phantom and finished his sentence, "Right." Although he didn't strike Pride, Phantom saw him drop his guard and charged at the two demons behind him. Pride turned his head unhappily. "Hey, you're way too impatient. We should have plenty of time to chat alone." Phantom replied casually, "Fine, then let's chat right now." Pride didn't mind at all. He looked at Phantom. "Su Juanhao, why don't you come to the association with me?" Phantom was speechless and said calmly, "What kind of answer do you expect?" Seeing Phantom's expression, Pride confidently said, "It doesn't really matter, because whether you're dead or alive, you're coming with me either way." Phantom remained unfazed and mocked him. "Aren't you a bit too arrogant, Commander Pride?" "Heh." Pride chuckled, with an evil grin on his face. "Oh really? I hear that kind of talk all the time. And by tearing apart the mouths of trash who said it, I rose to this position step by step. I'll make sure you laugh real hard." Su Juanhao. Phantom had no intention to waste words. He said coldly, "Captain of Arrogance, where would you rank among all the demon folk? As the trash about to be taken out by me?" Pride glared at Phantom fiercely. "TCH." Pride suddenly lunged. He stomped forward and threw a punch straight at Phantom. Phantom turned and dodged the blow. Seeing this, Pride swung his arm to chase after Phantom. Phantom grabbed Pride's arm in a swift counter. Realizing his strength was stopped, and his arm was caught, Pride grinned menacingly. Then with monstrous force, he surged his power. He flung Phantom's entire body into the air. Phantom, unfazed, adjusted himself mid-air, and landed steadily on the ground. He then unleashed a surge of frost power. The arm that was grabbed froze quickly from the frost invasion. Pride's expression shifted, a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Then he exploded with force, sending Phantom flying again. He rapidly dispersed the frost from his arm. Looking toward the distant Phantom, he clenched his teeth. What an annoying brat, but just a mere player. Before Pride could finish, Phantom raised his hand and released more magic. Soldiers of ice rose around Pride and charged toward him. Pride quickly reacted, gathering power in his hands and striking the ground. His eyes gleamed, and with his mana, he tore the frozen ground upward. From afar, Phantom saw the scene unfold, and was slightly surprised. The massive ice chunk was now flying toward him. Phantom immediately activated overdrive. He vanished from his spot in an instant. Seeing Phantom disappear, Pride said, "Let me tell you something. You players have an official ranking, set by that old sage with the astrology card. We have no interest in that kind of ranking." While moving at high speed, Phantom noticed something was wrong. The stones in the air were actually floating. Pride spotted Phantom and gave him a sharp look. "We fight and kill enemies while climbing the ranks, and I'm ranked 37th. That's out of all the demons worldwide, a ranking purely based on combat power." Phantom realized all the stones were flying toward him and was shocked. He changed the trajectory of the objects. All the stones crashed down on Phantom's location, causing a massive explosion. Phantom swiftly dodged to safety. The numerous stones couldn't keep up with his speed at all. However, Phantom observed. Pride was controlling many stones to fly around him, giving Phantom no chance at all. Seeing Phantom only dodging and running, Pride looked completely smug. Are you fighting someone? Huh?